My name is Qin Luo, and I have been transported into a modern tale interwoven with various Dragon King narratives. At the outset, I acquired this Supreme Lackey System, which allows me to grow stronger by incessantly performing the deeds of a lackey. What else can I possibly do? I chose to become the personal attendant of the ultimate antagonist, Su Mu Wan. I provoke various fated individuals, seize opportunities, and commit unspeakable acts of villainy. You inquire about the identity of my benefactor? Oof. You are unworthy of knowing my lady's name. I am Su Mu Wan, the eldest daughter of the Su family. From a young age, my martial arts talent has been extraordinary, which has fostered a haughty disposition in this life. I have been foolish enough to repeatedly provoke those favored by destiny, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. In this life, I must remain prudent and absolutely avoid repeating my past mistakes. Yet, smack, is this brat truly the Dragon King? As I witnessed my little lackey boldly strike the concealed identity of the Dragon King, Su Mu Wan's heart, once filled with anxiety, finally sank. Upon seeing her loyal lackey, Qin Luo, she fainted on the spot in exasperation. Heaven seeks to doom me. Chapter 1. Is this brat truly the Dragon King? Jiang City. At the Su family's ball, a woman with an arrogant gaze and breathtaking beauty coldly addressed a strikingly handsome man before her, saying, "A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to be so audacious. Hey, go show that fellow a thing or two." The dashing man promptly lowered his head in response. "Yes, I will ensure the young lady is pleased." With that, he turned and strode toward an unremarkable man seated in a corner of the ball. As he turned, a hint of resignation flickered across his face. His name is Qin Luo. In his previous life, while crossing the street, he was inadvertently struck by a car and propelled into this world composed of various overpowered Dragon King plots. The narratives include tales of son-in-law Dragon Kings, descending divine healers, retired soldiers from foreign assassin organizations, and the like, where my daughter resides in a doghouse, among others. Although he has been transported, he has also acquired the Supreme Lackey System, which rewards him for undertaking the tasks of a lackey. However, should he fail to bind with a villainous counterpart within a month's time, he shall meet with a complete and utter demise. The commanding woman is known as Su Mu Wan, the most formidable antagonist within this urban narrative. She possesses one notable trait. She does not meet her end until the very conclusion of the tale. Hence, Qin Luo chose to bind himself to her. The present storyline revolves around the ball segment of Urban's son-in-law Dragon King, where Su Mu Wan and the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, become entangled in conflict. Unbeknownst to everyone around her, Su Mu Wan's formerly haughty demeanor gradually recedes, giving way to a perplexed expression. She surveyed her surroundings, and her bewilderment transitioned into astonishment. Is this the Su family ball? I have been reborn. Upon realizing this, Su Mu Wan was on the verge of tears. In her previous life, her exceptional martial arts talent from a young age, coupled with a privileged upbringing, had fostered a domineering personality. She had been foolish enough to repeatedly provoke those favored by destiny, ultimately leading to her tragic downfall. In this life, Su Mu Wan vowed to behave with decorum and to never tread the same path again. Suddenly it dawned on Su Mu Wan that there was a pivotal figure at this ball who must not be trifled with. That individual is the son-in-law of the Lin family, Xiao Tian, whose true identity is, in fact, the Dragon King. In her past life, her arrogance had led to animosity with him. She recalled that she had summoned a lackey to humiliate him. This cannot continue. I must act swiftly to prevent this. I hope I have not reached that part of the plot yet. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a commotion erupted from a distance. Crack! The sound of a sharp slap reverberated throughout the ballroom. A mocking voice followed. "You there! Is it you who is the Dragon King?" As Su Mu Wan turned her gaze towards the source, her vision momentarily darkened. "It's over." On the other hand, Qin Luo swaggered up to Xiao Tian and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Successfully humiliated the fated protagonist, the Dragon King. Attribute point 1. Quite splendid. Qin Luo maintained a facade of indifference while stealing a glance at Su Mu Wan, thinking that his actions would surely please her. Yet, to his surprise, he noticed Su Mu Wan approaching with a rather displeased expression. What could this mean? Does she believe that one slap is insufficient? Meanwhile, the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, felt a searing pain on his cheek, his mind buzzing in disbelief. Though he often endured similar treatment from family members like his wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sister-in-law, those were his kin. But what did this lackey of the Su family amount to? He abruptly rose, his gaze dark and foreboding as he glared at Qin Luo, coldly stating, "How dare you strike me?" After having displayed his bravado while comfortably seated in the corner, he was now struck by an outsider. At this, Qin Luo turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Tian, retorting, "A waste, and yet you dare to refer to yourself as this esteemed one. If I do not teach you a lesson, you might truly believe yourself to be someone of importance." With that, and under Xiao Tian's furious gaze, Qin Luo retaliated with another sharp slap. "You seek death." Xiao Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of fury. "You dare to strike again? I have shown restraint, yet you have grown increasingly audacious." "Stop." At this moment, Su Mu Wan hurriedly rushed over to restrain her subordinate. "What on earth?" As she grasped Qin Luo's arm, she whispered urgently, "Why did you hit him twice?" In her previous life, the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, had revealed his identity and ordered the pursuit of all outsiders who had dared to strike him. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo instantly grasped the situation. "So that's it. She believes my petty antics are beneath the dignity of Lady Su. Indeed, the Su family is a titan in Jiangcheng, and he is merely a concealed identity of a son-in-law." Su Mu Wan, however, was unaware that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King. Thus, 2 slaps would hardly suffice. Therefore, Qin Luo nodded earnestly, declaring, "Rest assured, my lady, this is merely the beginning. Soon, he will learn the consequences of opposing the Su family." With that, he shot a defiant glare at Xiao Tian, proclaiming, "You the useless son-in-law, having offended Lady Su, you shall find no respite in Jiangcheng, and the Lin family shall suffer the repercussions as well." "No, no, no, that is not what I meant." Su Muin silently screamed within her heart, yet she could not express her thoughts overtly. After all, doing so would reveal her unusual state of mind. Simultaneously, laughter echoed around the ballroom. "Oomph! A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to cause a ruckus at a ball hosted by the Su family. Truly, he knows not the meaning of danger. Indeed, indeed, a worthless fool dares to proclaim himself as the Dragon King. If he is the Dragon King, I shall eat feces on the spot. I shall accompany with a pound." Ah, indeed. Su Muin felt her heart crumble. In her past life, she was particularly fond of such flattering words, which resulted in countless enemies. This time, she absolutely cannot repeat the follies of her previous life. No, she must put an end to all of this. With that thought, she forced a smile and turned to Xiao Tian, saying "Xiao." In the next moment, Xiao Tian clenched his fists and glared at Su Muin beside Qin Luo, coldly stating, "Su Muin of the Su family. So it was you who orchestrated all of this. Very well. You dare to send people to humiliate me repeatedly? Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire Su family." As the words fell, how bold! Slap! Before Su Muin could utter a word, Qin Luo delivered a resounding slap. "Ugh!" Xiao Tian covered his cheek, reaching out to steady himself against the table. He looked at Qin Luo incredulously. You actually dared to strike?" Qin Luo furiously positioned himself in front of Su Muin, bellowing, "A mere waste dares to speak disrespectfully to my lady. This slap is for your disrespect towards your elders." Slap! With that, he delivered another blow. "This slap, it is for your arrogance." Slap! Another slap. "This slap, it is for your hubris." Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk these slaps. They are for your unfortunate appearance. This. Wait a moment. It was not only Xiao Tian who was stunned. Even Su Muin was taken aback, gazing blankly at Qin Luo's speed of attack. No, why must even a matter of appearance be addressed with violence? While it is indeed gratifying to witness this little follower striking the Dragon King, once the latter regains his strength, it will be I who pays the price. How could I not recall my follower being so audacious in my previous life? Alas, just how many blows has the Dragon King endured? Su Muin felt tears welling up inside her, yet she had to maintain her current persona. It must be noted that to outsiders, she appeared exceedingly arrogant and domineering. Such a sudden change would undoubtedly attract attention. Qin Luo attempted to shake off Su Muin's grasp on his arm, chuckling, "Miss, I am not tired. Let me deliver a few more slaps, and this waste will behave." No, no, no. I fear that he will restore his identity and kill me." Su Muin inwardly cried out, yet on the surface, she chuckled lightly and shook her head. "That is sufficient. After all, this is my Su family's ball, and creating too much commotion would be inappropriate." As she spoke, she gazed at the seething Xiao Tian and said, "Mr. Xiao, I believe we can turn enmity into friendship transforming conflict into harmony. What do you think? Su Mu Wan was aware that her words were somewhat forced, yet she could only treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Qin Luo, standing by, began to decipher the intentions of this formidable antagonist. As a primary villain, she would undoubtedly not shake hands amicably with the protagonist. Thus, Qin Luo's eyes widened. Is she employing another method to humiliate Xiao Tian? Well, it is no wonder she is the antagonist who has made countless enemies in the original story. She is beginning to exhibit her ability to attract the protagonist's ire. Xiao Tian was experiencing something similar. First, he was humiliated at the ball by Su Mu Wan's underlings, and now a follower was slapping him. Now, she stands before everyone, proclaiming a desire to forge friendship with him. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "Miss Su, this grudge of the Su family, I shall remember it." Su Mu Wan maintained a smile on the surface, yet internally, she was already weeping. No, is there truly no way to salvage my precarious life? Su Mu Wan suddenly recalled that in her previous life, Xiao Tian showed exceptional care and affection for the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wanrong. If I could befriend Lin Wanrong, would that not allow me to evade a fatal conclusion? Indeed, that is the plan. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, noticing Su Mu Wan's pallor, assumed he had not struck hard enough and was about to continue. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to retaliate, in the next moment, Xiao Tian, "You worthless fool, because I did not glance your way, you have created such a monumental disaster." Chapter 2. Su Mu Wan. Enough, enough. A furious roar echoed from the side, immediately silencing the poised Xiao Tian. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly turned to the source of the voice. Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan exchanged knowing glances and looked over as well. There stood a figure clad in formal attire, holding an empty wine glass, her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding the unmistakable scent of alcohol. Qin Luo instantly recognized her identity, Lin Wanrong, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, and Xiao Tian's wife. Su Mu Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Wanrong, Xiao Tian's wife. How splendid. Finally, the tense atmosphere could be alleviated. Xiao Tian seemed accustomed to the derogatory remarks directed at him by Lin Wanrong. Instead, he immediately noticed the alcohol on her breath. Filled with concern, he stepped forward and inquired, "Wanrong, why have you consumed so much alcohol?" But before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed. Useless. The force of the blow left Xiao Tian's face burning with pain. He turned his head, clenching his fists tightly, only to release them moments later. Qin Luo stared in disbelief. How could his friend endure such humiliation? Su Mu Wan's initial thoughts were swiftly cast aside. She recalled that this was not the first time Lin Wanrong had slapped him at home. Yet, Lin Wanrong appeared unrelenting, her voice dripping with contempt as she berated him. Dragon King, do you truly believe yourself to be the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? You are nothing but a waste. A mere son-in-law who has married into our Lin family. This Su family ball was an excellent opportunity for our Lin family to foster relationships, but you have ruined everything. Useless. Xiao Tian opened his mouth to speak. Wife, don't call me wife. Lin Wanrong interrupted with another slap. But wife slap. Wanrong slap. Xiao Tian lowered his head, allowing Lin Wanrong to continue her barrage of slaps. He shifted his address, lowering his voice in a tone of humiliation. Miss Lin, I never intended for this to happen. But those people harbor ulterior motives toward you. Ulterior motives? In this Su family ball, who dares to have ulterior motives against me? Do you think everyone is as mentally deficient as you, a worthless fool? Lin Wanrong retorted mercilessly, wiping away the tears of disappointment that had crept to the corners of her eyes. She then turned to Su Mu Wan, taking a deep breath and stepping forward, her demeanor filled with both apology and anxiety. I apologize, this useless creature, Xiao Tian, has offended Miss Su. I am aware that Miss Su previously assisted our Lin family in securing a 10 million order. Our entire Lin family holds you in the highest regard. Might you consider forgiving us for failing to properly discipline this waste? Su Mu Wan's emotions softened slightly. Though she had witnessed Lin Wanrong slap Xiao Tian in her previous life, witnessing it again felt utterly absurd. Consequently, she smiled and replied, I am not a petty person. Since Miss Lin has apologized, I shall not pursue the matter further. Miss Lin, let us exchange contact information, should there be future opportunities for cooperation. We can stay in touch. Lin Wanrong's expression brightened. The stroke of fortune was overwhelming. She had actually received Su Mu Wan's contact information. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Beside them, Xiao Tian cradled his face, his voice laced with bitterness. Wanrong, that 10 million order was due to my connections, not because of the Su family. As his words fell, Lin Wanrong's complexion drained of color. She looked at the utterly inept son-in-law in disbelief. You worthless fool. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of Miss Su? Having finally obtained the opportunity to exchange contact details with Su Mu Wan, Xiao Tian's careless comment had surely offended her. Thus, that contact exchange was now doomed to fail. What a failure of a man. Fuming, she retracted her phone and stormed toward Lin. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan, who had been just a moment away from exchanging contact information, was taken aback. She glanced at Lin Wanrong's withdrawn phone and stammered, The next moment, useless. Lin Wanrong raised her hand for yet another slap. Tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out in disappointment. That 10 million was all due to Miss Su's efforts. What does it have to do with you? The good-for-nothing who lounges around at home? Useless. At that moment, Qin Luo stepped forward, dutifully fulfilling his role as a sycophant. He cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Tian before sarcastically remarking, "A waste is a waste. Miss Lin, having such a son-in-law must be quite burdensome for you. If possible, Miss Lin, you ought to divorce this good-for-nothing to avoid tarnishing the family's interests." As his words fell, another voice chimed in with obsequiousness. "Mr. Qin speaks wisely. I have long suggested this to my daughter Wanrong, but her grandfather vehemently disagrees. He insists that the engagement between Xiao Tian and Wanrong was established by the former Dragon King. Is that not absurd?" Qin Luo turned to see a woman resembling an older version of Lin Wanrong approach. It was Lin Wanrong's mother, Lu Li mother. Lin Wanrong tugged at Lu Li, signaling her to refrain from discussing such matters in Xiao Tian's presence. However, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Li mother. "Shut your mouth, useless. You dare to call me mother?" With that, Lu Li, incensed and disgusted, raised her hand for a slap. The audience, who had been spectating, could not help but mock. A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to act so arrogantly in front of Miss Su. Look at him now, this is his downfall. Exactly. Even his own family does not stand by this waste. What purpose does his existence serve? Indeed, a useless son-in-law who claims to be a Dragon King is simply laughable. Did you hear him earlier? He claimed that the 10 million order was due to his efforts. That's hysterical. Everyone knows that order was secured thanks to Miss Su's intervention. Xiao Tian, with a swollen face, endured the onslaught of ridicule ringing in his ears. Yet, in his mind, two words echoed: endure. The 6-year term was not yet over. He must persist. Thus, Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, refraining from exploding in anger. Qin Luo blinked in disbelief. Truly, the plot of the son-in-law Dragon King was unfolding as expected. He was indeed a fitting son-in-law. Just as he was about to continue his humiliation, a voice cut through the chaos. "Cease this at once. This is my Su family's ball, not a venue for your family disputes." With that indifferent tone, Lin Wanrong's family finally halted. At that moment, Su Mu Wan felt an internal tempest raging within her. Exhausted and despondent, she wished for an escape from this tumultuous scene. She had thought that returning to life would allow her to evade the tragic narrative, yet here she was entangled with the Dragon King. "Mrs. Wright, my family has indeed facilitated your Lin family's 10 million order. We even invited you to this ball for future cooperation. But the outcome was far from favorable." Qin Luo, taking on the role of a loyal sycophant, glared fiercely at Xiao Tian. "The existence of this waste is nothing short of a blight on my lady's eyes." Lin Wanrong's face paled, and Lu Li's demeanor wavered. Su Mu Wan lowered her gaze. "Enough, enough." Xiao Tian, however, coldly retorted, "A mere lackey, relying on power. Wait for me." Slap. "Silence, you worthless fool." Lin Wanrong's voice spiraled into chaos as he slapped him again. He then turned to Su Muwen, bowing in apology. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Su. This incident at the ball is a matter of our Lin family, and we shall take our leave to not disturb the tranquility of everyone. Tomorrow, our Lin family will visit the Su family to offer our apologies." With that, he dragged Xiao Tian away in disgrace. Ball event completed. Lackey evaluation score, S. Acquired attribute points, 5. Gain title, top lackey. Meanwhile, a notification sound echoed in Qin Luo's mind. He approached Su Muwen with a satisfied demeanor, pledging his unwavering loyalty. "I have lived up to your expectations, miss." Upon witnessing her devoted little follower, Su Muwen's vision darkened, her mind blanking as she fainted. So be it, miss. Miss. Chapter 3. This young lady has truly reborn. The adopted daughter arrives. The ball's narrative concluded abruptly with Su Muwen's fainting. Inside a black car, Qin Luo settled into the role of a lackey, sighing as he grasped the steering wheel. At last, it's over. He had feared he would be struck down by the Dragon King's hand in retaliation. Thankfully, the Dragon King remained as he was in the original plot, remarkably tolerant. However, it was unfortunate that he had received no rewards before Su Muwen lost consciousness. Qin Luo pondered, could it be that this young lady has low blood sugar? Fainting at a moment's notice? Never mind, let me first examine my gains. Staying in the car, Qin Luo opened the lackey system panel. In an instant, A black interface appeared before him. Qin Luo. Strength, 2 points, normal 1 point. Defense, 1 point, normal 1 point. Stamina, 1 point, normal 1 point. Agility, 1 point, normal 1 point. Intelligence, 1 point, normal 1 point. Points to allocate, 6 points. Title, Top Lackey, exudes the essence of a lackey. All deeds performed as a lackey will bear the blame upon those behind you. Martial arts, God's palm, ignores the target. Anyone slapped must endure until the host finds satisfaction. Gazing at his attributes, Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, a total of 6 attribute points. Indeed, aligning oneself with the right antagonist yields proportional risks and rewards. Furthermore, the title was even more delightful. Every audacious act he committed would be misconstrued as orders from the antagonist. He could act freely while Su Mu Wan bore the consequences. Simply splendid. However, this world was somewhat of a low martial arts realm. Lacking strength could hinder his ability to deal with the protagonists. It must be noted that this world harbored more than just one Dragon King. Thus, Qin Luo allocated his points, boosting his defense to 7. In an instant, a surge of peculiar changes coursed through him. He felt sturdier. A smile crept across his face. Being forced into the role of a villain's lackey meant that survival was paramount. Strength was of little use compared to the abilities of those stronger than him. Preserving his life was essential for stable growth. He was acutely aware that, aside from the system, he was merely a disposable pawn under the villain's command, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Next, he opened the task panel. The lackey system would issue random additional tasks daily, and completing them would yield rewards. Daily task, daily lackey duties, completed. Urban son-in-law Dragon King Ball narrative, completed. Others awaiting unlock. Lackey system warm reminder. Please continue to be a competent lackey. Could they not choose a more appealing name for this system? Have you ever seen a lackey as dashing as I? Qin Luo closed the panel, bemused. Over the past month, he had only received 2 attribute point tasks, one upon binding and another during the ball. The rest were trivial skills like basic combat, driving, and cooking. He calculated the time. Su Mu Wan should soon be returned to the Su family. As a qualified lackey, it was time to return and ingratiate himself with this future great antagonist. By winning her favor, he could journey further alongside her. Otherwise, he might end up as an inconsequential pawn without even a name. Inside a secluded villa owned by the Su family, in Su Mu Wan's bedroom. Su Mu Wan, know that retribution is not absent, merely awaiting its time. You have bullied us for years. Today is your demise. Prepare to meet your end. No, I was wrong. I should not have insulted the Dragon King. I should not have forced the daughter of the war god to dwell in a doghouse. I should not have bullied the landlord's sister. Su Mu Wan, pale-faced, rose from her bed, panting as she surveyed her surroundings. Am I in my own home? Gradually, her emotions stabilized. Tears streamed down her face. This young lady is not dead. I have truly been reborn. Su Mu Wan lay on her bed, sobbing with excitement. Whoa, who understands the plight of my family? My family's grand enterprise in my past life. Had I not provoked the protagonists, how blissful could my life have been? But, alas, I was blinded and not only angered one protagonist, but a dozen, ultimately leading to the destruction of my family and my own demise at the hands of those very protagonists. In this lifetime, I must mend my ways. Be diligent and cautious. Yet, suddenly, the narrative of the family ball flashed through her mind. She pressed her forehead, replaying the sound of that handsome lackey's slaps in her memory. Damn it, I have certainly attracted the Dragon King. However, it's not catastrophic. Engaging with merely one is manageable. My past failures stemmed from the sheer number of them. One issue is not too daunting. But just in case, I must be even more vigilant. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. Miss, are you all right? The voice belonged to that dashing lackey. Su Mu Wan wiped her tears, nearly losing herself. She took a deep breath, adjusting her emotional state. She must not forget that she still maintained a haughty persona in the eyes of others. Transformation must be gradual. She could not reveal any abnormalities immediately. As it happened, Su Mu Wan was somewhat intrigued by that loyal lackey from the ball. With this thought, her demeanor shifted to one of pride and elegance as she calmly declared, "Come in." In the next moment, with a soft click, Qin Luo entered, pushing a small cart. He approached the side of Su Mu Wan's bed and gently said, "Miss, this is the refreshing lotus seed soup I prepared for you. Drinking it will help to adjust your emotions and relax your mind. I know you are troubled by family matters. However, one must also be mindful of their health." Su Mu Wan glanced at the lotus seed soup, then at Qin Luo. He was handsome and dashing, unwaveringly loyal. Yet she could not recall any impression of such a striking figure from her previous life. Nodding slightly, she picked up the lotus seed soup and sipped it delicately. While inquiring, "What is your name?" Qin Luo understood that this was a unique skill of influential individuals, the forgetfulness of the nobility. and promptly replied, Qin Luo. And how long have you been here? I joined a month ago through the recruitment event for Miss Su's attendance. Ah, the recruitment event. Su Mu Wan recalled it. She had not been recruiting bodyguards, but rather loyal attendants, those who would obey her every command without question. Given the Su family's formidable standing, many sought to become her devoted followers. Contemplating her current circumstances, Su Mu Wan turned her gaze to Qin Luo and asked flatly, what is the reaction from the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's lips curled into a faint smile as he earnestly replied, naturally, they were awed by your esteemed presence, Mississippi. It is said that Lin Wanrong returned home and punished that good-for-nothing Xiao Tian by making him clean the toilets. On his knees, no less. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mu Wan nearly choked. Qin Luo swiftly approached with a tissue, gently patting her back, while wearing a look of concern. Miss, are you all right? That Xiao Tian is indeed arrogant. Allow me to teach him a lesson on your behalf. As she wiped her mouth, Su Mu Wan internally shook her head. No, no, no. There is absolutely no need for that. At that moment, a pitiful voice wafted in from the doorway. Sister Su, did you really faint? Lian had nearly cried upon hearing the news. Thankfully, seeing Sister Su safe and sound relieved both her and her parents. Chapter 4. Why are you crying? Who is so disgusting? Qin Luo shuddered at the sound of that voice. He looked up to see a girl with reddened eyes, seemingly having just wept, standing at the entrance. Her gaze was filled with overwhelming joy as she looked at Su Mu Wan. Su Mu Wan also regarded the girl, though her demeanor was less than cordial. She replied coolly, Oh, Su Balian? What brings you here? Su Balian? Qin Luo's mind instantly conjured up information. Su Balian, the adopted daughter of Su Mu Wan's parents. Favored for her gentle demeanor. Ah, so it is she. Qin Luo silently stood aside, retrieving the empty bowl Su Mu Wan had offered him, pondering the narrative surrounding her. It could be said that one of the principal reasons Su Mu Wan became the ultimate antagonist was due to Su Balian. Her seemingly meek yet cunning nature earned her the affection of Su Mu Wan's parents, thus siphoning away a significant portion of their love and attention from Su Mu Wan. In her later years, she was relegated to this remote Su family villa, becoming an outsider within her own family. Moreover, in subsequent events, everything Su Balian did would be met with approval and praise from the Su family, while Su Mu Wan's actions were deemed mere expectations. Even when the company was handed over to the two sisters, Su Balian's blunders led to losses in the hundreds of billions. Yet the entire Su family preferred to believe Su Balian, attributing the failures to Su Mu Wan's supposed incompetence, instead of holding Su Balian accountable. Who wouldn't be driven to madness and become a villain under such circumstances? Su Balian approached, hands clasped behind her back, and looked sweetly at Su Mu Wan, saying softly, Sister Su, we are like sisters. Upon hearing the news of your fainting, I was naturally filled with concern. Father and mother, being busy with company affairs, sent me to check on you. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's expression remained impassive as she tightly gripped the blanket, replying, Well, I truly appreciate your concern. Su Balian smiled gently. It is the duty of a younger sister, after all. By the way, she turned to Qin Luo with a bright smile. Could you please ask this attendant brother to fetch the supplements I brought for Lian? They are too heavy for me to carry. As she spoke, Su Balian adopted a pitiful demeanor, her eyes sparkling at Qin Luo. Why am I being involved in this? However, it does seem inappropriate to stay here. Perhaps I should take my leave. With this thought, Qin Luo glanced at the expressionless Su Mu Wan and softly said, Miss, I shall go and retrieve the second Miss's items. With that, he pushed the cart out of the bedroom, leaving the two sisters alone. As soon as Qin Luo departed, Su Balian's previously pitiful expression transformed into a sardonic one. She coldly mocked, Oh, Su Mu Wan, what a clever tactic you have, keeping a pretty boy by your side, I see. Su Mu Wan could not be bothered to explain herself, her voice icy as she retorted, So you couldn't resist revealing your true colors, could you? Feeling too burdened by the charade in front of my parents, you came here to seek validation? As she spoke, Su Mu Wan's grip on the bedsheet tightened. In her past life, her parents had perished because of Su Balian. In this life, she was determined to expose this wretch's true nature. Yet, Su Balian merely shrugged and laughed. Of course, there is no exhaustion in performing. I simply came to mock you, the Su family heiress isolated to the outskirts. Her expression shifted to one of faux sympathy. Ah, by the way, the family gathering is approaching, and soon father and mother will announce the new heir. But as an adopted daughter, I naturally cannot compete with Sister Su. I only hope you won't cast me out of the Su family. Su Mu Wan's expression remained unchanged, but the flames of fury within her began to swell. This insufferable creature was as irritating as ever. Downstairs, Qin Luo found the so-called supplements that Su Balian claimed were too heavy to carry. A basket of fruit? How could she not manage this? Qin Luo picked up the basket, his expression one of disbelief. From the system, He had already gleaned the nature of Su Balian. This was clearly an attempt to create an image of fragility before him. Unfortunately for her, his antagonist was Su Mu Wan, and he was not fooled by such antics. At that moment, a cold voice interjected. You seem to be overstepping, are you not? A mere newcomer should not be so arrogant. Placing the fruits down, Qin Luo turned to see a formidable-looking woman in black standing nearby. What? Qin Luo, with an arrogant demeanor, looked at her and sneered. Zhulan, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The woman, named Zhulan, was Su Mu Wan's personal attendant. She had been the one to bring Su Mu Wan back when she fainted at the ball. However, Qin Luo, with his thick skin, had the audacity to consider himself a close attendant despite only being employed for a month. Zhulan's expression faltered. She was evidently taken aback by being reprimanded by a newcomer. Just as she was about to respond, Qin Luo grinned widely, leveraging his height to loom over Zhulan, mockingly taunting. Zhulan, are you aware of what the young lady just said to me? What did she say? Zhulan felt a pang of insecurity under Qin Luo's imposing presence. Could it be that the young lady had conferred some privilege upon him? Huh, Qin Luo exclaimed, thrusting his thumb against his chest with an air of arrogance. I descended to fetch some fruit with the express consent of both the young lady and the second young lady. Should you dare to seize it, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. What right do you have to usurp my role as the foremost lackey? At his words, Zhulan slowly formed a question mark above her head. She felt utterly embarrassed to be intimidated by such a fool. For a moment, she was at a loss for whether to be angry or amused, finally shaking her head and saying, Qin Luo, you truly baffle me. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs. It seemed to be the anguished cry of Su Balian. This is bad. There are intruders. Zhulan's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly dashed towards the staircase. Qin Luo blinked and promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the upper floor, a scene unfolded before him. A throng of subordinates stood flustered at the doorway. Su Balian was on the ground, clutching her face, her eyes glistening with tears as she pitifully gazed at Su Mu Wan while sobbing. Wu, Sister Su, why did you suddenly strike me? I merely mentioned that grandfather's health has been deteriorating and suggested you visit home more often. Yet you, Wu. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Mu Wan stood on the bedroom floor, her eyes seething with fury as she glared at Su Balian. Clenching her fists, she coldly addressed the approaching subordinates. Zhulan, show them out. Zhulan hesitated momentarily, glancing at the weeping second young lady on the floor, torn between loyalty to the first young lady and sympathy for the second. She felt a surge of anxiety and lowered her head, saying, Is there a misunderstanding between the young lady and the second young lady? Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's expression remained unchanged, although she had anticipated this outcome. As expected. Given Su Balian's reputation, everyone instinctively sides with her. In this life, however, her mindset was no longer as sensitive and cautious as in her previous existence, and she would not allow herself to lose composure and rage. Yet, Su Mu Wan tightened her fists. She was undeniably resentful. That little wretch had concealed her true nature so well that even her subordinates had been deceived. Su Balian's heart swelled with secret triumph. Su Mu Wan, you deserve this. A mere minor scheme has turned everyone against you. Enjoy your gradual isolation until you become utterly alone. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Su Mu Wan sighed. This newcomer likely believed I was the cause of all this chaos. No matter, I'm already accustomed to it. Su Balian also lifted her head, gazing at Qin Luo as he approached, her sobs intensifying. Young sir. Another fool lurking beneath my pomegranate skirt. Qin Luo arrived before her and extended his hand. Just as everyone assumed he intended to help Su Balian to her feet, the next moment, smack. Why are you crying, you fool? Qin Luo bellowed, delivering a resounding slap. You've soaked our young lady's carpet with your tears. Su Balian's face turned as she staggered from the blow, her mind blank. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. Wait, did I just get hit? Chapter 5. You. How dare you strike me? Silence enveloped the room. Su Mu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the assailant, Qin Luo. Is this how the script is written? Shouldn't the newcomer stand before Su Balian, angrily accusing me of being the villain? Why is this unfolding so differently from what I imagined? Su Balian's head buzzed as she touched her stinging cheek. In that moment, a surge of indignation and injustice erupted within her. She looked incredulously at Qin Luo and shrieked, You. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? However, smack. Before she could finish, Qin Luo swiftly interrupted with another slap, coldly regarding her from above and commanding, Silence. You've disturbed my young lady's peace. How dare a mere adopted daughter attempt to employ underhanded tactics before my young lady? Su Balian, do you truly consider yourself the legitimate daughter? At this, Su Balian clutched her face, her expression stiffening. A mere adopted daughter. Indeed, During her school days, she had been subjected to ridicule and scorn. Yet, through perseverance, she had garnered the trust and affection of the Su family. Even if she was an adopted daughter, in the end, it would still be her victory. Just a subordinate. Just a subordinate. She pushed herself up from the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted at Qin Luo. What of Su Mu Wan? I am the one in the main family now. A mere subordinate should not be so arrogant. With that smack. Ugh. Qin Luo delivered yet another slap, sending Su Balian crashing back to the floor. She stared blankly at the ground, her mind reeling. This subordinate struck me again, but it didn't end there. Qin Luo seized Su Balian, lifting her chin as she wore a dazed expression and sneered. Ha! This slap is for your duplicity. Smack. This slap is for your vile speech. Smack. This slap is for your arrogance. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. The subordinates stood frozen in place. Shouldn't we intervene? Stop. Qin Luo, do you even realize who you're hitting? Zhu Lan, her face pale, stepped forward in an attempt to intervene. If they angered the second young lady, all of them would face repercussions. Silence. Qin Luo roared, silencing Zhu Lan's advance. He turned to the crowd of subordinates, his voice filled with disappointment and indignation. You worthless fools. Do you even comprehend who you are following? Is it Su Balian, the adopted daughter, or our young lady? Su Mu Wan, when the young lady was slandered by this wretch, where were you to defend her? Now you suddenly feel sympathy. Ridiculous. Listen well. If you lack the courage to strike, I, Qin Luo, will do it. If you fear to offend, I, Qin Luo, shall take the offense. In a single sentence, I, Qin Luo, am not afraid to offend those whom you, worthless scoundrels, dare to provoke. I, Qin Luo, am even more audacious in confronting those you fear to offend. This is my nature. Clear enough, is it not? With that, Qin Luo surveyed the room and coldly declared, if anyone dares to step forward to prevent me from disciplining this wretched person, do not blame me for being merciless. Did you not just join a month ago? You only became part of this entourage after the training a few days ago. Bamboo Orchid felt a wave of shock, but upon hearing Qin Luo's words, a rush of shame surged within her. Indeed, the person she followed was the young lady. Yet she hesitated when the young lady had previously instructed her to escort the second young lady away. The other attendants, chastised, hung their heads, unable to meet the gazes of Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo. On Su Mu Wan's side, she stood there, dazed, watching Qin Luo reprimanding Su Balian. In that moment, an inexplicable feeling welled up within her. How curious. This reincarnation's atmosphere is quite different from what I had envisioned. Slap. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. The final strike. It was a blow for being so hideous, truly a blight upon my young lady's eyes. Crack. Thud. The divine hand forced Su Balian to endure Qin Luo's wrath. She collapsed to the floor, her cheeks swollen and bruised. As she touched her face, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Balian broke down, wailing, You are the ugly one. You are the hideous man. Wah! You, this sycophant, dare to strike me. I will tell my father to throw you into the river to feed the sharks. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. And soon she was crying openly in public. This was not an act. She truly wept. The entourage, witnessing the second young lady's crude outburst, found their perceptions and beliefs shattered in an instant. Was this truly the gentle second young lady they knew? At that moment, applause erupted. Su Balian trembled, fearing another blow was forthcoming. Qin Luo looked over to see Su Mu Wan smiling gently, softly clapping her hands. She turned to the sobbing Su Balian on the ground and chuckled. If you keep crying, little Lian, you will indeed dampen my carpet. Bamboo Orchid, she continued, her expression warm as she gazed at her. Please take little Lian away. Later, I will accompany you to return her to the main household. Yes. Bamboo Orchid shuddered, her hair standing on end. She quickly lowered her head in embarrassment and shame, pulling Su Balian along as they headed outside. The other attendants also retreated in shame. Qin Luo shook her wrist, exhaling, feeling fatigued from the slapping. However, one could say she had fulfilled her role as a competent attendant. With that thought, Qin Luo turned to Su Mu Wan and began to speak, but paused in astonishment. For Su Mu Wan wore a smile, unlike any she had ever seen before, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, filled with warmth, relaxation, and naturalness. Qin Luo, I will remember you, she said. From today onward, you shall be my personal attendant and my most trusted subordinate. Take this unlimited black card, she instructed, and later, take some people to the commercial street to procure a new wardrobe and daily necessities. You shall reside in the Su family's villa, just like Bamboo Orchid. As she spoke, Su Mu Wan handed over a black card along with a key to the garage. Congratulations, Su Mu Wan's trust level increased by 5, current level, 5. Reward acquired, automatic rebound. Hidden rewards? Qin Luo felt a surge of joy in her heart, maintaining an outward appearance of loyalty, bowing slightly and saying, "Thank you, young lady." With that, she left the premises in high spirits. As Qin Luo departed, the room was left with only Su Mu Wan. Her expression gradually faltered. Hee hee. Ha. Cackling uncontrollably, she initially suppressed her laughter, but soon could no longer contain it, bursting into raucous laughter. Su Mu Wan clenched her fists, reminiscing about the image of Su Balian crying after being struck. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed to the heavens, "What a delight! I have long harbored disdain for her in my previous life." Chapter 6. You have disappointed both me and the young lady. Outside the Su family villa, Qin Luo reveled in her newfound gains. Yet, as she pondered, her expression grew perplexed. She murmured, "Automatic rebound. It could not breach my defenses. What difference does it make? Is it merely to reflect others' attacks back upon them? What use is that?" Moreover, Qin Luo found herself troubled. Su Mu Wan had asked her to take some people to the commercial street to buy items, yet this nefarious villain did not consider the implications. "I am merely a newcomer who joined the main group merely 3 days ago. How could these seasoned attendants heed my commands?" Just then, "Brother Luo, we acknowledge our mistakes." "Huh, Brother Luo?" Qin Luo turned, her expression unchanged. There stood a group of attendants, all with fearful faces, heads bowed low. At the forefront was a burly man whose countenance betrayed a glimmer of dread. It was he who had called out to her. Qin Luo slowly raised an eyebrow in inquiry, but soon grasped their intent. Although Su Mu Wan had gradually been marginalized within the Su family, she still held the title of young lady. Regardless of how brazenly she acted or the trouble she caused, the Su family would ultimately intervene to resolve the issues, imposing no restrictions on her spending or personal freedom. In essence, aside from being relegated to a villa a few kilometers from the bustling center, she retained all her privileges. Thus, it was natural for these attendants to fear that today's incident might result in retribution from Su Mu Wan. Qin Luo recalled the cruelty of Su Mu Wan as depicted in the original narrative, understanding their apprehension. Qin Luo straightened her back, crossed her arms, and smiled coldly. "Now you realize your errors? What precisely did you err in?" Upon hearing this, the burly man turned pale, collapsing to his knees, followed by the rest of the attendants, all kneeling in terror. "Brother Luo, we erred in following the young lady while hesitating to execute her orders. We swear to remain loyal only to the young lady from now on. Brother Luo, please, I beg you to intercede for us before the young lady." After listening, Qin Luo sighed deeply, her face filled with disappointment. Shaking her head, she turned her back, standing with her hands clasped behind her. "If this is all you have come to realize, then I must say you have profoundly disappointed both me and the young lady." As her words echoed, everyone widened their eyes, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. The imposing figure at the forefront knelt upon the ground, trembling with trepidation. "Lo Gu, I implore you, show me a path forward. I have elderly dependents above and young ones below. I do not wish to be cast into the rivers by the Su family as fodder for fish. This realm is one where martial prowess reigns supreme, and the Su family holds dominion over Jiangxing." Witnessing this scene, Qin Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Excellent. It mirrors the Su family's intimidating presence as described in the original narrative. With this thought, Qin Luo turned, surveying the assembly of subordinates from his elevated position. He spoke slowly. "You are mistaken, yet your errors extend beyond mere trivialities. You have committed 3 fundamental missteps." As he raised a finger before the attentive eyes of his followers, he enumerated. "First, you faltered in your hesitation to obey the young lady's commands. Second, after I took action, you inexplicably felt pity for Su Balian. Third, in the aftermath, you failed to support the young lady in denouncing Su Balian's treachery. These constitute your original sins. Let it be known that we are devoted followers of the young lady. To accompany her is to secure a brighter future. Understand that the words of the young lady are correct, absolute, and represent the truth." Upon reaching this juncture, Qin Luo's tone softened slightly as he gazed compassionately at the crowd. "The young lady is magnanimous and does not hold grudges against the petty. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal to her henceforth, she shall not dwell excessively on today's events." However, Qin Luo's voice turned icy, his expression darkening as he clenched his fist. "There shall be no next time. Without the young lady's intervention, my own most trusted and esteemed confidant shall deal with any traitor." As his words settled, an air of reverence enveloped the assembly. "Yes. Lo Gu, rise." "Yes." The subordinates stood up. Qin Luo approached the burly man, regarding him with an inquisitive gaze. "What is your name? What is your current cultivation level?" The burly man, upon hearing this, promptly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Lo Gu, my name is Xin Fei. I have been training in martial arts since childhood, and thus I am currently at the early stage of the Ascendant Realm." Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. This world indeed possesses a hierarchy that transcends mere mortals. classified into realms from the initial insight stage to the ascendant realm, the Grandmaster realm, the peak realm, and finally, the return to simplicity. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. One could say that an individual at the ascendant realm is already considered a minor expert. Moreover, Shen Fei stands as the foremost expert beside Su Mu Wan, second only to Zhu Lan. Qin Luo patted Shen Fei's shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Very well, Shen Fei. Do you know how to drive?" "Indeed, Lo Go," Shen Fei replied cautiously, sensing that despite Qin Luo's novice status, he undoubtedly shared an extraordinary connection with the young lady of the Su family. After all, having just assumed his role, Qin Luo already exhibited tendencies to become her most favored confidant. With a smirk, Qin Luo handed him a set of garage keys. "Excellent. Gather the others and accompany me to the commercial street. The young lady has instructed us to procure seasonal attire for each brother." Yes, Shen Fei was deeply moved, realizing that despite their previous transgressions, the young lady bore no resentment and was instead considerate of their needs. "We shall vow to follow the young lady until death. Whatever you command, we shall execute with utmost effort." Meanwhile, a luxury vehicle traversed the road leading to the Su family estate. Zhu Lan was at the wheel, focused intently on driving. In the back seat, Su Balian wept, her eyes swollen and tear-streaked, sobbing at her companion. "Su Mu Wan, Wu, Su Mu Wan, I will not let your lackey go unpunished. I will ensure that my father casts him into the rivers to feed the sharks. Just wait for him." At this moment, all pretense of gentility and weakness was cast aside. Her sole desire was for Qin Luo to perish. Su Mu Wan, poised and elegant beside her, exuded an air of superiority, each movement radiating an extraordinary grace. Upon hearing Su Balian's lament, she merely scoffed, her smile tinged with icy disdain. Slowly, she extended her delicate fingers, akin to a serpent ensnaring its prey, and swiftly grasped Su Balian's cheek with no hint of compassion. "Ugh!" Su Balian's words were interrupted, her expression flickering with pain as it intertwined with fear. Su Mu Wan leaned closer, her breath as chilling as a winter-esque gale, penetrating and relentless. The oppressive aura of a former antagonist bore down upon Su Balian, her gaze sharp as a sword, piercing straight into Su Balian's very soul. With a teasing glance at Su Balian's frightened visage, she remarked, "If you remain compliant, I shall allow you to continue living as the second miss of the Su family without incident. However, should you persist in opposing me, not even my parents will be able to shield you from your fate. Be a dutiful second miss. Do not overreach your grasp. Do you comprehend?" Su Mu Wan pinched Su Balian's swollen cheek, her actions laced with mockery, yet underscored by a palpable threat. When had Su Mu Wan transformed into such a figure? A sense of panic surged within Su Balian, rendered powerless to do anything but nod in submission. For the first time, she experienced fear in the presence of Su Mu Wan, who had previously always been ensnared by her words and actions. What had caused this sudden transformation? Content. Su Mu Wan released her grip, her expression reverting to a graceful smile. As though the preceding events had merely been a game. Reborn, she now grasped many truths. She was no longer the impulsive fool of her past life, easily provoked to lose her composure by Su Balian's words. Indeed, in this life, she would meticulously plan every strategy to ensure a tranquil existence. Having merely provoked a dragon king, there was no cause for alarm. As for Qin Luo, he was no common protagonist. What were the odds of encountering another? And even if she did, how could one possibly provoke him? Thus, there was no need for concern. Su Mu Wan, ease yourself and savor this second chance at life. Chapter 7. What are you, that you think you deserve to purchase the same vase as my family's young lady? In Jiangcheng, on the commercial street, a grand procession captured the attention of all passers-by. Clad in impeccably tailored black suits, they carried an array of fashionable shopping bags. Leading the charge, Qin Luo donned a sleek black trench coat, leather gloves adorning his hands, a faint smile gracing his features, exuding an aura of refined strength. After an hour of vigorous shopping, Qin Luo and his entourage had nearly swept through all the luxury boutiques on the street, purchasing items with a mere glance, prompting the staff to wrap everything up. Shen Fei, walking respectfully behind Qin Luo, inquired, "Lo Go, where shall we head next?" "Where to?" Qin Luo pondered internally. In the original tale, Su Mu Wan seemed particularly fond of collecting antiquities, ancient texts, and scrolls. If that were the case, he might as well utilize her card to procure some exquisite items. As this thought crossed his mind, a mechanical voice echoed in response. Mission issued. The godly doctor emerges from the antique city. Please, host, humiliate the destined son of heaven, Wang Yong, mercilessly. Mission reward. A complete set of Taishan 13 needles made of Xian iron and silver. As the voice echoed in his mind, Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Another protagonist has emerged? Is the system truly so heartless? Su Mu Wan has just provoked a Dragon King, and now she is about to antagonize a divine physician descending from the mountains? How splendid. A smirk graced Qin Luo's lips as he snapped his fingers and chuckled. Let us take a trip to the antique market. I shall procure a gift for the young lady. My apologies, young lady. You have already entangled yourself with this group of protagonists in your original tale. As your attendant, I merely expedite your encounters. Half an hour later, at the Antique Association in Jiangcheng, a strikingly beautiful figure strode ahead, clutching an extravagant handbag. Following closely was a man with a sullen expression, his face a portrait of helplessness. Sensing his sluggish pace, the woman halted and turned back. Her voice laced with annoyance. Wang Yong, can you move any faster? I've reserved an antique I've had my eye on for ages at the Antique Association. If someone else snatches it away, I will hold you accountable. She continued, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. I don't understand why my father insists on having you as my bodyguard. You hardly seem formidable. With that, she tossed her hair and resumed her forward march. Wang Yong grimaced, feeling a headache coming on, but out of respect for his master's wishes, he begrudgingly followed. I, Wang Yong, known in the industry as the Ghost Immortal, Yama, am feared for my unparalleled medical and poison skills. Even those at the peak of the ascending realm must steer clear of me. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere bodyguard for Jiang Sueki, the president of Jiang Group, due to a marriage contract from my master. However, glancing at Jiang Sueki's swaying figure ahead, I couldn't help but think, hey, she is quite attractive. Being a congenital poison body, she can only cultivate through special means. If I engage in dual cultivation with her, my mastery of poisons would reach new heights. Wiping the drool from my mouth, I reassured myself, fear not, I shall protect you from falling into the hands of others. At that moment, in the Antique Association, the store manager, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically at the young man before him. Well, esteemed Qin, this vase has already been reserved by someone else. Oh, Qin Luo picked up the vase, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the manager, his demeanor friendly. Director Su, are you implying that you wish to oppose my young lady? Director Su's lips twitched as he quickly lowered his head, trembling. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that this vase, left by a powerful ascending realm expert, has been reserved by Miss Jiang of the Jiang family in Jiangqing. If you take it, it might cause trouble between the two families. Before he could finish, Qin Luo's expression darkened. He shot a cold glare at Director Su and retorted, Humph. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my young lady fears Jiang Sueki? Let me make it clear. Even if Jiang Sueki stood before me, I would still take this vase back to present it to my young lady. With these words, Director Su was left utterly speechless. He wiped his sweat, pondering how this calamity-ridden figure had found such an unreasonable subordinate. Or perhaps this was indeed the intention of the lady from the Su family. However, if he were to truly hand the vase over, the store's reputation would suffer significantly. What to do now? Just as Director Su was at a loss, a clear voice rang from outside. Uncle Su, where's the vase I reserved? At the sound, Director Su's face brightened. Qin Luo also turned to the door, where a stunning woman entered, followed by a figure clad in simple attire with a shrewd gaze. Detected the destined son of heaven, Wang Yong. Please, host, commence your performance. As the system's voice faded, Qin Luo recognized the identity of the newcomer, the divine physician Wang Yong, holding the vase. He smiled at Jiang Sueki. Miss, I believe this is what you're looking for. Upon hearing a handsome young man call her, Jiang Sueki turned her head. Upon seeing the vase in his hand, her expression shifted, and she turned to Director Su. Uncle Su, did you sell this vase to someone else? Director Su quickly shook his head, distancing himself from the matter with a forced smile. No, of course not. I prepared it for you. But Miss Su also took a liking to it. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Qin Luo, then sighed. Jiang Sueki's furrowed brow relaxed as realization dawned upon her. She then calmly addressed Qin Luo, extending her hand. Handsome boy, I advise you to be wise and surrender it. After all, I reserved it in advance. If you wish to avoid offending the Jiang family, do not embark on a path of self-destruction. The person behind you likely cannot protect you. Jiang Sueki exuded confidence. For the Jiang family was a dominant force in Jiangqing. Even the equally powerful Su family would think twice before provoking them. Wang Yong, intrigued, observed Qin Luo. He was well aware of the Jiang family's strength. No one in Jiangqing dared to offend Jiang Sueki. This lackey of the Su family would likely comply without resistance. However, the next moment, Qin Luo's previously cheerful countenance turned icy as he retorted, What are you? You think you're worthy of purchasing the same vase as my young lady? Let me be clear, Jiang Sueki, today no one can interfere. My young lady has never let anything she desires slip away. A mere Jiang family holds no significance in her eyes, let alone you. A waste who can't even practice martial arts. As these words fell, Director Su drew in a sharp breath, staring incredulously at Qin Luo. Jiang Sueki's expression froze. Her outstretched hand suspended in midair. Wang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy dared to openly insult Jiang Sueki? Was he courting death? Or was this all orchestrated by someone behind him? The eldest lady of the Su family was indeed as arrogant as rumored. If her attendant was this bold, how much more audacious must the eldest lady be? Meanwhile, in the Su family's main residence, Su Mu Wan, engaged in a conversation with her parents, suddenly trembled. She abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of surprise as she scanned her surroundings. What was happening? Why did a chill suddenly wash over her? Could something have gone awry with Qin Luo? No, it shouldn't be. I mustn't frighten myself. Mu Wan? What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let us continue discussing my desire to take over the family business immediately. Though Su Mu Wan wore a smile on her face, unease was gradually brewing within her. Surely nothing had gone wrong with Qin Luo? Why did she feel such an unsettling chill? Chapter 8. Face? What is face? As for Jiang Sueki, her hand remained suspended in midair, her expression growing increasingly grim. Indeed, throughout her life, her greatest source of disdain had been her inability to practice martial arts. In a world where martial prowess was revered, this had rendered her unable to take over the family's martial arts enterprises, relegating her to manage merely a pharmaceutical company. However, this does not provide others with a justification to mock her. The wound was laid bare. Jiang Sueki's eyes reddened immediately, her pearly teeth biting her lip as she furiously berated Qin Luo. You scoundrel, are you seeking death? Scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo seemed to have stumbled upon something amusing. He scoffed disdainfully. To speak the truth and be insulted, Miss Jiang, your sense of reason is quite lacking, isn't it? Enough of this nonsense. That vase is wanted by my lady. Shen Fei, swipe the card. Having spoken, Qin Luo lifted the vase and handed it to Shen Fei, who stood beside him. Got it, Brother Luo. Shen Fei accepted the vase, first casting a glance at Jiang Sueki, then turning to the arrogant Qin Luo. A surge of admiration swelling within him. Truly worthy of being the favored one beside the young lady. The aura he exuded was indeed formidable. Jiang Sueki, witnessing this, clenched her teeth in fury. You, Wang Yong, observing the scene, knew it was time to make his heroic entrance. A mere lackey, he thought, would be easy to deal with. With this in mind, Wang Yong confidently stepped forward, leisurely stating, hold on. At his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Yong. He took pleasure in walking over to Jiang Sueki's side. She looked at him, somewhat hesitant. Wang Yong, you don't speak, leave everything to me. Wang Yong flashed a smile he deemed charming. Jiang Sueki felt a tremor within her. That smile was unexpectedly reassuring. Although Wang Yong was often rather frivolous, her father had mentioned that he possessed formidable strength, capable of resolving issues with her condition. Perhaps she should trust him. With that thought, she sealed her lips, quietly observing Wang Yong's performance. Shen Fei's expression shifted upon seeing Wang Yong, and he leaned towards Qin Luo, whispering, Brother Luo, this guy is at least at the entry realm. Qin Luo nodded slightly, then regarded the destined child of this world, Wang Yong, with keen interest. Who might you be? Qin Luo initially cast a friendly glance at Wang Yong, presenting a demeanor of calmness. Wang Yong, interpreting this as Qin Luo being intimidated by his status, shook his head and sneered. I am Jiang Sueki's bodyguard. If your young lady desires that vase, so does my lady. How about this? You put down the vase, and I shall only cripple your limbs. As for the rest of your lackeys, I shall merely render their lower halves paralyzed. Wang Yong earned the moniker King of Hell due to his lethal techniques. Each move was a death sentence. Shen Fei's face darkened. How dare someone threaten them? You. Huh. Yet. Before Shen Fei could act, Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. I was wondering who it could be. He leisurely approached Wang Yong, standing less than 10 centimeters from him. With a mocking tone, he taunted, just a pathetic bodyguard. When did it become your place to speak here? As Wang Yong stood in stunned silence, smack, Qin Luo raised his hand and struck him. Buzz. Wang Yong tilted his head, eyes wide, his mind blank. I was hit. It wasn't that Wang Yong couldn't evade. Rather, he believed Qin Luo lacked the audacity to strike him. After all, he had just issued such a formidable threat, and any rational person would weigh the truth of it, right? But what was the outcome? You really did hit me? Jiang Sueki's face turned pale. Huh, he really hit him? Why didn't Wang Yong dodge? Was it merely a facade? Manager Su, cowering behind the counter, gasped. How could this unreasonable fellow truly strike? This is disastrous. If this continues, something will happen. I must urgently notify the president. Saying this, he hastily pressed a button beneath the counter. Simultaneously, a notification of task completion resonated from the system. Congratulations to the host for humiliating the destined child, Wang Yong. Reward, a complete set of Taishan 13 needles, made of Xian iron and silver. The Taishan 13 needles are a secret technique of the Taishan sect, rumored to possess the ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones if mastered to perfection. The set of Xian iron and silver needles is a supreme artifact crafted to complement the Taishan 13 needles. Wang Yong gradually regained his senses. He gently touched his cheek, where a searing pain throbbed. Instantly, a torrent of murderous intent surged from his chest. He slowly gazed at Qin Luo, each word dripping with malice. You dare strike me? As his words fell smack, ugh, Qin Luo delivered another slap to the other side of Wang Yong's face. Afterward, under the dazed expressions of Jiang Sueki and Wang Yong, Qin Luo scoffed. So what if I hit you? You are nothing but a loser. With each word, Wang Yong's breathing quickened. Very well, very well. As the king of hell, I have never felt such fury before. He glared at Qin Luo, raising his hand to strike ferociously, roaring, You seek death. Luo Gu. Shen Fei rushed forward, but it was too late. Just as everyone anticipated Wang Yong's strike would land, splutter. A mouthful of blood erupted from Wang Yong's lips, his fist halting a mere 3 centimeters from Qin Luo's face. What happened, you loser? Do you think your true energy cannot circulate properly? Qin Luo pried open Wang Yong's fist, wearing a disdainful smile. Taishan 13 needles, activate. Instantly, Wang Yong's meridians were obstructed. As he spoke, smack. He struck Wang Yong again. Keep on calling out. You don't want to? Smack. You want tea? Smack. You. Smack. Smack. Blood splattered from Wang Yong's mouth onto Jiang Sueki's face. Jiang Sueki covered her cheek, frantically wiping, but it was futile. In desperation, she screamed, Wang Yong, you useless fool, you boasted so much. And it turns out you're nothing but a waste. Aren't you my bodyguard? You useless waste. At this moment, Wang Yong had realized something was amiss with his body. His meridians were blocked. True energy was stagnant. When had he been sealed at the acupoints? Damn it. His acupoints were blocked, his hands immobile, unable to release them. Damn. This big-breasted airhead could only scream and shout, not even thinking to call for help. Fool. On Qin Luo's side, feeling he had taught Wang Yong a sufficient lesson, he intended to pack up the vase and depart when suddenly a calm voice resonated from outside. Everyone, cease hostilities. Little brother, grant me a favor. At these words, everyone turned towards the door. There, a dignified man with an elegant and amiable smile entered. President. Manager Su promptly emerged from behind the counter, respectfully explaining the situation. The individual in question is Long Dingtian, who, at the tender age of 28, has single-handedly established the renowned antique fair in Jiangqing. It is rumored that he has significant connections with the Long family of Wanqing. Our family head greets him amicably as President Long Shun Fei hastily elucidated the identity of the visitor to Qin Luo. Jiang Sueki's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother Long. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Qin Luo, thinking that this detestable scoundrel was doomed. Long Dingtian positioned himself between Qin Luo and Wang Yong, who lay on the ground coughing up blood. With an air of cultured amiability and an authoritative tone, he addressed Qin Luo with a smile. Young brother, I have certain ties with Wang Yong. Might I request that you kneel and apologize, leaving the vase behind, for my sake? We can let this matter pass. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki protested. Brother Long, I still want to cripple this scoundrel's cultivation, render him incapable of martial arts. Long Dingtian chuckled softly, turning away with a hint of exasperation. Sueki, be obedient. A simple apology will suffice. Rendering someone a cripple is excessive. After saying this, Long Dingtian kindly turned his gaze toward Qin Luo and remarked, Young brother, what do you think? For my sake, would you kindly comply? Although Long Dingtian wore a smile, his words were laden with pride and an air of undeniable authority. After all, in his eyes, granting Qin Luo face was contingent upon the latter being the subordinate of the young lady from the Su family, who herself was a formidable presence in Jiangqing. He had no desire to provoke her entirely, knowing that the Jiang family would inevitably seek retribution from the Su family afterward. Director Su, too, wore a look of malicious satisfaction as he glanced at Qin Luo. No matter how arrogant one is, they must still tread carefully before our president, right? Shen Fei swallowed hard and whispered to Qin Luo, Brother Luo, what should we do? Perhaps I should kneel instead. What to do? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Luo merely smiled coldly and disdainfully regarded the stiff-faced Long Dingtian, retorting, A discarded, illegitimate child expelled from his family dares to bark here? Face. What is that? What are you, that my family's young lady should grant you face? Have you overestimated yourself? As his words fell, a resounding slap echoed through the room. With a sharp crack, everyone stood frozen in shock. Long Dingtian's mind went blank as he felt his face sting from the blow. Successfully humiliated key character Long Dingtian. Attribute Point 1. Chapter 9. The astonished Long Dingtian. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the entire room. Director Su turned pale and collapsed to his knees, incredulously staring at Long Dingtian, who had just been struck by Qin Luo. The president was hit. Jiang Sueki stood dazed, her disbelief palpable as she looked from the disoriented Long Dingtian to Qin Luo, who still held the stance of having just delivered the slap. For a moment, her mind went blank as she began to wonder if she were dreaming. How could she witness such a surreal scene? A mere subordinate of the Su family had the audacity to strike a president of the antique fair. A man who would be greeted warmly even by the head of the Su family? Had the world turned so swiftly? Wang Yong lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. He did not know Long Dingtian personally, but he sensed the latter's elevated status from mere snippets of conversation. This lowly subordinate dared to provoke him. There was no doubt that this individual was now doomed. Even the Su family could not possibly protect him. Yet, contrary to everyone's assumptions, Long Dingtian, although visibly displeased and grim, did not retaliate immediately. He merely inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, inquiring, "How did you come to know this?" The attendees overlooked a crucial element in Qin Luo's words, that he was a discarded, illegitimate child. The very family in question was the Long family of Wanqing. Moreover, Long Dingtian was the biological son of Long Outyin, the current head of the Long family. It had long been rumored that he had significant ties with the Wanqing Long family. In truth, it was a tragic fate, for he was the offspring of the family head and a servant, born with an innate inability to cultivate martial prowess. Long Outyin, wishing to cleanse the family name, had abandoned him and his mother in Jiangqing. This secret had been casually divulged by Qin Luo, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo exuded an aura of calm authority and coldly stated, "My lady's influence spans the globe. No individual can escape her discerning gaze. Long Dingtian, do you know why I have come to your antique fair today to procure antiques?" The use of Long Dingtian's full name and the mention of my lady. Was all of this meticulously orchestrated by Su Mu Wan? Jiang Sueki stood by, momentarily dazed, uncertain of what was unfolding. Long Dingtian's pupils dilated at the mention of the Su family's young lady. Was this all a trap laid by the Jiangqing scourge? From coming here to purchase antiques to causing a ruckus to draw him out, each step had been orchestrated by that scourge. Long Dingtian felt a surge of trepidation. It was truly unbelievable that the Jiangqing scourge possessed such cunning. Jiang Sueki, observing the astonished expression on Long Dingtian's face, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. She could not help but exclaim, "Brother Long." Yet before she could finish, Long Dingtian interrupted, "Sueki, I sincerely apologize, but I must discuss something with this young brother. Please escort Wang Yong away. I will procure a better antique for you later." Jiang Sueki's expression changed at his words, turning somewhat sullen. However, given the current predicament, she reluctantly nodded and sighed, "Understood." With that, she cast a look of disdain at Wang Yong, who lay on the ground with wide eyes full of disbelief, then turned her gaze to Director Su, who was also sprawled on the floor. "Hey, come here and help me get him into my car." Director Su, now unable to keep up with the unfolding events, quickly nodded. Oh. He scrambled to his feet and tugged at Wang Yong's clothing, dragging him outside. This place was no longer tenable for him. "Brother Luo, I'll step outside to ensure no one enters." Shen Fei gulped, feeling somewhat stunned. So, all their shopping had been under the young lady's control. Brother Luo was on a covert mission. With that thought, he exited and shut the door, standing guard outside. In an instant, only Qin Luo and Long Dingtian remained within the chamber. Long Dingtian clasped his hands and spoke solemnly, "Let us be direct, young brother. What does the one behind you intend to achieve?" In response, the title of number one lackey hung heavily in the air. Qin Luo's demeanor shifted, and he stood with his hands behind his back, emanating a formidable presence. He replied calmly, "Long Dingtian, my lady recognizes your talent and wishes to recruit you. This is why I orchestrated your appearance before Wang Yong." Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly inquired, "Wang Yong? Does your lady know my intentions regarding Wang Yong?" "Oh, she is well aware." Qin Luo smiled gently, observing the expression of Long Dingtian beside him, and slowly said, "You seek Wang Yong for two reasons. First, you wish for him to uncover the cause of your inability to practice martial arts and to heal your frail body. Second, you hope to enlist Wang Yong's assistance in visiting the Long family in Wang City to tend to the injuries of the family head, your father, Long Outyin. This could pave your way back to your ancestral home. After all, Wang Yong's mastery in toxic arts can kill unseen, while his medical skills can rescue one from the brink of death." As these words fell, Long Dingtian could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned ashen. These matters had been buried deep within him, yet they were all accurately discerned by the woman behind Qin Luo. In that instant, Long Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Little brother, does this mean your esteemed young lady can assist me?" "Naturally, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile. That slap earlier was merely a greeting. You should now sense the state of your body. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian was taken aback, then hurriedly began to assess his physical condition. To his astonishment, the once withered state of his body now allowed him to actively draw in the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Over the years, he had attempted countless methods, yet none had enabled his useless physique to channel the martial arts. But could it truly be effective? Long Dingtian clutched his slightly stinging cheek, his previous anger replaced by sheer delight. He gazed incredulously at Qin Luo. Little brother, no, master. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Hearing this, Qin Luo smiled gently and explained, our young lady has long been aware of your condition, Long Dingtian. Ancient texts describe it as a syndrome known as meridian energy blockage. Only through a special technique can true energy be infused into your body to cleanse the meridians, thereby allowing you to cultivate once more. This technique has been entrusted to me alone, with the sole purpose of treating your injuries. Long Dingtian had already been shaken multiple times today. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he tightly clenched his fists. Bowing his head in respect, he asked, May I inquire your esteemed name, master? Qin Luo replied calmly, Qin Luo. Qin master, I implore you to heal my injuries completely. Long Dingtian exclaimed eagerly. That is not feasible. The healing must be gradual, requiring special techniques each time. Qin Luo shook his head and then turned to Long Dingtian, saying softly, You have yet to provide your answer. I await your response to the young lady, as it will determine whether I continue your treatment. At these words, the joy within Long Dingtian gradually faded, replaced by a struggle of emotions. The woman behind Qin Luo was unexpectedly astute, deliberately presenting herself as a haughty and reckless young heir in public, while secretly gathering information on everyone's identities and backgrounds, even finding solutions. Such cunning was truly formidable. Joining her faction would mean that his antiquity city would become subordinate to the Su family, or rather, to Miss Su. This would inevitably offend many families in Jiang City. Yet Long Dingtian sensed that with such strategic acumen, Miss Su would undoubtedly rise to become a dragon among men. Thus, he, Long Dingtian, would take the plunge. With this thought, he bowed deeply, declaring earnestly, Long Dingtian vows to follow Miss Su to the death. Henceforth, my antiquities city shall heed her every command, becoming her most loyal vassal. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally bring gifts to pay my respects. Random lackey event completed. Congratulations to the host for aiding the antagonist in persuading the original protagonist group member, Long Dingtian, and acquiring lackey's heart technique X1. The host has matured into a reliable lackey within just 2 days. A notification from the system chimed in. Roll. Qin Luo nodded slightly on the surface, smiling. In that case, I welcome Brother Dingtian to join me in serving the young lady. As he spoke, Qin Luo seemed to recall something. He approached Long Dingtian amiably, patting him on the shoulder. By the way, my young lady also mentioned that once you return to the Long family, she will assist you in ascending to the position of family head. I presume that is your wish. To seek revenge on the Long family that once exiled you and your mother? At this, Long Dingtian's heart raced, a chill running down his spine. She was even aware of this. The Su family's young lady was truly terrifying. Even without meeting her, he felt a shiver. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Long Dingtian felt he had chosen the right ally. Chapter 10. Did I get entangled with 3? In the Su family villa, in the living room, Su Mu Wan lay languidly on the sofa, feeling utterly content. What a tiring day. With much effort, she had finally persuaded her parents to entrust her with the management of the family business in Jiang City, using the wisdom from her previous life. As long as she managed this well, she would gradually take over other ventures. In her past life, due to her arrogance and unruliness, she had to co-manage the family business with Su Balian. However, she was framed by the latter, leading to losses that ultimately disappointed her parents. Originally, Su Balian was merely a tool used by her parents to hone her skills, yet she had failed to recognize this in her previous life. But this time, she vowed not only to behave herself, but to leverage her past wisdom to strengthen her family, ensuring her own survival. After 10 o'clock in the evening, all the attendants had left, leaving only Zhulan, her personal bodyguard, to remain in the villa to protect Su Mu Wan. Zhulan respectfully placed a teacup in front of Su Mu Wan, her tone filled with remorse. I apologize, miss, for my previous actions. Before she could finish, Su Mu Wan interjected calmly. There's no need for further words. I understand the predicament you were in, Zhulan. Just as Qin Luo mentioned, you chose to follow me. I forgive you this once, but there shall be no next time. Her voice was flat, but devoid of any coldness. Zhulan understood that her young lady had forgiven her. A wave of relief washed over her, and her face lit up with joy. She bowed her head, saying, Yes, miss. Yet, she hesitated. However, is it truly wise to let that newcomer stay here? After all, Qin Luo is a man. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan recalled Qin Luo's earnest demeanor and chuckled lightly, shaking her head. There's no need for concern. I can tell that Qin Luo is a good attendant. He knows how to conduct himself. With that thought, Su Mu Wan picked up her teacup and took a delicate sip. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Miss, I have returned. Qin Luo entered, carrying a plethora of items, and approached Su Mu Wan with utmost reverence, presenting her with an exquisite vase. And this is an antique I selected for you from the antiquities city, as I recalled your fondness for such items. Oh, you bought me something? Su Mu Wan's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced at the vase before her, instantly feeling a sense of familiarity. The vase was so beautifully crafted that she found herself enamored at first sight. But why does this vase seem so familiar? Su Mu Wan did not dwell on it too long, thinking it must be something she had seen at an auction in her previous life. She took a delicate sip of tea and smiled at Qin Luo. Upon gazing at his exquisitely handsome visage, she nodded in satisfaction. Quite pleasing indeed. This Qin Luo is a delight to behold. In her former life, she had been arrogant and had never experienced love. However, now that she had been reborn, she had no immediate intentions of engaging in romance. Nevertheless, the presence of an aesthetically pleasing companion could certainly elevate her spirits. This is the normal vibe of a rebirth. Although she had just attracted the attention of a dragon king, that was, after all, an order issued before her reincarnation. As long as she remained cautious and strategic, she would surely be fine. Zhulan stood nearby, watching Qin Luo spend her mistress's money to purchase a plethora of items in an attempt to curry favor. She felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Furrowing her brows, she addressed Qin Luo. Qin Luo, why are you spending so much money? Even though it's the Mrs. Black card, you mustn't be so wasteful. She was deeply concerned. Qin Luo had bought a bunch of useless items. Why had he even purchased 2 computers? And what about the gaming console controllers? Did he intend to play games in this villa? Qin Luo, upon hearing this, turned to Zhulan with a cold laugh. Zhulan, how dare you speak? Why didn't you say anything when Su Bailian was here? What? Are you submissive in public but fierce in private? Young miss, this Zhulan harbors ulterior motives. I suggest we dismiss her. Zhulan's face flushed with shame. You? What do you mean you? Am I wrong? Though Su Mu Wan had forgiven her, Zhulan still felt immense guilt. Now, with Qin Luo's words, she indeed contemplated whether she had lost the face to remain here. All right, let us not quarrel. Su Mu Wan shook her head, casting a helpless glance at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, refrain from speaking so much. I know Zhulan means no harm. By the way, from which antique fair did you acquire this vase? It truly is remarkable. Qin Luo, aware of Zhulan's loyalty to Su Mu Wan, simply relished in teasing her. Upon hearing Su Mu Wan's question, he smiled immediately, taking the opportunity to boast. I bought it at the antique fair. You wouldn't believe it. But this vase was already reserved by the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Sueki. But I thought you would certainly like it. So how could I allow that? I unleashed a torrent of insults upon Jiang Sueki, leaving her in tears. Guess what happened next? Oh, the antique fair Jiang Sueki. Su Mu Wan had initially been enjoying a bedtime story, but upon hearing the name Jiang Sueki from Qin Luo's lips, her eyes widened in shock. The hand holding the teacup began to tremble slightly. Wait, did you say Jiang Sueki? Su Mu Wan interrupted Qin Luo, looking at him incredulously. Ah, yes. Is there a problem, young miss? Qin Luo paused, glancing at her with hesitation. Is there a problem? It's a huge problem. Jiang Sueki, the former poison saint, had cultivated her skills to the pinnacle of the late stage. In my previous life, I was at a disadvantage due to her poison and that other figure known as Yama. But how did her name come out of your mouth? Su Mu Wan felt an ominous premonition rising within her. The more she gazed at this vase, the more familiar it seemed. Her voice became rigid. Continue. Oh, and Jiang Sueki has a useless bodyguard named Wang Yong. Wang Yong, the former Yama, a powerful figure at the late stage of the pinnacle realm. They were indeed employer and bodyguard long ago. Su Mu Wan listened stiffly as Qin Luo exaggerated the events at the antique fair. That Wang Yong was so arrogant and disrespectful, boasting that even the young Miss Su could be extinguished with a mere snap of his fingers. Huh, do you think I could tolerate that? I promptly slapped him to silence. Su Mu Wan's complexion turned pale, her breath quickening, her vision blurring. She felt a rush of panic. How did a simple outing to buy something lead to entangling with 2 main characters? How could this happen? Miss, are you all right? Qin Luo hesitated, observing Su Mu Wan's trembling form and the moisture gathering in her eyes. Could it be that my words have moved you to tears? Qin Luo felt a surge of joy and thought he must continue. Everything should be fine now, right? Su Mu Wan took a deep breath, managing to force a faint smile. No, it's nothing. Adding the Dragon King, I have encountered 3 main characters. 3? There's more. Su Mu Wan shuddered. Of course. And then, the head of the antique fair, Long Dingtian, arrived. Long Dingtian. who in my previous life became the head of the Long family in Wang City, possesses power far exceeding that of the Su family. But given Qin Luo's audacity, he wouldn't dare to let him be a mediator? I can't let him have that luxury. Rest assured, miss, I'll make him behave with a single slap. You. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan finally felt a sense of relief. With a thud, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted onto the sofa. How could a simple outing lead to 3? The heavens are against me. Miss. Chapter 11. Young miss, let me assist you with your change of clothes. Having settled Su Mu Wan, Zhulan stood at the door with a troubled expression, letting out a sigh as she spoke to Qin Luo. The young miss must be exhausted lately, which is why she has fainted repeatedly. Upon returning to the Su family, she requested the family's business interests in Jiang City from the elders. If managed well, she will gradually take over all of the Su family's enterprises. Perhaps it is precisely this burden that weighs heavily upon her. Zhulan's tone was filled with concern and guilt, despite the immense pressure on her mistress. Qin Luo nodded upon hearing her. Eager to check the rewards sent by the system, he said, I see. Zhulan, you stay here. I'm going to wash up and sleep. Zhulan was taken aback. She opened her mouth, but before she could voice her confusion, Qin Luo had already turned and sauntered downstairs. Wait, what happened to your previous devoted demeanor? The young miss has fainted. How can you still sleep? Zhulan was momentarily bewildered, questioning Qin Luo's true loyalty to the young Mississippi, choosing a room on the first floor to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Luo lay on the bed, muttering to himself, could it be that the great antagonist truly has low blood sugar? Was I defeated in my previous life due to dizziness before the battle? But after mastering the 13 needles of Tai Xian, I did not observe any symptoms of low blood sugar in her. Perhaps it's some obscure ailment. I suppose I should prepare some candy for her later. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Luo opened his interface to examine the rewards he had just obtained. Attribute point 1. Loyal Hound Heart Sutra. X1. The attribute point, as expected, provided the most straightforward enhancement. However, the means of acquisition was exceedingly rare. After contemplating for a moment while gazing at his panel, Qin Luo ultimately decided to allocate the point to his defense, instantly raising it to 8 points. Even formidable late-stage practitioners of the Ascendant Realm would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Combined with the automatic counterattack, it could yield remarkable results. Next, he opened the Loyal Hound Heart Sutra. In an instant, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. Loyal Hound Heart Sutra. Description: by cultivating this technique, the practitioner becomes as loyal and fearless as a hound in battle, doubling their combat prowess at the behest of their master. Abilities: Loyal Hound's loyalty. The host cultivates absolute loyalty and unconditional obedience to their master through the minutiae of daily life, accumulating loyalty points that transform into formidable battle power during combat. Hound's Phantom Steps. This ability allows the host to maneuver with agility in battle, evading attacks while launching surprise assaults on enemies, rendering them defenseless. Hound's Phantom Palm, now fused with the hand of God regardless of status or realm. As long as it is for the sake of their master, even a deity would be subjected to it. Having perused the sutra, Qin Luo clapped his hands over his face. What kind of absurd technique is this? Hound. Master. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Su Mu Wan is my master? What a joke. I'm merely here to work, for goodness sake. I must express my vehement condemnation. Despite the fact that this martial world indeed harbored such class distinctions, he had never consented to being sold to Su Mu Wan. You ridiculous system. Do not make baseless claims. However, despite his complaints, the Loyal Hound Heart Sutra held some utility. Thus, he resolved to practice it. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Su Mu Wan groggily opened her eyes. She surveyed her familiar surroundings, the well-known ceiling, the comfortable bed. Have I restarted again? The next moment, a knock resounded. Miss, are you awake? Lin Wanrong arrived with a plethora of gifts to apologize for the previous night's ball. I have also prepared some breakfast and toiletries for you. Miss, came Qin Luo's voice from outside. Su Mu Wan's expression soured. Curse it. Still this life. She groaned, rubbing her temples as she sat up. Come in. Qin Luo had indeed stirred up trouble. He had unwittingly provoked 2 protagonists and a future head of a prominent family the night before. Contemplating her own safety, Su Mu Wan pondered whether she should consider offering Qin Luo a settlement to leave. Would 50 million suffice? Although this sum wouldn't accomplish much, most of her funds were tied up with the corporation, leaving her unable to offer more. Nevertheless, Qin Luo had drawn the ire of the protagonists for her sake. She felt she could not simply dismiss him. As she reached out, her fingers brushed against an object. She found a vase resting beside her bed, and her arm trembled slightly. Qin Luo, you have truly caused me great distress. With a creak, the door swung open. Miss, I have entered. As Qin Luo's voice filled the room, the atmosphere instantly warmed. His tone was gentle and courteous, evoking a sense of familiarity and comfort. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, akin to the morning sun, warm and inviting, gently pervading the space. Su Mu Wan looked up, momentarily entranced as Qin Luo wheeled in a cart laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Dressed in a sleek black coat, he exuded an air of elegance and charm. Such dedication as a servant. She mused, I never encountered such devoted assistance in my past life. Miss, please freshen up first, Qin Luo said, holding a delicate tray adorned with an array of toiletries. The breakfast cart showcased a variety of meticulously prepared dishes, each both nutritious and visually appealing. As Qin Luo offered the tray, Su Mu Wan was about to take the initiative when he swiftly took a hot towel, smiling as he said, how could the esteemed lady tend to herself? Allow your subordinate to handle this trivial task. Oh, no need for that, Su Mu Wan began. But she was half-heartedly persuaded to let him assist her. He gently wiped her cheeks, then set down the towel, presenting a series of toiletries. Fully committed to providing attentive service. Come, miss, rinse your mouth. Uft. Come, miss, wash your face. Come, miss, enjoy your breakfast. Wow, this is delicious. This is made from ingredients specially sourced from the original factory, air-freighted within 8 hours to ensure freshness. Impressive, Qin Luo, you have such talents? For the sake of the lady, I am willing to do anything. After a series of attentions, Su Mu Wan completed her morning preparations in bed. So wonderful, so delicious. I have never experienced such attentive service before. Qin Luo, it seems, is truly remarkable. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Su Mu Wan's face, and the thought of offering him 50 million to leave was swiftly cast aside. Such a talent, as long as he does not provoke the protagonists, is indeed a perfect attendant. At that moment, Qin Luo picked up a pair of socks, earnestly stating, come, miss. Rise and allow your subordinate to assist you with your attire. Su Mu Wan nodded slightly in instinctive agreement, only to suddenly freeze. Staring in shock at the smiling Qin Luo, you intend to help me dress? Chapter 12. Once again, the opportunity has been squandered by your useless son-in-law. On his part, Qin Luo appeared entirely unfazed, chuckling. What do you mean, miss? As your personal attendant, is it not my duty to assist with such minor matters? The esteemed lady fainted last night, so her clothes remain intact. You merely need to don the socks to commence a new day of work. He raised a hand, revealing a pristine pair of black ankle socks. Su Mu Wan, hearing this, felt somewhat conflicted. But, such matters are better left for me to handle. Before she could finish, Qin Luo interjected with conviction. Miss, that line of thought is misguided. You are destined to inherit the Su family. Such trivialities should be entrusted to me, your personal attendant. From now on, I shall take full responsibility for your daily needs, allowing you to focus entirely on managing the family. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan glanced at the socks in Qin Luo's hand, and then at his earnest expression. A wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed that Qin Luo genuinely had her best interests at heart, yet she had contemplated dismissing him. Perhaps, for him, serving her was indeed the essence of his duties as an attendant. If I were to reject him, I fear he would be saddened for the entire day. Such a devoted follower, I cannot bear to dampen his spirits. Indeed, Su Muin, do not overthink it. Qin Luo harbors no ill intentions. Just look at his unwavering loyalty. As if he were my most devoted attendant, his thoughts solely occupied with the desire to serve me. This young lady. Yes, with this thought. Su Muin gently pressed her lips together, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and with a voice feigning calmness, she said, all right, then please be quick. With that, she lifted the covers, revealing a pair of feet as white as jade before Qin Luo's eyes. Subsequently, Qin Luo assumed an air of propriety, his expression solemn, his movements gentle and meticulous. He delicately picked up the black stockings, first gently unfolding the opening before carefully encasing Su Muin's delicate feet within them. His fingers nimbly twisted at her ankle, smoothly pulling the stockings up above her ankle, ensuring that every inch of her skin was perfectly enveloped, neither too tight nor too loose. Although an unusual sensation stirred within him, witnessing Qin Luo's lack of any inappropriate actions gradually eased Su Muin's heart. She gazed at Qin Luo, whose movements were fluid and natural, his eyes focused and earnest, as if he were engaged in a sacred ritual. Is donning one's stockings such a solemn affair? Su Muin had never felt this way before. She had never encountered someone so devoted to her in her previous life. All done, my lady. Standing up, Qin Luo smiled at Su Muin and said, I suspect you have been fainting lately due to overexertion concerning family matters, or perhaps from low blood sugar. Thus, I have specially prepared some handmade candies for you, which should prove more effective. With that, he placed the candies on the bedside table. Then, pushing the dining cart, he added with a smile as Su Muin remained in a daze, I shall go attend to the guests now. Click. The door closed. Seated at the edge of the bed, Su Mu Wan looked down at the handmade candies prepared by Qin Luo. In that moment, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. She gently pressed her hand against her chest. What a strange feeling it was. Qin Luo's gaze was clear, devoid of any impurities. His actions stemmed purely from his loyal heart. Yet why was he so devoted to her? Outside the door, Qin Luo could no longer maintain his facade of propriety. He gleefully observed the loyalty points he had accrued. Loyalty points, 10 points. His early morning attentiveness was not solely for the exquisite feat, but rather a quest for loyalty points, devoid of any ulterior motives. After practicing the Loyal Dog Heart Sutra the previous night, he was compelled to perform his daily duties as a loyal servant. The results were indeed promising. However, he remained curious about the true utility of these loyalty points. Nevertheless, he thought, they would likely reveal their worth in the battles to come. With this in mind, Qin Luo hummed an unknown tune as he pushed the dining cart downstairs. Moments later, in the first-floor reception room, Lin Wanrong sat anxiously on the sofa, unable to remain still. Having brought numerous gifts to apologize, her goal was to win Su Mu Wan's forgiveness for her husband's disgraceful behavior at the ball. Yet, Su Mu Wan had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that she did not wish to forgive them? What to do? At that moment, her husband, the Dragon King Xiao Tian, sat nearby, his cheeks somewhat swollen, giving his speech an amusing quality. He shook his head and said, Wanrong, do not be so tense. Even if Su Mu Wan does not forgive us, I have ways to elevate the Lin family to the pinnacle of Jiangqing. With an air of arrogance, he continued, I have subordinates from various groups around the world. With a mere word from me, they can provide countless orders for the Lin family. As his words fell, Lin Wanrong stood up in disbelief, quickly moving before Xiao Tian, her hand raised in anger. Slap. You waste. How can you still be so self-righteous at a time like this? I tell you, when Miss Su arrives, just kneel on the ground and apologize. Do you understand? Disappointed, Lin Wanrong could hardly believe that even at this juncture, Xiao Tian was still speaking nonsense. Xiao Tian covered his swollen cheek, clenching his fists, filled with bitterness. Why did his wife not trust his words? Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Miss Lin, this is the Su family. If you wish to fight, please do so outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's expression brightened instantly. She hurriedly looked up in the direction of the voice and saw none other than Su Mu Wan, accompanied by her handsome attendant. They approached, exuding a powerful aura. Miss Su, I just couldn't hold back for a moment because this waste was boasting again. Look, I brought these gifts to apologize. Lin Wanrong lowered her head, nervously smiling. Su Mu Wan glanced around the reception room at the luxurious items and nodded slightly. She had no intention of provoking the Xiao family. If this could be settled peacefully, she would not mind. With this thought, Su Mu Wan revealed a faint smile and spoke, then let bygones be bygones. The Lin family and the Su family shall remain the best of business partners. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's face lit up with joy, and she quickly nodded. Thank you, Miss Su. However, it seemed she suddenly recalled something, turning her anger towards the still-sitting Xiao Tian. Waste. Why aren't you coming over to kneel before Miss Su and apologize? Actually that's not necessary. Su Mu Wan's expression stiffened as she raised her hand, preparing to say something. But before she could, Xiao Tian clenched his fists defiantly, as the Dragon King. How could I bow to a mere young lady from the Su family? You. Lin Wanrong's face turned pale, her anger boiling as she prepared to pull him over to apologize. Just then, a furious roar echoed from outside. Arrogant. This is the Su family. How dare you? A mere junior, act recklessly here. Su Mu Wan was taken aback, and everyone looked up. A figure of remarkable demeanor strode in, visibly angered, followed by a group of bodyguards carrying boxes. The uniforms indicated they were from the Antique City Association. Su Mu Wan tilted her head, puzzled. Why is Long Dingtian here? Could it be because? She turned her head, stiffly looking at the smiling Qin Luo. Before she could say anything, Qin Luo seemed to understand her unspoken words and stepped forward, as if seeking recognition. Indeed, when did this place become one for you? A mere waste, to act out. Qin Luo emerged from behind Su Mu Wan, his face filled with indignation as he directed a cold smile at Xiao Tian. A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to be so arrogant. Originally, my lady was willing to forgive your transgressions due to Lin Wanrong's sincere attitude. All you need to do is kneel down and admit your mistakes. However, unexpectedly, Qin Luo coldly gazed at Lin Wanrong and remarked, once again, this useless son-in-law of yours has let the opportunity slip away. Lin Wanrong's complexion turned pale. No, I haven't said anything yet, exclaimed Su Mu Wan. Chapter 13. I, Lin Wanrong, have decided to divorce Xiao Tian. As Qin Luo's words faded, Lin Wanrong's body trembled slightly and her face turned ashen. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she clenched her fists tightly. It seemed she had made a momentous decision within. Taking a deep breath, She lifted her gaze towards Su Mu Wan and pointed at the still-seated Xiao Tian, saying, Miss Su. The situation has escalated beyond our expectations. The root of it all is indeed this worthless son-in-law. Therefore, I, Lin Wanrong, have made my decision. With that, Lin Wanrong inhaled deeply and cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Tian, declaring, I shall divorce Xiao Tian. Boom. The moment the words left her lips, Xiao Tian felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his heart. He rose in shock, rushing towards Lin Wanrong in a flurry. Wife, what are you saying? Why would we divorce? Yet, before Xiao Tian could reach her, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Lin Wanrong angrily struck him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice choked with emotion as she scolded, Xiao Tian, I have treated you well, yet why do you repeatedly oppose me and the Lin family? I haven't. Xiao Tian exclaimed, covering his stinging cheek, his tone flustered as he attempted to grasp Lin Wanrong's hand, only to have it shaken off repeatedly. Seeing Xiao Tian remain unrepentant, Lin Wanrong let out a piercing scream. Haven't? You are arrogant and conceited. You have continuously boasted in front of Miss Su. You are simply going to ruin our entire Lin family in Jiangqing. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in confusion as he hurriedly tried to explain, No. The Su family is merely a speck of dust in my eyes. Just wait. Smack. A louder slap interrupted Xiao Tian's words. Humph. Audacious. How dare a mere son-in-law speak so insolently? Su Mu Wan's expression stiffened as she realized that Qin Luo had swiftly moved in front of Xiao Tian, delivering a fierce slap. Activating canine spirit, Xiao Tian's mind was left ringing from the unexpected blow. He stared incredulously at Qin Luo, who had appeared before him so suddenly. How swift? When did this happen? Despite his current weakened state, he should not have been unable to perceive the speed of such a subordinate. How could it be so? Qin Luo glared fiercely at Xiao Tian, then turned to Lin Wanrong with a calm demeanor, stating, Miss Lin, if you truly wish to divorce Xiao Tian, then today is the day to take action. Our young lady prefers to befriend those who are perceptive. With that, Qin Luo felt a surge of elation. Humph. Based on the original narrative, Su Mu Wan's previous gaze must have been a signal for him to discipline Xiao Tian. Having executed it so flawlessly, Su Mu Wan must have praised him 100 times in her heart. However, contrary to Qin Luo's expectations, Su Mu Wan was indeed thinking of him, but her thoughts were tinged with annoyance. Qin Luo, why did you rush out again? You slapped the Dragon King once more. Although it was quite satisfying. I am the one in danger. This is disastrous. Now you've pushed Lin Wanrong to the point of wanting to divorce the Dragon King. It is well known that Xiao Tian values Lin Wanrong above all else. Even after enduring domestic violence in his past life, he was reluctant to part with her. Lin Wanrong is his Achilles heel. Touch it, and he is undone. And now, Qin Luo has added fuel to the fire. Xiao Tian will surely direct his wrath towards me, thinking I orchestrated this. Oh no. There is no turning back now. On Lin Wanrong's side, she nervously swallowed hard and looked at Su Mu Wan, seeing her expression unchanged. She understood the implication. The Su family is powerful, and this useless son-in-law has repeatedly caused me trouble. Divorcing him would allow me to ally with the Su family. A surefire profitable endeavor. If it weren't for my grandfather constantly mentioning the betrothal he arranged with the former Dragon King and his current ill health, I would have divorced him long ago. Yet, if I do not express my intentions now, I may never have the chance to befriend Miss Su again. She has already given me too many chances. This time, I must seize it. With this thought, Lin Wanrong made her decision. A sense of foreboding surged within Xiao Tian as he looked at Lin Wanrong. Smack. Silence. Before he could finish, Lin Wanrong retaliated with a sharp slap, silencing him completely. She coldly declared, I have made up my mind, Xiao Tian. I will divorce you. I will deliver the divorce paperwork to you immediately. Sign it. And I will provide you with a sum for the divorce. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's mind went blank. Divorce? Ignoring Xiao Tian's confusion, Lin Wanrong took a deep breath and nervously looked at Su Mu Wan, saying, Miss Su, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Can you forgive our Lin family's previous rudeness? Su Mu Wan was utterly disillusioned. The situation had escalated even more than in her past life. In her previous life, Xiao Tian had revealed his identity precisely because Lin Wanrong had pressured him to sign the divorce papers. Sighing internally, she glanced at Qin Luo, who stood loyally by her side. After a moment, she plastered on a benevolent smile, of course. Qin Luo, remember this. Once everyone has left, I must have a word with you. Qin Luo glanced at Lin Wanrong, then at the dazed Xiao Tian, and a sly smile crept across his face. If they truly divorced, it would be another favor he had done, albeit diverging from the original narrative. I wonder if such an act will earn me a handsome reward? At that moment, Qin Luo appeared to notice Long Dingtian, who had been standing there for quite some time. He leaned closer to Su Mu Wan and whispered, Young lady, Long Dingtian has been standing there for quite a while. At his words, Su Mu Wan snapped back to reality. She looked towards Long Dingtian, her mind racing with uncertainty. What was going on? He had just been speaking on behalf of the Su family. Su Mu Wan swept her gaze over the large boxes behind him filled with gifts and wondered why he had come to their secluded villa. Could it possibly be? She shot a glance at Qin Luo. Could it be related to him? With that thought, Su Mu Wan addressed Long Dingtian, Chairman Long. What brings you to my humble abode? Upon hearing Su Mu Wan's words, Long Dingtian quickly realized she was testing him. Thus, Long Dingtian bowed respectfully, saying this. It was only through the guidance of Master Qin yesterday that I experienced a sudden awakening. Therefore, I have brought some small tokens from the antique fair as a humble gift to express my loyalty to Miss Su. The mention of the antique fair left Lin Wanrong in a state of shock, quickly transforming into admiration for Su Mu Wan. With the president of the antique fair, Long Dingtian, pledging allegiance to Su Mu Wan, the strength of the Su family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, Su Mu Wan was momentarily taken aback. Had I merely taken a nap? Or had the world somehow altered in my absence? And who exactly is Master Qin? Is he referring to Qin Luo? What on earth has that scoundrel been up to? Once everyone departs, I shall extract the truth from him. Chapter 14. Is old Master Lin on the brink of death? Master Qin is the esteemed healer. Before Su Mu Wan could articulate a response, Qin Luo seemed to decipher her silence. After all, she was still unaware of the good deed he had performed for her the previous day. Perhaps she was already profoundly moved and pleasantly surprised. Therefore, Qin Luo softly reassured Su Mu Wan, do not worry, Mississippi Long Dingtian genuinely wishes to serve us. I have already recounted your esteemed reputation to him. Reputation? What reputation? Did you not slap him across the face? Where is this so-called reputation coming from? Can you not wish for my well-being? A tempest of emotions surged within Su Mu Wan, yet she felt unable to voice her thoughts to Qin Luo. After all, he was indeed acting in her best interest, even if that interest might lead her to a rather unfortunate demise. Moreover, what methods had Qin Luo employed to secure Long Dingtian, the former head of the Long family? As her subordinate, such inquiries were best left unasked until the others had departed. Thus, Su Mu Wan suppressed her inner turmoil, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips as she remarked, President Long, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained concerned about whether Miss Su understood his intentions. Thus, he gazed at her with anticipation, hoping for a definitive answer. Yet what was this? Long Dingtian's eyes reflected a mixture of hope, anxiety, trepidation, and a hint of disappointment. Su Mu Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was the expression in his eyes truly so complex? Did he have further inquiries? How should I respond? On Qin Luo's part, having discerned Long Dingtian's intentions, he stepped forward, gesturing confidently. Long Dingtian, my lady is aware of your aspirations. If you remain steadfast and diligent, she shall assist you in ascending to that coveted throne. Su Mu Wan swiftly turned to Qin Luo, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? I know what now. Throne? What throne? Long Dingtian, now completely at ease, bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, miss. Su Mu Wan turned back to Long Dingtian, bewildered. Wait, what are you thanking me for? I haven't agreed to anything. Can someone please explain what exactly is happening here? At that moment, Qin Luo leaned closer and whispered softly in her ear, Miss, allow me to explain everything in detail once they have departed. The warmth of his breath against her earlobe sent a shiver down Su Mu Wan's spine. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly sidestepped, covering her left ear. Wait, this is not the time to be shy. Realizing her reaction, Su Mu Wan shot a fierce glare at Qin Luo. This rascal has indeed stirred up a great deal of trouble for me. As Lin Wanrong observed the situation settling, she joyfully exclaimed, Congratulations, Miss Su. With the support of the president of the antique fair, your ascendance to the head of the Su family is imminent. We shall follow in your footsteps into battle. Not at all. You are exaggerating, Su Mu Wan thought. How had she not noticed before the peculiar ways in which those around her flattered her? Each one elevating her to the pinnacle of a pyramid, only to vanish when she faced betrayal. Seeing the situation grow increasingly convoluted, Su Mu Wan wished to swiftly conclude this farce. Just as she prepared to nod and dismiss everyone, a sudden, impassioned roar erupted from the crowd. Su Mu Wan froze and turned to see Xiao Tian, who had been plagued by self-doubt, now glaring with fiery red eyes. Qin Luo, startled, scolded, Fool. What is the matter with you? You frighten my lady. Su Mu Wan. Lin Wanrong's expression darkened as she glared at Xiao Tian. What do you want? Xiao Tian, I am preparing for divorce. No, Wanrong, you cannot leave me. Xiao Tian's face was a portrait of sorrow as he clutched his chest, choking out. For 5 years, I have diligently served your Lin family, helping the Lin Group become a mid-sized enterprise in Jiangcheng. Yet you. How can you do this? Before he could finish, slap. Lin Wanrong angrily stepped forward and struck Xiao Tian hard across the face, rebuking, The Lin Group's current success is due to my business acumen. What does your involvement have to do with it? Speak another word, and I shall ensure you cannot care for yourself. Standing beside Su Mu Wan, Qin Luo watched with keen interest, murmuring, "Ah, poor Xiao Tian. How can he endure such treatment?" Su Mu Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems absurd. I felt that way then, and now it is even clearer. As they spoke, both Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo suddenly halted, exchanging glances. Qin Luo, bewildered, inquired, "Miss? Be quiet and enjoy the show," Su Mu Wan interrupted hastily, turning back to observe the unfolding drama with a facade of calmness. Oh no, how did I instinctively respond to him? Qin Luo scratched his face, looking at Su Mu Wan with suspicion. This was strange. The behavior of this antagonist seemed inconsistent with the original narrative. According to the source material, this villain would have directly insulted Xiao Tian, mocking him as a pathetic waste of a son-in-law, deserving of his fate. And even his demise would be an affront to the heir. Why was it so peculiar now? Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Thus, Qin Luo continued to scrutinize Su Mu Wan with a doubtful gaze, while she, feeling the intensity of his stare, tried to maintain her composure. Please, stop looking at me. I can't hold it together any longer. I acknowledge that my demeanor has diverged from my usual self. But, isn't they're saying? The prickly persona was merely a facade. Deep down, I aspire to be a good person. With that thought, Su Mu Wan turned to glare at Qin Luo, muttering, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes." "Touché," Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, averting his gaze. "Understood, Mississippi. It appears I was overly suspicious. This truly is the original antagonist." Su Mu Wan observed that Qin Luo, upon receiving her scolding, displayed a relieved smile, leaving her feeling quite helpless. What is this ingrained notion? I find it peculiar that when I assume the role of the good person, it feels strange. Yet when I play the villain, I feel a sense of ease. Who among my family understands this? In this day and age, the animus directed towards us, the antagonists, is indeed overwhelming. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, after enduring dozens of slaps, was nearing the conclusion of this episode. Despite the relentless beating, he remained steadfast, refusing to retaliate, and spoke earnestly. "Wan Rong, you cannot divorce me. Old Master Lin still requires my treatment." Lin Wan Rong had just raised her hand, but upon hearing his words, she froze in shock. "My grandfather needs you to treat him?" Lin Wan Rong felt as though she had stumbled upon an utterly ludicrous topic. Xiao Tian nodded, stating, "Indeed. Considering the timeline, it's time for Old Master Lin to receive treatment again. This time is crucial. If cured, he should be able to leave the hospital. Without me, there is no one else capable of treating your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan Rong was so incensed that she almost laughed. She glared at Xiao Tian. "Oh, so without you, my grandfather would have no chance of survival. Is that it?" "Xiao Tian, I must inform you." Before she could finish, a ringtone shattered the air. She furrowed her brow and answered the call, discovering it was her mother. It seemed Old Master Lin was nearing his end. Xiao Tian appeared to already know something, his demeanor transforming into one of newfound confidence. Lin Wan Rong's expression shifted as she answered the phone. 3 seconds later. "What? Grandfather is in critical condition." Lin Wan Rong's face paled. Su Mu Wan's expression also altered. The pivotal turning point of the past life had arrived. Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. The moment of reckoning within the original narrative concerning the son-in-law Dragon King had come. This would also be Xiao Tian's inaugural display of his abilities. Lin Wan Rong hung up, her demeanor frantic as she turned to Su Mu Wan. "Miss Su, my grandfather." Su Mu Wan nodded. "Go ahead. We shall discuss our collaboration later." "All right. Thank you, miss." Lin Wan Rong expressed her gratitude, then hesitated, glancing at the self-assured Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, are you truly sincere?" Xiao Tian, witnessing his wife finally showing a hint of desperation, felt a surge of protectiveness and smiled. "Rest assured, leave it to me. The old master will be fine." Just as Lin Wan Rong prepared to take Xiao Tian to the hospital, Long Ding Tian stepped forward, declaring, "Wait. Miss Lin, do not let yourself be disturbed by an incompetent person. If this good-for-nothing lies, Old Master Lin truly has no hope left." At this, Lin Wan Rong suddenly came to her senses. Indeed, she must not rush into seeking treatment. If Xiao Tian, this useless individual, deceived her, it would only endanger her grandfather. She turned to Long Ding Tian and inquired, "Might there be another capable individual who can treat my grandfather?" "Certainly." Long Ding Tian gestured grandly towards Qin Luo, who stepped forward with a sly grin. Su Mu Wan widened her eyes in disbelief. "What are you meddling in?" Long Ding Tian explained, "Miss Su, there is indeed an extraordinary physician by your side. Master Qin is that very physician." Su Mu Wan. "Wait a moment. A physician?" Qin Luo nodded and addressed Lin Wan Rong with a smile. "Miss Lin, may I accompany you?" If he glanced at Xiao Tian, sneering, this good-for-nothing lacks the ability. I can still turn the tide and avert disaster. Xiao Tian scoffed at this, shaking his head and choosing silence. In this world, apart from his Tai Chi 7 needles, no one else could treat old Master Lin. Very well, let Wanrong witness his true strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong felt relieved and gratefully looked at Su Mu Wan. Thank you, miss. She understood that there must be Su Mu Wan's guidance behind this decision. Ah. Su Mu Wan forced a stiff smile. No need to thank me. We shall go together. Miss, how did I perform? Qin Luo sidled up to Su Mu Wan, whispering for credit. Su Mu Wan raised her eyes to him, her lips twitching. Hee, you truly are quite impressive. Qin Luo, after this, I must have a word with you about your ideologies. A physician. If you are truly a physician, then I, Su Mu Wan, will take your surname. Chapter 15. The inflated confidence of Xiao Tian. At Jiangcheng Hospital, a room filled with sorrowful cries echoed. Old Madame Lin leaned over the bedside, tears brimming in her eyes as she implored the elderly man lying there. Old master, you cannot leave us. Beside her, Lin Wanrong's mother, Lu Li, comforted, grandmother. Do not worry, grandfather will be fine. I have already informed Wanrong, and she said that Miss Su has a divine physician by her side who will surely be able to treat grandfather. Upon hearing this, old Madame Lin's expression brightened. She turned to Lu Li, grasping her hand. Really? Is Miss Su willing to help us? The surrounding relatives and friends also exhibited expressions of relief. Excellent. With Miss Su's assistance, old Master Lin is surely saved. Indeed, the aid of Miss Su not only signifies that old Master Lin can be treated successfully, but it also means that our Lin family can ascend to new heights through Wanrong's connection with the Su family. Exactly. Wanrong is truly astute, unlike that good-for-nothing, who only brings misfortune. Indeed, once old Master Lin recovers, it would be best to let Wanrong divorce Xiao Tian. I remember that the young master of the Wang family has been fond of Wanrong since childhood. Yes. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. However, a weak voice pierced through the air, abruptly dismantling the ease. Silence. Everyone was startled and hastily turned to the bedside. They saw old Master Lin, seemingly revitalized, exerting all his strength to murmur, "No one can save me. Only Xiao Tian can." In his youth, he had been helped by the old Dragon King and had always remembered the favor. Many years ago, the old Dragon King had approached him, foretelling that the next Dragon King, namely Xiao Tian, would face a calamity a few years hence. At that time, he would suffer a loss of power and would need the protection of the Lin family for 6 years. Therefore, old Master Lin readily agreed and arranged for his granddaughter to marry Xiao Tian, harboring his own ulterior motives. He knew that Xiao Tian was indeed the Dragon King. By marrying his granddaughter to him, the Lin family would flourish. However, nonsense. Old man, have you lost your mind? That Xiao Tian is nothing but a good-for-nothing son-in-law. How could he possibly save you? You are in this state and still believe in that nonsense about Xiao Tian being the Dragon King. I am well aware of his secret visits to the hospital to treat you, but what has it accomplished? Your condition has only worsened. Old Madame Lin exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend why her beloved husband had become so muddled. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin fell silent. His wife was not wrong. Xiao Tian had indeed come to the hospital secretly to treat him a few times. However, there seemed to be no improvement. Instead, the situation had worsened considerably. Yet, the old Master Lin understood that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King, and the latter's method of treatment must have its own rationale. As events unfolded to this point, even he began to feel a tinge of insecurity. At that moment, a loud creak echoed as the door swung open. Several figures strode in, led by the self-assured Xiao Tian. He immediately spotted the old Master Lin lying on the hospital bed, and upon noticing the frailty of his breath, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Excellent. Previously, he had discreetly administered acupuncture to the old Master Lin, but that was merely a prelude to this final treatment. The old Master Lin's severe illness was purely due to a deadly confrontation in his earlier years that caused a reversal of his vital energy. It was nothing short of a miracle that he had endured for so long. Xiao Tian had previously locked certain acupoints, forcing the reversed vital energy to converge in one place, intending to expel it entirely with this final needle. Upon reflection, everything was as he had envisioned. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp voice interrupted. "Smirk all you want, Xiao Tian. Are you pleased to see my grandfather in this state?" Lin Wanrong stepped forward and slapped him across the face, her expression a canvas of disappointment. Who would have thought that her grandfather would end up like this? While Xiao Tian still wore such a smug demeanor, Xiao Tian covered his face and, regaining his composure, replied with a confident smile, "Wanrong, you misunderstand. I am smiling because today the old Master Lin will be discharged. You, Xiao Tian, you are truly arrogant." Lin Wanrong was rendered speechless in her fury. Lu Li also stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, followed by an angry rebuke. "Xiao Tian, How could my mother say you had previously treated the old master in secret? Did you intentionally leave my father in this state? At this revelation, Lin Wanrong looked at Xiao Tian in disbelief. Xiao Tian, the Lin family has treated you generously, yet you possess such ulterior motives? At that moment, Qin Luo shook his head, stepping forward to cast a scornful glance at Xiao Tian, then scoffed. Heh, Miss Lin, isn't the answer glaringly obvious? Xiao Tian's actions are aimed at bringing harm to the old master Lin in order to seize the Lin family's fortune. Such wolfish ambition. I advise you to divorce him as soon as possible. With Qin Luo's words, the members of the Lin family echoed in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Tian harbors ulterior motives. This scoundrel, who has been treated well by the Lin family, would have starved on the streets had it not been for the old master Lin bringing him back. One taunt after another pierced Xiao Tian's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath. No matter. After today, everyone will know that I, Xiao Tian, am not a waste. Thus, his confidence swelled once more as he glanced at Qin Luo and said nonchalantly, this is a matter of the Lin family. Outsiders need not meddle. He then turned to the pale-faced Lin Wanrong and added, only I can treat the old master. Wanrong, you will soon understand the purpose behind my previous treatments. Lin Wanrong gritted her teeth, unwilling to let Xiao Tian administer treatment to her grandfather, and shouted, shut up. You worthless fool. You caused my grandfather to become like this. Do you think I would dare let you touch him? After saying this, she nervously turned to Su Mu Wan, respectfully imploring, Miss Su, please let the divine physician, Master Qin, take action. Su Mu Wan's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, she was struggling to maintain her composure. The divine physician? Master Qin? She turned to Qin Luo with a benevolent smile. Qin Luo, what do you think? You'd better think carefully before speaking. I have already given you an out. Realization dawned on Qin Luo as he perceived Su Mu Wan's calm demeanor laced with subtle implications. So that was it. Su Mu Wan, the notorious antagonist from the original story, not only doubted his medical skills, but also believed in him, wanting him to deceive Xiao Tian once more. Now I understand. With this thought, Qin Luo cast a reassuring glance at Su Mu Wan. Su Mu Wan's heart trembled. Wait? Qin Luo then turned to Lin Wanrong, chuckling as he shook his head. Miss Lin, since your useless husband claims he is the only one capable of saving the old master Lin, let him try and reveal his true face. If he fails, I shall step in. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong felt a wave of relief and nodded respectfully. All right, Master Qin. Turning to Xiao Tian, she scolded, useless fool. Are you satisfied? Hurry and go treat my grandfather. Xiao Tian clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger as he glared at Qin Luo. This scoundrel was stirring discord. Humph, if that's the case, I shall directly heal the old master Lin to prove my true abilities. Chapter 16. Xiao Tian is actually a fraud. Qin Luo intervenes to save the day. The treatment commenced. Everyone made space for Xiao Tian and the old master Lin. Qin Luo and the others stood at the forefront of the crowd. The former scanned the old master Lin's entire body and immediately discerned the severity of his condition. It turned out to be a reversal of vital energy. Xiao Tian's previous intent was to gather the dispersed, reversed vital energy into one location. However, this method was too antiquated, necessitating several applications to complete the treatment. Yet, this was also a requirement of the plot of Urban's son-in-law, Dragon King. One must endure a certain degree of humiliation before the ultimate explosion becomes all the more satisfying. Standing before the old master Lin, Xiao Tian extended his hand and pressed it against the old man's pulse. Old man Lin, I'm counting on you. The old master Lin opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he spoke to Xiao Tian. He chose to trust Xiao Tian. After all, he was the successor to the Dragon King appointed by the previous one. It was merely due to a calamity that he had remained with the Lin family for a full 6 years. Xiao Tian had already assessed the old master Lin's entire physical condition. A confident smile appeared on his face as he said, rest assured, old master Lin, I will cure you. I hope you can deliver as promised. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Lin Wanrong stood nearby, her expression dark as she watched Xiao Tian. He took a deep breath, feeling a bitter pang. Wanrong still does not believe in me, but it matters not. Once I heal the old master Lin, all doubts about me will vanish. With that thought, his gaze turned resolute. He then extended his hands and waved them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A total of 7 silver needles shot from his palms and began to pierce various points on the old master Lin's body. Su Mu Wan's eyes narrowed. Here it comes. This was one of Xiao Tian's techniques from his past life, the 7 needles of Taiji. This method could channel vital energy to assist patients with complex ailments. In his previous life, Xiao Tian had indeed saved the old master Lin's life using this technique. However, those around them were unaware of this. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wanrong screamed in terror, rushing forward to grab Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, you worthless fool. What exactly are you doing? Are you intending to kill my grandfather? Lu Li exclaimed in sheer terror. This is outrageous. A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to rebel against his own master. Someone, seize that worthless fool. However, Lady Lin discerned the underlying situation and, with a grave expression, interjected, Wait. I recognize this state of Xiaodian. He has entered a meditative trance. Throughout her speech, Lady Lin maintained her gaze upon Xiaodian, who remained utterly undisturbed despite Lin Wanrong's grip on his arm. He was solely fixated on old Master Lin. Entered a meditative trance? Lin Wanrong released Xiaodian, her countenance riddled with uncertainty. This waste possesses such an ability? Given that the Lin family had old Master Lin, she was aware that martial arts training was indeed possible in this world, and she had heard of the term meditative trance. It was said that when an individual concentrated intently on a task, there was a likelihood of entering this state. Yet, this waste had managed to achieve such a trance? Could it be that this fool truly possesses some skill? Lu Li, equally incredulous, turned her gaze towards Lady Lin. Mother, could it be that this waste truly has the capability to heal father? Lady Lin hesitated and shook her head. I cannot ascertain. But since Xiaodian has repeatedly emphasized this statement, it is possible that he indeed possesses this ability. With a sigh, Lady Lin continued. It appears we may have underestimated this son-in-law. The members of the Lin family were left in stunned silence. Could it be they had continuously misjudged Xiaodian? Meanwhile, Qin Luo observed Xiaodian, intently focused on treating old Master Lin, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. According to the usual narrative, it was a foregone conclusion that old Master Lin would be healed. However, Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance at Su Mu Wan, who appeared somewhat perturbed, likely disapproving of Xiaoyan's emerging prominence. In light of this, it seemed fitting for me, as a subordinate, to intervene. With this thought, Qin Luo could not help but internally lament, alas, young miss, where else could you find a subordinate as dedicated as I? With such a companion, you should be secretly delighted. Contemplating this, Qin Luo's expression grew serious. Buzz. The 13 needles of Tai Xian activated. Beside him, Su Mu Wan's expression was far from tranquil. Her agitation was not due to the impending healing of old Master Lin, but rather because it brought to mind some unpleasant memories from her previous life. After all, during old Master Lin's birthday banquet, Lin Wanrong still harbored feelings for her childhood sweetheart, young Master Wang, and thus announced her intention to divorce Xiaodian at the banquet. That very day marked the end of the 6-year period, during which Xiaoyan's identity as the Dragon King was revealed. The revelation was not the issue, however. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, she had inadvertently fanned the flames of animosity, leading Xiaodian to harbor resentment towards her. Nevertheless, it was best not to dwell on this. As long as Xiaodian successfully healed old Master Lin, she could still salvage the reputation of Qin Luo as a miraculous healer. The prerequisite was that Su Mu Wan glared at Qin Luo, wishing he would refrain from any unnecessary actions. Oh, the young lady is looking at me, and her gaze appears to be somewhat dissatisfied. Does she find my actions too slow? So impatient. TSK, this young lady is indeed a challenge to please. Nonetheless, the necessary measures had already been taken, and now it was time for the show to unfold. Qin Luo leaned slightly, lowering his voice to address Su Mu Wan. It is time for us to witness the spectacle. Young Mississippi Su Mu Wan was taken aback by this abrupt statement, her heart quivering. What is it about this that sends a chill down my spine? In that moment, Xiaodian emerged from his meditative state, retracting the 7 silver needles. His body drenched in sweat. Although he had expended a significant portion of his true energy, he was relieved that the treatment had concluded. He then surveyed the room filled with friends and family, gazing at him with unusual expressions. His demeanor gradually transformed into one of confidence as he rose, a triumphant smile adorning his lips. Old Master Lin, I have successfully treated you. You may be discharged today. As he spoke, he turned to Lin Wanrong, grasping her hand with fervor, declaring, Wanrong, do you now believe in me? This time, Lin Wanrong did not resist. She looked at the visibly improved old Master Lin, her heart racing with disbelief. Xiaodian truly understands medicine. Lu Li, disregarding her astonishment, rushed to her father's bedside, softly calling out, Father, are you all right? All eyes were upon old Master Lin as seconds ticked by without a response. Lin Wanrong hesitantly attempted to withdraw her hand from Xiaoyan's grasp, inquiring, Xiaodian, what is happening? Why hasn't grandfather awakened? In response, Xiaodian smiled confidently. Do not worry. The treatment has just concluded, and he will cough. Suddenly, before he could finish, old Master Lin's complexion darkened, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His eyes widened in agony, expressing disbelief as he trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Xiaodian. His voice weak, yet furious. Xiaodian, you vile heart, have you truly extracted my true energy from my body? Are you intent on causing my demise? Old Master Lin was incredulous and astounded. This Xiaotian had siphoned off his true energy at such a critical moment, clearly intending to end his life. Coupled with the words of the subordinate beside Miss Su, it was evident that Xiaotian's goal was the Lin family's fortune. After his death, how could they as mere relatives contend with the Dragon King Xiaotian? Very well, very well. After enduring humiliation for years, this was your true purpose? Old Master Lin's mind began to waver, his thoughts sluggish. He failed to realize that as the Dragon King, Xiaotian had no need for the Lin family's wealth. This revelation struck the Lin family like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of outrage. Xiaotian, you must die, you worthless scoundrel. How dare you commit such a heinous act? If Old Master Lin dies, we shall ensure you accompany him to the grave. Xiaotian's mind went blank, his thoughts swirling in disbelief as he stared at the now bloodied and unconscious Old Master Lin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Tai Chi 7 needles have never failed. He hastily turned to Lin Wanrong. Wife, you must believe. Slap. Before he could finish, Lin Wanrong delivered a furious slap, withdrawing her hand from Xiaotian's grasp, and berated him. Waste. How dare you deceive us? Despair washed over Lin Wanrong as she realized Xiaotian had chosen this critical moment to betray them in vengeance against the Lin family. Lady Lin's complexion turned pale, her eyes closing as she leaned back. I misjudged this fool. He is indeed still that worthless fool. It was all an act. Grandmother. Grandmother. Lin Wanrong was already in tears, consumed by despair as she contemplated her thoughts. She hastily knelt on the ground, bowing her head in supplication to Su Mu Wan, pleading, Miss Su, I beseech you, please, have Master Qin intervene to save my grandfather. With each thud of her forehead against the ground, the remaining members of the Lin family, their faces etched with sorrow, followed suit, kneeling before Su Mu Wan and wailing, Miss Su, please save our old master. Su Mu Wan, taken aback and at a loss for words, finally exchanged a helpless glance with Qin Luo, blinking subtly as she implored, Qin Luo, it's in your hands now. Heal the old master. How infuriating. How did matters devolve into this chaos? Are your knees made of cotton? You kneel at a moment's notice, and yet. Walla, Qin Luo, you must save him. Otherwise, I have no idea how to resolve this. They could have gone to save him themselves earlier. Why did you have to interfere? Understood, my lady. I assure you, I will accomplish this task. Qin Luo, upon hearing Su Mu Wan's command, felt a surge of energy course through him. Suddenly, he sensed something new in his mind. A task directive materialized, received mission directive from the antagonist. Detected remaining loyalty value, 10. Shall the host utilize loyalty value to completely heal the old Master Lin? Mission reward, 70 of the Lin family's assets. Is loyalty value used in this manner? It can be directly employed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the antagonist? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, realizing there was even a reward involved. In that case, let the title of the foremost lackey be donned. Boom. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qin Luo, instilling immense confidence in the Lin family members. Even Su Mu Wan, unaffected by the antagonist's influence, was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why is everyone's gaze suddenly so bright? Xiao Tian, standing by the old Master Lin's sickbed, instinctively remarked as he saw Qin Luo approach, impossible. Wanrong, do not trust this man. There's no one else in this world. Slap. The sound echoed sharply. Before he could finish, Qin Luo coldly raised his hand and struck him to the ground. He then looked down at him with disdain, mocking, a mere son-in-law dares to posture before my lady. I once thought you were a talent, but who would have known? He shook his head with a cold smirk. You're just a fool, claiming to be a dragon king and to possess medical skills. Fortunately, my lady has discerning eyes. She alerted me to accompany her. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members looked up at Su Mu Wan, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Mu Wan's lips twitched, revealing an enigmatic smile. Heh, I had no idea I was so remarkable. Then, Qin Luo approached the old Master Lin, extending his hand gently over the man's chest. He commanded, awaken. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth from Qin Luo's palm, a manifestation of pure vital energy that created a grand spectacle. Whoosh. A fierce wind howled through the sick room, causing the windows to rattle violently. Everyone was astonished. Such prowess. Master Qin is indeed a divine physician. Indeed, just moments ago, that Xiao Tian had shown no signs of effectiveness. What nonsense. He is merely a pompous waste. Thankfully, we have Miss Su here. Now, the old Master Lin's life is secured. Su Mu once silently observed Qin Luo as he took action. Wait a moment. If my 2 decades of martial arts experience are to be believed, this bee is merely expelling vital energy to create an exaggerated illusion of grandeur, right? Can this truly heal? As she pondered, Su Mu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. For at that moment, The previously pale old Master Lin suddenly sat upright. He opened his hands in exhilaration, his voice boisterous as he exclaimed to those in the sick room. I feel as if I've regained 50 years of youth. The Lin family members were filled with astonishment. Xiao Tian's expression twisted in disbelief. Qin Luo deliberately feigned exhaustion. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing at Su Mu Wan with a slight smile. I have not failed you, my lady. You should be pleased now. Su Mu Wan was momentarily stunned. Huh, is this how the script goes? Chapter 17, The Crumbling Xiao Tian. Su Mu Wan was utterly bewildered. She looked once more at Qin Luo's earnest face, her heart brimming with incredulity. Can it be that Qin Luo truly possesses medical skills? No. I must interrogate him thoroughly later. Outwardly, Su Mu Wan maintained her composure, clearing her throat softly. Well done. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and praised. It is all thanks to the diligent guidance of the young lady. This statement prompted the surrounding Lin family members to express their admiration and gratitude towards Su Mu Wan. If such a miracle-working physician serves under Miss Su, does that not imply that her own medical prowess is even more extraordinary? Seeing this, Su Mu Wan could only offer an awkward smile. Old Master Lin, feeling revitalized, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Luo, saying, Thank you, Master Qin, for pulling me back from the brink of death. Qin Luo shook his head, lightly smiling as he attributed the credit to Su Mu Wan. It was my lady who instructed me to assist you, Old Master Lin. If you wish to express your thanks, it is she whom you should be grateful to. Old Master Lin nodded at this, turning to Su Mu Wan with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su, for your assistance. I am truly indebted. Su Mu Wan inclined her head slightly, smiling as she responded, We are all fellow residents of Jiangcheng. Mutual aid is only natural. Her words warmed the hearts of the Lin family members. They had not anticipated that the usually extravagant Miss Su was, in fact, a genuinely good-hearted person. Yet, amidst the joy, there was also distress. No, this cannot be happening. Xiao Tian had already risen from the ground, his twisted expression reflecting utter despair as he glared at Qin Luo. His face was a canvas of incredulity as he pointed at Qin Luo, shouting, It's all a lie. Everything is a lie. Qin Luo, you could never heal Old Master Lin. Who else but me can channel vital energy in this world? Only I can. I am the Dragon King. What I cannot achieve, no one else can. Yes, that is right. Xiao Tian gazed at Old Master Lin, whose expression was darkening, and seemed to have an epiphany, laughing maniacally. I healed you just now, didn't I? The blood you coughed up was merely stagnant blood from your body. Old Master Lin clenched his fists, astonished that even at this juncture, Xiao Tian remained ensconced in his delusions. He replied coldly, Xiao Tian, be silent. My recovery has nothing to do with you. Lin Wanrong surged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Tian, scolding, You fool. Be quiet. Do not disturb everyone's peace here. Get out of my sight. Disappointment flooded Lin Wanrong as she realized that Xiao Tian, once unmasked, had resorted to shouting like a madman. The Lin family members advanced en masse, leveling accusations and reproaches, hurling a torrent of words at Xiao Tian's face. Struck dumb by their censure, Xiao Tian's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of distress. Su Mu Wan observed the spectacle with keen interest, exclaiming in astonishment. The Dragon King had indeed descended to unprecedented depths. Had his previous life been so dire? Qin Luo turned his head, chuckling softly at Su Mu Wan. Miss, is this performance entertaining? Humph. To be honest, it's rather captivating. Yet, at the end of the day, it is I who will bear the consequences. Su Mu Wan felt a pang of bitterness within, but she refrained from voicing it, merely casting a fierce glare at Qin Luo. However, due to her striking beauty, this glare was misinterpreted by Qin Luo as a sign of her satisfaction. Thus, he chuckled lightly. That's good to hear. Su Mu Wan, has this person misunderstood something? Qin Luo remained oblivious to the tumult within Su Mu Wan's mind. Naturally, he assumed she was complimenting his competence. As the brief episode drew to a close, he leaned in to whisper to Su Mu Wan. By the way, miss, it will soon be noon. Where shall we dine? How did the conversation shift to dining? Nonetheless, it was indeed nearing midday, and the hospital drama involving the Dragon King Xiao Tian had reached its conclusion. Moreover, having just assumed control of her family's enterprise, it was an opportune moment for her to inspect it. Therefore, after some contemplation, Su Mu Wan replied, Let us have something casual to eat, and then we shall head directly to the Su Group. I need to assess the situation after taking over the family business. The Su Group, a renowned leading enterprise in Jiangcheng. Speaking of which, Zhulan had mentioned that Su Mu Wan visited the Su residence last night and subsequently took over the family business. This reminder caused Qin Luo to pause in surprise. In the original narrative, Su Mu Wan had not assumed control of the enterprise at this juncture. Could it be that his arrival in this world had triggered a butterfly effect? Suddenly, Qin Luo felt a weighty sense of responsibility settle upon him. He declared earnestly, "Understood. Mississippi, if the storyline is changing, then surely this great villain will not survive to the end, right? No, until he matures, I shall not permit you to perish." Su Mu Wan. On Su Mu Wan's side, witnessing Qin Luo's unwavering loyalty stirred a peculiar sensation within her. Although this notion had always lingered, it now resonated more profoundly. After all, she distinctly remembered that in her past life, no such devoted subordinate as Qin Luo had been by her side. Could it be that the butterfly effect of her rebirth had bestowed upon her this steadfast ally? Yes, that must be it. Therefore, I ought to treat Qin Luo, Su Mu Wan, with greater kindness. Their eyes met, and both exchanged a subtle smile. Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan maintained their outward smiles. What were they laughing about? On Xiao Tian's side, he was besieged by a cacophony of insults. His self-esteem seemingly trampled underfoot. Why had it come to this? My procedures were flawless. Where could the error have occurred? I simply cannot afford to fail. What exactly went wrong? As Xiao Tian's mind spiraled into despair, his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan in the crowd. The two exchanged glances. Their eyes intertwined. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Tian experienced an epiphany regarding the source of his predicament. He shouted in a frenzy, "I am not at fault. I cannot be wrong. It must be this way." He pointed an accusatory finger at old Master Lin. Bellowing, "What you coughed up just now was merely the accumulated stagnant blood within you." Then, turning his ire upon Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan, he roared, "And you two scoundrels have conspired to usurp my credit. The one who saved old Master Lin is clearly slap." Silence. Before his words could fully escape, a ghostly figure surged through the throng, confronting Xiao Tian. It was Qin Luo, his countenance dark with fury as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Tian's face. His presence intensified, eyes ablaze with indignation. Qin Luo bellowed, "What manner of person is my lady, that you, a mere wretch, dare to speak so insolently? How dare you sow discord between me and my esteemed lady? She is a paragon among mortals. She has no need to engage in such despicable acts as claiming another's credit. Your own incompetence is matched only by your arrogance. Had it not been for my intervention, old Master Lin would have long since perished at your inept hands. And yet, here you are, barking like an unworthy cur, oblivious to your true standing. You are a mere fool, even less than a comedic jester." The surrounding members of the Lin family were taken aback by the ferocity of Qin Luo's wrath. Su Mu Wan glanced at the empty space beside her, then at the suddenly charging Qin Luo, and instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering. Qin Luo had moved her deeply. Chapter 18. A single slap to the Dragon King. Is this the great villain? Xiao Tian stood dazed, cradling his stinging cheek. He beheld Qin Luo's furious visage and the derisive, disdainful gazes of those surrounding him. In that moment, he felt as though his very being was shrinking. The throng encircling him transforming into towering walls that suffocated him. Accusations, scorn, and vitriol rained down upon him. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xiao Tian. Perhaps he truly had erred. Why was he still engaging in self-deception? Though the reasons for his failure eluded him, it was undeniable that old Master Lin's treatment had indeed failed. Had Qin Luo not intervened, old Master Lin would have met his demise. Covering his face, Xiao Tian gradually bowed his head, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Have I truly erred? Lin Wanrong regarded the crumpled figure of Xiao Tian, her eyes filled with utmost disdain. She spat, "You worthless fool. Return home and sign the divorce papers with me today. Then, leave the Lin family." Xiao Tian opened his mouth, yet only a bitter smile escaped, devoid of a response. Although he recognized his mistakes, it did not imply he would acquiesce to a divorce from Lin Wanrong. Yet, her current attitude toward him had undoubtedly plummeted, with no hope for reconciliation. Regardless, he must endure until the conclusion of his 6-year term. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Yes, how could I have forgotten? These people do not respect me, loathe me, beat me, insult me, and scorn me, all because they are unaware of my true identity, believing me to be a mere impostor posing as the Dragon King. But, once my 6 years are up, my true identity shall be revealed. At that moment, all will know that I, Xiao Tian, am indeed the Dragon King. Everyone will revere and fear me, and Lin Wanrong will surely fall in love with me once more. Indeed, with this thought, Xiao Tian's despondency dissipated. He lifted his head, a familiar confidence returning to his countenance, shaking it resolutely as he declared, "Wanrong, I will not divorce you. Once the true identity of this esteemed being is restored, you shall realize what a fortuitous blessing it is to marry me." As for the Su family, Xiao Tian rose to his feet and cast a nonchalant glance at Qin Luo, stating, "In light of your past assistance to old Master Lin, I shall merely render you limbless and deal with your associates and their clan." Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanrong trembled with fury, pointing an incredulous finger at Xiao Tian and exclaiming, "Xiao Tian, you wretched fool, you are utterly beyond redemption." She could hardly believe the audacity of this man, still clinging to his bravado at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan's expression faltered. She had initially felt a surge of gratitude for Qin Luo's intervention, but upon hearing Xiao Tian's proclamation, her spirits plummeted. "No, are you out of your mind? Why are you fixated on me?" Su Mu Wan was acutely aware of who the associates Qin Luo referred to, was it not her? In the end, it seemed she would be embroiled in a relentless conflict with the Dragon King. With no other recourse available, Su Mu Wan resolved to seek a different path. With this thought, she slowly made her way forward. Just as Qin Luo was about to deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Tian, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Qin Luo turned in surprise to see Su Mu Wan approaching, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Her beautiful eyes glinted coldly at Xiao Tian as she raised her hand. Slap! A force imbued with frigid energy struck Xiao Tian's face with a resounding crack. The impact sent him reeling across the room, crashing into a corner and collapsing to the ground, his body rendered immobile as if paralyzed. Blood spurted from Xiao Tian's mouth, and the world around him grew increasingly indistinct. He sensed that his entire body was frozen, leaving him powerless to regain control. As he coughed up blood, words failed him. How swiftly had this blow robbed me of my ability to move. The eldest daughter of the Su family is indeed a formidable opponent. Xiao Tian's consciousness waned, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing as he glanced nervously at the swiftly acting Su Mu Wan. He gulped audibly. My goodness, did she just knock out the Dragon King with a single slap? Is this even humanly possible? Su Mu Wan truly embodies the archetype of a formidable antagonist. Her initial prowess is beyond that of any ordinary boss. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Qin Luo, and his eyes widened. He recalled that in the original narrative, Su Mu Wan possessed unparalleled martial talent, though her penchant was to command her subordinates to discipline the protagonists. Only when the protagonists had grown stronger would she reluctantly intervene, each time suppressing them with absolute power. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Su Mu Wan relished in provoking the protagonists to satiate her twisted desires. This cycle allowed the protagonists to level up, ultimately banding together to vanquish Su Mu Wan. If Su Mu Wan had engaged directly from the outset, perhaps there would have been no subsequent events to unfold. But it is unrealistic to expect her to always take matters into her own hands, Qin Luo mused. Such is the nature of the great villain, always riding the waves of fortune while relishing the storms. At that moment, a notification chimed within Qin Luo's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving Old Master Lin. Reward, 70 of the Lin family's assets, to be distributed in a reasonable manner later. A smirk crept across Qin Luo's lips. Splendid. Su Mu Wan withdrew her hand, her gaze shifting to Qin Luo as she calmly declared, "It is time to leave." Qin Luo snapped back to reality, nodded, and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Without acknowledging the stunned crowd around them, Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo exited the hospital room together. Old Master Lin's eyes widened in horror, tightly gripping the bedsheets. The aura emanating from that single strike. Could it be that Su Mu Wan has reached an advanced stage? How young she is. Such talent is indeed a rarity in this world. As for Xiao Tian, Old Master Lin averted his horrified gaze and glanced at Xiao Tian, who lay crumpled like a discarded rag. With a weary sigh, he instructed, "Take Xiao Tian away for now. Once I have recovered, I shall host a birthday banquet to publicly announce the dissolution of Wanrong's marriage to this waste of space." Lin Wanrong's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, grandfather. This is wonderful. A public announcement will ensure that everyone knows I am divorced from this useless Xiao Tian. Furthermore, I can finally seek out my brother Wang." Boom. A convoy sped along the road, with a luxurious business vehicle encircled by a fleet of black sedans. Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan occupied the custom rear seats of the business car. Zhu Lan, at the helm, drove the vehicle, while the spacious rear allowed 4 people to sit facing one another, with an opulent square table in the center. This was a special privilege granted to Qin Luo by Su Mu Wan, as she recognized his unwavering loyalty and felt inclined to offer him some perks. Leaning against the window, Su Mu Wan gazed out at the scenery, her thoughts drifting back to her recent actions. At this juncture, she was acutely aware that she was now locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Dragon King. Thus, knowing this, she felt no need for hesitation, which had emboldened her to deliver that slap. Truth be told, it felt exhilarating. Su Mu Wan glanced at the composed Qin Luo across from her, who was also lost in thought, gazing out the window. No wonder he relishes slapping Xiao Tian so much. If I were unbothered by my own safety and that of my family, I would have already dealt with those protagonists from my previous life. But, having been killed in my past life, I returned reborn, and I truly dare not act recklessly. For I fear the consequences. Having already provoked a Dragon King once was her limit. Any further escalation would be unwise. Ah, wait a moment. Su Mu Wan appeared to recall something. Her beautiful eyes shifting towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, she inquired, her tone tinged with an undertone of inquiry. Where did you learn your medical skills? And what was it you promised Long Dingtian at the antique fair yesterday? Long Dingtian had recently lavished her with praise, and she was compelled to maintain an air of grace, even as her inner thoughts questioned, when did I become so formidable? Upon hearing her words, Qin Luo silently braced himself. The moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. Fortunately, he was prepared. He feigned a return to reality, turned to face Su Mu Wan. Their gazes locking, and with a hint of melancholy in his voice, began, Miss, I am, in fact, an orphan. When I was very young, I was fortuitously taken under the wing of an elderly gentleman, from whom I learned the art of medicine. An orphan? An elderly gentleman? Wait a moment. Su Mu Wan felt a jolt run through her body, her eyes widening in astonishment. How could it be that I recall each member of that fabled group of destined children was an orphan? Could it be that you dare to claim you are also a protagonist? Chapter 19. You are also a protagonist? No. Do you truly believe that? The atmosphere within the vehicle grew somber. Qin Luo vividly recounted the tale of his childhood, having lost both parents and facing starvation in the harsh world until he encountered an elderly man who imparted the arts of medicine and divination to him. Subsequently, he arrived in Jiang City, where he learned of the Su family's establishment of a charity foundation named Su's Hope, dedicated to aiding impoverished children, ensuring they had enough to eat and wear. For those with talent, the Su family would train them in martial arts. For those without, they would assist with education. Tears welled up in Qin Luo's eyes, a single drop escaping as he covered his mouth, gazing earnestly at the momentarily stunned Su Mu Wan. His voice choked with emotion. Thus, from that moment, I resolved to join the Su family and serve them. Coincidentally, at that moment, the young lady was recruiting followers, and so it was only natural that I became your attendant. Qin Luo lowered his hand, inhaled deeply with a look of unwavering loyalty, and earnestly addressed Su Mu Wan. My lady, I vow to dedicate my life to you and the Su family. On Su Mu Wan's end, she felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, the Su family did have a charity foundation named Su's Hope. As one of the foremost powers in Jiang City, the Su family sought not only wealth, influence, and status, but also reputation. Thus, establishing a charity foundation was, in essence, a rather convenient endeavor. Even if their initial intentions were misguided, they had nonetheless accomplished a commendable deed. However, she never anticipated that Qin Luo would choose to join them for such a reason. Even more astonishing was that he possessed both medical skills and the art of divination. This was a living embodiment of a protagonist template. Su Mu Wan, being an avid reader of novels, recognized that the myriad figures she had encountered in her past life, dragons, war gods, divine healers, were all destined children, or in other words, protagonists. Thus, Qin Luo was also a protagonist right beside me. Su Mu Wan's heart swelled with emotion. Fate indeed played its tricks. In her previous life, she had met her demise at the hands of a group of protagonists, yet in this life, she returned only to find a protagonist at her side. Splendid. Su Mu Wan felt touched internally, but managed to maintain a teasing smile on her face as she turned to Qin Luo, saying, You claim to possess medical skills and the art of divination? I have witnessed your medical prowess. But what of your divination skills? What did you foretell regarding Long Ding Tian's allegiance to me? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo realized that Su Mu Wan was half convinced and was now testing him. He nodded and replied, Indeed, I have foreseen that Long Ding Tian is, in fact. He lowered his voice, leaned closer to Su Mu Wan, and whispered near her ear, He is the future head of the Long family in Wang City. Ah, the great antagonist drew near, and the scent was rather pleasant. Seeing Qin Luo lean in to speak, Su Mu Wan's heart fluttered. Yet, considering his unwavering loyalty, she restrained herself, understanding that the content of his words was undoubtedly significant. At that moment, upon hearing him reveal Long Ding Tian's true future identity, Su Mu Wan's heart trembled. He was correct. Zhulan, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tightly, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Wah, young lady, why are you being so kind to this newcomer? Not only allowing him to sit in the back seat, but also letting him get so close to your ear for whispered secrets. Should I not be in the car? Will I lose my title as your #1 attendant to Qin Luo? Qin Luo had already resumed his previous position, his expression grave as he said, So, Miss Su, do you trust me now? As the words fell, a notification chimed in. Congratulations. The antagonist's trust level has increased by 5. Congratulations. The host has received a reward. God-level hacking skills. Oh, the great antagonist believes me already? Qin Luo maintained a facade of loyalty while inwardly cackling. Could it be that my earnest demeanor won his trust? Moreover, what use is this God-level hacking skill? Am I to open a box of little hackers now? Naturally. Su Mu Wan believed him, for she was someone who had perished once. She understood Long Ding Tian's future identity well. However, according to reason, she should have displayed a facade of skepticism at this moment, and then prompted Qin Luo to divine something trivial to confirm his abilities. Thus, she coldly scoffed and shook her head. Ridiculous. How could I believe such foolish words based solely on your verbal claims? While rumors of a connection between Long Ding Tian and the Wang family abound, they remain mere speculation. With that, Su Mu Wan leaned back against the seat, crossing her arms and legs, her gaze icy as she directed it at Qin Luo. Unless you can provide a reasonable outcome, I will not believe your nonsense. I may even suspect you are a spy sent by another family to infiltrate my side. Observing the imposing Su Mu Wan, Qin Luo inwardly scoffed. TSK. This great antagonist clearly believed him in her heart, yet outwardly maintained an air of dominance. Very well, since that is the case. Qin Luo appeared to contemplate, feigning difficulty. Well, Su Mu Wan, taken aback, thought, no, just say something I already know. Outwardly, she coldly laughed. What? Are you incapable? In response, Qin Luo let out a gentle sigh. It is not that I cannot divine. I require contact with the person to perform the divination. However, there is no one nearby, making it difficult to divine for the young lady. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan felt relieved and then extended her palm toward Qin Luo. Go ahead and divine me. Seeing her fair, delicate arm extended, Qin Luo hesitated momentarily before saying, the art of divination can reveal detailed information about a person, but, noticing his hesitation, Su Mu Wan shot a glare at Qin Luo. If I tell you to divine, then do it. Spare me your prattle. Yes. Qin Luo no longer hesitated. Pressing his index and middle fingers against Su Mu Wan's pulse, he closed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Su Mu Wan watched, her face filled with suspicion. What is this? Is this how one divines? Shouldn't there be coins tossed or turtle shells thrown? Time ticked by. The look of confusion in Su Mu Wan's eyes deepened. Is it supposed to take this long? Just as she prepared to speak, Qin Luo opened his eyes, his expression somewhat troubled, his gaze flickering as he hesitated to meet Su Mu Wan's eyes. He spoke hesitantly. My lady, I have discerned some things, but the future is rather peculiar. If I were to speak of it, you might be enraged and slay me. Therefore, I shall only reveal what is already known. Seeing this, Su Mu Wan nodded. Speak. I wish to see what you can divine. Qin Luo cleared his throat, his gaze flickering as he looked at Su Mu Wan. This matter is quite private, so it is best to speak closely. Very well. Su Mu Wan's lips twitched slightly, utterly exasperated by Qin Luo's audacity. What could possibly be so significant that he had to lean in closer? Contemplating this, she tilted her ear to listen. After swallowing hard, Qin Luo leaned forward, whispering softly in her ear, May I ask, does the young lady have a penchant for reading those forbidden romance novels? Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's previously composed demeanor crumbled instantaneously. She gasped, her cheeks visibly flushing with a blend of embarrassment and astonishment. What? No. How could you possibly deduce that? I wouldn't even dare to consider it. You not only guessed correctly, but you actually voiced it out loud. As the words left Qin Luo's lips, Su Mu Wan's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily stunned. A thunderclap seemed to resonate in her mind, rendering her thoughts blank. A wave of mortification surged through her, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. How could he have guessed it? This was disastrous. Yet, the situation escalated further as Qin Luo hesitantly added, Miss, I would kindly advise you to exercise some restraint after finishing it, considering. At this, Su Mu Wan's heart lurched, as if he had struck a nerve with an unspoken truth. Stop. Stop. Don't say any more. Her countenance turned a deep shade of scarlet as she quickly raised her hand to silence Qin Luo, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she trembled. Enough. I believe you. I believe you possess this ability. Just stop talking. With her hand covering his mouth, Qin Luo inhaled the faint fragrance lingering on her palm, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He chuckled inwardly, for the original text had made it abundantly clear that this nefarious character had a profound affinity for such romantic literature. In the narrative, every time Zhu Lan reported to the protagonist, the scene would unfold with, behind the screen, a beguiling figure delicately turned the page of the book in her hands while listening to her subordinate's report. As she listened, a smirk would grace her lips, and she would dismissively remark, Oh, how intriguing, they managed to defeat XXX. It's somewhat interesting, but not enough to warrant my intervention. Zhu Lan, send XXX to test them again. If they fail, let XXX The essence of Su Mu Wan's appearances in the story was consistently characterized by her reading while absorbing reports from her subordinates, with the details of their words revealing her affinity for romantic novels. Yet, why was Su Mu Wan reacting so dramatically? All he had suggested was a modicum of restraint after reading. After all, the surge of emotions could lead to reckless cultivation. Realizing she didn't want him to continue, Qin Luo decided to refrain from further comments. He gently pushed her hand away and smiled. Very well, my lady, as long as you believe in me, that is sufficient. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan was engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. She had never anticipated that he would discern even her most private secrets, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. How could she maintain her aloof and commanding presence before Qin Luo now? Oh, this was catastrophic. The art of divination was indeed real. The atmosphere in the car grew tense and peculiar. Struggling to suppress her embarrassment, Su Mu Wan glared at Qin Luo. Forget everything you deduced, understood? Qin Luo, fully aware of the high regard Su Mu Wan held for her pride, quickly assured her, yes. Your emotional fluctuations have significantly affected the antagonist, gaining you 10 loyalty points. Wait, is this a bit excessive? Isn't this supposed to be a loyalty system? Shouldn't I be losing points instead? Replying to the host. The loyalty system can convert the emotional value provided by the host into loyalty points. Thus, regardless of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, as long as it is not an emotion the antagonist despises, it can be converted into loyalty points. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo was left with a plethora of questions. So, it implies that I can not only gain loyalty points through acts of fidelity, but also through other means. Su Mu Wan's emotional value translates to loyalty points? This raised a crucial question. Qin Luo contemplated. Essentially, loyalty points equate to quickly completing tasks assigned by Su Mu Wan, which yields a series of rewards, and these rewards enhance his own strength. In a nutshell, providing emotional value to Su Mu Wan correlates with his own empowerment. This is a swift shortcut. Enlightenment struck Qin Luo as he suddenly grasped how to rapidly increase his strength. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan felt the flush on her face dissipate, though her heart remained tumultuous. How infuriating that Qin Luo had uncovered her greatest secret. She silently wished he would truly forget, otherwise, she might have to resort to drastic measures. In the driver's seat, Zhulan was intensely curious about what Qin Luo had deduced that caused such a profound shift in her young lady's emotions. It was evident that he possessed some skill. However, there were inconsistencies in his previous statements. Was there truly anyone who would willingly follow Su Mu Wan solely because of the good deeds of the Su family? Just as she pondered this, the young lady remarked, actually, there's another reason I chose to become your devoted follower. Qin Luo's gaze fixated on Su Mu Wan, his tone imbued with sincerity. She felt a bit flustered under his intense stare, prompting her to inquire, what other reason could there be? Inhaling deeply, Qin Luo earnestly replied, I chose to be your foremost follower because I am utterly captivated by your charm. Su Mu Wan's heart skipped a beat. Your visage is akin to that of an ethereal beauty, and every night, the only figure that graces my thoughts is yours. Wait, your hands are as pure as jade. Hey. Zhulan's eyes widened in disbelief as she peered at Qin Luo through the rearview mirror. What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to devour your master? Qin Luo continued with heartfelt fervor, his voice laced with admiration. Every touch of your hand brings me an indescribable warmth and sense of security. Thump, thump. Su Mu Wan had never encountered such flattery before. Her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at Qin Luo, who appeared so devoted. Surely, he couldn't harbor those intentions, could he? Your smile is like the warm sun of spring, capable of dispelling all shadows from my heart. I'm not that exceptional. In my previous life, I had provoked over a dozen protagonists, committing countless misdeeds. I was indeed a notorious villain. However, I have since turned over a new leaf. A faint blush graced Su Mu Wan's cheeks as she lowered her head slightly, seemingly striving to conceal her embarrassment. Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Qin Luo's heartfelt loyalty. Noticing her reaction, Qin Luo gently placed a hand over his chest and spoke softly. Mississippi Su Mu Wan quickly lifted her gaze, sitting up straight and nervously regarding the earnest expression on Qin Luo's face. He held his chest, speaking with fervor, Miss. I understand that my words may come as a surprise, but every word, every syllable, and even every inflection is spoken from the depths of my heart. I wish to be your attendant, not merely due to your status and position, but because you are undeniably beautiful, kind, strong, and courageous. It would be an honor to serve you. Oh, please stop, please stop. Su Mu Wan's inner smile broadened. It was the first time she had received such praise. She felt as if she were floating on air. If you keep this up, I might just burst into laughter. She suppressed the urge to giggle and managed to display a meaningful smile at Qin Luo. With a playful gesture, she gently lifted his chin with her finger, leaning forward with a teasing glint in her eyes. Interesting. Qin Luo, your words have truly touched my heart. Have you uttered such sentiments to many others? Faithfulness level 1. Faithfulness level 1. Faithfulness level 1. Hearing the system notifications in her mind, Qin Luo, emboldened, grasped Su Mu Wan's wrist, the hand that had been playfully teasing him, and held it tenderly in his own. With genuine sincerity, he vowed, I swear, these words are spoken only to you. Mississippi, faithfulness level 5. Faithfulness level 5. Su Mu Wan thought to herself, how delightful. Qin Luo truly understands me. Meanwhile, Qin Luo mused, acquiring this level of faithfulness is remarkably easy. It seems villains adore flattery. Zhulan internally exclaimed, how has the bond between the young lady and this newcomer intensified so rapidly? Chapter 21, The Su Corporation. A lesson learned. The Su Corporation, founded by the Su family in Jiangcheng, is essentially one of their enterprises, primarily engaged in real estate. Given the family's formidable influence, the Su Corporation has constructed half of the buildings in Jiangcheng. At this moment, beneath the towering structure of the Su Corporation, luxury vehicles surrounded a business car. Zhulan exited the driver's seat and was about to open the door for Su Mu Wan when a figure squeezed past her. Turning her head, she saw Qin Luo already standing by the door, opening it for Su Mu Wan, saying, Miss, watch your step. Su Mu Wan took hold of Qin Luo's outstretched hand as she alighted from the vehicle. She raised her gaze towards the corporate building, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. In her past life, her arrogance had led her to cause trouble, resulting in her parents forbidding her from taking over the family's deeper ventures. They merely handed her a real estate group for her and Su Bailian to manage. Unfortunately, Su Bailian was utterly inept, causing the group to suffer losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Even more tragically, no one believed it was Su Bailian's fault. They all blamed Su Mu Wan instead, thinking she had led her astray. Sighing, she lamented, in my previous life, I was a villain that drew the ire of both gods and men. In this life, I simply wish to be a good person. After instructing Shen Fei to park the car, Qin Luo glanced at the empty space beneath the corporate building. Raising an eyebrow, he lowered his head to Su Mu Wan and said, Miss, I have already conveyed your arrival to the corporation. Su Mu Wan shook her head slightly. No matter. Let us first assess the situation. She had anticipated this reaction, as the entire corporation was aligned with Su Bailian. Understood, Mississippi. Qin Luo ceased his chatter, his mind already strategizing ways to provide emotional support for Su Mu Wan. According to the original plot, Su Mu Wan had never commanded the respect of the corporation's staff, who only heeded Su Bailian's commands. Hence, his goal was to assist Su Mu Wan in uniting the corporation, thereby earning her trust. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the corporation, a subservient young man fidgeted as he reported, Brother, the young lady Su has arrived. I did not send anyone to greet her, and now she is waiting in the lobby with her attendant. What should we do next? In response, a middle-aged man reclining in a boss's chair, puffing on a cigar and emanating an air of hostility, scoffed, Humph, the eldest daughter of the Su family? Just a discarded waste. It is Miss Su Bailian whom we ought to follow. Do not misplace your loyalties. Yes. The subservient young man nodded, a knowing smile gracing his face. Brother, I shall go and give her a taste of our might. Seeing his subordinate so compliant, the middle-aged man grinned. Li Jun, you truly are wicked enough. Go ahead. And if anything goes awry, I shall take the blame. After all, we have the second young lady of the Su family backing us. Yes. In the lobby of the corporation, Su Mu Wan awaited with a calm demeanor. During this time, no one came to welcome her. She understood that the current situation was entirely due to Su Bailian's prior infiltration of the corporation's influence. Thus, her objective was to establish her own authority within this group. In her past life, she had employed ruthless tactics to reprimand all those who had initially looked down on her. However, the outcome had merely led to superficial compliance from these individuals while they covertly obeyed Su Bailian. Therefore, in this life, she aimed to adopt a different approach, one that would not be so rigid. At that moment, a sharp laugh echoed from a distance. My sincerest apologies. Miss Su, we are truly honored by your presence, but I was so busy that I momentarily forgot. My deepest regrets. Everyone turned to see a slender man, his face a mask of contrition, accompanied by a group of hostile-looking security personnel. Qin Luo scanned the group and discerned that they were merely a bunch of ruffians masquerading as security, their capabilities no more than ordinary. Zhulan frowned, whispering to Su Mu Wan, Miss, your arrival was communicated to them long ago, yet they. Su Mu Wan raised her hand to silence Zhulan. She understood, but knew she could not directly retaliate. Doing so would only escalate the situation, leading to a repeat of her previous life. Li Jun, leading the group, approached with an air of apology, rubbing his hands together as he addressed Su Mu Wan. Miss, I am terribly sorry. You see, we have not made any preparations for your visit. Everyone is quite busy. As you know, the real estate business is extensive and overwhelming. We are all aware of your intention to take over the corporation. Is there anything specific you wish to inquire about? His demeanor appeared sincere, yet he was, in truth, the most duplicitous of individuals from her past life. Upon hearing the words, Su Mu Wan replied calmly, if you cannot answer my question, I demand to see the person in charge. Li Jun, upon hearing this, shook his head apologetically and smiled. Miss, it's quite all right. I am the second in command of the group. If you ask me, I am sure to know. Is that so? Then how many employees does the group currently have? Su Mu Wan inquired. A flicker of distress crossed Li Jun's face as he stammered. Well, that is indeed a challenge for me. Su Mu Wan's gaze sharpened slightly, and she pressed on. Then, where is the current person in charge? Li Jun shook his head. I do not know. He is the boss. How would I know his whereabouts? Ah, miss, perhaps you should refrain from questioning me further, Li Jun interjected, his face adorned with a contrite smile. I am merely an employee. Such matters are beyond my knowledge. Seeing this, Su Mu Wan took a deep breath, clenching her fists tightly. Although she was aware that this situation would be arduous, she had not anticipated it to be so challenging. It was evident that Li Jun was merely a pawn sent by the current head of the group to intimidate her. If she were to retaliate against him, it would play directly into their hands, and soon the entire group would know her as a mere brute devoid of intellect. In today's society, strength was not the most crucial asset. Rather, it was the support of the people. This was a lesson Su Mu Wan had learned in her previous life. Unity is strength. Even someone as formidable as she had been in her past life could not triumph over those who worked in concert. Thus, she had to exercise restraint at this moment. Li Jun, with his outwardly apologetic smile, was inwardly sneering. How intriguing that she managed to hold back from striking him. It was rather unfortunate. It seemed that Miss Su was not as foolish as the rumors suggested. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If she refrained from acting this time, there would be ample opportunities in the future for her to do so. And the moment she lost her composure, she would forfeit all support. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar reverberated through the hall. How dare you remain mute when I ask you something? What use are you? You worthless fool. Su Mu Wan. Li Jun. Everyone was taken aback. Su Mu Wan's expression shifted as she looked up to see Qin Luo striding toward Li Jun. No, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Li Jun, caught off guard by the sudden insult, appeared somewhat stiff, and his tone turned unfriendly. What do you mean by that? Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Thud. Li Jun was sent sprawling to the floor, and his cheek visibly swelled. The pain shot through his face, and his mind buzzed. Why are you hitting him when Su Mu Wan hasn't he even spoken? Chapter 22. What audacity to act so arrogantly before my lady. Upon witnessing Li Jun fall, the security personnel who had accompanied him were momentarily stunned by the unexpected scene. What? Our boss was struck. What should we do? Should we retaliate? Su Mu Wan was also taken aback. Regaining her senses, she hurriedly exclaimed, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come back. Ah, Qin Luo, why did you suddenly take action? While it did relieve some of her pent-up frustration, it was not unlike the events of her previous life. Oh, this young lady is quite the actress, isn't she? A master at playing both sides, she mused. Realizing this, Qin Luo turned around with a look of remorse and said, Miss, I saw that this man was truly dull-witted, a complete imbecile. He couldn't even answer your questions. And yet the head of the group allows such a fool to hold the position of second in command. This only goes to show that the head is just as foolish. The thought of such an imbecile lingering within the Su family group, feeding off its resources, infuriated me, and I couldn't help but act. I hope the young lady can forgive me. Shun Fei and the other followers stood at the back, their faces reflecting delight. They looked at Su Mu Wan with admiration. So that's it. Since it was inconvenient for the young lady to command them directly, Qin Luo took the initiative to assume responsibility for the act. Li Jun, coming back to his senses, first cast an incredulous glance at Qin Luo, then turned his wide-eyed stare towards Su Mu Wan. How malicious her heart was. While his own actions would leave him open to slander, if this subordinate took the initiative, there would be no repercussions. Miss Su was not the mindless tyrant that the outside world had painted her to be. Su Mu Wan stood in shock, glancing at Zhu Lan and then at the others. In that moment, she realized that they must have misunderstood and believed she had instructed Qin Luo to take action and take the blame. But she truly had no knowledge of this. In the next instant, a wail pierced the air. They hit me. They hit me. Su Mu Wan's subordinate has assaulted me. Humph. It matters not. Even if your subordinate acted independently, as long as he is in your service, you cannot escape responsibility. With a little embellishment, even white can be turned black. As Li Jun's words hung in the air, The group of security personnel he had brought began to accuse Su Mu Wan one by one. Miss Su, what do you mean by this? Why have you harmed our employee? We were all quite busy, but you insisted we come see you. And yet you resort to violence without even obtaining an answer? What makes you any different from that thug? Do you think being the eldest daughter of the Su family grants you free rein to act as you please? Seeing this scene unfold, Su Mu Wan sighed inwardly. If she were to take a step back now, while it might stabilize the situation, it would make it difficult to seize control of the group in the future. However, if she were to suppress them as she had in her previous life, it would only lead to greater difficulties. Was this a deadlock? Was she destined to follow the script of her past life? In the next moment, a figure flickered through the crowd like a shadow. Smack, 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 smack. The sound of several slaps suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Figures crumpled to the ground, and a chorus of sobs arose from the floor. They lifted their heads, clutching their faces, looking up in fear and astonishment at the figure standing before them. It was Qin Luo, employing his shadowy servant technique, who, with a mere breath, had dispatched all the standing security personnel. Everyone was stunned. Qin Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold as he surveyed those who were now sprawled on the floor, sneering, "Humph. Ridiculous. This is the Su group, the property of the Su family. And my lady here is the future heir of the Su family. What do you insignificant beings think you are, barking like dogs here? Do you think that even if I were to toss you into the river to feed the fish, no one would dare claim my lady is in the wrong? A bunch of worthless fools dare to show off their petty cleverness before my lady." Having said this, Qin Luo glanced back at Shun Fei and Zhu Lan, instructing, "You two, take these fools away with you. We shall go meet this so-called person in charge. How dare you act so arrogantly before my lady?" As the words fell, Zhu Lan was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at herself, saying, "Huh? When did you gain the authority to command me?" Meanwhile, Shun Fei had already stepped forward, exclaiming, "All right, Brother Luo." With that, he gestured, and all the subordinates stepped forward, one by one, forcing Li Jun and his companions to stand in a row. Seeing this, Zhu Lan had no choice but to join in reluctantly. Su Mu Wan stood there, her mouth agape, utterly astonished. Huh, how did it come to this? On Qin Luo's side, he had returned to Su Mu Wan, respectfully stating, "Miss, this bunch of useless fools has been dealt with. We are ready to take over the corporation at your command." Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a villain seizing someone else's territory. You. Qin Luo, you are simply infuriating. Su Mu Wan felt like crying, but could only helplessly rub her forehead. Let's go meet that person in charge. Alas, there are no destined heirs within this corporation. Even if they all provoke me, it matters little. However, without these individuals, it seems the corporation will struggle to function in the short term. Sigh. Thus the person in charge must remain unharmed. If they are willing to explain, I can smoothly take over the company. At the top of the corporation, Xie Jun lounged in his executive chair, leisurely smoking a cigar. He smugly pondered that if he guessed correctly, Miss Su's temper would surely get the better of her. Once she acted out, it would play right into the hands of the second young lady. Humph, just a young lady cast out from the Su family. How could she possibly compare to the second young lady? At that point, the corporation would undoubtedly be handed over to her, allowing them to reap greater benefits. Well, it was time to check on the situation, as the commotion must have escalated by now. With that thought, Xie Jun extinguished his cigar and rose from his chair. Just as he stretched comfortably, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. In strode Qin Luo, frowning as he shouted into the sparsely populated room. "Who is Xie Jun?" Xie Jun was momentarily stunned, and then he saw several figures being dragged in. Their faces were swollen, and fear was etched on their features. Among them, one person resembled a pig's head, yet Xie Jun recognized him at once. "Li Jun," he exclaimed in shock, wondering how he had been so thoroughly beaten. Soon after, he caught sight of the rumored Miss Su. Her aura was formidable, and her expression cold. The pressure emanating from her made Xie Jun break into a cold sweat. He had risen to this position not by chance, but through keen observation and understanding of human nature. He understood that this was not the moment to provoke Miss Su. For now, he had to endure. He hurried forward, forcing a smile as he said, "Miss Su, what is the situation here? Are my subordinates?" Before he could finish, slap. Qin Luo stepped forward and struck him hard across the face, abruptly cutting off his words and leaving his head buzzing. How could this kid act so unpredictably? Why didn't he wait for me to finish my blame? After the slap, Qin Luo angrily rebuked, "What a farce. You are the mastermind behind all this, aren't you? Do you still want to play coy?" Seeing that Su Mu Wan remained impassive, Qin Luo assumed she was still unsatisfied. He boldly approached, grabbing the flustered Xie Jun by the collar, and pointed at the beaten Li Jun, scolding, "This dog named Li Jun claimed you weren't here. Yet you are clearly present. So since you are here, you must receive 200 slaps from me." Xie Jun's face went pale at this declaration. 200 slaps. Who made that rule? Qin Luo raised his hand, snorting coldly. I did. With that, he began delivering a relentless series of slaps, the sound echoing throughout the room. Li Jun and the others trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan's expression remained unchanged, but in reality, she had become numb to it all. With Qin Luo's abrupt aggression, she thought, well, nothing matters anymore. Qin Luo, I hope you understand how to manage a large corporation, or else your lady here will face great tribulations. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me suffer another bad yindi, would you? Chapter 23, You may leave now. A forceful takeover of the corporation. We shall diligently serve the young lady. At the top of the Su Corporation, a group of individuals, swollen and resembling pig heads, knelt in a row, trembling as they gazed at the impassive Su Mu Wan. Though their faces were calm, their hearts were cursing her. That detestable Su Mu Wan. Once we notify the second young lady to devise a new plan, we will ensure she faces obstacles at every turn within this corporation. How dare she allow a subordinate to be so ruthless? Su Mu Wan, you have a heart of stone. Qin Luo, meanwhile, strolled over to Su Mu Wan's side, a satisfied expression on his face. Miss, these people have become docile. Su Mu Wan, upon hearing this, forced a smile that was far from genuine. Docile? More likely. They are plotting how to undermine me behind my back. Sigh, it seems we are back to the same situation as in my previous life. But then again, I had anticipated this scenario. After all, these few were always aligned with Su Balian. My initial thought was to keep them around to prevent the corporation from stagnating. However, having provoked them now, keeping them would only invite disaster. With that thought, Su Mu Wan glanced at the thoroughly beaten Xie Jun, stating flatly, you can take your people and leave. We have no need for your kind here. Xie Jun, who had been contemplating biding his time to relay information to the second young lady, was taken aback by her words. Panic set in as he exclaimed, Miss, this is unacceptable. If we leave, who will manage the corporation? From top to bottom, everyone has their role. If we depart, the corporation will become a hollow shell. Su Mu Wan merely scoffed in response. Ridiculous. This corporation has countless employees. How much difference will it make if you few pests are gone? It may complicate certain matters, but that is of no concern. I just need to keep an eye on several key points from my past life. Xie Jun's mind went blank. He had expended half his life to reach his current position, and at this final hour, he had chosen to align with the second young lady, believing that he was securing a future for himself and his descendants. Yet, he never expected this young lady to act so unpredictably. Qin Luo, seeing the situation, stepped forward and shouted at the trembling individuals, are you deaf or blind? Did you not hear my lady say we need to clear the room? All of you sycophants of Su Balian, why don't you hurry and leave? As the words fell, Xie Jun's pupils dilated in disbelief. He raised his head to look at Su Mu Wan, who stood beside Qin Luo. What? Su Mu Wan had known all along that we were Su Balian's followers. No wonder. No wonder. Our previous antics before Su Mu Wan must have appeared utterly foolish in her eyes. This young lady of the Su family is truly terrifying. She is nothing like the debauched heir that the world has painted her to be. Deflated, Xie Jun realized that there was no longer any possibility for him and his companions to remain. He could only lower his head and, with a tone of reluctance, replied, yes, what can we do if we disagree? The followers of Miss Su are formidable. They are just a bunch of ordinary people. How could they possibly contend? Nevertheless, it matters not, for everyone within the organization is on our side. Once we depart, this company shall become but an empty shell. The subordinates of the second young lady can only do so much for you. Before long, Xie Jun and his group departed, leaving a series of senior management positions vacant. Su Mu Wan sent people to clear out everything belonging to Xie Jun from the top floor office, desks, chairs, and even his own self-portrait. Qin Luo, eager to curry favor, remarked, Miss, your wisdom and martial prowess are truly remarkable. You have effortlessly cleared the organization of its vermin. Hearing this, Su Mu Wan couldn't help but smirk. Why are you so fond of speaking the truth? She quipped. However, I do appreciate honesty. Half an hour later, a brand new office was completed. Su Mu Wan sat behind a grand redwood square table, lost in thought. With Xie Jun and his cohort gone, the next step was to find individuals to fill these vacancies. The support from the Su family could not be utilized, as this was a test from her parents. Thus, it seemed she would have to resort to conventional means for recruitment. Yet, the incoming candidates would be a mixed bag. Should any loyalists of Su Balian or any adversaries infiltrate, trouble could surely arise. Su Mu Wan, having been stung by betrayal in her past life, was understandably cautious. She had already sent Zhu Lan to summon the remaining senior executives of the group, and soon she would learn the current state of affairs. Presently, there was another question lingering in her mind. Turning to Qin Luo, she inquired with suspicion, how did you know that Xie Jun and the others were Su Balian's men? Qin Luo replied, I deduced it. But you need to make contact to deduce, don't you? Su Mu Wan pressed, her doubts intensifying. Qin Luo smiled slightly and confidently asserted, I calculated it while slapping my own face. Is that even possible? Su Mu Wan's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the grinning Qin Luo. For some reason, she felt that Qin Luo was concealing something from her. She initially intended to press further, but, upon observing Qin Luo's cheerful demeanor, her mind drifted to the notion that he must have foreseen her indulging in romantic literature. She turned her head, clenched her fists, and huffed, in any case. Be more courteous in your demeanor next time. We are living in a civilized society now, do you understand? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, thinking, how could such words come from the lips of the most ruthless, contemptuous, and twisted villain in the original story? He suddenly understood. This must be the villain's way of hinting at him, suggesting that he cannot merely succeed on the surface, but must also engage in some underhanded tactics behind the scenes. The last statement was likely a reminder that, as the daughter of the Su family, any trouble she faced would ultimately be shielded by her status. How enlightening. Qin Luo then smiled faintly and responded, Understood, Mississippi. I shall remember. Do you truly understand? Su Mu Wan shot him a glare, feeling that he had misinterpreted her intentions. However, given her reputation for being willful and arrogant, it was indeed challenging to alter public perception. Sigh, she thought, perhaps this matter could be addressed later. What she needed to focus on now was a matter of life and death. Why was she so eager to reclaim her family's business upon her rebirth? Why was she so determined to take over the Su group in Jiangxing? The reason was simple. In her previous life, the daughter of the war god ended up living in a doghouse because of her indirect actions. It was common knowledge that the Su group was a real estate company. In her past life, when she and Su Balian first took over the group, it was already in dire financial straits, largely due to Su Balian's incompetence. Relying on her status, Su Balian had devoured the employees of the Su group and meddled in internal affairs, leading to the abandonment of numerous property projects. However, at that time, Su Mu Wan was oblivious to the turmoil she was inheriting. Only when the troubles came knocking did she realize she had taken on a hot potato, with everyone blaming her for the mess. Thus, she found herself ensnared by Su Balian, unjustly bearing the burden of a loss amounting to hundreds of billions. This was not the worst of it. One of the buyers of a failed property was none other than the war god's wife, Tang Wenyu. Consequently, they lost not just their home, but also their wealth. Tang Wenyu had to reside with her 10-year-old daughter in a doghouse beneath a bridge. Just as Su Mu Wan was about to clean up the mess and initiate the reconstruction of the abandoned buildings, the war god returned. Upon learning that his daughter had been the cause of their living conditions, he was consumed by rage and vowed to hunt down the one responsible, her. Oh. Su Mu Wan covered her face, lamenting, what is sin? Is there something peculiar about my fate? Why do I attract protagonists wherever I go? Nevertheless, she resolved, in this life, I will surely change my destiny. As soon as Zhulan arrived with the information regarding the current state of the group, she would know her next steps. Su Mu Wan was confident. After all, she was indeed remarkable. Chapter 24, Collective Resignation. Miss, your insight is truly remarkable. An hour later, in Su Mu Wan's office, she stared at the mountain of resignation letters presented by Zhulan, deep in thought. You mean to say that all the employees of the group have resigned? Su Mu Wan asked incredulously, pointing at the pile of resignation letters before her. Zhulan appeared somewhat anxious, but nodded affirmatively. Yes, Mississippi. They said they no longer wished to continue working here, and thus they resigned. The group is now entirely deserted. With a loud clap, Su Mu Wan covered her face, her eyes revealing disbelief through her fingers. No. Are you all loyal to Su Balian? What benefits has she bestowed upon you? Do you all wish to oppose me? Do you not have mortgages to pay? No car loans? No families to support? You just resign on a whim? How reckless. Internally, Su Mu Wan felt like crying. How could this be? The entire group had resigned, leaving her as the sole commander. Why was reality so absurd? This plot is so absurd that even readers would condemn it if it were in a novel. What am I to do now? The most pressing issue is that I cannot seek help from my parents. Otherwise, Su Mu Wan would be left in tears, seemingly already envisioning that scenario. Oh, how resolutely you proclaimed your independence, yet the moment you encounter a challenge, you seek your parents' assistance. Little Wan is quite rare to have such intentions, so do not mock her. However, Mu Wan, you too must reflect. How can you take over the family with such minor obstacles? Daddy, mommy, if my sister cannot handle this, then let Balian help. No, it cannot devolve into such a situation. Su Mu Wan covered her face, on the verge of tears, feeling overwhelmed. In my previous life, I had perused countless texts. I had read many tales of rebirth and time travel. Yet, now I find myself in the most miserable position as a reincarnator. Which reincarnator has ever been as unfortunate as I? Even with foreknowledge of the future, I find myself powerless to act. Zhulan swallowed hard, flipping through the information in her hands, and continued, Moreover, miss, It appears the corporation's finances are severely in the red, with a deficit of 20 billion yet to be addressed. As she spoke, her indignation boiled over. These people are nothing but parasites, unaware of how much they have siphoned from the Su family. Enough, enough. In my past life, this deficit only grew larger, ultimately leaving me with a debt of 200 billion. Aya, what am I to do? Is it too late to recruit help now? Most importantly, the construction of that house must continue. It cannot be left unfinished, or the Tang mother and daughter will have to reside in a dilapidated shack. Who can tell me what to do? I never faced such a challenging start in my previous life. On Qin Luo's side, he too recognized Su Mu Wan's predicament. A gentle smile graced his lips. This Su Bailian truly possesses remarkable cunning. It appears that everyone within the Su group is in her employ. No wonder she is referred to as Su Mu Wan's lifelong adversary in the original text. But what a pity, what a pity. Su Bailian's schemes may not come to fruition, for he already possesses a means to assist Su Mu Wan through this crisis. Humph. It is time for me to gather loyalty points. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, addressing the pensive Su Mu Wan. Miss, I can resolve the current situation. His words shattered the silence in the room. Really? Su Mu Wan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. However, recalling her persona of being powerful, aloof, and proud, she quickly cleared her throat and composed herself. With a smile that held an inscrutable meaning, she scrutinized Qin Luo's face and said, Qin Luo, are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? Qin Luo chuckled lightly. I could deceive anyone in this world, but I would never mislead you, Mississippi. For I, Qin Luo, he said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Su Mu Wan, am your most loyal and cherished attendant. At this declaration, a prompt echoed in his mind. Loyalty point earned, 10. Su Mu Wan felt a jolt within her. Oh dear, must you be so moving? It makes me rather embarrassed. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her gaze flickering, as her cold demeanor began to falter, covering her mouth to mask her uncontrollable smile. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Luo. You silver-tongued flatterer, when did you become my favorite attendant? And when did I ever say such a thing? Hearing this, Qin Luo lowered his head, filled with remorse. I have overstepped, Mississippi. I thought that favorite equated to most trusted. I believed my unwavering loyalty would imply that you hold the same trust in me. Oh, so that's it, Su Mu Wan mused, a smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Qin Luo. Currently, that is not the case, but it does not mean it won't be in the future. With that, Su Mu Wan extended her finger, gently lifting Qin Luo's chin, her actions soft yet provocative, bringing his face into clearer view. Her lips curled into a playful smile as she said, Qin Luo, strive to become my most favored attendant. This matter is entrusted to you. Execute it well. As her words fell, a mechanical voice resonated within Qin Luo's mind. Main task issued. Assist Su Mu Wan in stabilizing the Su group. Would you like to use 100 loyalty points to expedite this task? Current loyalty points, 75. Task reward. Commanding presence. Unite the hearts and minds of all who join your faction, raising their loyalty to 100, ensuring eternal allegiance. At that moment, however, Qin Luo paid no heed to the voice in his mind. He simply blinked at Su Mu Wan, her visage now so close to him. His heart raced slightly. What an oddly enchanting tactic. It has caused my heart to quicken. The allure of a formidable antagonist is indeed formidable. To have me strive to become your favorite attendant in the future. What a cunning method to beguile your subordinate. Had I not been aware of your true nature, I might have been swayed like a naive native. What a joke. Su Mu Wan, you do possess a certain charm. But if you think I would be utterly enchanted by your sweet words, you are gravely mistaken. Also, all expenses during this period will be drawn from this card. I will not inquire further. The card still held a balance of over 90 million. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Mu Wan released Qin Luo and handed him a black card. This card had a limit of 100 million, designated as her annual expenditure allowance by the Su family. Should she exceed this amount, the remaining expenses for the year would have to be earned by Su Mu Wan herself. Qin Luo paused momentarily before accepting the black card with a look of steadfast loyalty. I assure you, I will complete the task. Miss, your judgment of people is truly sharp. Chapter 25. Xie Jun and others imprisoned, all recruited. At the Su residence, the adopted daughter Su Bailian reclined on the sofa, ice packs pressed against her cheeks. This was a result of Qin Luo's earlier slap, which had yet to subside. Miss, everyone in the corporation has resigned, and all construction sites have come to a halt. Even Su Mu Wan, without the family's backing, cannot possibly keep the corporation operational in such a short time. If the buildings cease construction, the public's fury will undoubtedly crush Su Mu Wan. At that moment, Su Bailian's loyal attendant reported to her with a submissive demeanor. Upon hearing this, a smirk played at the corners of Su Bailian's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing on her ice-covered face. Excellent. That group has long been something I have set my sights on. How could I allow Su Mu Wan to snatch it away from me? How dare she imply that I should mind my own business and not cause trouble? The memory of Su Mu Wan's threatening words from that night in the car ignited a fury within Su Bailian, rendering her speechless. Especially when, ouch. Su Bailian winced as pain shot through her cheek, her eyes reddening, her teeth clenched. Particularly infuriating was that despicable attendant of Su Mu Wan's. How dare he strike me so many times? If I do not avenge this grudge, I shall not be called Su Bailian. At the Su Group, within a server room, Qin Luo sat before a newly assembled high-end desktop computer, his fingers dancing rhythmically across the keyboard. Crackling sounds filled the air as lines of obscure code materialized on the screen under his deft touch. Previously, he had enhanced Su Muan's trust level, which granted him access to extraordinary hacking skills. To extricate the Su Group from its current predicament, these skills were pivotal. A slight smile curled at the corners of Qin Luo's lips, while he yearned for a swift resolution. His insufficient loyalty points compelled him to take matters into his own hands. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, having crafted a small, dispersive virus code. With a decisive keystroke, he sent it forth. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he produced a USB drive and inserted it into the main unit, chuckling softly and shaking his head. Ah, Su Muan, with a subordinate like me, you must be secretly pleased. In a nearby square, a group of fresh graduates sat despondently by a flower bed, their phones raised as they scrolled through job listings. One young man sighed heavily. Is it really so difficult to find a job with weekends off? His companion nodded in agreement, lamenting, don't get me started. I once asked about weekends off on a recruitment app, and can you believe it? They told me not to think too much, that I should embrace hardship with a spirit of dedication, claiming there were no weekend jobs to be found in the entire Jiangxing. After that, they blocked me. The group huddled together, sharing their grievances. I majored in information security, yet the bare minimum requirement is 3 years of experience. I studied accounting, found a job that paid $1,800 a month with only 1 day off, no insurance, and left in utter disbelief. As they continued their lamentations, suddenly, a notification popped up simultaneously on their phones, bearing the title, Su Group Recruitment Announcement. The positions advertised included financial analyst, marketing specialist, project manager, software engineer, human resources specialist, legal consultant, and customer service representative. The benefits promised were enticing, a salary exceeding 10,000, a 4-day work week, holiday gift cards, and year-end profit sharing. Contact details were provided, along with the group's address on Jiangxing Road No. 1. If interested, please click the reservation button. Reserve, cancel. The group stared in disbelief, exchanging glances before one hesitantly remarked, is this a scam message? The Su Group is a renowned real estate conglomerate in Jiangxing. We never dared to dream of entering there. How could a recruitment notice just pop up like this? And look at the number of positions available. Are they planning to construct something grand? Regardless of its legitimacy, they agreed to make a reservation, cautioning each other to disconnect if asked for bank details. An hour later, within the Su Group, Su Muan sat behind her desk, her brow furrowed in concentration, fingers tapping lightly on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Her eyes reflected profound anxiety and helplessness. The desk was cluttered with financial reports, contract documents, and internal audit findings, each page chronicling the group's losses and challenges. Some documents pertained to significant real estate projects, and she had recently received alarming news via express delivery. Multiple construction sites had halted operations, with the site managers declaring allegiance only to the previous group head. They had evidently prepared in advance, for the contracts had neglected to mention any compensation terms, enabling them to abscond without consequence. With projects stalled, Su Muan realized it would be a considerable time before she could find replacements. When that time came, rumors of unfinished buildings would undoubtedly circulate, potentially damaging her reputation. Alas, such a bold move could only be attributed to Su Bailian. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. But why did it have to be this way? This twist of fate was too dramatic. Why couldn't my restart be filled with triumph instead? Determined, she inhaled deeply once more, picking up the documents to meticulously examine them, hoping to uncover the root of the problems. She soon discovered that the group's losses stemmed primarily from the failure of several large-scale projects, compounded by poor internal management and corruption. How dare they wreak such havoc on my family's enterprise? Should I find evidence of your corruption, I shall see to it that you all face justice. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Qin Luo entered after 2 sharp raps, holding a USB drive in his hand. Qin Luo, Su Muan, frazzled and anxious, halted in her tracks. Hadn't he gone to recruit talent? He approached her, placing the USB drive on the desk, and smiled. Miss, while recruiting, I stumbled upon incriminating evidence regarding the former head's crimes. This contains significant proof of their corruption against the group. Su Mu Wan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, exuding an endearing charm. What? Just as I was contemplating sending them to jail, you deliver the evidence right to me? This is faster than a pillow for a sleepy head. And how did you manage to uncover their secrets? With a skeptical glance, she inserted the USB into her computer. Mere seconds later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Qin Luo. How did you do this? Loyalty points, 5. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Well, I possess a modicum of computer skills. In a matter of minutes, Su Mu Wan was stunned to learn that not only had Qin Luo encountered an elderly mentor who taught him fortune-telling and medicine in his youth, but he had also received tutelage from a retired hacking master who imparted a wealth of hacking techniques. The more she observed Qin Luo, the more she recognized the brilliance radiating from him. Is this what it means to be a protagonist? So dazzling. The presence of such a capable individual beside her was deeply reassuring. Without much doubt, she accepted the evidence he provided. With a satisfied smile, she tucked the USB drive away and turned to him, asking, by the way, how many people did you manage to recruit? Rest assured, we still have at least a month to get this sorted. Recruiting personnel for the company and subsequently hiring workers for construction would undoubtedly take considerable time. In such a short span, it seemed improbable that Qin Luo could recruit anyone, and she was grateful for his ability to procure evidence. However, Qin Luo merely smiled mysteriously, pointing toward the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. Miss, I actually came to report on our recruitment status. A playful smirk appeared on his lips. We are already fully staffed. Startled, Su Mu Wan sprang to her feet, disbelief etched on her face. Fully staffed, she raced to the window, peering down, and was immediately rendered speechless. There, before her, she beheld, downstairs, a dense throng of people had already amassed, filling every available space of the Su Group's lobby. Su Mu Wan exclaimed, Qin Luo, you must be a superhero. Chapter 26, The War Goddess's Wife, Tang Wenyu. At this moment, the Su Group was overflowing with applicants, each clutching their personal resumes, anxiously awaiting entry. Me. I am the most capable, diligent, and devoted. All I seek is to join the Su Group. So am I. I'm not here for the high salary. I am purely driven by my passion for the Su Group. And I am not motivated by the 4-day workweek. My sole desire is to be part of the Su Group. The atmosphere was electric. Su Mu Wan stood in the hall, her expression tumultuous. She cast a glance at the beaming Qin Luo beside her. How on earth did he manage to attract such a crowd? Was it merely the perks and benefits that drew them in? How could he have simultaneously recruited so many individuals? The entire spectrum of vacancies within the organization was covered. How astute was this young man? Su Mu Wan felt a surge of gratitude. He not only unearthed evidence against Xie Jun and the others for her, but also assisted in recruiting talent for the group. His capabilities were exceptional. How fortunate she was to have such a devoted aide in this lifetime. As for the money spent, mere trifles. Miss, shall I assist in maintaining order here? Qin Luo inquired. His recruitment strategy was not a scattergun approach. Rather, it was precisely targeted. Each individual present was ideally suited to fill the group's vacancies, including seasoned employees recently laid off, ready to train the newcomers. Within a week, everyone would be adept in their roles. Su Mu Wan nodded in acknowledgement, but soon shook her head. She turned to Qin Luo and smiled. You have already done splendidly. As the head of the group, I shall take care of the remaining tasks. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, ceased his objections and nodded with a smile. Understood, Mississippi. Has Su Mu Wan changed her ways? In the original text, after taking over the group, she always delegated tasks to her subordinates, only stepping in when losses reached hundreds of billions. Time passed. By evening, the recruitment efforts of the Su Group finally concluded. Some newly hired individuals immediately commenced their roles, liaising with HR to sign contracts. A series of transactions later, the group's staffing shortages were finally addressed. The new recruits were astonished to learn that the Su Group had undergone a thorough overhaul, dismissing all previous employees in favor of their ranks. For a moment, they worried about their own job security. However, soon after, a news story surged to the trending topics, revealing that former Su Group executives, including Xie Jun, had engaged in corruption and embezzlement. The new employees quickly grasped the situation. The previous staff were all complicit and had been entirely purged by Miss Su. With this realization, their apprehensions dissipated, and they marveled at Su Mu Wan's formidable tactics and decisiveness, managing a complete personnel overhaul within a single day. As dusk descended, a woman clad in a black office outfit rushed to the entrance of the Su Group, breathless in her high heels, anxiously peering inside. However, after scanning the area, she discovered that the recruitment event had long concluded. Ma'am, can I assist you with anything? A security guard emerged from his post and inquired kindly. Hearing this, the woman adjusted her breath and hurriedly asked, Has today's recruitment event at the Su Group ended? The guard adjusted his hat and replied with a smile. I'm afraid you're too late. The recruitment concluded 3 hours ago. Just look at me. I've only just started my shift. At his words, the woman's expression dimmed. Her fists clenched. Had she truly arrived too late? With a soft sigh, she thanked him and turned to leave. Her name was Tang Wenyu, married with a daughter. Her husband had abandoned her during her pregnancy, leaving her alone for a decade. Now, she found herself a single mother, raising her daughter in solitude. Today she faced layoffs. Her company had dismissed her. Unaccustomed to using her phone, she only discovered the recruitment announcement on her way back from being let go, and, with a glimmer of hope, rushed to seize the opportunity. Yet, she had arrived too late. For years, she had rented a modest 8-square-meter shop, having saved diligently with dreams of purchasing her own home. Now, with no job in sight, she felt lost. The security guard paid her little mind, returning to his post. Meanwhile, 2 voices resonated nearby. Qin Luo, you did well. What reward do you desire? Miss, you jest. As long as you allow me to remain by your side, I, Qin Luo, shall be content. No. I'm speaking seriously. Is there anything you wish for? Su Mu Wan felt a rush of embarrassment at Qin Luo's words. He was remarkable in every respect. Yet his compliments had a way of making her heart race. The guard, witnessing the exchange, nervously called out, Good evening, miss. Good evening, brother Luo. Qin Luo responded with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, he and Su Mu Wan chatted and laughed as they exited the Group S doors. The security guard was deeply moved. A figure like brother Luo was so friendly to him. I must pledge my loyalty to the Su group and ensure no ill-intentioned individuals gain entry. Outside, a convoy awaited their arrival. Zhulan opened the door of the business vehicle, respectfully addressing Su Mu Wan as she approached. Miss Xie Jun and the others have been apprehended and sentenced to life in prison, but they have not implicated Su Bailian. Su Mu Wan nodded gently. That will suffice. She never intended to truly imprison her sister, despite all the schemes Su Bailian had orchestrated against her in her past life. Alas, I am far too kind-hearted. Su Mu Wan climbed into the vehicle, glanced at Qin Luo, who stood motionless, and then patted the seat beside her, saying with mild irritation, Qin Luo, you must tell me what you desire. I must reward you. Although Qin Luo insisted it was unnecessary, she felt compelled to bestow a reward. It was a matter of principle. Zhulan blinked in surprise. A reward? What reward? Can I ask for one too? Seeing her reaction, Qin Luo feigned a look of heartfelt gratitude and quickly scooted beside Su Mu Wan. Then, Miss, I shall not be polite. With that, he dropped the facade of gratitude and turned to Zhulan at the door, coolly stating, What are you staring at? Hurry and close the door and drive. Zhulan tightened her grip on the door, her lips twitching. Fine. I shall endure. The convoy set off. Su Mu Wan, glancing at Qin Luo beside her, cheerfully inquired. Qin Luo, do tell me, what is it that you desire? Today, Su Muan was in high spirits. Having resolved the personnel issues within the corporation and successfully incarcerated the group of troublemakers led by Xie Jun. Thus, regardless of Qin Luo's requests, she would readily acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo gazed into Su Muan's eyes, and as her composure began to waver, he declared, Miss, I wish to acquire all the street-facing shops in the old district, for I have foreseen certain events that will make this endeavor advantageous for you. Zhulan, driving the car, smirked, You predict the future? Are you a soothsayer? Miss, do not believe him. In response, Su Muan waved her hand grandly and declared, Very well. I trust you. Tomorrow, I shall take you to purchase those shops. Having witnessed Qin Luo's divination abilities firsthand, her faith in him was unwavering. Qin Luo, with a smile, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Detected the female protagonist of Ace War God. Blood on the City, Tang Wenyu. Please complete an S-rank task for the host. Reward. War God Order X1. The bearer of the War God Order can command 1,000,000 border troops. While maintaining his smile, Qin Luo's gaze drifted through the car window to catch a glimpse of a fleeting figure, head bowed and demeanor forlorn, Tang Wenyu. How intriguing. The task S reward was indeed the War God Order, a most valuable item. An S-rank evaluation. How might one achieve such a rank? The primary motivation for acquiring those shops stemmed from the fact that Tang Wenyu resided within one of them in the old district. Chapter 27. The villain different from the original work. Early the next morning, at the villa in the outskirts, in the kitchen, Qin Luo donned an apron, humming a tune as he prepared breakfast for Su Muan. As a dutiful attendant, it was only natural to prepare a nutritionally balanced meal for the young lady. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Qin Luo's ears. Congratulations, Su Corporation has entered the right track. Reward, command of the entire army. Hearing the notification, a smile crept across Qin Luo's lips. The reward had been granted. The command of the entire army essentially ensured absolute loyalty from their ranks. No longer would he have to worry about betrayal. Perfection. Just then, The kitchen door swung open, revealing Su Mu Wan clad in a dark green shark-themed pajamas, her feet adorned with shark slippers, yawning as she ambled in. "Qin Luo, you're up quite early. Wow, it smells amazing," she exclaimed, sidling up to him. With a playful grin, she pinched a small sausage he had cooked and popped it into her mouth. "Delicious." Su Mu Wan licked her lips. Recalling the moment when the employees of Su Corporation collectively resigned, she had nearly been in tears. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Luo had managed to rally everyone back on the same day. The roller coaster of emotions left her exhausted, leading her to retire early last night and rise at dawn today. With a smile, Qin Luo handed her a napkin, saying, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. It was meant to be served in bed." "Thank you, but serving breakfast in bed is unnecessary. If I keep eating in bed, I might turn into a rice bug," Su Mu Wan replied, taking the napkin while shaking her head in resignation. Qin Luo's attentiveness as a subordinate was truly commendable. One could easily mistake him for a personal servant purchased to cater to her every whim. Yet, upon glancing at Qin Luo's face, she quickly averted her gaze. Ahem, he was quite handsome for a servant. Qin Luo chuckled softly. "Even if you were a rice bug, it wouldn't matter. I would care for you for a lifetime." Su Mu Wan froze for a moment, then looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. With a smile still on his face, he observed her astonishment and inquired, "What's wrong, miss? Isn't it normal for a subordinate to take care of you?" "Oh, subordinate." Su Mu Wan coughed lightly, her cheeks flushing. She glanced at Qin Luo, then swiftly diverted her gaze, taking a deep breath before exclaiming, "From now on, you must refrain from uttering such misleading statements." "Misleading?" Noticing Qin Luo's oblivious expression, Su Mu Wan raised her head, exclaiming in a mix of embarrassment and ire, "That's right. I thought you might have feelings for me, given the way you speak." Qin Luo paused, his expression slightly taken aback, then he smiled. "I indeed have feelings for you, Mississippi Su Mu Wan." She was stunned, then pointed at his grinning face, exclaiming, "Is it the kind of affection a subordinate has for their boss?" Qin Luo shrugged. Puzzled, "Of course, what else could it be?" It's nothing." As Su Mu Wan's mood gradually settled, she felt that Qin Luo had a peculiar influence on her state of mind. Most importantly, scenes from romantic novels she had read in her previous life flashed through her mind. Clad in pajamas, she and Qin Luo bantering in the kitchen did not resemble the typical dynamic between a subordinate and his mistress. It felt somewhat ambiguous. Meanwhile, Qin Luo observed the rising loyalty values in his mind with delight. TSK, to receive loyalty points so early in the morning. What was with Su Mu Wan's emotional fluctuations? Moreover, casting a glance at Su Mu Wan, who was still in her shark pajamas, he couldn't help but appreciate her beauty and intelligence. Setting aside her role as a villain, he found himself quite fond of her type. Of course, it was not merely her looks, but also her personality. It seemed that Su Mu Wan was not the cold, ruthless villain depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she possessed a hint of adorableness. Sizzling sounds erupted from the frying pan. "Qin Luo, what are you daydreaming about? It's burning." Startled by the smell of charred food, Su Mu Wan rushed to seize the frying pan and toss it into the sink. Snapping back to reality, Qin Luo stood aside, watching her tackle the mess. He chuckled, "I was just thinking that you seem quite different from the rumors." As the sound of running water filled the air, Su Mu Wan paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. Oh no, she had momentarily forgotten to uphold her icy, commanding persona due to the resolution of a significant issue. Before she could clarify, Qin Luo continued, "They say you are willful and overbearing. Yet I perceive a charming side to you. This morning has further confirmed that you are not at all as others portray." Su Mu Wan was momentarily stunned, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable joy. Charming? Was he referring to her? While she was aware of her own status as the world's most adorable, eternally youthful beauty, no one had ever referred to her as such in her past life. Due to her past life, others regarded her with a mixture of reverence and distance, perceiving her as a formidable antagonist. Even the dogs that passed by trembled in fear of her. No one dared to utter the words cute or beautiful without the specter of death looming over them. But who understands her family? I am merely a girl who delights in romantic novels. I yearn for compliments on my beauty, not to be labeled as a gifted enchantress, a martial arts prodigy, a rare talent, with a heart as venomous as a serpent and the reputation of a femme fatale. As these thoughts coursed through Su Mu Wan's mind, she was about to chide Qin Luo for a few moments about such truths when she turned her head and found him smiling, saying, "Ah, by the way, miss, just like any ordinary girl, you adore reading romantic literature. This revelation brings me great delight." In an instant, Su Mu Wan's intended words were silenced, her cheeks visibly reddening. In a fit of embarrassment and irritation, she emitted a sharp exclamation. "Ah, didn't I tell you to forget that? Qin Luo, go to hell." Outside the courtyard, as Zhulan practiced her morning punches, She suddenly raised her head, sensing the commotion within. Was that the voice of the young lady? What on earth was happening? Yet, she felt no adversarial presence. Rather, the energies of Qin Luo and the young lady were quite close together. Could it be? Zhu Lan's eyes widened as she let out a begrudging sound. That detestable Qin Luo. He has usurped my position as her #1 attendant. An hour later, outside the villa, Shen Fei and others stood in 2 neat rows, parting to create a spacious pathway for Su Mu Wan. In unison, they called out, "Good morning, miss." "Good morning, miss." Su Mu Wan, however, ignored them, her expression stern and her demeanor stormy as she strode into the car. Qin Luo followed closely behind. Noticing this, Shen Fei hesitated and quietly asked Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, what is wrong with the young lady? Is it about yesterday's incident with the group?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's lips twitched and he rubbed his chest, recalling how she had furiously unleashed a flurry of punches aimed directly at him. Fortunately, he had managed to temper his strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to stand here today. Coming back to his senses, he sighed softly to Shen Fei. "Indeed. You all should be more cautious. Do not provoke the young lady." No sooner had he spoken than an irate voice rang out. "Qin Luo, how much longer are you going to chat? Hurry up and come sit beside me." Shen Fei and the others immediately bowed their heads, trembling in fear. Qin Luo merely smiled slightly and walked over. Coming Mississippi. Ah, this was the villainess he remembered. The earlier morning version must have still been waking up and not yet in her element, right? Chapter 28. Tang Wenyu and her daughter. Please spare my daughter. In Jiangqing, the old city district, a dilapidated little street. Rows of black cars were parked along the roadside, causing passers-by to halt and stare. Isn't that the parade of the Su family's young lady? No way. Why would that little devil come to our rundown place? I have no idea. What is going on here? Su Mu Wan's formidable reputation preceded her, and she was accustomed to traveling in luxury cars that cleared the way. She had graced the headlines multiple times. It could be said that in her heyday, even a stray dog on the street would have felt the brunt of her disdain. With a soft thud, the door of the business vehicle swung open. Su Mu Wan, adorned with sunglasses and draped in a black leather shawl, stepped out, her designer attire accentuating her affluent lineage. She surveyed her surroundings, then fixed an accusatory gaze upon Qin Luo, who was also wearing sunglasses, and said, "So this is the place you mentioned, and I've summoned the person in charge." Qin Luo, clad in a black trench coat and sporting sunglasses, casually scanned the row of shops lining the street. Shen Fei, dressed in a formal black suit, stood sternly behind him. Before them, a man rubbed his hands together in a sycophantic manner, saying, "Sir, how about I sell you these shops for 500,000 each? Although they are quite shabby, the foot traffic is decent. Wow, who would have thought there would be a gullible buyer for these shops? Isn't that delightful?" The Su family's financial resources were substantial. Any profit was a win. These shops were remnants of the Su group's former real estate endeavors. Given the dilapidation of the area, the crumbling roads, and the perennial congestion, the nights here were eerily quiet, often attracting unsavory characters and leaving the populace in a state of unease. In this area, not only were there few businesses, but even the residents were scarce. Most renting homes here only to work elsewhere due to the low cost of living. Thus, these shops had remained abandoned. Qin Luo estimated that there were around 30 to 40 shops along the street. Acquiring them would certainly cost millions. Su Mu Wan produced a black card and inquired of Qin Luo, "What do you think? If there are no issues, I'll swipe the card." This place was so neglected that even the Su group had no interest in acquiring it for development. However, Qin Luo must have had his reasons for pursuing this course of action, not to mention that the layout of this area seemed hauntingly familiar, as if overlapping with a place from her previous life. Upon hearing her words, Qin Luo nodded and then looked at Su Mu Wan, pushing his sunglasses up slightly as he said, "This is indeed the spot." The crowd remarked, "Your sunglasses are quite unique." He had 2 reasons for buying up this cluster of shops. First, one of the establishments housed the wife and daughter of a war god. Second, in the original narrative, this small district would eventually be designated as a key experimental base for Jiangqing, specifically aimed at cultivating martial arts prodigies. One of the genius protagonists was born in this very experimental facility. By this time, Su Mu Wan had completed the transaction. The person in charge, having received the payment, awkwardly rubbed his hands and explained, "Miss Su, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Although the shops are vacant and everyone who needed to move has left, there is still a mother and daughter residing in one of the shops. However, it's nothing to worry about. I had someone dispatched to evict them before your arrival." Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's demeanor shifted drastically. She pointed an accusatory finger at the man and scolded him vehemently. "You incompetent fool. What kind of business are you running?" As the man began to apologize for his slow efficiency, Su Mu Wan interjected, "Why are you driving people out when they are living there just fine? Was their contract up?" The man hesitated, instinctively replying, "No." And yet you still tried to evict them? Did you compensate them? The man blinked, realizing something was amiss, and sheepishly admitted, no. Scum. How can there still be people like you in this civilized society? Su Mu Wan berated him, her body trembling with rage. In her past life, her subordinates had a penchant for creating unnecessary trouble, leading her to clash with characters she should have avoided. Now, reborn, she must eradicate any potential issues. If those two, the mother and daughter, were protagonists or connected to them, it would spell disaster. The man stood there, dumbfounded by her unexpected change in temperament. Huh, why has Miss Su changed so much? At that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Qin Luo stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, jolting the person in charge back to reality. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and take us to the shop you mentioned. Once the ordeal was over, Qin Luo scolded, scum. The person in charge, covering his face, was on the verge of tears and replied, yes. Inside the shop, the air was thick with anguished cries. Don't touch my daughter, you beasts. Tang Wenyu screamed as she was pinned to the ground. Beside her, a little girl was being dragged away, wailing, Mom. Let go of my mom. A brutish man, his face grotesquely puffy, disdainfully tossed a token towards Tang Wenyu. He then brushed off the dust from his hands with a cold sneer, saying, humph. Tang Wenyu, if you had any sense, you would leave quickly. We wouldn't have to rudely throw your things out. With a nod of his head towards his subordinates, he commanded, let them go. By this time, a heap of household items had already been discarded outside the shop, all belonging to Tang Wenyu and her daughter. As they were released, Tang Wenyu hurriedly embraced her daughter, collapsing to the ground in despair, crying out, you are nothing but a pack of beasts. Our contract isn't due for another 2 months. How can you just throw us out like this? Tang Wenyu, gentle and charming by nature, exuded an alluring grace even while crying. The brutish man, noticing the gathering crowd, let out a guilty grunt and said, enough noise. There are plenty of houses available outside. You can just rent another. He added ominously, if you don't leave now, it won't be us throwing you out. The eldest daughter of the Su family has set her sights on these shops. If you persist in your obstinacy, both you and your daughter might just end up feeding the fish in the river. At these words, Tang Wenyu's face turned pale, despair flooding her features. Why did the world treat them so cruelly? Her daughter, trembling in fear, whimpered, Mom, I'm scared. The brutish man, satisfied with the effect of his words, smirked and said, good, now you understand. Cross the eldest daughter of the Su family, and you will find no refuge in Jiang City for you and your daughter. Before he could finish, a furious voice erupted from afar. Shut up. You keep your mouth closed. Who dares to provoke me? Qin Luo, make that filthy creature silence himself. Understood, Mississippi. With a swish, a ghostly figure materialized before the brutish man. Without hesitation, a swift motion followed, and with a sharp crack, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Silence enveloped the scene. Tang Wenyu stared wide-eyed, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. Are you all right? Su Mu Wan arrived late, rushing over with a friendly smile directed at Tang Wenyu and her daughter. What a coincidence, it's this mother and daughter pair. She exclaimed, heavens, is my fate to attract hatred? Helping Qin Luo buy a shop and encountering the wife and daughter of a war god. Tang Wenyu blinked. Her daughter's cries ceased. What was happening? Why was the eldest daughter of the Su family smiling at her? Could it be a devil's smile? Rumors had it that the eldest daughter smiled before committing heinous acts. Tang Wenyu swallowed hard and lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'm fine. If the eldest daughter desires this shop, I shall leave at once. Just don't harm my daughter. You may kill me instead. Overwhelmed by fear, she crumpled to the ground, weeping. Su Mu Wan's smile froze in place. Hey, I haven't said anything. Is it a crime to care for you? What a preconceived notion this was. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile towards Qin Luo, her voice strained as she said, Qin Luo, come here. Commencing the daily task of the antagonist, comfort this mother-daughter pair, ensuring they understand that the host and companions harbor no malice. Reward, natural affinity. Anyone will perceive the host as kind-hearted and well-meaning. Note, once standing alongside the antagonist's villainous aura becomes even more pronounced. As Su Mu Wan's words faded, the system task materialized. A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips. You truly are a treasure, Su Mu Wan. He replied, understood, Mississippi. Chapter 29, Natural Affinity. Come work at our Su group. Tang Wenyu was engulfed in fear, utterly despondent. She could not fathom why the world harbored such malice towards her. In her youth, she had fallen in love with a man who vanished after leaving her with child, leaving behind only a peculiar token inscribed with the character for war. Pregnant and unmarried, she was cast out by the Tang family. Alone, she wandered Jiang City with a burgeoning belly, transforming from a wealthy heiress into a homeless beggar. It was only after giving birth to her daughter that hope began to flicker anew. For her daughter's sake, She washed dishes, cleaned homes, and assembled screws, tirelessly raising her child year after year. When they finally saved enough money, they rented a shop no larger than a toilet and resided within. They scrimped and saved, yearning for a home of their own. Yet, after finally securing a job, she was dismissed for frequently taking leave to care for her child. Now, the eldest daughter of the Su family had set her sights on her sole home, even threatening their lives. Why? Why did the world exhibit such cruelty towards them? Would her life have taken a different path had she not been involved with that man all those years ago? The accumulated grievances overwhelmed Tang Wenyu, and she began to sob openly. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged, warm as a spring breeze. "Madam Tang, I believe you dropped this." Tang Wenyu trembled, fearfully lifting her head to meet the gaze of a handsome man, his demeanor radiating warmth as he extended a hand holding the very token left to her by that scoundrel. "Thank you," she said, cautiously accepting it. Then turning to Qin Luo to express her gratitude. This man appeared to be kind-hearted. Why then was he working under the Su family? Was he under duress? Noticing Tang Wenyu's willingness to engage, Qin Luo shifted his attention to the girl beside her, gently reaching out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Your daughter is very brave. She will muster her courage to protect you in times of danger. I, too, adore children." With a smile, he produced a colorful lollipop from seemingly thin air, exclaiming, "Look." The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her face glowing with delight. She tugged at her mother's clothing and whispered, "Mom, this big brother is amazing." Tang Wenyu gradually lowered her guard, influenced by Qin Luo's gentle demeanor. Seizing the moment, Qin Luo offered a lollipop to the little girl with a smile, asking, "What is your name, little friend?" The girl accepted the lollipop, her face brightening as she replied, "I'm called Dodo." Qin Luo chuckled, "Dodo? What a lovely name. But it's not very nice to keep your mother kneeling on the ground, is it? Let us have her stand up first. We mean no harm, and in fact, we are here to help you." He then turned to Tang Wenyu, extending his hand with a warm smile. "Miss Tang, you shouldn't stay on the ground for too long. Let us talk while standing." His gaze was sincere as he reassured her, "Trust me." Dodo also looked at Tang Wenyu and chirped, "Mom, this big brother is a good person." Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu gently pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she took Qin Luo's hand and rose. "If Miss Su intended to harm me and Dodo, she would have acted long ago. There must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps I have overthought the situation." As this thought crossed Tang Wenyu's mind, a system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, natural affinity. Anyone will find the host approachable and kind-hearted. Note, once standing beside the antagonist's villainous nature will be further emphasized." In an instant, an innate charm emanated from Qin Luo. The expressions of Tang Wenyu and Dodo transformed into one of growing reassurance. Conversely, Su Mu Wan, who observed from behind Qin Luo, felt as though a shroud of malice enveloped him, instilling fear in her heart. With the situation resolved, Qin Luo stepped back beside Su Mu Wan and quietly said, "Miss, the rest is up to you." Su Mu Wan was momentarily taken aback by Qin Luo's actions. Is this what it feels like to be treated like a protagonist in a novel? She mused. Why is he so adept at charming children and wives? And where did that lollipop even come from? Can he perform magic? Numerous questions flooded her mind, but she knew better than to voice them now. With a smile, she approached, greeting them, "Hello." Tang Wenyu's face tensed, clutching her daughter tightly. "Miss Su, there is no need to be so anxious," Su Mu Wan thought, feeling an internal struggle as she felt like a good person too. Maintaining her gentle demeanor, she said, "There is no need for such formality. I harbor no ill will towards you." This acquisition was indeed unexpected. As a gesture of goodwill, "Miss Tang, please choose any house in Jiangqing." Tang Wenyu froze, disbelief written on her face as she exclaimed, "What? You want to give me a house? No, I can't accept it. I can just rent a place myself. I can't take this compensation." She shook her head vehemently. Although she longed for her own home, she never considered relying on others for it, especially not in a situation where she was merely forced out and someone was offering her a house as compensation. "No, it's just a house. I can manage on my own." Su Mu Wan shook her head persistently. "No, you must accept it. I'm genuinely concerned you might end up in a poor living situation. I can't accept it." Tang Wenyu insisted. "You must. I want tea." "You will." "I refuse." Su Mu Wan was left speechless. In this day and age, is one unwilling to accept a free house? Suddenly, Tang Wenyu, sensing Su Mu Wan's silence, assumed she was upset and immediately knelt, trembling as she pleaded, "Miss Su, I truly cannot accept this. The house is far too valuable for me to live in." Dodo looked at Su Mu Wan with fear in her eyes. "Sister, please don't hurt my mother." "Here we go again," Su Mu Wan thought, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. "When did I ever say I would harm you?" She pondered. When have I ever harmed anyone? Why is there such a stark difference between me and Qin Luo? Glancing at him, she shot him a look, urging him to intervene. Qin Luo, feeling the tension and her frustration, nodded and approached Tang Wenyu and her daughter. He knelt down slightly, smiling as he said, "My lady is a good person, though somewhat stubborn. How about this? Since Ms. Tang is unwilling to accept the house, let us find another way to compensate you." As Tang Wenyu remained momentarily stunned, Qin Luo extended his hand and suggested, "Why not come work for our Su group?" Under the sun, Qin Luo's smile and voice were etched into Tang Wenyu's memory. Was this the warmth of humanity? A tear slipped from Tang Wenyu's eye as she grasped Qin Luo's hand, nodding through her choked sobs. "All right." Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan watched in disbelief as Tang Wenyu's demeanor shifted so dramatically. What is going on? Why the sudden change in attitude? Chapter 30. Task completed. Reward. War God token. Could this be love at first sight? As Tang Wenyu joined the Su group, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for assisting the antagonist in persuading the original protagonist group member, Tang Wenyu. Evaluation, S-Class. Reward, War God Token X1. The bearer of this token can command 1,000,000 border troops." In reality, Tang Wenyu and Dodo had calmed down. She looked timidly at Su Mu Wan, feeling an inexplicable fear despite her warm smile. Swallowing hard, she hesitantly extended her hand, offering a token to Qin Luo. Qin Luo. "I'm not entirely sure what this is, but Miss Su is knowledgeable and may recognize its significance." Su Mu Wan glanced at it, her expression shifting instantly. The token was entirely black, seemingly made of a special material, adorned with a blood-red character for war. "This is the War God token. The one who holds it can command 1,000,000 troops. The war god of my previous life acquired this token to summon countless people to trouble me." "Oh no." Qin Luo quickly accepted. Qin Luo received the token, feigning confusion as he asked Tang Wenyu, "Sister Tang, this token seems to be made of a unique material. Its value must be considerable. Isn't it important to you?" Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan shot an annoyed glare at Qin Luo, silently admonishing him not to ask unnecessary questions. Tang Wenyu shook her head, her gaze drifting into a realm of memories. However, those memories have gradually dissipated over the years, worn away by the trials and tribulations of life. She sighed softly, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, once significant, but now it holds no importance. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo accepted the command medal with a sense of reflection, remarking, "It seems Sister Tang has come to terms with it. Thus, I shall not decline." Su Mu Wan exclaimed, "Yay, we've secured the War God's medal. A significant threat has been eradicated." With this thought in mind, Su Mu Wan stepped forward, speaking in a friendly tone. "Since this shop has been vacated, it would be best not to linger here. I will rent you an apartment less than a kilometer from the company. However, the rent will be deducted from your salary. How does that sound? This should be acceptable to you, right?" Tang Wenyu, upon hearing this, ceased her reluctance and nodded fearfully. "All right, young lady." The effect of the army's command was activated, ensuring absolute loyalty from all who joined their ranks. Yet fear still lingered. Observing Tang Wenyu's apprehensive demeanor, Su Mu Wan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she must transform her image as a villain in the eyes of others. She helplessly called out, "Bring the mother and daughter to Maple Forest Villa. Take them to purchase whatever they need." "Understood." Maple Forest Villa. Tang Wenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. This place costs 200,000 per square meter, yet Lady Su is offering them residence here? How much salary would it take to afford such rent? Lady Su is indirectly providing them with housing. Tang Wenyu felt a surge of gratitude within. Despite Lady Su's intimidating exterior, she was undeniably a good person. "Thank you, young lady. My daughter and I will surely repay your kindness." Tang Wenyu expressed, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Dodo waved her hand. "Thank you, big sister." "Thank you, big brother." Su Mu Wan smiled and waved back. Surely, this would help evade the enmity of the war god? As Tang Wenyu departed, Su Mu Wan's smile faded, and she shot an annoyed glare at the grinning Qin Luo, remarking sarcastically, "Qin Luo, you certainly have a knack for charming married women with children." Su Mu Wan felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her for reasons unknown, watching her subordinate smile as he wooed another woman, even if it was to avert her own demise, left her feeling irked. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of possessiveness. After all, Qin Luo was her subordinate and should reserve his smiles solely for her. Qin Luo, having secured the command medal, approached Su Mu Wan. Puzzled by her sudden sarcasm, he inquired, "Young lady, did you not instruct me to comfort her?" Su Mu Wan's cheeks flushed. She was fully aware, but could he not tone it down a notch? The way Tang Wenyu looked at him was almost as if she were enamored. A lonely, beautiful married woman with a child, and here was Qin Luo, looking rather handsome. What a script this was. In any case, he was tender and affectionate towards others, while with her, it was as if, well, perhaps he was gentle with her too. caring for her needs. No, wait. Ultimately, this was your fault. It's all about you. We're leaving. Su Mu Wan concluded the matter and turned towards the car. Qin Luo, suppressing a smile, followed suit. The capricious young lady was also quite endearing. Inside the car. What's wrong, young lady? Be quiet. Let me take another look. Su Mu Wan glared at Qin Luo while holding his hand, inspecting it from various angles. Qin Luo's hands were remarkably beautiful, akin to a masterpiece meticulously crafted by a sculptor, every inch of skin radiating delicacy and strength. His fingers were long and well-proportioned. With slightly protruding joints, the sunlight illuminated his hands, revealing the faint outline of veins beneath his skin. Su Mu Wan compared her small hand to his. Realizing it could be enveloped completely, she examined it closely, muttering, aside from being handsome, there's nothing particularly special about it. Reluctantly releasing his hand, she curiously asked, how did your hand become like a lollipop? So that was the reason. I thought you were simply fond of hands. Qin Luo pondered while maintaining a smile. It's quite simple. It's just a little magic trick. You throw something into the system space, then retrieve it directly. This was a recent discovery. The system was fully functional, much like those described in novels. A little magic trick? Show me another. Su Mu Wan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Luo. Very well. Qin Luo smiled faintly, forming his hand into a fist before her. He then raised another hand above it, winking at her. Did you see that, young lady? With that, he lifted the hand above his fist, and suddenly, a shower of red rose petals cascaded into the car. At the center of the petals, he plucked a blooming red rose, holding it out to Su Mu Wan with a smile. For my dearest young lady. Thump. Loyalty value 5. Su Mu Wan's heart raced slightly. Her cheeks flushed with surprise and delight as she accepted the rose. Turning to Qin Luo, her eyes sparkled. Incredible. Teach me, Qin Luo. How does this system work? Qin Luo shook his head with a smile. Magic is meant to bring joy to others. And young lady, all you need is for me to make you happy. This magic, I will handle. Su Mu Wan paused, her heart stirring with a flicker of emotion. Turning her head, feeling a bit shy, she gently inhaled the fragrance of the rose in her hand. A wave of inexplicable sentiment washed over her. Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled gently. What is it, young lady? Su Mu Wan grinned, extending her hand. Hand over that command medal. TSK, I thought you had forgotten. Qin Luo reluctantly surrendered the war god's medal. After examining the medal and confirming it was fine, she tossed it back to him. Never mind. You keep it. It's of no use to me. The war god's medal could command 1,000,000 soldiers, and she had the Su family backing her. Meanwhile, Qin Luo could wield the medal as a safeguard. Qin Luo hesitated, looking at Su Mu Wan with uncertainty. Was she unaware of the medal's capabilities? Young lady, this medal may. Just take it. No need for explanations. Yes. Qin Luo complied, stowing the medal away. He watched as Su Mu Wan, gleefully snapping photos of the red rose on her phone, was bathed in sunlight, creating a soft halo around her. His heart began to race. Why is my heart racing so fast? Could I have developed feelings for Su Mu Wan? But we've only known each other for a few days, and I am well aware of her true nature. Surely not. Could this be love at first sight? No, that's impossible. Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the notion that he was the type to fall for someone merely based on their beauty. Su Mu Wan, the photographer, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she captured an image of the red rose. She pondered why she felt such a stirring attraction toward a mere attendant. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Qin Luo? But they had only known each other for a few days. Could this be what was described in the novel she had read in her past life? A case of love at first sight? Yet, it seemed implausible. After all, having perused countless books, she considered herself someone who had endured the trials and tribulations of life. Thus, Su Mu Wan chuckled softly and shook her head, recognizing that her fascination stemmed from the intriguing presence of someone who appeared to possess the aura of a protagonist. Indeed, that must be it. Su Mu Wan. You've been too exhausted lately, causing your nerves to be overly sensitive. It would be best to return home and indulge in some well-deserved rest. Chapter 31. Do not let me discover who your master is. From now on, address me as your master. In the Eastern Kingdom, amidst a dense rainforest, a resounding crash echoed. A burly figure collapsed against a tree, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. A distinct indentation marred his chest, a telltale sign of a powerful punch. He raised his head, a grim smile gracing his lips as he regarded the cold-faced man approaching him. At the pinnacle of the great accomplishment realm, you certainly live up to your title as the god of war. Yet, alas, this blow only confirms my master's suspicions. The god of war's decree is indeed hidden away elsewhere. The man fell silent for a moment, the image of a figure he had wronged a decade ago flashing through his mind. A flicker of pain ignited in his eyes, but it was swiftly concealed. He stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. Who is your master? The burly man chuckled mockingly. You shall never know who my master is. But what matters is that, he sneered, my master is currently seeking your wife and daughter. I dare say they will be found soon. And then it will be too late for you. And you, the god of war, Tung Ao, can you tear yourself away to save your family? At these words, Tung Ao's countenance darkened, shock illuminating his gaze. You mean to say my wife and daughter? When you was pregnant? I have a daughter? I have a daughter. His body trembled, tears of joy cascading down his cheeks. Excitement surged within him. His wife was safe, and he had a daughter. This was the most exhilarating news he had received in years. But then, Tung Ao's expression shifted. He thrust his hand down upon the man's crown, rage and murderous intent igniting within him. Quickly tell me, what does your master intend to do with my wife and daughter? The burly man, aware he would not survive this encounter, taunted, you shall never learn. That master will soon become the strongest in this world, surpassing all martial arts. Standing atop the pinnacle of combat, seeking death. With a furious roar from Tung Ao, the burly man's head was crushed in an instant. Blood dripped from Tung Ao's fingertips as he raised his gaze. Excitement mingled with fear. He had a wife and a child, yet he was oblivious to their whereabouts. It seemed imperative to enlist the help of his hacker friend to locate them. With his current obligations to the god of war temple, he could not return home just yet. Forgive me, when you. Once I complete my mission, I promise to return to your side at the earliest opportunity. His expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Who was this so-called master that had set their sights on his wife and daughter? Do not let me find you, otherwise I will ensure you meet a most gruesome end. Tung Ao harbored a lingering concern, fearing that this individual had discovered he had entrusted the god of war's decree to Wen Yu. If that master were to acquire the token, he would undoubtedly face grave troubles. Who could this master possibly be? Within Su Mu Wan's villa, she exclaimed, it's sweltering. I could perish from the heat. She activated the air conditioning and flopped onto her bed, allowing herself to unwind languidly. A triumphant smile adorned her face. After forging a bond with Tang Wen Yu and her daughter, she felt assured that nothing would go amiss with the god of war, Tung Ao. I am truly clever. Having sensed the unease and swiftly intervened to thwart those scoundrels from harming the mother and daughter. With Qin Luo's assistance, I have successfully evaded a destined protagonist. The Su group was gradually regaining its footing, with construction on various properties resuming. There would be no repeat of the disastrous, unfinished buildings of her past life. Having resolved that matter, Su Mu Wan suddenly sprang from her bed, swiftly crouching to retrieve a hefty safe from beneath it. Humph. Let me see if my treasures are still intact. She licked her lips, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. After inputting the combination, she opened the safe, revealing its contents, an abundance of forbidden romance novels. She casually pulled out a copy of The Overbearing CEO and His Man. After glancing through a few pages, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Wow, it still has that flavor. Absolutely fantastic. In her previous life, the Su family had been annihilated, and all those books had been burned to ashes. This was a source of great sorrow for her. However, she clutched the safe tightly, vowing, this time, I will protect you. Oh right. Su Mu Wan suddenly recalled a particularly special book. She rummaged through the safe, and, after a moment, found it. As she held the book, a hint of hesitation and slight embarrassment crossed her beautiful face, for the cover read, The Malicious Villainess's Daughter and Her Loyal, Cunning Little Wolf. This book had profoundly influenced her, having opened the door to her transformation into a spoiled, rebellious young lady. For some reason, whenever she looked at Qin Luo, this book sprang to mind. In any case, she took the book, leaped onto her bed, and began to savor its contents, relishing a review. On the first floor, in the living room, as Su Mu Wan's devoted attendant, Qin Luo would not wander aimlessly. He remained within calling distance of Su Mu Wan. Thus, he reclined on the sofa, propping his legs on the coffee table. With the air conditioning on and the television playing, he lazily murmured, Lo go. This is the seafood and sauce you asked me to fetch. Just leave it there. With a lollipop in his mouth, Qin Luo sighed in satisfaction. Oh, it feels wonderful to relax in an air-conditioned room during the scorching summer. Not long ago, upon their return to the villa, Su Mu Wan had expressed her intention to remain in her room to attend to something important, requesting not to be disturbed. So, to pass the time, Qin Luo made himself as comfortable as possible. While watching a variety show on television, he called out, Come out, little pup. Greetings, host. As part of the hound system, Qin Luo had given the entity a fitting name. He continued, opened the personal panel, and pop. Qin Luo extracted a lollipop, his expression grave as he declared, From now on, you shall address me as master host. He had accomplished a myriad of tasks over the past few days. It was time to assess his current gains. Understood. Master host. The system's voice was indeed quite crisp. However, can you truly alter titles? Yet, teasing a system left Qin Luo with a pang of guilt. He pondered for a moment and decided to say, "From now on, just call me Master." "Understood, Master." In the next moment, a panel materialized before Qin Luo. Qin Luo, cultivation, initial stage of the Ascendant Realm strength, 2 points defense, 8 points stamina, 1 point agility, 1 point comprehension, 1 point points to allocate, 0 points loyalty value, 85 title, the number 1 lackey. Naturally exuding the aura of a lackey, any deeds performed as such will inevitably be attributed to those behind you. Mind method, lackey's heart sutra skills, lackey's ghostly body, lackey's phantom palm, automatic counter, Tai Xian 13 needles, god level hacking skills, innate affinity, beginner's combat skills, beginner's culinary arts, a plethora of miscellaneous daily skills. Items, a set of Xian iron silver needles, War God S Order X1. Chapter 32. Come over and rub my legs. You rascal. You did this on purpose. The dazzling array of skills sprawled across the panel. Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This was far more impressive than when he first acquired the system. He had never anticipated that after merely a few days of associating with this formidable antagonist, he would amass such an extensive repertoire of skills. It was indeed beyond his expectations. As for his cultivation, it appeared to have improved naturally due to the allocation of attribute points. Now, he had ascended to the initial stage of the Ascendant Realm. Contemplating this, he closed the panel, rose to his feet, and picked up the takeout of spicy seafood from the table, striding towards the kitchen. Just arrange it on a plate, add a couple of pieces of fruit, and it shall serve as Su Mu Wan's lunch. Oh, and of course, prepare a chilled beverage for her in this sweltering summer. TSK, Su Mu Wan. You must ponder where you could find such a loyal subordinate as myself. On the 3rd floor, in her bedroom. Hiss, after all these years. This is still the most thrilling one. Su Mu Wan lay on her bed, rhythmically kicking her pristine, jade-like feet, adorned in a thin shirt. As she flipped through the pages of her book, she let out a series of peculiar chuckles. Her charming face displayed a myriad of expressions, occasionally flushing with a delightful pink as she encountered thrilling plot twists. Upon discovering an amusing scenario, she would burst into laughter, while at times biting her lip, heart racing. As she clutched the pages tightly. How exhilarating. No matter how many times she viewed this scene, it remained overwhelmingly thrilling, a young lady being toyed with by a subordinate. Hiss. This little wolf cub is rather wicked. In the beginning, he feigned affection for the young lady, but behind her back, he aimed to exploit her for revenge. For his parents' company had been driven to bankruptcy by the malevolent antagonist young lady's family. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Mu Wan as the image of Qin Luo appeared in her mind. Ah, wait. Her face flushed. Why am I suddenly thinking of Qin Luo? I do not harbor any feelings for him. His affection is merely that of a subordinate towards his superior. Thus, it has no relation to the contents of this book. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Young lady, it is time for lunch. I'm coming in. Upon hearing the words, Su Mu Wan instantly transformed into a startled bird, her bashful thoughts evaporating in an instant. In their place, a flustered expression emerged upon her face as she glanced at the scattered books on the floor, which would require censorship to be seen. Oh no. Such items certainly must not be seen by Qin Luo. She hastily called out, "Wait a moment." With that, she sprang out of bed, frantically stuffing the books into a safe before dragging it beneath the bed. Outside the door, loyalty value 1. Loyalty value 1. Qin Luo, hearing the system's prompt, was momentarily taken aback. It is common knowledge that the way to gain loyalty value is by providing emotional support to Su Mu Wan. Yet, Qin Luo was slightly bewildered. He had done nothing yet, merely knocked on the door. How could this young lady's emotions shift so drastically? Just as he was about to continue knocking to inquire further, the door creaked open. Having tidied up the mess, Su Mu Wan opened the door, panting slightly. Dressed in casual home attire, her long, fair legs were prominently displayed before Qin Luo's eyes. She glared at him with a fierce expression, but, upon noticing the spicy seafood he was holding, her heart softened. And she could only say, "You need not bring it inside next time. I will come down to eat. Remember that." Qin Luo nodded, casting a curious glance at Su Mu Wan's cheeks, which were tinged with a light blush. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, likely due to the heat. Hence, Qin Luo, concerned, suggested, "Young lady, it's quite hot in this summer. Perhaps you should turn on the air conditioning." Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hurriedly raised her voice to mask her shame, saying, "Why do you care? Don't mind me." With that, she shoved Qin Luo, her tone a mix of indignation and shyness. "Go on. Go downstairs." "Oh dear. Loyalty value 1. Loyalty value 1. Qin Luo was utterly perplexed. What was up with this young lady? Why the sudden emotional fluctuations? On the 1st floor, after a hearty meal, Su Mu Wan languidly reclined on the living room sofa, her long, fair legs crossed atop the couch. to punish Qin Luo for repeatedly unsettling her composure. She resolved to have him do some menial tasks. Thus, she gestured with her lips towards the idle Qin Luo, standing nearby. Qin Luo, my legs are sore. Come over and give them a massage. Sore? Qin Luo glanced over and smirked. As you wish. Stepping forward, he extended his delicate hand to begin kneading. Beginner massage technique activated. As Qin Luo's hands worked their magic, an unexpected sensation surged within Su Mu Wan. Particularly, his playful response made her chuckle. What do you mean as you wish? Do you think yourself a eunuch? Feeling the softness beneath his touch, Qin Luo replied with a smile, in my eyes. The young lady is akin to a royal princess of ancient times. Humph, flattering tongue. Speaking of which, you can massage? Although your technique is average. You must have learned it. This is something a master taught me during my childhood? Not quite. I taught myself, for you, young lady. Humph, you better have. Su Mu Wan found great pleasure in his words. After that, she ceased to engage with Qin Luo, leaning back against the sofa, opening the WeChat chat window, and conversing with a contact labeled Superstar. Superstar, are you busy? A few seconds later, a lively gif of a nose-picking minion popped up. Nose-picking, what is up? I'm busy with my makeup. Upon seeing the reply, Su Muan's lips curled into a playful smile. Nothing much, just missing you. My dear wife, shyly. Oh, what with the sudden affection, my lady? What do you truly desire? Indeed, my dear wife is astute. Nothing escapes your notice. I merely wish to inquire if your parents have recently mentioned anything about a marriage contract? Marriage contract? No way. How dare you, Su Muan? Here I am, diligently focused on my career, and you can't even wish me well. Wah, if I were to marry, you would become a widow. Upon reading this frivolous remark, Su Muan rolled her eyes dramatically and began typing furiously. Not even close. If there's nothing, then let it be. With that, she closed the window, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Phew, it seems that fated person has yet to appear. In her past life, a destined individual from a prominent family had formed a marriage contract with her best friend. Her friend had rushed to her in tears, and at that moment, she had bravely patted her chest, vowing to handle the matter. Thus, she assembled a group of formidable individuals to assist her friend in breaking the engagement. Under her overwhelming authority, on the day of the annulment, the spurned fiancé had thrown down the contract in fury, shouting, 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The humiliation your Su family has inflicted upon mine today, I shall repay 100-fold in the future. And thus, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. In short, in this lifetime, she must not tread the same path again. However, her dear friend truly wished to avoid marriage, so she would need to adopt a gentler approach. Just then, her phone rang abruptly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Muan smirked. After answering, she inquired hello? Yet, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Raising her gaze, her face flushed crimson. To her astonishment, Qin Luo was meticulously massaging and kneading with an exceedingly serious expression. It appeared he was overly serious about it. On the other end of the line, a familiar, melodious voice chimed in. Sister Su, how have you been lately? I've been missing you, and since Grandpa's health has improved a bit, we're planning a family dinner in 3 days to celebrate. There's much to prepare. Would you like to help? The sweet voice of Su Balian resonated from the other side. A family dinner? Ah yes, in her previous life, her grandfather, the Venerable Su, had indeed hosted a family gathering upon his recovery. However, she had been abroad at that time, and no one had informed her. This time, she absolutely had to attend. Just as Su Muan was about to respond, her words came out oddly. Oh, got it. With that, she abruptly yanked her foot away from Qin Luo's grasp. Glaring at him, this rascal, could it be intentional? To squeeze so hard while I was on the phone. Loyalty level 2. Qin Luo snapped back to reality. Looked at the irate Su Muan with a puzzled expression. What was wrong with this young lady? Surely, my technique was flawless? Perhaps she found my skills lacking? TSK. She is quite difficult to please. I must ensure her satisfaction. Now was the perfect opportunity to boost that loyalty level. Thus, Qin Luo resumed his ministrations with renewed vigor. Su Muan. Meanwhile, Su Balian was feeling anxious due to the recent imprisonment of Xie Jun and others. She feared they might crack under pressure and expose her. Thus, she had taken the initiative to call Su Muan about the family dinner while subtly gauging her emotions. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have bothered to alert Su Muan even if it meant jumping from a building to her death. Yet, hearing Su Muan's voice, she sensed something was off but didn't dwell on it. She continued, "Oh right, Sister Su, Mom and Dad also wish to meet your newly recruited attendant. Be sure to bring him along when you come." Attendant? Ah yes, the one named Qin Luo. Oh, it's him. Sister Su, are you alright? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? I will absolutely be there. With that, she hung up forcefully. Su Mu Wan's face burned with embarrassment as she clutched the corner of the sofa tightly. Is the young lady satisfied? Satisfied. At this, Su Mu Wan turned her head, her expression a mix of shame and indignation as she glared at the ever-loyal Qin Luo. Then bang. Ouch. You scoundrel. You did that on purpose. 1. Chapter 33. The peculiar pair en route to the Su family estate. Splashing sounds echoed from the bathroom. Qin Luo, exasperated, splashed cold water on his face. As the chill enveloped him, he found himself utterly speechless. Seriously, Su Mu Wan, are you out of your mind? Wasn't it you who summoned me to serve you? Why did you suddenly leap up and deliver a kick? Yet, as Qin Luo gazed into the mirror, an indescribable expression crossed his face. Strangely, the thought kept echoing in his mind. Wait, could it be? Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his reflection. He covered his mouth, shock evident in his features. Qin Luo, male, 24 years old, single. In his previous life, he was orphaned, and one day, while crossing the street, he was struck by a car, tearing through the fabric of reality and arriving in this world. He had never been in a relationship, so he was unsure of his preferences in women. However, given the recent events, he seemed to have realized something. Could it be that he actually likes? Qin Luo's pupils constricted. No. This is something Su Mu Wan must never discover. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face her scorn and ridicule. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Su Mu Wan's voice. Qin Luo, are you all right? Feeling better? Su Mu Wan stood at the door, her expression a blend of conflict and embarrassment. She swore to the heavens that her reaction had been purely reflexive. It had nothing to do with any notion of her being a young lady. She was overwhelmed by a rush of anger and shame, leading to her misunderstanding Qin Luo. Yet, at that moment, there had been no other option. It had been instinctual, and she had kicked out without thinking. However, Qin Luo's physique was surprisingly sturdy. He hadn't even fainted. At that moment, the door creaked open. Qin Luo emerged with a wry smile. He looked at Su Mu Wan, whose expression was fraught with apology, and chuckled helplessly. It's nothing. Just that kick from the young lady truly made me experience the strength of a martial arts prodigy. Saying this, Qin Luo patted his chest, recalling the moment with trepidation. Even as a preliminary practitioner, I felt my blood surge and almost coughed up blood. Su Mu Wan's face flushed as she glanced at Qin Luo's large hands. Then, she pressed her lips together, pulled out a handkerchief, and, while gently wiping the moisture from Qin Luo's hand, offered an apology. I sincerely apologize. It was merely an instinctive kick. Observing that his hand was wet, she added, allow me to clean it as a token of my contrition. Seeing Su Mu Wan's earnest demeanor, Qin Luo understood that she was not merely jesting at his expense. Therefore, he smiled and attempted to withdraw his hand, saying, there is no need for that, Mississippi. I can manage this minor matter myself. However, before he could finish his sentence, his smile froze upon his face. Why couldn't he pull his hand back? Miss. Qin Luo glanced awkwardly at Su Mu Wan, who was meticulously wiping his hand with the handkerchief, paying no heed to him. She continued, it's quite all right. Let me assist you. Su Mu Wan focused intently on cleaning Qin Luo's palm. In truth, she had always found his delicate hand rather appealing. Unexpectedly, the moisture only seemed to enhance the allure of his palm. Humph, such a tempting hand, always capable of seducing others. Unbeknownst to Qin Luo, Su Mu Wan harbored a significant secret, one far greater than any romantic intrigue. That secret was her peculiar fascination with hands. No. This was something Qin Luo must never discover. Otherwise, he would surely regard her with disdain, labeling her a pervert. After a brief moment, Su Mu Wan composed herself, calmly folding the handkerchief and releasing Qin Luo's hand. She then turned to him with a smile and broached a serious topic. By the way, Qin Luo, I hear you possess medical skills? How fortuitous. My parents would like to meet you tonight. You could demonstrate your abilities to them, and if all goes well, I would like to ask them to permit you to treat my grandfather's ailment. At this point, Su Mu Wan reiterated her warning. In 3 days, we will host a family banquet. Apart from our immediate relatives, distant relatives are sure to attend, and they can be quite acerbic. If they say anything about me, you must exercise restraint. Recalling her previous life, she remembered how, at every family banquet, the meddling aunts would openly mock her for being unmarried, often comparing her unfavorably to Su Bailian. Each time, she felt infuriated, but now, having been reborn, she had grown indifferent to their barbs. As she spoke, her gaze briefly flicked to Qin Luo's hand before she quickly diverted her eyes. Qin Luo, upon hearing her words, glanced at Su Mu Wan's delicate foot encased in a shark-themed slipper, then swiftly averted his gaze, responding with a smile. Very well, Mississippi pleased. Su Mu Wan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Hee. The fact that I am a hand enthusiast must remain a well-guarded secret. At 6 p.m., at the Su residence, Su Mu Wan's exclusive convoy passed through layers of stringent security to arrive before a grand iron gate. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform, hands clasped behind his back, stood waiting at the entrance. The convoy halted before the gate with a soft thud. With a click, Zhulan approached the rear and opened the car door. First, Qin Luo, wearing his familiar sunglasses, stepped out, followed by Su Mu Wan, who also donned sunglasses. She lifted her gaze to survey the imposing iron gate and the palace-like scenery beyond it, memories flooding back. I have returned to the Su family estate. The middle-aged butler, upon seeing Qin Luo clad in a black trench coat, revealed a glimmer of interest in his eyes, which he quickly masked as he approached Su Mu Wan with feigned respect, saying, "Miss, it has been a long time. The master and mistress, along with the second young lady, have missed you dearly." Su Mu Wan regarded the butler, memories resurfacing. She smirked coldly and replied, "The second young lady would not feel that way. She must be quite pleased that I have been absent." The butler smiled silently, redirecting his attention to Qin Luo. With a knowing look, he remarked, "This must be the new attendant you have taken under your wing, Mississippi. It is surprising to see you value him so highly, granting him such a distinguished honor." Qin Luo, realizing the butler was speaking of him, looked back at him. Could this bespectacled man be the antagonist from the original story? The one scheming to assist Su Bailian in becoming the head of the Su family? He recalled the name, Su Bo, that was it. Chapter 34. A mere adopted son should recognize his place. Upon hearing the butler's words, Su Mu Wan calmly explained to Qin Luo, "While Qin Luo is indeed my attendant, his capabilities merit equal standing with mine. He may possess the potential to treat my grandfather's injury, and since my parents wished to meet him, I brought him along. Su Bo, please lead the way." As she spoke, Su Mu Wan cast a wary glance at Su Bo, recalling his past actions. From the time he was adopted by the elderly Master Su as a son, he had been scheming to seize control of the family wealth and ascend to the position of head of the family. Unfortunately, the vast assets of the Su family could never be entrusted to an outsider. Thus, upon realizing he would never inherit the Su family fortune, Su Bo devised another plan, to willingly become the family butler while ensuring his biological daughter, Su Bailian, inherited the estate. Everyone was deceived by Su Bo's facade of loyalty, unaware that he was the one hiding the deepest secrets, even revealing that Su Bailian was his biological daughter only moments before his death. Originally, his parents sought an orphan to groom as a potential heir, but they never anticipated that Su Bo would replace the adopted daughter with his own biological child. Behind the scenes, he aided Su Bailian in garnering the family's favor, gradually devouring the family's enterprises until she reached the most crucial aspect of the Su family, the martial arts. Adjusting his glasses, Su Bo gazed at Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo with a seemingly pleasant expression, but internally, he was already mocking them. Humph. A mere pawn whose future was decided at birth dares to return? No matter, you have wasted so much of my daughter's resources. At this family banquet, I shall make you lose face. You will never hold your head high in the Su family again. With this thought, Su Bo did not immediately lead Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo inside. Instead, he shook his head with a smile, saying, "Miss, you may enter, but..." He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, his tone indifferent. "I cannot allow someone of unknown origins to pass freely. You mentioned this boy could treat my adoptive father's injury, but..." Su Bo's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at Qin Luo, saying, "I find that hard to believe." Su Mu Wan's brows furrowed as she clenched her fists. She could not believe Su Bo was so brazen as to openly challenge her authority. "Although I may appear to have been driven out of the Su family, I still possess all the rights I am entitled to." Su Bo must be blinded by this fleeting glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she looked coldly at Su Bo and said, "Su Bo, I have already stated that Qin Luo may have the ability to treat my grandfather. You can either lead the way or step aside." Upon hearing this, Su Bo internally smiled. "Ah, I have been waiting for you to say that." His expression darkened as he solemnly replied, "Miss, old Master Su is my adoptive father. I cannot entrust his life to someone of dubious origins. The family banquet is merely 3 days away, and yet you bring this stranger claiming to treat my adoptive father. Are you jesting with old Master Su's life?" At this point, Su Bo's demeanor became resolutely righteous as he turned to Qin Luo and coldly stated, "Let me inform you, Miss is naive, and I have investigated your background. You are without parents, kin, or connections. How could you possibly possess any medical skills? You are merely trying to play tricks on our Mississippi slap." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound interrupted Su Bo. He turned his head, stunned, feeling a burning pain on his cheek. "What? I was struck? By whom?" He clutched his face, rigidly twisting to see. There stood Su Mu Wan, flicking her wrist. Her gaze icy, her tone indifferent. "Silence. Who do you think you are to dictate to my companion? You are merely an adopted son. Know your place." Su Mu Wan. Su Bo's pupils constricted, and a surge of suppressed murderous intent welled from his chest. Her words pierced through him like needles. Adopted son. Indeed. He despised being referred to as Old Master Su's adopted son. He could claim it himself, but would never allow others to say so. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Su Mu Wan interjected, "You slap." Before he could finish, the other side of his face was met with another blow. Su Bo tilted his head, astonished. I was struck again. By whom? He widened his eyes, turning to face his assailant. There stood Qin Luo, pushing up his comical sunglasses, revealing a disdainful gaze. He too flicked his wrist, adopting an arrogant expression. You pathetic fool. Who allowed you to call my lady by her full name? An adopted son should behave like one. You should remain quietly by the side like that adopted daughter. Su Balian, and avoid provoking others. With that, Qin Luo raised his middle finger at Su Bo, loser. Having said that, he lowered his sunglasses once more. Smiling at Su Mu Wan, whose lips twitched slightly. Let us go, Mississippi. I figured out the way. I can already see the sightseeing car parked behind the iron gate. TSK, don't you think the Su family estate is truly vast? Su Mu Wan was taken aback by Qin Luo's audacity to strike Su Bo without hesitation. Observing Su Bo's grim countenance, she sensed he was on the brink of exploding with rage. Qin Luo, do you realize this fellow is at the late stage of the ascendant realm? In his previous life, he even broke through to the great accomplishment realm. Sigh. Initially, he would only harbor hatred towards me, but now he will undoubtedly direct his wrath towards you as well. This guy truly dares to provoke anyone. Nevertheless, Su Mu Wan smiled lightly, crossing her arms and lifting her chin in a haughty manner as she strode toward the iron gate. Very well. I shall take you to meet my parents. Turning to the awestruck Zhu Lan and others behind her, she commanded, Zhu Lan, park the car properly and come inside. Zhu Lan snapped back to reality, glancing at the grim-faced Su Bo, who had just been slapped twice. She swallowed hard and replied yes. Hiss. Su Bo, a seasoned late-stage ascendant realm expert, was said to be on the verge of breaking through to the great accomplishment realm. It was one thing for the young lady to strike him, but why did Qin Luo dare to do so as well? Was he truly unafraid of death? Wait. Zhu Lan suddenly realized, looking at the retreating figures of Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo. She understood. No wonder the young lady treated Qin Luo so exceptionally. It was because he was indeed extraordinary. That earlier remark, I dare to provoke those you do not, was not mere bravado, was it? Zhu Lan was thoroughly impressed by Qin Luo. I respect you as a man. You dare to slap the face of a late-stage ascendant realm expert. She inclined her head slightly to Su Bo, saying, Su Bo, we shall take our leave now. With that, she signaled for Shen Fei and others to head for the parking area. Meanwhile, Su Bo clenched his fists, standing rooted in place. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Having been struck twice and humiliated, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. If there were a martial art capable of converting anger into power, he would have likely broken through to the great accomplishment realm by now. Furiously, he turned his head to glare at the sightseeing car carrying Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo as they moved further away. Su Bo tightened his fists, growling with murderous intent. Su Mu Wan and that lackey, I will ensure that you both experience a fate worse than death. Hiss. Damn it. Why did that lackey slap hurt so much? How could it even affect my late-stage ascendant realm body? Cursed be it. I shall never forget this grievance. Chapter 35. Your lackey, even as a mother, I cannot use. The Su family is a dominant force in Jiangcheng, with influence and enterprises sprawling across the globe. Undoubtedly, one of the primary reasons for their enduring strength is the venerable Old Master Su, Su Ba. He is one of the mere 7 late-stage peak realm experts in the world. Initial insight, ascendant realm, great accomplishment realm, peak realm, and return to simplicity. Old Master Su, Su Ba, belongs to this illustrious group. Regrettably, due to issues with his martial arts in his early years, Old Master Su developed a hidden ailment that erupted in his later years, frequently placing him in perilous health. The Su family's standing in the martial arts world is perilously fragile. The main estate of the Su family is an expansive and magnificent manor. Within the estate, towering ancient trees and pavilions stand in harmonious arrangement, each corner exuding a profound sense of historical depth and familial authority. Qin Luo followed closely behind Su Mu Wan as they entered the grand hall of the Su family. Su Mu Wan's parents had been waiting for quite some time. As they turned to look at Su Mu Wan, both wore warm smiles, their gazes softening. Welcome. Su Mu Wan's father, Su Lingtian, the current head of the Su family, spoke in a calm tone, though his eyes conveyed a hint of affection. Due to his martial arts, Su Lingtian struggled to express his emotions fully. My dear daughter, your father welcomes you back. Please stay for a few days until the family banquet concludes. Your grandfather misses you. Su Mu Wang's mother, Ning Qingxian, the eldest daughter of the Ning family from Wang City, had met and fallen in love with Su Lingtian through a martial arts competition in their youth. Unlike Su Lingtian's composed demeanor, Ning Qingxian wore a radiant smile, her gaze flitting between Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan, particularly when she noticed Qin Luo's fair, well-defined hands. A peculiar significance flickered in her heart. Su Balian was also present, currently behaving in a gentle and demure manner due to the presence of others. Sister Su, you have finally returned. She quickly cast a glance at Qin Luo behind Su Mu Wan, her eyes revealing a flicker of anger. How infuriating. How could this person still be here? I'm back, Mom and Dad. Su Muan offered a faint smile, choosing to disregard Su Balian, and instead turned to introduce Qin Luo. Father, Mother, this is the new aide I was telling you about. His name is Qin Luo. As her words echoed in the air, Qin Luo stepped forward, bowing politely. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, I am Qin Luo, your junior, and it is an honor to meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian's gaze lingered on Qin Luo for a moment, as if scrutinizing every detail of him. Though merely Su Muan's aide, there was an inexplicable warmth in Qin Luo's demeanor, an aura of humility and confidence that evoked a sense of familiarity. In contrast, Su Muan seemed to exude an increasing aura of arrogance. Contemplating this, Su Lingtian slowly spoke, his tone devoid of emotion, yet Qin Luo detected a hint of approval. Why? Have I met him before? Su Mu inquired, pursing her lips. At that moment, Su Mu's mother smiled and turned to Qin Luo, explaining, Your Uncle Su is somewhat reticent due to his cultivation practices. He is expressing gratitude for your assistance in resolving Muan's corporate crisis. My daughter can be rather arrogant and overbearing, making her susceptible to traps laid by others. Fortunately, you were there, or else she might have led the Su Corporation to ruin shortly after taking the reins. Su Balian blinked innocently, while Su Muan's face flushed with embarrassment. She took hold of Ning Qingshuan's hand, protesting, Mother, how can you speak of your daughter like that? Qin Luo smiled in response, saying, That is all due to the diligent guidance of the young lady. My contributions account for merely 1/10 of the success. The remaining 9/10 are entirely thanks to the young lady's intelligence. As he spoke, Qin Luo turned to Ning Qingxian, respectfully clasping his hands. I have long heard of the Su family's dominance in Jiangcheng, their influence spanning the globe, renowned for their martial arts, and recognized as one of the world's most formidable families. The most significant rule they uphold is loyalty. As for me, Qin Luo, my commitment to the young lady is unwavering and sincere. Su Muan felt a surge of emotion within her. Qin Luo, you truly have touched my heart. Su Balian rolled her eyes, muttering, What a sycophant. Ning Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, noting, This Qin Luo is neither arrogant nor impulsive. He is humble and courteous, treating others with warmth, and possesses an exceptionally gentle demeanor. He is indeed a rare talent. Casting a glance at Qin Luo's outstretched hand, Ning Qingxian approached naturally. Taking hold of it, she smiled at him and said, Little Luo, now that you are Muan's personal aide, we are family. By the way, Muan mentioned you possess medical skills, right? Recently, I've been suffering from shoulder pain. Feigning distress, Ning Qingxian gently patted her shoulder, lamenting, It's quite uncomfortable. Do you think you could assist me? Before she could finish, Su Muan quickly intervened, forcibly pulling Ning Qingxian's hand away from Qin Luo. Standing protectively in front of him, she scolded her mother in embarrassment, Mom, how can you act so inappropriately? Qin Luo is my aide. Why are you being so familiar with him? Can't Dad massage your shoulders instead? If that doesn't work, let Balian help you. Su Balian immediately stepped beside Ning Qingxian, adding, Yes, Mommy, let me help you. Initially waving her hand dismissively, Ning Qingxian then placed her hands on her hips, glancing between Qin Luo and the overprotective Su Muan. She teased, Why such a strong reaction from my daughter? Did you not say that Qin Luo is skilled in medicine? I merely intended to test his abilities. Is it wrong for a mother to seek assistance from her daughter's aide? Su Muan glared at her mother in exasperation. Exactly. Qin Luo is my aide, so I will only lend him to those I deem worthy. At the back, Qin Luo couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of being treated like an object. Just then, he felt a gentle touch at his waist. Looking over curiously, he found Su Lingtian standing expressionless, pointing at himself. Me. Qin Luo blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the implication. You need me to check on you, right? Seeing that Qin Luo understood, a flicker of joy appeared in Su Lingtian's eyes. He nodded affirmatively. Resigned, Qin Luo thought to himself, It seems that the villains in this family are not quite normal. With a sudden resolve, he activated the Tai Xian 13 Needles technique. In an instant, he pinpointed the source of the ailment. Due to the Su family's martial arts being exceedingly cold and Yin, Su Lingtian had to endure the excruciating pain of icy meridians daily. Qin Luo discerned that he had been suffering in silence. maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor solely due to his formidable willpower and the nature of the martial arts. Thus, by regularly helping to expel the cold energy from his body, the pain could gradually be alleviated. With this in mind, Qin Luo swiftly inserted the black iron needles into Su Lingtian's body. In a flash, waves of icy energy were expelled from within. Su Lingtian's previously pallid complexion began to regain color, becoming more vibrant. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan was still engaged in a verbal spar with her mother when suddenly, a gust of frigid air wafted from behind them. Both turned in unison to witness Qin Luo treating Su Lingtian. Ah! Ning Qingxian gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? It can actually dispel the cold energy from my husband's body? What is happening? Is this young aide truly the skilled? Su Mu Wan shared a look of disbelief. He can actually dispel the cold energy from the Su family's martial arts? Is your medical skill truly this remarkable? Meanwhile, Su Bailian stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Why is everyone so surprised? Should I also feign shock? Only those who practiced martial arts understood the significance of being able to dispel the cold energy from a member of the Su family. This meant that the Su family's martial arts had finally been fully perfected. The side effects of the cold energy could now be eradicated. Su Mu Wan's astonishment was profound. In her previous life, although she had mastered martial arts to its pinnacle, her body had suffered from the cold energy's relentless erosion. She had endured excruciating pain while competing with the protagonists. But now, looking at Qin Luo, her eyes shimmered with admiration. His halo shone even brighter. Wow! Qin Luo is undoubtedly the true protagonist. Chapter 36. You even beat dogs? If only I could have Qin Luo at my disposal. Moments later, the treatment concluded. With the cold energy dispelled, Su Lingtian's complexion became rosy, and his temperature normalized. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Then looked at Qin Luo with gratitude. Good. Good. Qin Luo retracted the silver needles, momentarily taken aback. Was he being praised? Ha ha ha. You are the second person my husband has praised in this manner. Ning Qingxian approached and entwined her arm around Su Lingtian's, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she gazed at Qin Luo. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined? Her obedient daughter had recruited such a remarkably capable follower. The medical expertise displayed was nothing short of exceptional. At last, Su Lingtian's father might be saved. Another one? Su Mu Wan interjected, her tone laced with incredulity. You can't possibly mean that the first person to receive your father's praise is you, right? Dismissing her astonishment, she stepped closer to Qin Luo, casting a suspicious glance at her mother. Ning Qingxian chuckled softly in response, nestling against Su Lingtian's shoulder like a delicate bird. What do you think? Su Lingtian's face flushed a subtle shade of crimson. Indeed, Su Mu Wan could only blink in disbelief. Seriously? Qin Luo remarked. They say that the villainous families are bound by love, and it seems that adage holds true. At that moment, Ning Qingxian turned her gaze towards Qin Luo, her smile widening. By the way, Xiao Lian, please stay here and keep Xiao Luo company. I shall summon your sister to accompany me as we visit Su Lingtian's father. Su Lingtian's father was none other than the venerable Su Ba, the patriarch of the Su family. He had once dominated the martial arts realm, rendering all practitioners breathless in his wake. Su Bailian shot a glance at Qin Luo, as if contemplating a strategy for revenge, and promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, mother. Mother, could you please refrain from referring to Qin Luo in such a manner? Su Mu Wan protested, albeit reluctantly consenting to her mother's suggestion. However, before departing, she felt compelled to offer a few more words of caution to a certain individual. With that thought in mind, Su Mu Wan approached Su Bailian with a friendly demeanor. Sister Bailian. Su Bailian trembled slightly, forcing a smile as she faced her approaching sister. Sister Su, what brings you here? Nothing much. It's just that I haven't seen you in ages. And I truly miss you. Oh, by the way, your face seems a bit swollen. What happened? Su Mu Wan inquired, her hand reaching out to gently pinch Su Bailian's cheek. In an instant, Su Bailian's mind flashed back to the moment Qin Luo had slapped her and to Su Mu Wan's earlier threats in the car. A shiver ran down her spine, but she managed to maintain a stiff smile. Oh, it's just the summer mosquitoes. I got bitten. Ah, then it's nothing to worry about. I hope you can get along well with my follower. With that, Su Mu Wan turned her gaze away, casting a sharp glance at Qin Luo before departing with her parents to visit the venerable Su. How infuriating, Qin Luo. Why does he seem to attract the affection of older women? First there was Tang Wenyu, and now his own mother. What sort of ridiculous luck is this? Qin Luo, caught off guard by the unexpected glare directed at him, was left bewildered. What did I do? Ning Qingxian, sensing the tension, wrapped her arms around Su Mu Wan's and nuzzled her head against her shoulder. My dear daughter, why not allow Xiao Luo to become my follower? Absolutely not. With the others gone, Su Bailian's true colors emerged. She had maintained a smile in front of her parents, but now that they were away, she was determined to make Qin Luo's life miserable. Clenching her teeth, she cast a scornful look at Qin Luo. Well, I never expected you to dare show your face here. Qin Luo smirked, rolling his eyes in disdain. If your adopted daughter can stay, why can't Su's esteemed little lady's personal attendant be here? You. Su Bailian fumed, her rage bubbling over. You can only flaunt your tongue now. Suddenly, a malicious grin took over her face as a sinister idea struck her. Let me tell you, Qin Luo, back at Su Mu Wan's house, I couldn't do anything to you. But here, haha. Pochi, come here. With her command, a fierce-looking pit bull bounded over, tail wagging, and promptly began to circle Su Bailian's feet. Qin Luo, aware that he was in the Su family's territory, had no intention of retaliating against Su Bailian, provided she did not provoke him. Good boy, Su Bailian cooed, squatting down to pet the pit bull's large head. A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she glanced at Qin Luo. Do you know? Pochi is a loyal companion I've raised since childhood. In this house, aside from my parents, he only listens to me. I command him to bite whoever I wish. And my mother adores Pochi. She would never let him come to harm. So, you, who were once so arrogant, what do you have to say now? With a wicked glint in her eye, she continued. I expect you to stand there and let Pochi tear you apart until you're bloodied and begging for mercy. As she spoke, she pointed at Qin Luo and commanded Pochi, Pochi, go for him. Humph. Qin Luo, if you have the guts, kick Pochi away. Do that, and you will no longer have a place in this family. In reality, Pochi turned to face Qin Luo, but instead of showing aggression, the dog let out a friendly bark and bounded over to him, nuzzling against his legs. Qin Luo looked down at the pit bull, then back at the stunned Su Bailian, a mocking expression gracing his features. Is that it? Surely, this is not the loyal dog you've raised since childhood? Are you kidding? I'm so affable that even the monkeys in the zoo would be excited to see me. You. Qin Luo's words struck like needles, pricking at Su Bailian's pride. Fuming with indignation, she glared at Pochi, her voice rising in anger. Bite him. Pochi, go bite him. Pochi glanced at Su Bailian, then returned its gaze to Qin Luo, continuing to lick him affectionately. Su Bailian was left seething. You. Without delay, she lunged forward, grabbing Pochi's hind leg and yanking it back. Pochi, come here. I am your master. But before she could finish, Pochi, seemingly irritated by the tug, snapped at her arm, leaving a bloody bite mark. She immediately let go, collapsing to the ground. I've been bitten. Su Bailian raised her hand, her face pale as she looked incredulously at Pochi, who seemed to have lost its mind, now enamored with Qin Luo. Pochi actually bit me? A wave of grievance surged within her, erupting in a torrent of tears. Why are you all bullying me? Seated on the ground, she could no longer contain herself and began to wail loudly. What a wretched follower. Why am I being treated this way? And you, Pochi, I always bought you steaks. And yet you treat your master like this. I can't go on living. Qin Luo, witnessing the scene, felt a headache coming on. He grasped Pochi by the scruff of its neck and lifted it before walking over to Su Bailian, extending his hand. Slap. With a fierce slap, he struck the pit bull across the face. He scolded, wretched dog. What do you think you're doing biting your master? Deserved it. The pit bull blinked in confusion. Did I just get hit? It immediately covered its face with its paws, whimpering softly and curling up in a shivering ball. Su Bailian was equally taken aback by Qin Luo's actions. She stared at him in disbelief. What? Are you really going to slap a dog? After the commotion, Qin Luo glanced helplessly at Su Bailian's injured arm. He produced a silver needle and, noticing her trepidation, said, My esteemed young lady has decreed that as long as you do not cause trouble, you shall remain her dear sister. Assisting you is not my intention, but rather a directive from my young lady. In the original text, Su Bailian frequently brought trouble upon Su Mu Wan. Perhaps by winning her over, she could avoid further complications. With that thought, he activated the Tai Xian 13 needles, mastered to perfection. These needles could bring the dead back to life and restore flesh to bone. Under Su Bailian's incredulous gaze, the gory wound inflicted by the pit bull visibly began to heal, even as the blood gradually dissipated into the air. Am I healed? Su Bailian stared in astonishment at her suddenly restored arm, somewhat dazed. How miraculous. Yes, you are healed. By the way, adopted daughter Bailian, shouldn't you express some gratitude towards me right now? Qin Luo squatted down, observing the original character of Bailian, who was now crying with snot running down her face, with a resigned expression. It was imperative to heal her, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain later. As Su Bailian looked at Qin Luo, clarity began to return to her expression. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and instinctively lowered her gaze. Finally, she murmured almost inaudibly, Thank you. Is your voice broken? Why are you whispering your thanks? Where's the bravado from earlier? You. Su Bailian's anger flared, and she lifted her head, but upon seeing Qin Luo's face, she couldn't help but lower it again, exclaiming defiantly, "Thank you. Is that satisfactory? You jerk. This is the first time I've experienced such humiliation. All right. Now that you've thanked me, let us not have any sudden false accusations later on. Otherwise, I might just let the pit bull bite you again." Qin Luo stood up, issuing a warning. At that moment, Su Mu Wan's voice echoed from deeper within, "Qin Luo, come here at once. My grandfather wishes to see you." "Coming," Qin Luo replied and hurried off. Only then did Su Bailian lift her head, staring blankly at Qin Luo's retreating figure. As she watched, her expression sharpened with newfound determination. Clenching her fists in frustration, she thought, how infuriating. Why does Su Mu Wan have such a devoted lackey? I refuse to accept this. I want what she has. Humph, this lackey indeed possesses some capabilities. Daughter, if you can manipulate him to serve your purposes, it would greatly enhance your prospects of securing the position of head of the family. Just then, Su Bo's voice unexpectedly broke through, causing Su Bailian's expression to shift as she quickly rose to greet him, her face lighting up. "Father." However, her joy quickly faded as she added, "But Qin Luo is Su Mu Wan's follower." "Humph, no matter. I will devise a way to seize him for myself." Su Bo snorted. Upon hearing this, Su Bailian nodded eagerly. That sounds wonderful. Yet suddenly, she seemed to notice something odd about her father. She reached out and poked his cheek, questioning curiously, "Father, what is wrong with your face? It looks a bit swollen." Ouch. Su Bo winced internally, but maintained a calm exterior, covering his cheek where Qin Luo had struck him, and replied nonchalantly, "It's just the mosquitoes. They're quite bothersome in the summer." Su Bailian blinked. That sounds familiar. Chapter 37. Without the Tai Xian 13 needles, I may not survive. It seems I possess the ability. In a spacious room, warm lighting illuminated the interior, creating a cozy atmosphere. At the center, an ancient yet sturdy wooden bed supported the elderly patriarch of the Su family, Su Ba, who reclined against the headboard, exuding an air of calm authority. Despite his advanced age, Su Ba's keen eyes retained their sharpness, radiating undeniable power. Surrounding him, aside from Su Mu Wan and others, were several unfamiliar men and women, relatives of Su Mu Wan. They included uncles, aunts, and cousins. As the Su family's vast influence brought forth a multitude of kin. Upon Qin Luo's arrival, several relatives with reddened eyes exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this follower? Su Mu Wan approached, grasping Qin Luo's hand and guiding him to the bedside. She turned to the elder with concern, stating, "Grandfather, this is Qin Luo. He should be able to treat your injuries." Hearing this, Qin Luo respectfully greeted, "Good day, Su old master." A faint smile broke through Su Ba's composed demeanor at this acknowledgement. His gaze appraised Qin Luo, and he remarked, "Qin Luo, I have heard you are the new follower of Mu Wan, possessing some skills. I summoned you today to ascertain your character. But it seems, indeed, you are a fine young man." Straightening his posture, Qin Luo resolutely replied, "Old Master Su, you flatter me. I have always been unwaveringly loyal to Miss Su." Su Mu Wan blushed, tugging at Qin Luo's hand. "Oh, Qin Luo, please stop. It's rather embarrassing." Qin Luo chuckled softly, "Miss, every word I speak is the truth. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." "Humph, I don't believe you. You just treated that Su Bailian's wound." "Ouch, you saw that." "Humph, I wouldn't dare intrude upon your affairs." Mississippi Su Ba observed the exchange with a slight smile, though his expression held deeper, inscrutable significance. Years of practicing martial arts had left Su Ba with numerous hidden ailments that flared up periodically, yet he never allowed his family to worry, silently enduring the pain. Until recently, an accumulation of these ailments caused a severe collapse, leading to a prolonged coma. After narrowly escaping death, he discerned the truth in the faces of his family members who came to visit him. Thus, he decided to hold a family gathering immediately upon regaining consciousness. Though termed a family feast, it was, in fact, a means to select the next heir. Ling Tian displayed decent talent, yet it was merely adequate, insufficient for shouldering the responsibilities of the Su family. Su Bo was also competent, but unfortunately, he harbored ambitions to usurp the family's wealth, even going so far as to present his illegitimate child from outside as a potential adopted daughter for Ling Tian, aiming for her to inherit the Su family's legacy. If Su Bailian possessed the talent, what harm was there in her inheriting? The crux of the matter lay in her lack of cultivation. Therefore, Su Ba's gaze fell upon Su Mu Wan, who was currently engaged in animated conversation with Qin Luo. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Mu Wan was the most gifted martial artist he had encountered in his decades of life. He had a premonition that if Mu Wan could flourish, she would undoubtedly surpass him and ascend to the pinnacle of the martial arts world, securing the Su family's position atop the global martial arts hierarchy. Thus, Su Ba turned his gaze toward Qin Luo. A suitable guardian was precisely what Su Mu Wan currently required. Qin Luo possessed a pristine and unblemished background. Moreover, through his keen observation and intuition, Su Ba discerned that Qin Luo would never betray Su Mu Wan. This particular insight was of paramount importance. Additionally, it seemed that his granddaughter harbored some unique sentiments toward this attendant. After all, he had noticed the smile gracing her lips. Even that headstrong young lady had undergone a transformation. Regrettably, however, his own body was afflicted with a complex ailment that even if Qin Luo were truly skilled in medicine, he could never hope to cure him. Su Ba had come to terms with the inevitability of death. After all, the legendary Tai Xian 13 needles had been lost to the annals of time for millennia. Even the so-called divine doctor, the most esteemed physician in the world, had merely imitated ancient texts to create a counterfeit version known as the 12 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Thus, since he was already on the precipice of death, he needed to make arrangements for the aftermath. The issue regarding Su Bo was trivial. The real concern lay with the other relatives of the Su family. They had long coveted control over the Su family. Upon his demise, the remaining facade of harmony would inevitably shatter. Regrettably, he could not ascertain who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Alas, he would likely never know. Yet, at the very least, he wished to leave something behind for his granddaughter, the most gifted descendant in terms of martial arts. Therefore, Su Ba first glanced at Su Ling Tian and Ning Qing Xian, then surveyed the circle of Su family members surrounding him. With a calm smile, he said, "You all may leave for now." Upon hearing these words, everyone reacted immediately. "No, old master, you cannot die. Old master, you will be fine. Indeed, our Su family cannot be without you." A chorus of uncles, aunts, and relatives burst into tears. Su Ling Tian clutched Su Ba's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "No." Ning Qing Xian's eyes reddened as she hesitated before saying, "Dad, Qin Luo can surely treat your injuries." On Su Mu Wan's side, she came to her senses and was momentarily taken aback by the calm expression on her grandfather's face. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her heart. She recalled her past life. Her grandfather had passed away after a family banquet. Could it be that this life would follow the same tragic path? No. Su Mu Wan hastily grasped Qin Luo's hand and implored Su Ba, "Grandfather, Qin Luo will definitely be able to treat you. You will be fine." Qin Luo exchanged a glance with Su Ba, blinking in surprise. While the symptoms are indeed complex, with the Tai Xian 13 needles, isn't it quite manageable? Qin Luo pondered, but something felt amiss. Perhaps Su Ba had ulterior motives. Isn't that how stories often unfold? Claiming there was no hope when, in reality, recovery was already within reach. Hearing this, Su Ba felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. He chuckled softly and shook his head. "There is no hope. Old man knows his own body well. Apart from the Tai Xian 13 needles, no one can save me." Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Actually, however, before he could finish, Ning Qing Xian interjected, her expression one of shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. "The Tai Xian 13 needles? It is said to be a transcendent technique capable of resurrecting the deceased. You require such a method?" She covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Could it be that her father was still beyond saving? Even if Qin Luo possessed some medical knowledge, he could never master the Tai Xian 13 needles. Qin Luo opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by the wails of the relatives nearby. "Old master." Qin Luo hesitated for a moment. "Actually, grandfather," Su Mu Wan cried out, collapsing onto the bed, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want you to die." Su Ba's heart ached as well, tears cascading down his cheeks. He spoke in a deep voice. "Why are you all crying? I am not dead yet. Rest assured, old man will ensure everything is prepared for you before I depart. I will guarantee." He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, "that there will be no lingering concerns." "Grandfather, Dad, no, old master, children." The scene descended into chaos. Yet, at last, Qin Luo managed to speak up. He raised his hand and declared, "I believe I can perform the Tai Xian 13 needles." With that proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Su Ba's eyes widened in astonishment as tears still lingered in his eyes, leaving him bewildered. "What did you say?" Chapter 38. The old master is fine. Trust levels increase. Su Mu Wan also lifted her head to gaze at Qin Luo, her face alight with surprise. "Qin Luo, you can perform the Tai Xian 13 needles. Is this what that mysterious elder who taught you said?" Ning Qing Xian, too, was astonished and asked, "Little Luo, you truly can perform the Tai Xian 13 needles? This technique has been lost for thousands of years." Her incredulity was palpable. If Qin Luo could indeed master the Tai Xian 13 needles, it would change everything. He would no longer be merely a medical apprentice, but a national treasure of Donghua, deserving of protection from the entirety of its martial forces. The various aunts and uncles exchanged astonished glances at Qin Luo, their minds racing. This new attendant of Su Mu Wan's seemed to possess far more than met the eye. One middle-aged man, who had previously worn a mournful expression, now appeared somewhat rigid due to Qin Luo's revelation. Could this young man truly wield the Tai Xian 13 needles? What a preposterous claim. No, I must observe further. In response, Qin Luo nodded, retrieving a set of dark iron silver needles from his pocket, a total of 49. 13 primary needles, the rest designed for lethal purposes. He drew out the 13 primary needles. Addressing the stunned members of the Su family with certainty, the person who imparted this medical knowledge to me indeed stated that it was the Tai Xian 13 needles. Of course, whether it is true or not. Qin Luo turned to Su Ba, who was still shedding tears of emotion, and smiled. Old master. You will know once you try. Su Ba blinked, wiping away his tears. Feeling somewhat bashful, he closed his eyes and waved his hand. Qin Xian. You and Ling Tian take the others and step outside. I will leave this to Qin Luo. Upon hearing this, Ning Qin Xian did not hesitate. She immediately pulled Su Ling Tian, who was still gripping Su Ba's hand, to stand up. She then turned to Su Mu Wan and said, Dear daughter, we shall leave this to little Luo. Come, let's go. This. The sudden turn of events left Su Mu Wan momentarily speechless. She pointed at herself and then at Qin Luo, her face a mask of disbelief. Qin Luo regarded Su Mu Wan, and her expression seemed to convey, wait, are you serious? The aunts and uncles gradually exited. With a click, the door closed, leaving only Qin Luo and Su Ba in the room. The former drew out the silver needles and announced, Old master, I shall commence. Su Ba lay back on the bed, relaxing his body and closing his eyes. Let us begin. Old man will place his trust in you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ba was abruptly jolted awake by an excruciating pain. He opened his eyes wide, realizing that his body was punctured by dozens of silver needles. Qin Luo, why so many needles? It's supposed to be the 13 silver needles of Tai Xian. Relax. I am merely expelling the accumulated chill from your body. 13 needles are far too few. A few more will suffice. As your junior, I shall cure you today. Fear not. The pain is entirely normal. Su Ba's breath came in labored gasps as Qin Luo continued his work. Breathe. No, this pain is unbearable. Even someone as resolute as Su Ba could not withstand such torment. An hour later, outside the door, a multitude of onlookers wore expressions of varying concern. A woman clad in luxurious attire cast a disdainful glance toward the entrance, scoffing. How could a mere lackey possibly master the 13 silver needles of Tai Xian? The old man was in good health. I hope this dubious character doesn't do him more harm. At this, Su Mu Wan's expression darkened as she retorted coldly, Aunt. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that I deliberately brought someone here to harm grandfather? The woman in extravagant attire, Huang Yu, huffed dismissively, Mu Wan. I never said that. It's just that you are rarely in the Su family, so you are unaware of the old man's condition. Now, you bring in a charlatan. Before she could finish, a man frowned and interjected, Huang Yu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. The old man's health has always been poor. Even the renowned doctors could not cure him. If this lackey truly has a remedy, then that would be a blessing. Huang Yu rolled her eyes and replied sarcastically, Fine. I shall hold my tongue. As this minor squabble concluded, the other relatives harbored their own ulterior motives, secretly mocking Su Mu Wan. After all this time away. She remains so naive. If the charlatan causes a mishap, the position of the next head of the Su family might just fall into our hands. Su Mu Wan observed her relatives, who feigned concern while secretly harboring ulterior motives, feeling a wave of irritation. In her past life, these individuals had torn each other apart in a fierce struggle for inheritance. Would they truly repeat that chaos in this life? Uncle Su and Su Bai Lian were also among the crowd. Su felt a gnawing unease. What has happened to my adoptive father? Just moments ago, he had heard anguished cries from within. Was it possible that Qin Luo had done something to him? Although he had contemplated seizing the Su family's wealth, his respect for Su Ba was genuine. He had even considered taking over the family, then providing for Su Ba in his twilight years. Seeing no one else stepping forward to speak, Su Mu Wan turned her attention back to the door, her heart racing with anxiety. She believed in Qin Luo's integrity. Yet, what if the person who taught him medicine had deceived him? After all, the 13 silver needles of Tai Xian were not common knowledge. They had never appeared in her past life. Why should they manifest in this one? Su Bai Lian also harbored unspoken worries for Su Ba's well-being. Although he was not her grandfather, he treated her with the same kindness he showed Su Mu Wan. He was a remarkable man. And could Su Mu Wan's lackey truly know the 13 silver needles? If he healed her grandfather, she would certainly forgive him for slapping her earlier. In the midst of everyone's anxiety, a resounding voice from within called out, Everyone may come in. At those words, the crowd was momentarily stunned before rushing through the door. Upon entering, they beheld Su Ba, who had previously been confined to his bed, now rising and sitting on a small sofa beside it. The frail body, ravaged by illness, seemed revitalized, exuding strength and vitality. As for Qin Luo, he stood behind Su Ba, his hands moving like shadows as he patted Su Ba's back. Grandfather. This technique is called rejuvenation and opening the back, allowing your body to rapidly absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to restore your health. Of course, no one else in this world can achieve this. By the way, Grandfather, I noticed many wall paintings in your room. You seem to have a fondness for antiques and ancient texts. I happen to know the president of the Antique City Association. I will send you some masterful authentic pieces. Su Ba laughed heartily at Qin Luo's skill and eloquence, exclaiming, "Ha! Little Luo, having you by Mu Wan's side is truly a blessing for the Su family." Everyone stood there, stupefied. Wait, why is Qin Luo calling him grandfather? As realization dawned, they rushed forward, one by one. Dad, adoptive father. Su followed suit. Incredulity etched on his face. Is my adoptive father truly well? Qin Luo stepped aside with a modest smile. Father, you're truly all right? Absolutely, I feel splendid. Astonishing. Truly miraculous. Indeed, little Luo's miraculous technique has pulled me back from the brink of death. I even feel as if I might be on the verge of a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Does that mean? Shoo, let us not make it public. Su Mu Wan hurried over to Qin Luo's side, taking out a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his forehead. Qin Luo, do you truly know the 13 silver needles of Taishan? Her confusion about Qin Luo deepened. Such talent, and yet he was right beside her. Qin Luo shrugged playfully, grinning, of course. When the young lady's grandfather is in trouble, I must rise to the occasion, even if I have to learn. Then, Qin Luo, with your prowess, you won't abandon me, will you? Su Mu Wan asked hesitantly. At her words, Qin Luo paused, looking at her. Her expression seemed to plead. Please say something to make me happy. Ah, indeed, you are quite different from the original villain. Qin Luo chuckled softly. Leaning closer to whisper in her ear, I am bound to you for this lifetime. Not even Jesus could stop me. Wonderful. Qin Luo, I always knew you were the most loyal to me. Su Mu Wan's face lit up with a radiant smile, but then she asked in confusion, who is Jesus? Oh, I forgot this world lacks Jesus. Qin Luo cleared his throat. It's inconsequential. In any case, he patted her back and laughed. Go ahead and cry. You were so fond of it before. You. Su Mu Wan's face flushed crimson as she glared at Qin Luo in exasperation. Could this rascal not read the atmosphere? Yet, amidst her irritation, a complex emotion flickered in her gaze. Regardless, thank you, Qin Luo. Whether or not your presence here is due to my rebirth's butterfly effect. I will not let you slip away. Congratulations. The trust level with the antagonist has increased by 5. Current level, 15. Reward acquired. Pressure, a power existing only in certain higher realms, capable of exerting tremendous force, rendering the weak powerless and kneeling in submission, which can be released at the host's discretion. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Qin Luo's lips curled into a smile upon witnessing the reward. Pressure. Was this not merely a display of arrogance? It merely compelled the weak to kneel before it. Surely, it could not be of use to anyone beyond the ordinary? Nonetheless, despite the old master Su's recovery, Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance at a gentleman amidst the crowd. Although his expression radiated joy, the glimmer of disappointment in his eyes did not escape Qin Luo's keen observation. Ah, it seems that within every prominent family, such individuals are inescapable. Chapter 39, Relative Sarcasm. Dare you to strike. An hour later, in the dining hall on the first floor, a long rectangular table was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes. The aunts and uncles, including Su Mu Wan, gathered around, their eyes gleaming with delight as they gazed at the patriarch, Su Ba. They congratulated him, exclaiming, Congratulations on your recovery, old master. Father, with your healing, the Su family shall endure for another century. Huh. The old master will last not just a century, but at least a millennium. Huh. Su Ba waved his hand dismissively, scoffing. Let us not engage in such trivialities right after my recovery. As he spoke, he turned to Qin Luo, whom he had pulled aside, expressing gratitude. Xiao Luo, it is thanks to you that this old man has survived. Qin Luo shook his head slightly, smiling. Grandfather, you jest. I believe that even without me, your fortitude would have ensured your safety. He raised his glass, proclaiming, Allow me to toast to you, grandfather. With each utterance of grandfather, Su Ba's countenance brightened with joy, and he laughed heartily. Excellent. Before my illness, I relished a good drink. Since you partake as well, let us drink until we are inebriated. Grandfather, I must confess, I am not particularly adept at drinking. Huh. Xiao Luo, do not be modest. The assembled relatives, while maintaining smiles on the surface, were internally seething with indignation. Why was this little lackey attempting to ingratiate himself? Their gazes shifted to Su Mu Wan, seated second closest to the head of the table, as they speculated her motives for returning to the main family. Hadn't she been ostracized by Su Balian previously? Su Mu Wan, ignoring the prying eyes, focused her attention solely on Qin Luo, observing the two of them as they drank cup after cup. She blinked and remarked, I must say, Qin Luo, you seem particularly favored by the older generation. It feels as though you are the true grandson of my grandfather. An hour later, the dinner concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. I can still drink, the old master declared. Father, please refrain. Your health is fragile. Nonsense. I refuse to concede. I must drink this little rascal under the table. Alas, the old master was foaming at the mouth. Quick, take him to rest. After the old master was hastily carried away, the once lively dining hall gradually fell into silence. Qin Luo set down his glass, exhaling a breath of relief. The atmosphere within this villainous family was indeed polarizing. One either received genuine camaraderie or faced treachery. He glanced at several relatives seated at the table. Their expressions darkened at the old master's evident fondness for him. Su Mu Wan, having noticed the shift, rose and addressed Qin Luo, Come. Let us step outside for a stroll to digest. Qin Luo retracted his gaze, smiling. Very well, Mississippi. Just as he prepared to rise, a derisive voice interrupted. Hold on. Where do you think you're going? This is the Su family's domain, and you, Su Mu Wan, have been cast out and cannot freely roam. Especially not with your little lackey. With the old master and Su Lingtian absent, the once genial smiles of the onlookers evaporated, replaced by mockery. Su Mu Wan's expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly. Without turning around, she could already envision the scornful expressions of her so-called relatives. In her previous life, such taunts would have incited her anger. Yet now, reborn, she recognized the need to approach matters with greater discretion and maturity. Her past indiscretions had led to her downfall, culminating in the loss of her parents and her family's ruin after her grandfather's death. Thus, inhaling deeply, Su Mu Wan turned to Qin Luo with a smile. Let us go, Qin Luo. Do not mind them. Remember what I told you. Regardless of their words, do not retaliate. Qin Luo surveyed Su Mu Wan and her entourage of relatives, feeling a sense of irony. Just moments ago, they had all been affectionately addressing her as niece Mu Wan. Yet in an instant, their true natures were laid bare. Wait, did I permit you to leave? Sister, do you not heed your elder brother's words? A mocking voice emerged. Su Mu Wan coldly turned to face the speaker, a young man who stood, his gaze burning with anger as it landed on Qin Luo. He had been reprimanded for addressing the old master as grandfather. Yet here was this mere lackey seated and drinking with the old master. This was intolerable. Recognizing the youth, Su Mu Wan's expression hardened. She suppressed her fury, unwilling to escalate the situation unnecessarily. Su Tianquan, what do you intend to do? The young man, Su Tianquan, the youngest son of Su Mu Wan's uncle and her cousin, replied with a derisive smile, Nothing much, dear sister. I simply find your lack of etiquette appalling. While we are all gathered for a meal, you wish to take your lackey and leave. Do you not regard us, your elders, at all? Have you even greeted your uncle and aunt? As his words fell, the extravagantly dressed Aunt Huang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Su Mu Wan. Her jealousy piqued as she saw her seemingly more appealing demeanor. Tianquan, do not speak further. This young lady Su is, after all, destined to inherit the family head position. It is only natural she looks down upon us, her less affluent relatives. Following this, Su Tianquan feigned disappointment, addressing Su Mu Wan with scorn. So that is the case. Su Mu Wan, your arrogance is astonishing. Not only do you stir up trouble outside, but you also seem to entertain the notion of distancing yourself from us once you ascend to leadership, correct? The mother and son duo sang in unison. While the other aunts and uncles observed, their expressions filled with amusement. They anticipated Su Mu Wan's inevitable eruption of anger, knowing she would be unable to endure such mockery. When that moment came, the old master would surely be displeased. However, if she chose to endure this, it would not matter. They had prepared a grand spectacle for Su Mu Wan in 3 days' time, one that would surely strip her of all dignity. Su Balian wiped her mouth, silently observing the unfolding drama. She couldn't quite grasp the reason, but an unsettling premonition lingered within her that those who mocked Su Mu Wan were bound to face dire consequences. After all, the attendant appeared to be unwaveringly loyal to Su Mu Wan. However, this group of individuals differed from her. She was a peer of Su Mu Wan. While these relatives were her elders, some even more seasoned than Su Mu Wan's parents. Even though Qin Luo had just rescued old Master Su, it was implausible that he would offend all of his relatives for the sake of a mere attendant. Thus, if Qin Luo possessed any semblance of intellect, he ought to exercise restraint and refrain from any rash actions. As Su Bailian pondered, she glanced over Su Mu Wan's shoulder, curious about Qin Luo's reaction. To her astonishment, he had emerged from behind Su Mu Wan. Su Bailian was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan clenched her fists tightly, struggling to contain her rising anger. No, she had to remain composed. True, it was highly unlikely that Qin Luo would take action. He did not appear to lack emotional intelligence. Yet, to be on the safe side, she felt compelled to offer him a word of caution. Just as Su Mu Wan intended to turn to Qin Luo and suggest a quiet departure, she suddenly realized he had already walked past her. A chill swept over her, and beads of sweat trickled down her back as she sensed impending trouble. As she contemplated calling out to him, she quickly withdrew her hand. No, that couldn't be right. Qin Luo was no fool. He would never dare to confront anyone in front of so many elders. Surely, he merely wished to impart some reasoning. Yes, that must be it, Su Mu Wan reassured herself. With a stoic expression, Qin Luo strode purposefully towards Su Tianquan. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered relatives found it immensely entertaining. They observed with a mix of curiosity, mockery, and derision as Qin Luo approached Su Tianquan. Exchanging glances, they shared an unspoken understanding of the absurdity of the situation. What was this little attendant attempting? Surely, he did not intend to stand up for Su Mu Wan? How laughable. They, as elders, stood firm. If Su Mu Wan dared not speak out, what could a mere attendant possibly do? Huang Yu smirked. Qiu, this attendant seems rather incensed. How delightful. Let this servant learn who truly holds dominion here. Su Tianquan shared this sentiment as he observed Qin Luo advancing toward him. He couldn't help but scoff derisively. What's the matter, filthy attendant? Don't think that saving our old master Su gives you any claim to the Su family. And don't delude yourself into believing that your meager medical skills and abilities mean anything. After all, your esteemed lady is nothing more than a discarded waste cast aside by the family. A useless attendant and his equally useless mistress. What's the matter? Are you infuriated? Go on, strike me if you dare. Before he could finish his taunt, in a moment that left everyone speechless, Qin Luo's hand sliced through the air like a shadow and landed forcefully upon Su Tianquan's foolish face. Smack! Su Tianquan's voice abruptly ceased. His head tilted to the side, his mind blank, a fiery pain blossomed on his cheek. Had he just been struck? As realization dawned upon him, a wave of fury, laced with murderous intent, surged forth. He turned to Qin Luo, bellowing, Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Smack! Before he could utter another word, Qin Luo retaliated with another swift slap. You dare to insult my lady. A mere fledgling in the initial stages of her cultivation. He roared. My lady is of the highest nobility, destined to become the unrivaled matriarch of the Su family. What do you think you are, barking like a rabid dog? You're courting death. After delivering his admonition, Qin Luo seized Su Tianquan's intentionally long hair. As Su Tianquan's eyes widened in shock, he barely had time to react before, much to the astonishment of all present. Qin Luo forcefully slammed his head twice against the dining table. Bang! Bang! Ugh! The sound of the impact echoed as the table splintered. Su Tianquan was left disheveled and bloodied, his eyes wide with disbelief. This brute, was he truly that strong? Were his thoughts filled with curses against me? Am I doomed? No. Wait. I didn't Enough of your nonsense. Before he could finish, Su Tianquan was tossed around like a mere plaything. Lifted and slammed again and again. Bang! 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 The tableware crashed to the floor, and the servants, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees. How could young Master Tianquan be subjected to such a brutal beating? They stared in disbelief at Qin Luo, who appeared as a demon incarnate. The attendant of young Miss Su was indeed terrifying. Bang! 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 The table shattered further. Wait, I am Su Mu Wan's cousin. Stop this immediately. Su Tianquan cried out, his head bloodied and battered, gasping for air. Nonsense. My lady would never claim you as kin. I suspect you were merely adopted by old Master Su. Su Bo. Bang! 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 Stop! Please! Bang! 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 Mother! Save me! Su Tianquan's wretched cries pierced the air. Suddenly, the onlookers snapped back to reality, each one realizing the gravity of the situation, shouting in unison. Stop! Quickly stop! Particularly Huang Yu, witnessing her precious son being so thoroughly chastised, rushed forward, her voice shrill with panic. Qiu, you wretched beast, let him go. Seeing the approaching noblewoman, Qin Luo's eyes flared with rage. He released the battered Su Tianquan and raised his hand toward Huang Yu, roaring, so preoccupied with your son, you forgot to chastise your vile self. Smack! With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Huang Yu, who was sent sprawling backward, hitting the ground with a thud. Her face rapidly swelled, and she stared blankly at the ceiling. Had she just been struck? A searing pain and disbelief flooded her senses. She scrambled to her feet, charging at Qin Luo with fury, trembling with rage. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Before she could finish her sentence, smack. Once again, she found herself on the ground. You're courting death. Huang Yu's cheeks were swollen, tears streaming down her face as she rose, hurling her LV bag at Qin Luo. But you wish to retaliate. This time, Qin Luo seized her outstretched wrist, immobilizing her. He then unleashed a series of relentless slaps. Smack, 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 smack. You'll pay for this. I'll kill you. Ugh. Damn Su Tian. Please, save me. Huan Yu cried out, her voice trembling with fear as she was forcibly restrained in place, receiving a relentless barrage of slaps from Qin Luo. Her consciousness began to waver, and the atmosphere in the room became suffocatingly tense. Su Bailian's face turned pale as she anxiously rubbed her cheeks, terrified beyond measure. She felt fortunate that Qin Luo had not subjected her to such a brutal assault. Su Mu Wan also stood frozen, her mind racing. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Su Tian, Su Mu Wan's elder uncle, as he heard the anguished cries of his wife. His expression twisted with rage, lips trembling in fury, eyes bloodshot, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. He could hardly fathom that a mere lackey would dare to publicly assault his wife and son. You seek death, he seethed. With this thought, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged within Su Tian. He fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, a menacing light flickering in his eyes as he bared his teeth, snarling, "Stop this at once, you insolent wretch." As his voice echoed through the room, he took a decisive step forward, exuding a powerful aura that swept through the space like a tempest, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The onlookers were astonished, realizing that Su Tian was already at the mid-stage of the Ascension realm. Their expressions shifted to one of mockery. This little lackey was in for a world of trouble. Suppressing the urge to charge at Qin Luo and obliterate him, Su Tian roared, "You, a mere follower, dare to strike my wife and child. Do you understand that you are trampling the dignity of the Su family beneath your feet? I command you to release my wife and kneel in submission, dismembering yourself. For Su Mu Wan's sake, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall never leave the Su estate." Upon hearing these words, Qin Luo paused, turning his gaze towards Su Tian with a puzzled expression. "And who might you be?" he inquired, believing that Qin Luo had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Tian inhaled deeply, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Listen well, boy, my name is Su Tian, the eldest son of the venerable Su Patriarch. The two you have assaulted are my wife and youngest son. Do you now comprehend the magnitude of the offense you have committed against those you sought to defend?" With that, Su Tian lifted his chin slightly, his tone dripping with arrogance. "I advise you to release my wife at once, or else. It seems you are nothing but a worthless fool." Before he could finish, a blur of motion accompanied by a mocking grin interrupted him. Su Tian's mouth twisted in shock as his body was sent soaring into the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing down heavily onto the ground. Lying there in a daze, he thought to himself, what just happened? When did he get here? Wasn't I at the mid-stage of the Ascension realm? The crowd held its breath, the room falling silent. They turned their incredulous gazes toward Qin Luo, who had appeared before Su Tian with a ghostly speed, delivering a swift slap. Gasps filled the air, and their eyes widened in disbelief. This reckless fool, he truly dared to strike Su Tian. Did he even consider the consequences? The reality struck them. Su Tian was a formidable mid-stage Ascension realm expert, yet he had been utterly unable to withstand such a simple blow. After delivering the slap, Qin Luo stood there, hands clasped behind his back, regarding the stunned Su Tian with a disdainful gaze. What kind of worthless scoundrel dares to make such a ruckus here? If the Su family relies on you for its reputation, it would have been extinguished long ago. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions darkened, fists clenched in frustration. How could this lackey be so brazen? Who gave him such audacity? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them, as if clarity had struck them like a bolt of lightning. They exchanged glances, understanding that a mere lackey would not have the boldness to act without someone backing him. This was undoubtedly a premeditated scheme. But who could be the mastermind behind this audacious lackey? Their gazes all turned towards Su Mu Wan, who was seated calmly, her expression as still as a placid lake amidst the chaos. She remained unfazed, as if the tumult surrounding her bore no relevance. Yet, from her composed demeanor, they sensed an underlying air of disdain and contempt. It became clear to them that she had anticipated Qin Luo's actions, perhaps even orchestrated them. The realization struck them like a cold wave. Qin Luo was merely a pawn in Su Mu Wan's game, used to assert her dominance over them. As the foremost martial talent of the Su family, Su Mu Wan possessed the privilege to act with such impunity. How infuriating it was to realize that she was willing to defy them all without a second thought. With Su Lao Ye's recovery and apparent favoritism towards Su Mu Wan, the others couldn't help but wonder if she had recognized this shift in power dynamics. Faced with this revelation, their expressions soured. They had intended to unite against Su Mu Wan, but had instead been dealt a harsh lesson. Some among them felt relieved they had chosen to observe rather than intervene. knowing they might have suffered a similar fate. They glanced at the dazed Su Tian and the unconscious Huang Yu and her son, swallowing hard at the realization of Su Mu Wan's terrifying cunning and strategy. Meanwhile, Su Bailian, watching from the sidelines, felt a shiver run down her spine. Grateful she had kept her mouth shut this time. As for Su Mu Wan, her calm demeanor was not born of indifference, but rather a result of her own shock when Qin Luo had begun to strike Huang Yu. Her legs had turned to jelly, and she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Qin Luo, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Don't provoke these people. If you do, managing this family will become infinitely more difficult. Her head throbbed at the chaotic scene unfolding before her. In reality, everyone was at a loss, their eyes drawn to the figure of Qin Luo, who had leapt onto a table amidst the chaos. Standing amidst a jumble of pots and pans, his expression cold and detached as he surveyed the room. Then, as an overwhelming sense of pressure began to seep into the hearts of all present, he gradually shifted his gaze towards Su Mu Wan, his eyes softening. Today, my young lady visited the Su family, and I uncovered something of utmost significance. Upon hearing this, the latter trembled with trepidation. Oh no, why did he suddenly call out to me? Qin Luo, come down quickly. Don't let them notice me. Su Mu Wan wished to lower her head and become invisible. Unfortunately, everyone present had already concluded that this matter was orchestrated by her. Qin Luo was merely her most loyal pawn. Everyone swallowed hard, eagerly awaiting what Qin Luo was about to reveal. In the next moment, his earnest voice resonated in every ear. Standing atop the dining table, he surveyed the room and declared, I have discerned that everyone in the Su family, aside from my lady, is utterly unworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's lips twitched, sensing impending doom. Don't say it. Stop. Quickly, cease your words. She mentally screamed, attempting to halt Qin Luo with her thoughts. Meanwhile, the gathering of relatives leaned in, eager to hear what he had to say. Yet, the reality was harsh. The instant Qin Luo's subsequent words escaped his lips, Su Mu Wan's heart sank completely. The audience heard him, standing at the table, exuding a brazen yet loyal tone, grinning widely as he announced, aside from my lady, all present are trash. With that declaration, a resounding uproar ensued. Everyone sprang to their feet, pots and pans clattering to the floor. Their expressions were filled with fury as they directed their ire towards Su Mu Wan, who stood behind Qin Luo. What audacity from Su Mu Wan! How dare she disregard their dignity? On the surface, Su Mu Wan appeared composed, but internally, she was on the verge of tears, crying out in despair. Qin Luo, just a moment ago, I praised you for saving my grandfather. How could you now provoke such chaos for me? I am utterly exasperated. However, given the escalating atmosphere, Su Mu Wan had no choice but to rise. A smirk crept onto her lips, her smile as chilling as a winter's wind. She cast her frigid gaze over the furious faces of her relatives, as if savoring the spectacle of their humiliation post-scheme. Their faces flushed, veins bulging on their foreheads, their eyes aflame with indignation and shame. Yet, Su Mu Wan stood there like a triumphant victor, reveling in her moment of glory. Then, she slowly raised her hand, her movements graceful and deliberate. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the air, each clap striking like a slap to her relatives' faces. She looked at Qin Luo, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she gently applauded, seemingly conveying to all that she was the mastermind behind this farce. Internally, she vowed, Qin Luo, you shall rue the day I instill the concept of humility into your mind. Loyalty level 5. Loyalty level 5. Loyalty level 10. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Qin Luo felt a surge of joy. Perfect. According to the original storyline, this brazen behavior was precisely what the villain relished. The loyalty points served as undeniable proof of Su Mu Wan's satisfaction. With this in mind, Qin Luo leapt from the table to Su Mu Wan's side, faithfully positioning himself behind her, and respectfully stated, my lady. Indeed, let us depart from this place. Su Mu Wan feigned disdain as she glanced at the chaos around her, slowly adding, it has become rather bothersome. Qin Luo, you have driven me to the brink. Loyalty level 10. Yes, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, sensing Su Mu Wan's apparent contentment. With that, they departed, one following the other. As the two exited, the facade of dignity held by the others shattered. Su Mu Wan's silent, triumphant departure left everyone feeling as though they had been resoundingly slapped across the face. No, a single slap wouldn't suffice. It was akin to being struck twice, especially with that attendant accompanying her. They glowered in the direction Su Mu Wan had gone, vowing to remember this grievance from the evening. Chapter 41. He merely struck me once, yet the villain's words must carry deeper meaning. The banquet concluded in utter chaos. Everyone, with somber expressions, resumed their seats. Huang Yu finally regained consciousness from her stupor, yet her cheek was grotesquely swollen, appearing quite tragic. weakly leaning against her chair. She wept while incessantly striking Su Tian beside her, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. You useless fool, Su Tian. Your wife has been beaten to such a state, and you allow that little rascal to leave unscathed. And that Su Mu Wan, what a vile wretch. Huang Yu continued to sob, tears streaming down her swollen cheeks. Huaner is my cousin, and I am her aunt. Yet she permits a mere attendant to humiliate us so. This is sheer treachery. Does she truly hold no regard for her elders? Huang Yu trembled with rage, feeling as though her entire worldview had been shattered in a single day. She was livid. Su Tian's expression was ominously dark. He clutched his swollen cheek, feeling profoundly vexed. Su Mu Wan's attendant had indeed caught them off guard. At that moment, a middle-aged man slammed his fist onto the dining table. His face darkened with fury. How dare a mere attendant act so brazenly? Does he think that saving the old master grants him free reign in the Su family? Ridiculous. He then turned to the circle of people at the table, speaking in a grave tone. What are your thoughts? At this rate, the next family heir will undoubtedly fall to Su Mu Wan, thanks to her attendant. And did you not notice Su Mu Wan's attitude earlier? She has openly torn the mask off. When she inherits the Su family, we will gain nothing. With this declaration, another individual dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, then glanced at the silent Su Bailian, gently inquiring, what does Sister Bailian think? Are you willing to let Su Mu Wan usurp the position of family head? Why am I being dragged into this? Su Bailian thought to herself, rolling her eyes internally. She was no fool. These people were clearly attempting to use her as a pawn. They had previously conspired to oust Su Mu Wan from the main family, and now they sought to repeat the process. However, given the current situation, she was certainly unwilling to provoke Qin Luo. Moreover, she pondered, had these people not witnessed Qin Luo's fierce demeanor earlier? He was a person who would not hesitate to strike even Su Laozi if given the chance. Yet, it was also possible that Su Mu Wan, that wretched girl, was the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Bailian currently harbored no desire to provoke them. Consequently, she feigned a semblance of anger, her silver teeth lightly biting down. As she cast a sweeping glance over her relatives, each displaying a myriad of expressions, she reprimanded, this insufferable lackey has shown me nothing but disrespect. Since all of you esteemed uncles and aunts deem him a scourge, why not? She let out a cold laugh. At the family banquet in 3 days, let that lackey and Miss Su suffer a complete loss of face. Would that suffice? Upon her utterance, the assembly nodded in agreement, their gazes turning to the most authoritative figure among them, Su Tian. Feeling the weight of their attention, Su Tian clenched his fists tightly and snorted coldly. Bailian speaks truth. 3 days hence shall be the moment when Su Muan loses all dignity. My Tianao has already invited the eldest son of the Yuan family from the imperial city, Yu Wenhua, to join us at the banquet. At this, Su Tian paused, seemingly envisioning the scene of Su Muan's impending disgrace. Unable to suppress a chilling smile, he continued, this will indeed be her moment of downfall. I shall make the old man aware that Su Muan's martial prowess is but a speck of dust when faced with true genius. At this revelation, astonishment flickered in the eyes of all present. Yu Wenhua, the very Yu Wenhua of the imperial city. If he were to attend, then the family banquet in 3 days would surely be a foregone conclusion. However, a voice of hesitation emerged. But what of that lackey? He wields the Tai Xian 13 needles and appears to act with impunity. At this, Su Tian scoffed dismissively. That lackey is of no consequence. Even if he possesses the Tai Xian 13 needles, what of it? Once Su Muan faces her downfall, I shall ensure that young Master Yuan extracts the truth from him. As for his audacious demeanor, he merely follows Su Muan's orders. Have you not realized? While it may seem that Su Muan is attempting to assert her dominance today, I perceive that she harbors trepidation towards us. Su Tian spoke with unwavering confidence, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The assembly, filled with renewed confidence, could not help but inquire, pray tell, Uncle Tian, what leads you to such a conclusion? In the next moment, Su Tian, touching his swollen cheek, smiled with conviction, for that lackey has only struck me once. Does that not signify that Su Muan does not wish to completely offend me? Ultimately, Su Muan is but a junior, reluctant to escalate matters into a spectacle. The assembly suddenly understood. So that is the case. Truly, Uncle Tian is remarkable. Su Bailian blinked, regarding Su Tian with a look akin to that of an imbecile. Had his mind been compromised? He had not appeared so foolish before. Had his recent association with the Yuan family dulled his intellect? On the Su family's forest-lined avenue, Su Muan and Qin Luo strolled leisurely, while the elder staff, such as Zhulan, trailed behind at a distance, serving as mere background figures. Qin Luo was busy assessing the fruits of his recent endeavors. Before he could revel in his triumph for long, Su Muan halted abruptly, turning around to gaze at Qin Luo with arms crossed and head slightly raised. This imbecile had no concept of humility whatsoever. Today, she must remind him, lest he provoke even more trouble at the family banquet in 3 days. Upon seeing Su Mu Wan stop, Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. But suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh, she must be about to commend him, perhaps reward him? Ah, that would not do. Contemplating this, Qin Luo adopted an earnest demeanor, feigning loyalty and attentiveness. In reality, upon witnessing Qin Luo's seemingly loyal expression, Su Mu Wan's initial intention to chastise him evaporated. She bit her lip, a wave of guilt washing over her. Damn it! How could she think such thoughts? Qin Luo, unaware of his reincarnation, simply felt that her relatives had bullied her and wanted to stand up for her. He could not abide the thought of anyone mistreating her. What fault was that? How could she possibly educate someone so devoted based on her own experiences from 2 lifetimes? With this in mind, Su Mu Wan softened her tone, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Qin Luo, you performed admirably this time. The internal dynamics of the Su family are convoluted, and these relatives harbor ill intentions. However, having stirred up trouble with so many families, you may find yourself in their sights. But fear not, with me by your side, they will not dare to act against you. At this point, Su Mu Wan, still unwilling to let go entirely, offered a subtle reminder. While you may disregard these people, if someone appears to hold a higher status than I do be cautious with your demeanor, hold back and refrain from acting. Do you understand? These relatives, after all, were not destined figures. Thus, aside from finding them somewhat bothersome, Su Mu Wan felt little concern. Yet, she feared running into a genuinely fated individual. If Qin Luo were to confront them with reckless abandon, it would spell disaster. Would she not find herself treading the same troubled path once more? Meanwhile, Qin Luo was digesting Su Mu Wan's words, albeit with some confusion. The remarks of this formidable antagonist were indeed obscure. What was her true intent? At one moment, she indicated that while provoking the family was troublesome, her presence would mitigate the consequences. Then, she cautioned him to be wary of anyone who seemed of higher status. Internally, Qin Luo pondered deeply. Surely, the words of this original antagonist bore significance beyond their superficial meaning. Suddenly, his eyes widened as enlightenment dawned upon him. Su Mu Wan was subtly indicating that the root of the internal conflicts within the Su family lay with these relatives. The reason these relatives troubled Su Mu Wan was precisely that they were her kin. Thus, if he could expel them all from the Su family, they would lose their power, rendering them incapable of troubling Su Mu Wan. This was one piece of information that Su Mu Wan, the grand antagonist, was discreetly conveying to him. The second piece was her admonition to avoid provoking those who appeared to hold greater status. Such humility was clearly not in Su Mu Wan's nature. Having perused her character description in the system, Qin Luo understood her true demeanor. She was the woman who, in the original text, arrogantly proclaimed, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Mu Wan. The martial path is an eternal night." Therefore, such audacious arrogance could not possibly lead her to believe that anyone else held a status superior to hers. Thus, her words should be interpreted as a directive. In the future, when encountering those who provoke her, one should confront them head-on. Indeed, the ways of this grand antagonist were a fascinating study. He must savor and contemplate them carefully. Yet, who else in this world, besides him, could comprehend the deeper meanings behind the words of this grand antagonist? Su Mu Wan, with me at your side, you may find solace in secret. With this realization, Qin Luo adopted a serious and earnest demeanor, declaring, "I understand, miss. I shall heed your teachings from now on." Upon uttering these words, Su Mu Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Qin Luo was perceptive enough to comprehend human discourse. As long as she communicated with him properly, he would grasp the essence of restraint. She nodded, patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, and smiled. "This is splendid." With this assurance, she felt at ease regarding the family banquet scheduled for 3 days hence. Qin Luo also offered a slight smile. He hoped that no foolish individuals would dare to provoke Su Mu Wan at the upcoming family gathering. They exchanged a knowing glance, both unaware of the other's thoughts behind their smiles. In Wang City, at the Yuan residence, a man of refined and approachable demeanor stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected a visage of respect as he held a telephone in one hand and a document detailing the Tang Wenyu and her daughter in the other. "My lord, I have located the whereabouts of the war god's order. It has indeed fallen into the hands of the mother and daughter from the Tang family in Jiangqing. Yes, they have joined the Su Corporation. Correct, old master Su Ba has recovered, thanks to the 13 needles of Tai Xian. Understood. I am aware that at the Su family banquet in 3 days, I shall certainly probe Su Mu Wan's true capabilities. However, my lord need not concern himself. In this world, the most gifted individual is undoubtedly you alone. You shall ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in due time." With a click, the call ended. The amiable man inhaled deeply, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. filled with disdain. Su Mu Wan. Merely a young lady cast out by the Su family. In 3 days, I shall make you understand what it means to be subjected to the dimensional descent of a genius from Wang City. Chapter 42. The Family Banquet, Yuanhua. 3 days later, the Su family's banquet commenced as scheduled. The Su family's grand estate was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with excitement. In the courtyard, servants scurried about, preparing an array of delicacies and beverages. Inside the hall, long tables were laden with various sumptuous dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. Additionally, a grand stage stood ready, a staple of every family banquet in this martial arts lineage, featuring martial arts competitions. Su Mu Wan, clad in a flowing black gown, exuded elegance and nobility as she paced anxiously within the hall. Time seemed to have flown by too swiftly. It felt as though only a day had passed since she had prepared for the banquet. Su Mu Wan's heart raced with apprehension. In her previous life, she had not participated in the family gathering and was uncertain of what transpired there. To her recollection, the banquet had progressed smoothly. Yet it was followed by her grandfather's passing. Not being able to bid farewell to her grandfather was one of her greatest regrets from her past life. Calm down, Su Mu Wan, she reassured herself. This life will likely unfold without a hitch, just as it did before. However, a sudden thought struck her, causing her to glance at Qin Luo, who stood obediently nearby. Clad in a black overcoat, he resembled a dutiful attendant. Upon meeting Su Mu Wan's gaze, he offered a faint smile, seemingly having absorbed her reminders over the past 3 days. Yet, she remained uneasy. Approaching Qin Luo, she narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Qin Luo, many relatives will be present today. Unlike our immediate family, they typically refrain from disrespecting me, but should such a situation arise, you understand?" Qin Luo nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, miss, I will remain vigilant." "That's good." Su Mu Wan felt a sense of relief, though in truth, she was merely scaring herself. After all, how many thoughtless individuals would dare to provoke her? She was, after all, the daughter of the current family head. It couldn't and wouldn't happen. At that moment, a stir arose from the entrance, drawing the attention of both Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan. A distinguished gentleman, surrounded by a throng of admirers, stepped into the hall, instantly captivating everyone's attention. It was none other than Yuanhua from Wang City. How could young Master Yuan be here at our Su family banquet? Look beside young Master Yuan. Isn't that Su Tian Ao, the eldest son of Uncle Tian? Oh, I remember now. Su Tian Ao ventured to Wang City some time ago and has now allied himself with Yuanhua. With the backing of the Yuan family, the Su Tian clan is surely in a prime position for the next head of the family, are they not? Su Mu Wan's expression remained unchanged. Yet her mind raced with recollections of Yuanhua. He was the eldest young master of the Yuan family, renowned for his handsome appearance and graceful demeanor, as well as being a prodigious talent in martial arts. However, Su Mu Wan recalled that in her previous life, upon arriving in Wang City, she found him insufferably pretentious, more so than herself, and had incapacitated him with her ice palm technique, establishing her reputation in Wang City. But this time, she was no longer the person she once was. Su Mu Wan blinked, wishing merely to remain inconspicuous. As for Qin Luo, upon seeing Yuanhua, a system notification flashed in his mind. He blinked in surprise. Yuanhua? He was aware that the war god's order was in the possession of the Tang mother and daughter. Was his intent merely to test Su Mu Wan's strength on behalf of his benefactor? Was this not an invitation for disaster? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, detecting the Su family banquet plot. Please complete the S-rank evaluation of the sycophant event. Rewards, whisperings, what the master states will be unavoidably believed by others due to the reputation of the adversary. Listening to the system's prompt, Qin Luo suddenly grasped the implications. The reward suggested that as long as Su Mu Wan's reputation remained illustrious, others would inevitably accept his words based on her esteemed name. Was that the essence of it? In reality, Yuanhua wore a charming smile, his gaze warm and profound, as though he could read souls. As he walked, he surveyed the banquet attendees, and when his eyes landed on Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo, a hint of disdain flickered in his expression. So, this is Su Mu Wan and the rumored companion skilled in the 13 needles of Taishan? Regardless of whether Su Mu Wan is truly a martial arts genius, this attendant appears rather unremarkable. Indeed, rumors are merely rumors. No matter, soon, I shall ascertain Su Mu Wan's true caliber. I will demonstrate to that esteemed individual that Su Mu Wan is nothing more than a grain of sand before him. With that thought, Yuanhua settled into his seat. His presence not only captivating the women present, but also garnering respect from many of the men. Wow, young Master Yuan is truly handsome. Indeed, such a distinguished young master from Wang City appearing in Jiangxing is remarkable. While our Su family is powerful, we still pale in comparison to the Yuan family of Wang City. As Yuanhua took his seat, a formidable elder stood behind him. surveying the banquet hall with an air of sternness, ever ready to quell any fool who dared to threaten his young master. Among the throngs of admirers, a man fawningly remarked, "Young Master Yu Wan." The attendant standing behind Su Mu Wan is none other than Qin Luo, a master of the 13 needles of Taishan. If we could acquire the 13 needles, I believe young Master Yu Wan's influence in the royal city would become even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenhua scoffed disdainfully. Shaking his head, "You are all mistaken. This lad does not possess the skills of the 13 needles at all." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Not capable? Huh. This boy may deceive you, but not me. Look at his palms, devoid of calluses, even softer than a model's hands. How could such a person possibly master the 13 needles? In my earlier years, I encountered the divine doctor, whose hands were already roughened from years of practicing needle techniques. Enough of this insignificant character. He then mused on Su Mu Wan's demeanor, noting her lack of ostentation. Hearing his words, the Su family hastily interjected, "Young Master Yu Wan, do not be misled by her facade." Huang Yu, whose swollen cheeks had yet to recover, chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Yu Wan. This little wretch delights in having her attendant stand in front while she manipulates from the shadows." "Oh, how intriguing," Yu Wenhua pondered, seemingly reminded of the formidable figure behind him. Yet he chuckled inwardly, for his own mentor was the epitome of perfection, while Su Mu Wan was but a speck of dust. With that thought, Yu Wenhua glanced at a woman in the crowd who was excessively flattering him and pointed her out. "Hey you." The woman, upon hearing him, touched the small boy beside her and nodded respectfully, responding with a smile, "Leave it to me." As time passed, guests gradually took their seats at the banquet, with delicacies from the food area readily available. After 3 days of anxiety, Su Mu Wan finally felt hunger pangs. She sat at a small square table laden with food, while Zhu Lan and Shun Fei stood guard around the hall, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Relishing the desserts, Su Mu Wan thought to herself, "This is wonderful. Everything at today's family banquet seems to be proceeding smoothly. If this tranquility can be maintained, I shall navigate this day perfectly." Qin Luo stood behind her, observing her munching like a hamster, unable to suppress a smile. "So, the grand villain enjoys sweets," he mused. "Qin Luo, you should eat too." Su Mu Wan, not having forgotten him, extended a small cake towards him. "Thank you, miss." Qin Luo began to reach for it when a voice, irritating to Su Mu Wan, rang out. "Oh, if it isn't my dear sister Mu Wan. You've become more beautiful over the years. By the way, have you found a boyfriend yet? My little Shuaishua has just turned 5. The woman continued, "Shuaishua, look. This is the Su Mu Wan your mother has been telling you about." Su Mu Wan followed the sound, spotting a woman approaching her with a beaming smile, holding a snot-nosed little boy in suspenders, who was tugging at his own hand while crying. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. What was this child's name? Shuaishua? He found it hard to reconcile the boy's appearance with the name Handsome. Upon hearing his mother's words, the boy sniffled, then curiously looked at Su Mu Wan, extending his finger to mock her mom. This is the Su Mu Wan who is 25 and still single. His mother, Su Fong, tugged at her son's hand, laughing. "Oh, Shuaishua, that is not nice. Mu Wan is your sister. You should apologize." However, Shuaishua wriggled free from Su Fong's grasp and made a face at Su Mu Wan, declaring, "No way. I won't apologize to a woman no one wants. Such impoliteness, Shuaishua. How does your mother usually teach you?" After a few more dismissive remarks, Su Fong turned to Su Mu Wan, whose expression had grown increasingly dark, and said, "Oh dear, Shuaishua is just a child. Children speak without a filter. Don't take it to heart." Feigning concern, Su Fong added, "But dear Mu Wan, Shuaishua has a point. Women should focus on marriage and having children. Isn't it better to leave family matters to your uncles? What is the point of all this martial training?" Su Mu Wan's fists clenched tightly, her smile faltering as she struggled to maintain her composure. In a family of martial artists, was not practicing martial arts the very essence of their existence? Su Fong's arrival was clearly ill-intentioned. In her past life, she had succumbed to provocation and resorted to violence, leaving her grandfather deeply disappointed. This time, she vowed to avoid such a path. Surrounding relatives either relished the spectacle or shook their heads in dismay. Yu Wenhua, from a distance, observed with amusement as Su Mu Wan endured the verbal onslaught. How fascinating. Could she truly withstand this? Indeed, Su Fong had been dispatched by him, tasked with testing how long the young lady could endure. Noticing Su Mu Wan's restraint, Su Fong shifted tactics, her eyes glinting mischievously as she patted the little boy's head. The child, seemingly forewarned, tugged at Su Fong's clothing, then pointed at the cake in Su Mu Wan's hand, saying, "Mom, I want the cake that woman has." "Oh, Shuaishua wants cake, does he?" Su Fong smiled and turned to Su Mu Wan, inquiring, "Dear Mu Wan, do you still want that cake? If not, why not give it to my Shuaishua? He is just a child and needs to eat well as he is growing." We rarely have such delicacies at family banquets, so Shuaishua should indulge a bit. With a sly tone, Su Fong added, as a token of gratitude, I have several quality single men in mind, though they are all over 30. But at your age, you can't afford to be picky, can you? At this, a chorus of snickers erupted among the aunts and uncles. Year after year, Su Mu Wan endured their jeers at family banquets, and in the past, she would often lose her temper and resort to violence. Surely, this time would be no different. In front of the old Master Su, she would undoubtedly make a fool of herself, and the position of head of the family would slip from her grasp. Su Fong, motivated not only by Yu Wenhua's orders, but also by her desire for her husband to inherit the Su family, relished in the unfolding drama. Su Mu Wan suppressed her anger, grappling with her thoughts. Endure, endure, endure. But I want to be a dragon, not walk the same path again. My frustration is overwhelming. I want to strike back. Seeing Su Mu Wan's barely contained fury, Su Fong pretended to be solicitous. Have you thought it through, Mu Wan? If you're not satisfied with my introductions, I have a few suitors abroad as well. Before she could finish, a thunderous voice interrupted her. Shut your mouth. You vile wench. The crowd witnessed the sudden stride of a subordinate, who had been standing behind Su Mu Wan, stepping forward to shield her from view. Pointing an accusing finger at Su Fong, he scornfully exclaimed, What business is it of yours whether my lady gets married or not? You, a mere collateral relative, dare to bark at my lady. Your child craves something fine. If you eat so well, why not indulge in something less palatable? As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone gazed in astonishment at this unfolding drama. Who was this subordinate? Su Fong looked on in disbelief at the suddenly bold Qin Luo, and upon realizing he was merely a lackey, a surge of indignation and fury welled up within her. She shrieked, What did you say? How dare a lowly servant insult me? However, before she could finish her retort, a resounding slap echoed through the hall. Without hesitation, Qin Luo advanced, delivering a stinging blow across Su Fong's face, shouting, Vile wench. Ah! Su Fong clutched her cheek, collapsing to the ground in agony. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Luo, clearly unable to comprehend the turn of events. She had merely intended to provoke Su Mu Wan, never anticipating such treatment for herself. How could I have been struck? By a mere servant? An overwhelming sense of grievance and rage surged through her. Did this lackey not recognize who she was? Instantly, a more profound humiliation washed over her. Meanwhile, a small boy, witnessing his mother being struck, fell to the ground in fear, a foul odor escaping him as he lost control. Regaining her composure, Su Fong clumsily rose, shouting at Qin Luo, You little brat. How dare you? Slap. Ah! Before she could utter another word, Qin Luo stepped forward once more, delivering another blow that left her mind reeling. The fiery pain radiated from her cheeks, and her ears rang, a testament to her bewilderment. Su Mu Wan, now alert, rose to her feet, her mind clear. But, no, she recognized that this individual was deliberately attempting to provoke her on behalf of the Yuan clan. She could not allow Qin Luo to fall into their trap. Just as she contemplated halting Qin Luo's assault, a voice of righteous indignation rang out. You, a mere lackey, dare to lay hands on a member of the Su family? You even frightened a child to tears. Miss Su, is this how you train your subordinates? Upon hearing these words, both Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo turned to see Yu Wenhua seated with an expression of solemnity and concern. Though I am not of the Su family, I cannot abide such abuses of power. Miss Su, your lack of virtue disqualifies you from the position of family head. With this declaration, Su Fong, recovering from her shock, cried out in a whimpering tone, Please, young Master Yuan, stand up for me. Around them, the crowd began to voice their disapproval of Su Mu Wan. Humph. Su Mu Wan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Previously, we could overlook your disrespect. But how can you wreak havoc at a family banquet? Indeed, Su Mu Wan has grown accustomed to her reckless behavior. Allowing such a person to lead our family would be a grave misfortune. Yes, young Master Yuan, we implore you for justice. The atmosphere grew charged with agitation. Su Mu Wan found herself in a precarious position, fists clenched tightly as a tide of fury surged within her. Damn it, these people are so sycophantic. So willing to ostracize me for the sake of a family head position, siding with an outsider. Although I have encountered similar situations in my past life, where conflict ensued, the repercussions were always dire. A moment of relief only leads to endless complications. This wisdom, gleaned from my previous existence, weighed heavily on her. In her past life, I failed to understand humility, causing harm to those who genuinely cared for me. Thus, in this lifetime, I must remain vigilant. Just as Su Mu Wan resolved to leave with Qin Luo, a powerful pressure suddenly surged through the venue. Cough. What is happening? Everyone felt an overwhelming force compelling them to kneel. Yu Wenhua and the elder behind him experienced the same sensation. His expression shifted. What is going on? The next moment, a cold, mocking voice echoed throughout the hall. You and Hua, what are you? This is the Su family banquet. What right do you have to speak here? My lady stands before you, and you dare remain seated? Kneel before me. With those words, an immense force bore down upon Yuan Hua. The chair beneath him creaked ominously. He felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel, his eyes widening in horror. What is happening? Who dares to do this? Kneel. Impossible. I am the eldest son of the Yuan family in the royal city. Who could force me to kneel? No, I cannot kneel. Yuan Hua's mind screamed in defiance. Straining to lift his head, his pupils constricted as he suddenly found a figure standing before him. Qin Luo. With a cold, detached gaze, Qin Luo regarded the struggling Yuan Hua and raised his hand, stating icily, "Your head is held too high." With that, he delivered a fierce slap. Whack! Yuan Hua's head snapped to the side, his cheek aflame with pain as his mind momentarily blanked. I was struck? Why did old Mo not protect me? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Hua's body relaxed involuntarily. Under the gaze of the crowd, he was crushed by an overwhelming force, crashing to the ground. His knees struck the tiled floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, the entire venue fell into an extraordinary silence. All eyes were fixed on the scene before them, incredulous. The eldest son of the Yuan family, renowned as a paragon of excellence in the royal city, was now kneeling helplessly. The collective breath of the assembly seemed to freeze. Su Bailian, sipping her orange juice from a distance, observed the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement, only to find herself stunned at this unexpected turn of events. Wait, did you just strike Yuan Hua? Su Mu Wan was equally taken aback by the reality before her. Was this truly happening? Oh, excuse me? Chapter 44. The entire hall in shock. Does Su Mu Wan truly possess such authority? Astonishment, terror, dread, like a dream turned nightmare. The banquet hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They struggled to swallow, gazing incredulously at Yuan Hua. The scion of the royal city's Yuan family, now kneeling before them, rendered immobile. Was this merely the consequence of a single utterance from Su Mu Wan's subordinate? Yuan Hua's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, his ears ringing as he stared blankly at the tips of his shoes. Had he truly knelt? How could this be possible? 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 How could I, the esteemed Yuan Hua, ever bow down and kneel before a mere subordinate? Where is Master Mo? Where has my protector gone? Yuan Hua knelt on the ground, yet his voice still managed to escape his lips. The gentle expression that once adorned his face was now twisted and contorted, his hands clawing desperately at the earth beneath him as he screamed, "Master Mo, what on earth are you doing?" As his words fell, the elderly figure who had been standing guard behind Yuan Hua finally regained his senses. It was not surprising. He had been ready to act when suddenly, it felt as though some unseen force had bound him, forcing him to watch helplessly as his young master was slapped across the face. In that moment, witnessing the humiliation of his master kneeling before a subordinate, his pupils constricted, and he roared in a voice filled with fury, "How dare you, young wretch!" With that, a tremendous aura surged forth from him, the might of the great completion stage erupting in an instant. Initial insight, ascendance, great completion, summit, returning to innocence. The powerful gust of energy swept through the banquet hall. It was indeed the great completion stage. Rumor had it that a formidable protector stood by Yuan Hua's side. And this must be him. Master Mo? I remember now. Isn't he the infamous Elder Mo from years past? A ruthless killer. Has he been recruited by the Yuan family? Quick, if a great completion expert is enraged, we shall all suffer. This subordinate is finished. We must hide. As everyone snapped back to reality, they frantically sought refuge beneath the dining tables. Yuan Hua, in utter disgrace, shouted hoarsely, "Master Mo, kill him for me." "As you command." Elder Mo bellowed, his figure instantaneously appearing before Qin Luo. He extended his 5 fingers, their tips transforming into a dark brown hue. And with a gaze filled with murderous intent, he roared at the expressionless Qin Luo, "Die, young wretch. Regret ever provoking my young master." Who could have imagined that this insignificant subordinate possessed such strength? I was actually affected by the mysterious pressure he exuded. Before I even realized it, my young master had already been slapped. Though he is indeed talented, it is unfortunate that he has crossed the wrong person. Just as Elder Mo prepared to strike Qin Luo down, a disdainful snort echoed through the air. "Humph, do you think you are worthy to kill my subordinate?" As the voice faded, a pure and terrifying chill surged towards Elder Mo, instantly freezing his entire meridian system. His pupils shrank as he noticed that his palm was now less than 3 centimeters from Qin Luo, encased in a layer of frost. Then, with a loud crash, a torrent of icy energy struck his chest, sending Elder Mo crashing into the wall several meters away. Thud! He spat out a mouthful of blood. his body heavily impacting the wall before slowly sliding down. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply, stunned into silence. With a single blow, Elder Mo had been defeated. Who was it? They looked towards the source of the attack, each one of them rendered speechless. This was the secret technique of the Su family. Who could it be? Could it be the elder of the Su family? Elder Mo raised his eyes, but the scene before him was even more unbearable. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly arrogant Miss Su, who they had dismissed, had approached Qin Luo with an expression of indifference, shielding him protectively behind her. That chilling energy had originated from her. One strike defeated a seasoned great completion expert? Just how formidable was Miss Su's cultivation? Elder Mo coughed up blood, a bitter smile crossing his face. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. The Su family has birthed yet another prodigy. With that thought, Elder Mo swayed and succumbed to unconsciousness, his visage visibly aged. Su Mu Wan had completely crippled his cultivation. Truly, the martial arts of the Su family are ruthless. They are the epitome of dominance. Yu Wenhua knelt on the ground, his gaze vacant. Though his head was bowed, he gleaned from the astonished tones of those around him that a shocking revelation had occurred. Elder Mo had been defeated? It appeared that Miss Su Mu Wan had struck him down? No, this cannot be. If Miss Su Mu Wan could defeat a great completion stage expert with a single blow, just how powerful must she be? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Miss Su Mu Wan is merely 25 years old. How could she possibly be at the great completion stage? I refuse to believe it. Yu Wenhua's breath quickened, his eyes filled with panic and fear. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a monstrous talent could only belong to the great figure behind me. Qin Luo glanced at the unconscious Elder Mo, blinking in disbelief as he swallowed hard. The villain is indeed terrifying. He quickly turned to the frigid Su Mu Wan, respectfully exclaiming, "Miss, your brilliance is unmatched. Thank you for saving me." Hearing this, Su Mu Wan raised her chin slightly, a smirk gracing her lips. "Humph. The more you say, the more I enjoy it. Wait, no? Why did I instinctively intervene?" Su Mu Wan thought helplessly. How vexing. I hadn't intended to reveal myself. After all, drawing attention is risky. But that old fool was ready to strike Qin Luo, and I couldn't just stand by. Well, since there is no protagonist among these people, my actions will not have any repercussions. I just hope that this won't lead the elder to think of me as an arrogant and incompetent granddaughter like in my past life. Oh well, since I've already acted, I might as well enjoy it. With that thought, Su Mu Wan surveyed the bewildered relatives attending the family banquet and coldly declared, her piercing words echoing through the ears of the scheming relatives. "What are you staring at? A bunch of worthless ingrates. How could a proud member of the Su family seek to curry favor with the wasteful young master of the Yuan family? Is that even appropriate? If you aren't embarrassed, I, the future head of the Su family, am utterly humiliated." At her words, more than half of those who had harbored such thoughts bowed their heads in shame, unable to speak. However, it was clear that Su Mu Wan was not yet satisfied. She gestured to Qin Luo, then pointed at the pale-faced Su Tian family, saying, "Qin Luo, go, give them a few slaps to teach them a lesson. A bunch of ingrates daring to conspire against me." As her words fell, Su Tian's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in terror, "Su Mu Wan, you vile woman. I am your elder." Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Then, spitting in his direction, he shouted, "Silence, you worthless wretch. How dare you utter my lady's name so casually?" With that, he continued to rain down slaps, his fury unabated, seeking death, seeking death, seeking death. Ah! Su Tian's cheeks were slapped wildly, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness. At this moment, he regretted his earlier remark about merely receiving a slap. The sound of slaps echoed, smack, smack, smack. Huang Yu was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, covering her face and murmuring helplessly, "It's over, we're finished." Their two sons, Su Tianquan and Su Tianao, were equally pale. The former, having experienced a slap, was gripped by fear and directly fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Tianao had just returned from the royal city and had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. He looked at the still kneeling Yu Wenhua and pointed at Su Muan, shouting in anger, "Su Muan, you are finished. You've provoked the Yuan family. This is Jianqing." Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo interrupted with a resounding slap. "Stop barking. Once I've dealt with your father, I'll come for you." Su Tianao collapsed to the ground, covering his face, his expression vacant and bewildered. Could he not finish his sentence? Was this really happening? The rest of the relatives were dumbfounded, casting glances at Su Muan, whose lips curled into a cruel and terrifying smile, and a wave of fear washed over them. A demon. She was nothing short of a demon. The notorious tyrant of Jiangxing truly lived up to her reputation. Those who initially sought to ingratiate themselves with Yu Wenhua now fell silent. No one had informed them that Su Mu Wan was both arrogant and possessed the means to be so. Su Mu Wan savored this scene with undeniable delight. Yet, the pleasure was tinged with a profound sense of regret, akin to the deep remorse that washed over her after finishing a love story. Watching Qin Luo strike, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a surge of panic. Her lips twitched. Oh no, was it too late to stop Qin Luo from striking now? Could she perhaps claim it was merely a jest among juniors? Chapter 45, The Wolf's Ambition. Expelling the Su family. The atmosphere was thick with shock and helplessness. Some relatives hid beneath the tables, too afraid to make a sound, fearing they would be the next targets of Su Mu Wan's wrath. They knew of her reckless nature, but never anticipated it would reach such heights. She openly allowed her underlings to strike her uncle's family in front of numerous relatives and even forced the young master of the Yuan family, Yu Wenhua, to kneel, leaving him there until now. A sense of astonishment and a tingling sensation filled the hearts of all present at the banquet. Was no one going to intervene? Yu Wenhua knelt on the ground, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could Su Mu Wan dare to publicly humiliate the Yuan family? It was well known that the Su family had a peak-stage powerhouse, as did his own Yuan family. Could it be that Su Mu Wan intended to sever ties between the two families? A wave of intense shock and humiliation flooded Yu Wenhua's heart. The shock stemmed from the realization that Su Mu Wan's strength surpassed that of his protector, while the humiliation lay in the fact that he was kneeling before everyone. Maintaining this posture even now, on Qin Luo's end, after attending to the Su family's humiliation, the system provided a notification. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Su family banquet dog incident. Event evaluation, S rank. Reward, Whisper of Winds. Your words will compel others to believe them due to the reputation of the antagonist. A smirk played on his lips. Oh, how intriguing. He glanced at the Su family writhing on the ground and suddenly conceived a clever idea. At that moment, a booming voice resonated through the banquet hall. Who dares to cause trouble at my Su family banquet? Upon hearing this voice, all the relatives hiding beneath the tables were filled with joy. Was it the old Master Su? Wonderful. Everyone looked up to see the revitalized Su Ba, his expression grim, striding in from outside. Behind him followed Su Mu Wan's mother and father, who quickly scanned the chaotic scene. Astonished, seeing the arrival of the old Master Su, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They cried out in unison, "We implore you, old Master Su, to intervene on our behalf." Su Tian, with a swollen face and tears streaming down, knelt on the ground, crying out to Su Ba, "Father, look at what your granddaughter has done. Look at how she has turned my family into a laughingstock." Before he could finish, smack, Qin Luo delivered another slap. Angrily rebuking, "What are you yelling about? Do you not realize why you are being slapped? You conspired with the Yuan family to undermine the Su family. What a vile heart you possess." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? The Su family had not only flattered Yu Wenhua with the aim of becoming the head of the Su family, but intended to hand the Su family over to the Yuan family for assimilation? Su Tian was dumbfounded, attempting to refute. Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo struck him again, scolding, "Do you dare to retort?" The effect of Whisper of Winds became apparent. Everyone's expressions changed as they fell silent. Even the relatives who had previously supported Su Tian quickly lowered their heads in shock. So, the Su family harbored such ambitions? How had they failed to notice? But how did this underling know? They widened their eyes, staring at the unflinching Su Mu Wan. In an instant, understanding dawned upon them. How could a junior dare to strike an elder? This indicated that the elder was in the wrong. Su Mu Wan's decision to have Qin Luo strike the Su family instead of them signified that she was already aware of their collusion with the Yuan family. This was a calculated move to eliminate a traitor from their midst. So that was it. The crowd's eyes were filled with admiration and astonishment for Su Mu Wan. Who would have thought that not only did she possess exceptional martial talent, but her cunning was equally profound? This woman was terrifying. Yu Wenhua knelt on the ground, his expression contorted. What? How could Su Mu Wan have discerned his schemes? No, this was impossible. I refused to believe it. Wait, no? Yu Wenhua's pupils constricted, and suddenly he was drenched in sweat, his hairs standing on end. Why did Su Mu Wan's underling dare to strike him? Did this not imply that everything was orchestrated by Su Mu Wan? She must have sensed his intentions to swallow up the Su family long ago, intentionally allowing him to approach, only to expose his motives and humiliate him thoroughly. How sinister. Yu Wenhua realized his grave error, an egregious misjudgment. Su Mu Wan was far from the incompetent young lady he had imagined. She was a formidable presence akin to the powerful figure behind him, with unparalleled martial prowess and astute intellect. Moreover, what of Tang Wenyu and her daughter? Why had they aligned themselves with the Su family? And why had Su Mu Wan permitted their inclusion? Could it be that she was aware of the war goddess decree? Hiss. Yuan Hua's eyes widened in terror as he clawed desperately at the ground. No, I must inform my master that this individual must not be spared. Su Mu Wan stood by, her expression unwavering, though internally she felt a pang of confusion. Wait, what is the situation here? Why do I hear the sound of gasps all around me? And why are they regarding me with such strange looks? What are they thinking? Furthermore, did the Su Tian family conspire to aid the Yuan family in swallowing our Su clan? How was I oblivious to this? Hold on, this is not right. Su Mu Wan paused, then turned in shock towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, could it be that you deduced this as well? Upon meeting Su Mu Wan's gaze, Qin Luo could not suppress a smile, immediately bowing and exclaiming, Miss, your keen insight has unveiled their sinister ambitions, prompting me to orchestrate this banquet trap to expose their malevolent intentions. Su Mu Wan stood in stunned silence. Su Tian's wife turned pale. Incredulity etched on her face as she looked at her husband. Su Tian, you actually intend to aid the Yuan family in devouring the Su clan? Are you insane? Su Tianquan cried out, Father, why are you being so foolish? Su Tianao buried his face in his hands, questioning his life choices. What transpired? I merely sought to gain prestige in the royal city, and now I return branded a traitor to the family? Su Tian was rendered speechless, his expression one of anguish and despair, stammering, Lu, it's not true, I didn't do it. Witnessing this scene, everyone interpreted it as Su Tian's painful confession upon being exposed. Just as the atmosphere grew chaotic, a cold snort broke the tension, snapping everyone back to reality. They turned to see Su Ba, his expression grim, surveying his relatives before fixing his gaze on Su Tian's family. He declared in a chilling tone, the Su Tian family harbors treacherous ambitions. I hereby announce their expulsion from the Su clan and the reclamation of all resources belonging to our family. Chapter 46. Su Mu Wan is the next clan leader. The banquet concludes. As his words fell, Su Tian's family collapsed in despair, writhing on the ground in tears. Subsequently, Su Ba's countenance softened as he turned to Su Mu Wan, who maintained her composure as if everything were under her control. He remarked, Su Mu Wan is an unparalleled treasure of our Su family. Not only has she achieved remarkable cultivation, but she has also uncovered the treachery harbored by her kin. I, as the elder, hereby declare that Su Mu Wan shall be the next heir of the Su clan. At this proclamation, shock rippled through the gathering. Just like that, it was settled? Qin Luo swiftly appeared beside Su Mu Wan, leading the applause as he shouted, Miss Su, a paragon of talent and beauty, truly deserving. The followers of Su Mu Wan, including Xin Fei, joined in the chorus. Miss Su, a paragon of talent and beauty, truly deserving. Zhu Lan also rejoiced for her lady, feeling that her hard work had finally borne fruit. Applause erupted throughout the banquet hall as everyone echoed, Miss Su, a paragon of talent and beauty, truly deserving. Amidst the crowd, Su Bo's expression remained unsettled. He gazed incredulously at Su Mu Wan. What? It was settled just like that? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Su Bai Lian was equally dazed. Huh, how did a mere slap lead to the next head of the Su clan? Why should it be so? Just because your followers can slap? Gritting her teeth, Su Bai Lian glared at Su Mu Wan, resentment bubbling within her. Su Mu Wan, I will not accept this. The position of the clan leader should rightfully belong to me. She then glanced at Qin Luo, realization dawning upon her. I see now. This is all due to your capable follower. If that is the case, I shall recruit one of my own. Humph, if you have a capable aide. I must possess one even better. Amidst the clamor, Qin Luo sidled up to Su Mu Wan and whispered, Miss, congratulations on becoming the head of the Su clan. Does this mean you can now expel those who oppose you from the Su family? Su Mu Wan, still processing her unexpected elevation to clan leader, felt her mind buzz with confusion. Hearing Qin Luo's voice, she stiffly turned to him, blinking in disbelief. Huh, am I really the next head of the Su clan? This is not how the stories depict it. I shouldn't be subjected to numerous trials and tribulations before finally assuming the position. As was the case in my previous life after my grandfather's passing. Why then in this life has it all been expedited? Su Mu Wan was taken aback, questioning the absurdity of it all. I merely watched as Qin Luo dealt with everyone over the past 3 days, and now I am the clan leader? She gazed at Qin Luo in astonishment. You truly are the protagonist, aren't you? Though somewhat flamboyant, she reveled in the ceaseless praises echoing around her. Oh dear. I must hold back my laughter for just a moment longer, or I shall burst into laughter. What a delight. What a euphoric experience. Is this the treatment of having a protagonist by one's side? Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, she patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, smiling. Well done. What do you wish for? Qin Luo, upon hearing this, smiled broadly, shaking his head. Miss, this is merely my duty. No reward is necessary. The great antagonist certainly understands the importance of rewarding loyalty. Recognizing that rewarding such a devoted follower would be an affront, Su Mu Wan, while adhering to her principles, acknowledged Qin Luo's own values and did not press the matter, then let it be. Meanwhile, amidst the uproar, everyone had forgotten one individual, Yuan Hua, kneeling on the ground. His face flushed. Why has my confinement not yet been lifted? An hour later, as the banquet concluded, a taxi came to a halt at the Su family's entrance. Whoa, you scoundrel, I should never have married you. Enough talk, let us hurry back. Father, do we still have a chance to return to the Su family? Sigh. Due to the fact that all vehicles belonging to the Su family were reclaimed, the Su Tian family departed in a taxi. Just then, another taxi slowly came to a halt at the doorstep of the Su residence. The humiliation your family has inflicted upon me today. I shall undoubtedly relay it to my parents. The once gentle expression on Yu Wenhua's face had vanished, replaced solely by anger and resentment. Having arrived in the vehicle of the Su Tian family, he now had no choice but to take a taxi to the airport. He dragged the unconscious Mo Lao into the taxi and departed. Seeing the two troublesome entities finally leave, Su Mu Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Phew. It was finally over. The exhausting day had worn her thin. Miss, it is truly a pity that you did not take the stage at today's family banquet. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have been the star of the event. Qin Luo immediately began to flatter her. The annual tradition of the Su family banquet involved martial arts competitions. Qin Luo had assumed that, given Su Mu Wan's character, she would be eager to jump onto the stage and proclaim, I wish to challenge 10 of you. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan merely curled her lips in disdain and gazed skyward, her eyes filled with the hues of maturity as she sighed. Qin Luo, your lady has outgrown her childish ways. Such family contests should be left to the younger generation. In her previous life, she had indeed been audacious to the point of recklessness, boldly leaping onto the competition stage and taunting everyone below with her provocative skills. A bunch of worthless fools. I grant you an opportunity to challenge me together. Be grateful, for it is a supreme honor to compete against me. Naturally, such words had left everyone blushing in embarrassment. In summary, a wise woman does not dwell on past glories. Su Mu Wan declared that she had shed her haughty habits. The most significant reason, of course, was that she was enduring physical pain. Alas, she had exerted herself too much, causing the cold to gnaw at her body once more. Perhaps later, upon returning, she might ask Qin Luo to administer a couple of acupuncture needles to assess her condition. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. The young lady is indeed a model for our generation, truly a being worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. You flatter me too much. But I do enjoy it. Just then, Su Bailian's soft voice drifted over. Dear daughter, you are about to become the next family head. Yet you still wish to return to that villa? Following her was Su Mu Wan's mother's voice. Qin Luo and Su Mu Wan turned to see Su Ling Tian, Ning Qing Xian, Su Ba, Su Bailian, Su Bo, and a dog approaching. Woof. The dog, Boki, spotted Qin Luo and joyfully wagged its tail as it rushed over. Seeing this, Su Bailian fumed inwardly. What a pathetic sycophant. To be slapped and still rush to lick the hand that struck you. Chapter 47. Qin Luo. Acupuncture for me. Upon hearing, Su Mu Wan nodded and smiled. Indeed, while the family home is splendid, it cannot compare to the freedom of the outside world. Oh. Ning Qing Xian raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting between Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo. She finally revealed a knowing expression. True freedom or false freedom? Su Mu Wan paused, slowly forming a question mark with her expression. It seemed she had noticed the inexplicably amused glint in Ning Qing Xian's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Irritated, she shot a glare at her mother. What are you implying, Mom? There is nothing between Qin Luo and me. Ning Qing Xian blinked innocently. What are you talking about, daughter? I never mentioned Qin Luo. What is this? Mom. Coughing lightly, Su Ba interjected. All right. Since our dear granddaughter wishes to live outside, let her be. However, he added gently while looking at Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo, even while away. The Su family will always be your sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan felt her heart swell. She gazed at her father, mother, grandfather, and the dog, touched by the moment. In her previous life, she had never had the chance to stand quietly and listen to such heartfelt words. Her arrogance had led to her family's downfall. But in this life, she had returned, and with it, a sense of gratitude washed over her. She cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Qin Luo, feeling an overwhelming sense of, rebirth is truly wonderful. If only Qin Luo could refrain from causing her trouble. With this thought, Su Mu Wan cleared her throat, a slight smile gracing her lips, and turned to her parents, saying, very well. As for Su Bailian and Su Bo, she smirked, I hope you do not bring any more trouble upon yourselves. As Su Mu Wan's convoy departed, Su Bo's expression darkened significantly. Su Mu Wan and her lackey. Seems I must recruit a similarly capable attendant for my daughter. Su Bailian watched the departing convoy. a sudden sense of emptiness washing over her. Su Mu Wan had left so abruptly. Sigh, boredom was to ensue. However, she resolved to have her father find her a competent lackey as well. Su Mu Wan, just wait. One day, I shall have my attendant compete against yours to see who is truly superior. That evening, in Su Mu Wan's villa, after a long day of work, Qin Luo remained in his bedroom, reviewing his gains. He opened the panel, a slight smile gracing his lips. Excellent. This trip to the Su family banquet had yielded 1 intimidation and 1 whispers. Indeed, this young lady was a treasure. Following such a final antagonist not only triggered numerous side quests, but also many main character tasks. The rewards were immensely generous. Pure delight. Su Mu Wan, before you trigger the bad Yendi scenario, I shall remain steadfastly by your side. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Then came Su Mu Wan's slightly trembling voice, tinged with discomfort. Qin Luo, are you asleep? Blinking in surprise, Qin Luo wondered what was happening. Why was this major antagonist seeking him in the dead of night? Was she here for some sort of brainwashing? With that thought in mind, Qin Luo rolled out of bed and made his way to the door. Creak. As the door swung open, a rush of cool air enveloped Qin Luo. Big miss, he exclaimed, taken aback at the sight of Su Mu Wan nestled in his embrace. She wore a shark-themed pajama set, her cheeks flushed and her body emanating a faint mist of icy air. Was this the encroachment of cold? Qin Luo's expression hardened. Su Mu Wan's breathing grew increasingly labored, her vision blurring. Due to the excessive exertion during the banquet, the cold had flared up tonight. Pain gnawed at her body and consciousness. The only thing sustaining her was the thought of Qin Luo's medical prowess. Cuddled in Qin Luo's warm embrace, she regained a semblance of clarity, and with a trembling voice, she clutched the hem of his shirt tightly. Qin Luo, please administer acupuncture for me. As her words fell, a system notification rang out, detecting that the antagonist is in grave danger. Please assist the antagonist. Reward, 5 attribute points. Without needing the system's prompt, Qin Luo was determined not to let Su Mu Wan meet her demise at this moment. Contemplating his decision, he ceased his hesitation and, with a firm grip, lifted Su Mu Wan in a princess carry, subsequently propelling 1 foot against the door. Click. The door shut with a definitive sound. Outside, Zhulan, who had been vigilantly stationed in the courtyard, suddenly became alert, scanning her surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, she resumed her diligent night watch, her expression betraying her admiration for Su Mu Wan. Rest assured, my lady, Zhulan shall faithfully guard this place to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from entering. As for that Qin Luo, how dare he claim that even dogs do not work night shifts? If he were caught neglecting his duties by the young lady, he would certainly face dire consequences. Inside Qin Luo's room, he gently laid Su Mu Wan down on the bed. Her cheeks flushed, she had already closed her eyes. Her breathing quickening, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. The expression on Su Mu Wan's face revealed her considerable discomfort. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Luo swiftly peeled away the shark skin. He barely had time to imprint the scene before him in his mind when he immediately unleashed the Tai Xian 13 needles. Swish, swish, swish. A faint whimper escaped her lips. With that sound, Su Mu Wan's brows knitted slightly as she clutched the bed sheets tightly, biting her lip. A surge of cold energy was expelled from her body through the silver needles. With these actions complete, Qin Luo felt a temporary sense of relief. No, it would be impolite to stare any longer. In a swift motion, he draped a blanket over Su Mu Wan and retreated hastily. By the time she awoke, it would likely be the middle of the night. He ought to prepare a late-night snack for her. TSK, Su Mu Wan, with a follower like me. You must be secretly pleased. In the dead of night, Qin Luo's room was quiet. Su Mu Wan's complexion gradually improved. She blinked her eyes open, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she had succeeded. The cold energy had always been a prevalent issue within the Su family's martial arts, and in her case, it was particularly pronounced. Thus, after extinguishing Old Mo's powers with a single strike, the cold energy within her had erupted, forcing her to seek Qin Luo's assistance. But where was Qin Luo now? At that moment, a light chuckle floated over. My lady, you are awake. Turning her head, Su Mu Wan beheld Qin Luo sitting nearby, peeling an apple. It resembled a scene straight out of a novel she had read. Just as she attempted to rise, her gaze fell upon the neatly folded shark pajamas resting beside her pillow. In an instant, her pupils constricted, and her cheeks flushed crimson. My clothes. Does that mean I? Su Mu Wan clenched the bedspread, her expression one of shock and humiliation as she buried her face into the sheets. Revealing only half of her head, she shot a mortified glare at Qin Luo, who innocently held up the peeled apple, proclaiming with unwavering loyalty, my lady. This was all for your sake. The shark skin was too thick for the needles to penetrate. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's lips, hidden beneath the covers, involuntarily curled into a faint smile, and an unusual and strange sensation surged within her. She glared at Qin Luo, and after a brief standoff, her voice trembled as she softly uttered, "Pervert." Her words, laced with shyness and a hint of tremor, etched themselves into Qin Luo's mind like a delicate flower poised to bloom. His pupils widened in astonishment. Huh? Thump, thump, hiss. Wait, why is my heart racing so quickly? Qin Luo froze for a moment, his breathing quickening. He hurriedly stood, turning his back to awkwardly walk towards the door. "My lady, you jest too much. Quickly dress and come eat your midnight snack. I brought you barbecue and milk tea." Seeing Qin Luo's stiff demeanor, Su Mu Wan blinked in surprise. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little devil. Oh, Qin Luo's reaction is quite amusing. Is this still the same Qin Luo who used to slap people's faces? With that thought, she could not resist teasing him further. "Qin Luo, come help this young lady." Click. The door closed behind him as Qin Luo exited. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu Wan's brows lifted slightly, and she pulled back the covers, stifling a laugh. "Qin Luo, you timid fellow, you are quite entertaining." Outside the door, Qin Luo's breathing quickened, his hands covering his face while a look of incredulity peeked through his fingers. How strange. The allure of this formidable antagonist could make his heart race so. Thump, thump, thump. He pounded his chest. Cough, cough, cough. No, he couldn't stop. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he was genuinely infatuated with Su Mu Wan? Half an hour later, at 2:22 a.m., Qin Luo, Zhulan, and Su Mu Wan gathered in the living room. Su Mu Wan had changed into comfortable attire, holding a skewer of barbecue, seemingly having dismissed the earlier events from her mind. Munch. Munch, delicious. Qin Luo, you know how to please. You knew I would be hungry. She leaned closer to Qin Luo, her lips slightly parted, a hint of allure in her voice as she added, "You pervert." The innocent Qin Luo replied, shaking his head solemnly, "Miss Su, it was necessary for your treatment. Your shark skin was too thick." As he spoke, he gazed at Su Mu Wan with pure eyes. "My lady, look into my eyes. They are as clear as a puppy's." Hiss. The charm of this antagonist is overwhelming. I must steady my heart. Otherwise, I will surely be bewitched. Su Mu Wan nearly choked upon hearing this, glaring at Qin Luo before muttering, dog-eyed, "Hey, my lady, such words wound me deeply." Humph. The corners of Su Mu Wan's mouth curled into a slight smile. She noticed her laughter had increased since her rebirth. Seizing the moment, Qin Luo quickly fetched a cup of milk tea, inserting a straw and smiling broadly, "My lady, enjoy some milk tea." Su Mu Wan accepted the cup with a haughty, "Humph." Qin Luo blinked, a faint smile on his face. "Su Mu Wan, are you a pig?" "Humph, humph." Suddenly, Su Mu Wan sensed something amiss, glaring at Qin Luo. "Were you just insulting me in your heart?" Hiss. Qin Luo broke into a cold sweat. Quickly standing and extending his hand to massage her shoulders, "I am utterly devoted to you, my lady. How could I? You, don't touch me." "Ah, this technique, Qin Luo. Your skills have improved." As he massaged, he leaned closer to Su Mu Wan's ear, whispering with a laugh, "This is all for you, my lady." Warm breath grazed her earlobe. Thump, thump. Her heart raced. In an instant, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Hiss. Why is my heart beating so rapidly? Does this mean I am moved by Qin Luo? How could this charming figure captivate me, a seasoned traveler of countless stories? For now, I shall attribute this to my lingering cold energy causing my heart to race. With that thought, she closed her eyes, slightly savoring the moment, and softly hummed. "You had better be." Julienne stood nearby, her expression vacuous, the string of beads in her hand slipping to the ground. What on earth was happening? During her vigil outside, what had transpired between the young lady and Qin Luo? What was this about a shark's suit? What treatment? Chapter 48, Daily Dog Tasks. Has the ghost immortal Wang Yong made any progress? Early in the morning, in the living room on the first floor. "Little pup, come forth. Enhance my attributes." Dog system, received, master. As the words fell, a panel materialized before Qin Luo. Qin Luo. Cultivation level, mid-stage of entry realm. Strength, 2 points. Defense, 13 points. Stamina, 1 point. Agility, 1 point. Perception, 1 point. Points available for allocation, 0. Loyalty value, 155. Title, number 1 dog. Exuding the aura of a devoted servant. All actions performed as a dog will inevitably be attributed to those behind you. Mental method, Dog Heart Sutra. Skills, Spectral Dog's Form, Spectral Dog's Palm, Automatic Counter. Supreme 13 Needles, God Tier Hacking Skills, Innate Affinity, Pressure, Whispers, Basic Martial Arts, Basic Culinary Skills, a collection of miscellaneous daily skills. Items, a complete set of Xian Iron Silver Needles, War God Order X1. Gazing at the bountiful panel, Qin Luo nodded with satisfaction. The reward for this task was the long-awaited attribute points, which he naturally allocated entirely to defense. He observed that as his attributes increased, so too did his cultivation level. Closing his personal panel, Qin Luo opened the task list. Daily dog task. Your master adores you. Please conduct a daily dog task, 01. Note, you may also select from the following individuals for dog tasks, and the rewards will be doubled. Dragon King's son-in-law, Xiao Tian, location, Lin Family Dog Den. Descending Mountain Divine Doctor, Wang Yong, location, Antique City Meeting. Jiang Group, Jiang Sweki, location, Antique City Meeting. War God, Tung Ao, location, Hell Rainforest. Task Reward, Advanced Driving Skills X1, which can be fused and upgraded with your current driving skills. Blinking in surprise, Qin Luo inquired within his mind, Little pup, has the system been upgraded? Reporting to Master, this is because you have activated the relevant plot lines of the protagonists in this world. Hence the appearance of their locations in the task list. Some individuals cannot be located as you have not provoked them. So that is how it is. Qin Luo scrutinized the information thoroughly. Xiao Tian, needless to say, was in a position in the Lin family even lower than that of a dog. Wang Yong and Jiang Sweki, why were they always at the Antique City Meeting? Aren't they supposed to be managing their group? Cough, though Su Mu Wan is somewhat similar. Oh, and the War God, is his name Tung Ao? His location is in the Hell Rainforest, which is a considerable distance from Jiang City. After a quick glance, an idea suddenly struck Qin Luo, and a smirk crept onto his lips. It had been a while since he had treated Long Ding Tian. Thus, today's dog task shall be assigned to you. Ghost Immortal Wang Yong, let me see whether you have made any progress during this time. With this thought, Qin Luo snapped his fingers. Come forth. In an instant, Shun Fei and a group of followers hurriedly arrived, standing in formation as they greeted in unison, Good morning. Luo Gu. Yes. Qin Luo nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Shin Fei with a smirk. Shin Fei, take some men with me to the Antique City Meeting. The young lady has a myriad of affairs. I need to procure some fine items for her. Do you understand? Shin Fei listened intently and nodded. Understood. As Qin Luo's words fell, a notification sound emerged, detecting Master's selection of Ghost Immortal Wang Yong. Now issuing his exclusive task, obtain the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Task Reward, Poison Shadow Heart Sutra, can be fused with Spectral Dog's palm. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, this is truly unexpected fortune. In the courtyard, a loud thud interrupted Julienne, who was practicing punches, causing her to look up at the stream of cars speeding away. Her heart skipped a beat. Has the young lady awakened? At that moment, a familiar business vehicle slowly came to a halt beside Julienne, and the window rolled down to reveal Qin Luo's figure. He glanced at the bewildered Julienne and said, I'm going out to buy antiques for the young lady. You stay here to protect her, ensuring no one enters. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. With that, Qin Luo rolled up the window and sped away. Julienne stood in stunned silence. And it was only after Qin Luo's convoy disappeared from view that she regained her senses, her eyes widening as she looked into the distance. Wait, how dare you? A mere follower, command me. And you even took Shin Fei with you without permission. Unbelievable. I must report this to the young lady. At the Antique City Meeting, two figures trailed one after the other. Ever since being humiliated by Su Mu Wan's follower last time, Jiang Sweki had simmered in anger for a long while. Finally suppressing her fury deep within, she felt too ashamed to report to her family that she had been humiliated by a mere follower of Su Mu Wan outside. Wang Yong, is what you said true? There's a manual at this auction that can resolve my physical issues? Jiang Sweki cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yong, who was following her. The more she looked at him, the more irritated she became, wishing she could just send him away. What a useless waste. She had thought he was formidable, yet he had cowered under the repeated slaps from Su Mu Wan's follower, ultimately being dragged back to the group by her. Wang Yong was aware that Jiang Sweki had developed doubts and distrust towards him due to the previous incident. However, that was in the past. He had underestimated that follower, which was why he hadn't taken precautions. Next time they met, he would ensure that the follower experienced a fate worse than death with his poison techniques. And as for Su Mu Wan, don't think I'm unaware that you're the one pulling the strings. Even if your target is Jiang Sweki. I've also been caught in the crossfire, and I won't let you off easily. Returning to the present, Wang Yong forced a smile and said, Sweki, how dare a useless person like you call me by name? Shut your mouth. During work hours, address me by my title. Jiang Sweki interrupted him, stopping in her tracks and turning to unleash a torrent of scolding upon him. Since the last incident, Jiang Sweki had demoted Wang Yong from bodyguard to security guard, disregarding her family's objections. If it weren't for Wang Yong claiming there was a manual at the Antique City Meeting that could improve her physical condition, she would never have agreed to come. Wang Yong's expression stiffened. He clenched his fists but then relaxed them, forcing a stiff smile. Understood, President Jiang. You wretched fool. I'm only trying to help you, yet you treat me with such disdain. Not only have you demoted me to the security room, but you also persistently give me the cold shoulder. You're simply asking for trouble. Wang Yong took a deep breath and continued to smile. Rest assured, General Jiang. The information I received comes from a reliable friend of mine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki let out a cold laugh. How trustworthy can your friend be? If you deceive me again this time, you shall be expelled from the Jiang family. Not even my parents will be able to keep you. Wang Yong hurriedly offered a series of forced smiles. Of course, of course. Wow, wretch. Wang Yong silently seethed within. Damn it, if it weren't for my master's command, I would never allow you to stand here, speaking so arrogantly. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, given your innate poison body and our potential for dual cultivation, I shall endure for now. Chapter 49, Antique Market Gathering. Who's barking? Half an hour later, the auction commenced as scheduled. Jiang Sueki occupied a prominent seat. As the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, she was well known to everyone present. General Jiang, it has been a long time. You still exude charm. An elderly businessman approached with a smile. Jiang Sueki responded graciously. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. You too appear quite vigorous. Another young entrepreneur stepped forward. General Jiang, I hear the Jiang Group has been making significant moves recently, reportedly developing a new beauty product? Truly admirable. Jiang Sueki humbly replied, not at all. We are still in the development phase. As she spoke, a wave of confidence surged within her. Humph. Who in Jiang City can match my accomplishments at such a young age? The company was currently developing a groundbreaking product. Once released, the pharmaceutical industry in Jiang City would be at her feet. Jiang Sueki was determined to show everyone that even without the ability to cultivate, she could reach the pinnacle in another arena. At that moment, a young man approached with a smile. Sister Sueki, long time no see. I didn't expect to find you here. His arrival drew astonished looks from those around. It was Situ Rufin, the young master of the Situ family, one of the top families in Jiang City. Logically, he had no interest in antiques, so what brought him here? Everyone exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Situ Rufin must have come for Jiang Sueki. Seeing Situ Rufin, Jiang Sueki's face lit up with surprise, and she shyly replied, Brother Rufin. Wang Yong, watching from the side, felt a surge of jealousy. This pretty boy had no right to approach Jiang Sueki, who was someone he had his sights set on. Situ Rufin seemed to sense the tension, glancing at Wang Yong with curiosity. And who might this be? Jiang Sueki promptly interjected, just a worthless security guard. Wang Yong's expression soured, akin to having just consumed something distasteful. Jiang Sueki, pretending not to notice, smiled. Are you also interested in antiques, Brother Rufin? Situ Rufin chuckled softly. I merely heard that Sister Sueki would be here, so I joined as well. Jiang Sueki felt a wave of warmth. Brother Rufin. At that moment, several of Situ Rufin's sycophants chimed in. We've long heard that General Jiang shares an interest in antiques, unlike Su Mu Wan, who merely buys the most expensive items without understanding them. No one can compare to General Jiang's genuine passion. Jiang Sueki basked in their praise. Humph, Su Mu Wan. Although we are often compared, your martial talent may be slightly better, but when it comes to character and integrity, you fall far short of me. Just as she was about to respond modestly, the doors of the venue were suddenly flung open with force. A man wearing sunglasses strode in, flanked by a group of black-clad followers. As the crowd prepared to voice their displeasure, their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Shun Fei and his entourage. Clearly, they were Su Mu Wan's lackeys. But where was Su Mu Wan? Who was this leading man? Jiang Sueki's gaze sharpened. Was Su Mu Wan here? No. It was merely her subordinate. Damn it. Qin Luo surveyed the auction hall, particularly noting Jiang Sueki, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Who is this person? Situ Rufin, noticing Jiang Sueki's change in demeanor, quietly asked, Sister Sueki, do you know this individual? Jiang Sueki nodded, her voice low with anger. He is Su Mu Wan's lackey, and he has provoked me before. Situ Rufin nodded, a glint of coldness crossing his eyes. So, he is just a subordinate. With that, he glanced at his own sycophant, who understood the cue and boldly strode toward Qin Luo and his companions. Qin Luo surveyed the attendees. Upon spotting Jiang Sueki and the others, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Excellent, everyone is here. Just then, a man approached Qin Luo menacingly. Hey kid, do you realize that our auction rules prohibit lackeys like you? Before he could finish, a resounding slap interrupted him. Ugh! Qin Luo retaliated without hesitation, sending the man tumbling to the ground, clutching his face in agony. The crowd stared in disbelief as the man's face swelled, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined someone would dare to act so boldly in front of so many people. Did he not even hesitate at the thought of facing repercussions? The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed incredulously on Qin Luo. So this is Su Mu Wan's lackey. How audacious. It was Situ Rufin's first encounter with Qin Luo, He had always known Su Mu Wan's lackey to be female, making this male a surprise. Then, after delivering his slap, Qin Luo stood with an air of nonchalance, addressing the assembly with a calm yet arrogant tone. Xin Fei, what was barking just now? Xin Fei respectfully replied, I am unaware. To which Qin Luo responded coolly, then take your seat. With that, he stepped over the bewildered subordinate still sprawled on the ground. Ugh, the fallen man cried out, entirely incredulous that he had just been stepped over. The crowd's anger simmered. An older businessman rose, pointing at Qin Luo as he scolded. Stop. This is the antique market auction, not a place for your kind. Slap. Ugh. Before he could finish, Xin Fei smacked him across the face, then pointed at the terrified businessman, barking, shut your mouth. Does my brother Luo need your permission to speak here? Ah, I misspoke. We are all here for the young lady. Qin Luo clarified casually. Understood, brother Luo. Xin Fei shot another glare at the silenced businessman before following Qin Luo closely. Wow. It's no wonder that Luo has always enjoyed slapping people. It feels oddly refreshing. Chapter 50. Threatening my lady. Does he deserve it? Upon witnessing this scene, it became evident to all present that this group had been deliberately dispatched by Su Mu Wan to create chaos. Their intentions were far from benevolent. Wang Yong, upon seeing Qin Luo, momentarily restrained himself from taking action, for he had noticed Situ Ruofeng beside Jiang Xueqi. One could only speculate how this individual would react. After all, it appeared that the young lady Su, who stood behind this arrogant follower, had a rather contentious relationship with Jiang Xueqi. Would this audacious follower dare to lay a hand on Situ Ruofeng? Observing Qin Luo's unrepentant demeanor, Jiang Xueqi could no longer contain the waves of humiliation and anger swelling within her. Moments later, Qin Luo approached her, flanked by a throng of followers. Exuding an oppressive aura, he then adjusted his sunglasses, revealing his contemptuous expression, and directed a scathing remark at Jiang Xueqi, saying, once again, we meet. You worthless young lady. As the words left his lips, Jiang Xueqi was about to unleash a torrent of fury upon Qin Luo when Situ Ruofeng intervened. Regarding Qin Luo with a cold demeanor, he stated icily, is this how Su Mu Wan instructs her subordinates? If you wish to avoid trouble for your young lady from the Situ family, you should kneel and apologize on the ground. Otherwise, my family will ensure she pays a grievous price. How audacious. This was an opportunity for me to position myself favorably. Even if I couldn't compel this follower to apologize, I would undoubtedly earn greater respect from everyone present. Furthermore, Jiang Xueqi would be left in even greater admiration of me. As Situ Ruofeng spoke, the crowd visibly relaxed, for the Situ family was also among the elite families of Jiangsheng, on par with the Su family. This insignificant follower, regardless of his backing, could not hope to stand against us, until smack. The sharp sound left the audience in stunned silence. Qin Luo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Situ Ruofeng. Taunting, what do you think you are, daring to make threats against my lady? Do you even deserve it? On what grounds do you think my lady would fear the Situ family? Just because of your elder who is on the verge of meeting his maker? Do not assume I am unaware of your intentions. You specifically came here for Wang Yong, didn't you? Your aim was to retrieve your elder from the brink of death. As the system activated, all pertinent information flooded Qin Luo's mind. Wang Yong, momentarily taken aback, reevaluated his perception of Qin Luo. Even with Su Mu Wan's support, could he truly be this audacious? On what basis did he believe Su Mu Wan would shield him? Jiang Xueqi's expression turned to one of shock as she gazed incredulously at Qin Luo. Did he truly dare to strike my brother Ruofeng? And what was this follower implying? That Ruofeng came here for my worthless bodyguard? Situ Ruofeng, too, was left dazed by the slap, his face stinging painfully. A wave of indescribable humiliation washed over him. I was struck. Shock, rage, and disbelief coursed through his mind. As the esteemed young master of the Situ family, how had he ever faced such indignity? Yet, the latter part of the follower's statement sent a jolt through his consciousness. He clutched his burning cheek, his expression one of horror. How did this follower know about his grandfather's predicament? How could he possibly be aware that he had come to the antique city to seek Wang Yong's assistance for his grandfather's ailment? Such knowledge could not possibly be possessed by a mere follower. Thus, the expression on Situ Ruofeng's face darkened. The only way this information could have been known was through Su Mu Wan. Otherwise, how could a follower so brazenly strut in and strike 3 individuals? This audacity must stem from a scheme orchestrated by Su Mu Wan. Damn it, the situation is dire, I must bide my time. Thus, under the astonished gazes of all present, the young master of the Situ family, Situ Ruofeng, merely covered his face, offering no further reaction. Jiang Xueqi's pupils constricted, her lips parting slightly. Brother Ruofeng, why aren't you retaliating? Why? Jiang Xueqi looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, his smirk laden with derision. Then turned her gaze back to her idol, Situ Ruofeng, who bore a countenance of restraint. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were being carved out by a knife, racked with pain and disappointment. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she bit her lip and returned to her seat. Brother Ruofeng, you have disappointed me gravely. Situ Ruofeng felt a pang within. He had seen the disappointment etched on Jiang Shueqi's face. However, he was powerless to act. His grandfather's precarious health was meant to be a closely guarded secret, yet now it had been revealed by a mere follower of Su Mu Wan. The implication was clear. Su Mu Wan aimed to intimidate the Situ family. Such malice. Su Mu Wan was anything but the mindless person the rumors suggested. Thus, Situ Ruofeng inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions. Qin Luo cast a surprised glance at Situ Ruofeng, who appeared to be undergoing an internal struggle. He shrugged nonchalantly. What a secondary character. And I deliver a slap without even receiving a system notification. Clearly, this chap is not part of the main protagonist group. Never mind. I shall continue to seize opportunities. With that thought, he chose a seat that was neither too close nor too far from Jiang Shueqi, stretching his arms to claim a generous space for himself. Shen Fei and the others stood by the aisle, ensuring no one approached. Jiang Shueqi, noticing Qin Luo seated not far from her, had her face betray her anger and disappointment at her brother Ruofeng's cowardice. At that moment, Wang Yong, seeing the opportunity, eagerly approached. Miss Jiang, do not be disheartened. I shall teach this offensive follower a lesson after the auction. Jiang Shueqi turned to Wang Yong, her expression hesitant as she inquired, how do you plan to teach him a lesson? Upon sensing Jiang Shueqi's change of heart, Wang Yong quickly responded with a smile, after the auction concludes. I shall make him pay dearly. Moments later, Jiang Shueqi's face brightened, and she nodded. Very well, if you can truly accomplish this, I shall reinstate you as my bodyguard. Wang Yong's heart quivered at her words, but he maintained a nod. Of course, Miss Jiang. Just watch how I deal with that insufferable follower. On the auction stage, an auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a difficult glance at Qin Luo before awkwardly beginning to introduce the auction items. Well, since everyone is here, let us officially commence the auction. As the auctioneer's words fell, a young lady in a qipao presented the first item on stage. The auctioneer cleared his throat and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to present to you a magnificent blue and white porcelain vase, a prized possession collected by a master of the Pinnacle realm from 5,000 years ago. The porcelain vase boasts an exquisite form, an immaculate glaze, and masterful artistry, possessing immense historical and artistic value, with a starting bid set at 1 million. As the words hung in the air, a murmur of hushed discussions arose within the venue. Items from a peak realm master are indeed rare treasures. Who knows? Perhaps it even harbors their concealed gems. Such a remarkable piece. Many attendees eagerly lifted their bidding paddles, ready to engage in the auction. At that moment, a paddle was raised. 10 million. I shall take it, came a confident declaration. The atmosphere shifted immediately as all eyes turned toward the bidder. Upon recognizing Qin Luo, a collective awkwardness enveloped the room, compelling everyone to lower their paddles with sheepish smiles. Qin Luo gazed at the unperturbed auctioneer on stage and urged, What's the hold-up? Announce it swiftly. The auctioneer, jolted back to reality, swallowed hard and trembled as he brought down the gavel, declaring, Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the item. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued with the next lot. Next, we present a painting from a renowned Grand Master of 5,000 years ago, with a starting bid of 1 million. As he finished speaking, the attendant revealed the scroll, leaving the audience in awe. As the scroll unfurled, a majestic landscape painting emerged. The mountains and waters intertwined, shrouded in mist, with brushstrokes that were both delicate and powerful, as if one could sense the aura of that legendary master from 5 millennia past. Each stroke exuded profound skill and an extraordinary artistic conception, leaving onlookers breathless. Especially since the artist was famed for his paintings. Could it not be the illustrious painting sage who painted the heavens? I bid 5 million. I'll offer 5.5 million. 7 million. No one shall contest me. 10 million. I bid 10 million. The bidders within the hall became animated once more, paddles springing up like mushrooms after rain, and the price soared rapidly. Jiang Shueqi also expressed keen interest in the artwork. She raised her paddle and announced, 30 million. Please grant me some courtesy. I truly adore this painting. Jiang Shueqi was confident that her appeal would deter others from competing. Indeed, the others, upon hearing the acknowledgement from the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, smiled and bowed, saying, Since Miss Jiang has expressed her fondness, we shall refrain from contesting. Jiang Shueqi smiled faintly at the auctioneer. Just as the auctioneer prepared to strike the gavel, a languid voice interrupted, I bid 31 million. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 51. Difficulties, then do not proceed. Thank you, Master Qin. Jiang Shueqi's expression darkened as she glared at Qin Luo, who leaned casually on the table. Propping his chin with one hand, his gaze directed at her with a teasing glint. How deliberate. Jiang Sueki, furious, raised her paddle and shouted, 31 million. But soon, another bid came from Qin Luo. 31 million and one. Jiang Sueki twitched her eye, responding, 35 million. 35 million and one. You. Jiang Sueki glared at Qin Luo, rising to her feet, exclaiming, what do you mean by this? Are you doing it on purpose? Raising it by only 1 million each time? Qin Luo shrugged, a hint of sarcasm dancing on his lips. You noticed? Well, that's all that matters. He turned to the auctioneer, chuckling lightly. For every bid made by Miss Jiang, I shall simply add 1 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They exchanged glances, incredulous at such blatant disregard for Jiang Sueki. Not one to back down, she shouted at the auctioneer, fine. I shall do the same. I'll bid 1 million more than his last offer. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer was flustered, glancing anxiously between Qin Luo and Jiang Sueki, stammering. This really puts me in a difficult position. Ah, difficult? Then don't proceed. Qin Luo's cold laughter echoed through the hall. The audience turned to see him rising and striding toward the auction stage. He seized the auctioneer's microphone. Jiang Sueki, enraged, slammed her hand on the table, shouting, what do you intend to do? Are you trying to ruin this auction? Ruin it? No, no, no. Qin Luo held the microphone aloft, casting a disdainful glance at everyone present before laughing arrogantly. I merely wish to inform you all that anything my lady desires shall inevitably belong to her. This auction is entirely hosted by my Su family. His declaration left the audience in a state of shock. Arrogant, brazen, presumptuous. How dare this attendant behave so audaciously? What gave him the right? Simply because he had Su Mu Wan backing him? Jiang Sueki trembled with rage at Qin Luo's words. Su Mu Wan. I shall not let this go. She seethed. This auction was organized by the president of the Antique Association. Auctions depend on merit. What right do you have to commandeer the entire event? At this, the crowd began to awaken from their stupor. Indeed, the Antique Association was not merely dictated by the Su family. What right did Su Mu Wan's lackey have to flaunt his power here? The audience gradually regained their composure. That's right, there was also President Long Dingtian. His influence was vast. Even Su Mu Wan would not dare to protect this lackey to avoid offending him. However, Qin Luo appeared to find the situation utterly amusing. Clearing his throat, he raised the microphone, and his next words left everyone speechless. Long Dingtian. Why don't you hurry up and come over here? Boom. The moment his words fell, chaos erupted in the hall. How audacious. A mere lackey dared to show such disrespect to President Long Dingtian. Security. Where are the guards? The crowd was thoroughly incensed. Who was this lunatic? The head of the auction finally arrived, witnessing Qin Luo wreaking havoc on stage. His face nearly contorted in rage. This was the realm of the Antique Association. President Long's domain. How could it be disturbed by this junior? With that thought, he rushed forward, shouting at Qin Luo, you insolent brat. How dare you? Before he could finish, another figure dashed forward, faster than the head of the auction. Silence. Slap. The newcomer swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap across the auction head's face. The official fell to the ground, stunned, clutching his face. While the entire audience stood in shock, Jiang Sueki was even more bewildered, for the one who had just slapped their own was none other than Long Dingtian, the president of the Antique Association. Long Dingtian, flustered, approached Qin Luo, bending deeply in a bow, begging for forgiveness. Please, Master Qin, forgive me. But it didn't end there. The crowd could only hear Qin Luo calmly state, I came at the behest of the young lady, initially to provide her with treatment and to seek out some antiques, but he surveyed the crowd with disappointment. This auction has left both me and my lady feeling quite disheartened. A collective gasp resonated as the audience processed the audacity of this lackey to speak in such a manner. However, Long Dingtian's reaction was beyond their wildest imagination. Suddenly, he broke into a sweat, his voice trembling. Master Qin, please do not be angry. I shall personally deliver all the antiques from this auction to the Su family. I beg for your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo feigned anger and nodded. Very well, then go and treat yourself. This time, you should be able to recover 70%, allowing you to cultivate your true energy. At these words, Long Dingtian looked up, his expression one of ecstatic joy. There is no need for that, Master Qin. It can be done right here. Qin Luo was taken aback, then regarded him with suspicion. Here? Are you certain? Yes. After nearly 2 decades of being deemed worthless, Long Dingtian could no longer contain his impatience. Fearing that Qin Luo might reconsider, he bent down and shouted, Please bestow your hand upon me, Master Qin. Boom. As Long Dingtian's words echoed through the hall, the minds of everyone present felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Wait, what did they just hear? Bestow a hand? Who is bestowing whom? The esteemed president of the Antique Association was actually begging a junior for this? No, everyone shook their heads in disbelief. It couldn't be taken literally. There had to be a deeper meaning. Was bestow a hand a dialect from some foreign land? Jiang Sueki stood frozen. Incredulity etched on her face as she observed Qin Luo and the prostrating Long Ding Tian. Brother Long, why have you also succumbed to this? Disappointment and disbelief coursed through her mind. Brother Long, you have truly disappointed Sueki. As the crowd pondered the meaning behind bestow a hand, the ensuing scene jolted them back to reality, confirming their initial suspicions. Qin Luo, after Long Ding Tian finished speaking, swiftly raised his hand. Slap. A resounding strike landed on Long Ding Tian's face. Thud. Long Ding Tian fell to the ground, trembling. Just when everyone expected him to erupt in fury, he suddenly sprang to his feet, laughing maniacally. Ha! It's done. It's done. I can cultivate now. I can cultivate true energy. How many years has it been? How many years? I have endured for so long. Mother, wait for me. I will definitely return to the Long family. And then, I shall take revenge on that heartless scoundrel. Long Ding Tian wasted no time. Covering his face, he joyfully shouted towards Qin Luo with childlike excitement. Thank you, Master Qin, for bestowing your hand. Buzz. Everyone was left in a stupor. Wait, what did they just witness? Long Ding Tian expressing gratitude for being slapped? Huh, what kind of fantastical plot is this? All present were dumbfounded. Were they truly in the real world? Surely, this couldn't be a mistake? At the Su family villa, in Su Mu Wan's bedroom, the sleeping girl slightly furrowed her brows. She murmured, Don't provoke them, Qin Luo. Don't provoke the Dragon King. Don't provoke the Ghost Immortal. Don't provoke the War God. Don't provoke the young lady whose marrow was drawn. Don't provoke the one who was rejected. But as she spoke, her thoughts shifted to, Qin Luo's hands are truly beautiful. Casanova, say something I want to hear. Chapter 52. Master Qin truly is a divine doctor. Astonishment. Horror. No one anticipated that Long Ding Tian, the president of the Antique Association, was rendered foolish by a mere subordinate of Su Mu Wan. He was laughing uncontrollably in public. President, please don't act this way. Everyone is watching. A group of event staff approached. Their expressions a mix of confusion as they observed the maniacally laughing Long Ding Tian. Ha! Silence. You know nothing. After his uproarious laughter, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down Long Ding Tian's cheeks. He surveyed the crowd, then solemnly declared, I believe everyone is aware of my predicament. I have been an incapable waste unable to cultivate. But now, things are different. Long Ding Tian approached Qin Luo, respectfully introducing him. This is Qin Luo, Master Qin, who has received the true teachings of Miss Su, possessing unparalleled medical skills. Just moments ago, he cured my long-standing condition of being a waste. I can cultivate now? Qin Luo slightly lifted his chin, casting an indifferent glance over the faces in the hall. His calm demeanor immediately drew gasps of astonishment. Hiss! What? They could hardly believe their eyes. He possesses medical skills. An elderly business tycoon stood up, visibly trembling, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, incredulously asking Long Ding Tian, President Long, you cannot be jesting at this moment? Ha ha, old Huang, do you think I would joke about such matters? You are also afflicted with a hidden ailment. If you receive Master Qin's assistance, your health will surely improve. Long Ding Tian wiped his tears and turned to Qin Luo, respectfully saying, whether you can receive Master Qin's help depends on your sincerity. As his words fell, Old Huang tremulously reached up to wipe the sweat from his brow. He was the chairman of a racing group, owning several specialized racing manufacturing companies, with considerable financial resources. In his youth, he had been a racing driver. Alas, in his later years, he developed Parkinson's disease, a degenerative neurological disorder that primarily affects motor functions. Currently, treatments could only alleviate symptoms, not cure the condition. A heartbreaking reality for someone who had once been a racer. Now, hearing Long Ding Tian's words, could it be that he might have hope for recovery? Surely, President Long would not endure a slap just to advocate for this subordinate. So it must be true. With this thought, Old Huang unsteadily left his seat. Mr. Huang. His bodyguard hurriedly supported him as they made their way toward the stage, surrounded by murmurs of speculation. Did Mr. Huang truly believe this subordinate could heal him? Indeed. How could such a complex ailment be cured? Mr. Huang was grasping at straws. Situ Rufeng had been unable to calm himself since witnessing Long Ding Tian plead with Qin Luo for a slap. The fact that Long Ding Tian was unable to cultivate was no secret among the martial arts families. Previously, Long Ding Tian's dantian was as desiccated as parched earth. Now, he felt even a slight stirring of true energy. Situ Rufeng's expression was one of shock. Did this imply that Long Ding Tian had truly been healed? Could this subordinate also possess medical skills? Jiang Sueki, filled with disappointment, of course recognized Mr. Huang. Grandpa Huang, why do you also choose to believe in this man? Suddenly, Jiang Sueki recalled that Wang Yong had always claimed to be skilled in medicine. So she turned to him and asked, Wang Yong, does this subordinate truly possess medical skills? Upon hearing this, Wang Yong's eyes flickered. To be fair, just a moment ago, Long Ding Tian's Dantian had been desiccated, but after being struck by Qin Luo, there seemed to be a hint of revival. Yet, Wang Yong's expression was one of disdain. He was fully capable of employing this therapeutic method himself, and could achieve results even more swiftly and effectively. Thus, he concluded that Qin Luo's ability to treat such a complex ailment was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Contemplating this, Wang Yong exuded an air of arrogance, a derisive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no need for General Jiang to worry. He is nothing more than a mere buffoon. Once the auction concludes, I shall ensure he understands the most merciless lesson a man can learn. He boasted, if he claims to be skilled in medicine, then let us see if he can truly unravel this mystery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki felt a surge of relief. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy as she hesitated before looking at Wang Yong, saying, Wang Yong, I realize that you are truly brave to stand against such a villain. I misjudged both Brother Feng and Brother Long. Wang Yong chuckled inwardly at her words and nodded in agreement. As long as you understand, Sueki, my master entrusted me with your protection, so you need only to place your faith in me. Jiang Sueki nodded but felt a twinge of disappointment. She sighed, lamenting. It is a pity that the secret tome that could have healed me is now destined to fall into the hands of Su Mu Wan's lackey. Wang Yong shook his head, an amused glint flickering in his eyes. Fear not, Sueki. Shortly, I shall have that lackey kneeling and presenting the tome to me. At this declaration, Jiang Sueki's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Wang Yong, you are so kind to me. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over her in Wang Yong's presence. Why do I suddenly feel so at ease with Wang Yong by my side? On the auction stage, the frail old Huang trembled as he approached Qin Luo, gazing at him with reverence. Master Qin, I implore you, save this old man. If you can restore me to health, I shall gladly transfer 51 of my company's shares to Miss Su. Old Huang had long since tasted all the pleasures of life. Now, he merely wished to heal and enjoy a spirited race. That would suffice for him. Speaking of racing, wasn't there a character in Su Mu Wan's compilation who adored it? How curious that a nefarious villain could have such tastes for antiques, racing, and gambling stones. But never mind that. Qin Luo slightly raised his hand, observing the trembling old man. Are you certain? My method of treatment is unconventional. This will be quite painful. Old Huang struggled to look at Qin Luo's raised palm. Yet, contemplating his imminent demise, he resolved to take a gamble. Clenching his teeth, he replied, I will. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo swiftly slapped him, stating coolly, I forgot to mention that the best effect occurs when you are caught off guard. With a thud, old Huang fell to the ground, clutching his stinging face, his mind reeling. Did he just hit me for real? Without any psychological preparation? The onlookers were wide-eyed, fixated on the stage. Had he truly been cured? Wang Yong scoffed at the scene before him. What a farce. Such symptoms could only be alleviated by his master, the divine doctor. What could this mere man accomplish? Before Wang Yong could finish his thoughts, old Huang, to everyone's astonishment, sprang up from the ground. He felt his body and incredulously shouted, I am cured. Chapter 53. I don't believe you can heal. I challenge you. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they beheld old Huang, bouncing with vitality as if he had shed 50 years. Astonishment swept through the audience. He is truly healed? A divine doctor. This is a miracle. My heavens, he even cured Parkinson's? Does this mean Miss Su has conquered even cancer? Indeed. It is beyond belief. A veritable human miracle. The crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. Jiang Sueki stood dazed. What? He has truly healed. He is not a fraud. What? Wang Yong's pupils dilated. He leapt to his feet, shouting in disbelief, this is impossible. You must have employed some other means. You are undoubtedly colluding with one another to deceive us. Wang Yong seemed to grasp the truth, unable to accept that a single slap could cure an ailment. This defied all logic. Yet, as he spoke, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him. What gives you the audacity to question the medical prowess passed down from my esteemed lady? In an instant, Qin Luo raised his hand, and smack. With a sharp crack, Wang Yong's face twisted as he clutched his burning cheek, his pupils constricted. How fast? When did that happen? More importantly, I was struck again. Long Dingtian watched in shock as Qin Luo flickered across the stage like a shadow, appearing before Wang Yong. He swallowed hard. The prowess of even a mere lackey by Miss Su's side is terrifying. This bodyguard beside Jiang Sueki is utterly lacking in discernment. I must find an opportunity to persuade Jiang Sueki to rid herself of this nuisance. Wang Yong, still clutching his face, felt a surge of murderous intent welling within him. He glared at Qin Luo, his eyes blazing, You seek death. Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo retaliated with another slap. This blow is for your insolence. Smack. This one is for your ignorance. Smack. And this is for your arrogance. The resounding slaps echoed through the venue. Wang Yong's head spun wildly as Qin Luo struck him back and forth. The audience was in shock. This Master Qin truly acts with impunity. Yet he possesses the capability. In this day and age, who would dare question Master Qin's medical skills? Indeed, what is this insignificant security guard compared to him? How audacious to challenge the authority of Master Qin. With every slap, Wang Yong's mind grew increasingly blank. Why can't I retaliate? Move. Let me strike back. Wang Yong's mind screamed in frustration, but his efforts bore no fruit. Smack. The final blow served as a warning. Do not provoke those one should not challenge. My lady is not someone you can question. After delivering the last slap, Qin Luo coldly mocked, and with a thud, Wang Yong collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. Thoughts coming to an abrupt halt. When did I ever question your young lady? At that moment, Jiang Sueki could no longer contain herself. After being provoked repeatedly, humiliated time and again, and even deliberately tormented during the auction, she had reached her breaking point. No more endurance. Jiang Sueki abruptly rose to her feet. Her expression filled with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Qin Luo, shrieking, "How much longer will you continue this madness? The humiliation had obstructed my cultivation. You insulted my beloved brother, Ru Feng. You even dared to belittle my security guard. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the young lady of the Jiang family, the most esteemed in Jiang City." Slap. The sound echoed as Qin Luo swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap, sending Jiang Sueki spinning before collapsing onto the ground. One side of her face was now swollen and painful, and she stared blankly at the suddenly azure sky. Her mind a complete void. Had I just been struck? Especially with Qin Luo's subsequent words, which stabbed at her heart like daggers. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer hold back her sobs. Wah, I'll tell my brother. I will have him come and deal with you. Wah, brother, I will report this. I want you and Su Mu Wan to suffer dire consequences. As her words fell, Qin Luo advanced, a menacing glint in his eyes as he seized Jiang Sueki by her collar. Under her terrified gaze, slap, 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 his right hand lashed out, causing her cheeks to swell symmetrically. At that moment, Jiang Sueki fell silent, trembling on the ground, covering her face as tears streamed down, splattering onto the ground. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. It's all Wang Yong's fault. Jiang Sueki cried out, still covering her face, directing her fury at the incapacitated Wang Yong. It's all your fault. You useless wretch. You promised to protect me. But look at you. You're nothing but a failure, incapable of achieving anything. You couldn't even defend me. Useless. This humiliation is all because of you, Wang Yong. Wang Yong, disturbed by Jiang Sueki's piercing voice, gradually regained his senses. Trembling, he rose from the ground, glaring at Qin Luo. Despite the beating he had just endured, he still could not believe in Qin Luo's medical prowess. In fact, the more he was beaten, the more convinced he became that Qin Luo was merely panicking at the prospect of being exposed for his lack of skill. Thus, Wang Yong coldly proclaimed, "Qin Luo, you claim to possess medical knowledge, don't you? Very well, I do as well. To prove your abilities, let us each find 10 patients with difficult ailments and treat them together in the open." Before he could finish, slap, Qin Luo delivered another swift slap, looking at Wang Yong with a scornful gaze, as if he were an imbecile. He mocked, "What are you? Why would I need to prove anything to you? A worthless fool. Have you overestimated your own importance?" Seeing Wang Yong's arrogance persisting, Jiang Sueki couldn't contain her frustration, kicking her legs on the ground as she screamed, "Wang Yong, get lost. Stop embarrassing me here." The crowd erupted in laughter. A mere security guard, and you think you know medicine? Does Qin Luo need to prove anything to you? Have a little self-awareness, will you? Looking for 20 people to treat together? Is he out of his mind? Loser. Chapter 54. Wang Yong's heart shattered. The young lady faints again. The mocking voices echoed in Wang Yong's ears, and he could no longer suppress his fury. But suddenly, a thought struck him. His anger began to dissipate, replaced by a calm demeanor. He looked at Qin Luo and said blandly, "All right, I understand." Qin Luo, observing this resigned expression, felt a tinge of confusion. What was this fool contemplating? Whatever it was, he glanced at the mission panel and saw that everything was complete. Remaining here served no purpose. With that thought, he turned to Xin Fei. "Xin Fei, let us go." "Understood, Luo Gu." Long Dingtian called out, "Qin, sure. I'll deliver the items to your home immediately." Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively and left without a backward glance. Jiang Sueki, witnessing Wang Yong's restraint from retaliating, felt a profound disappointment wash over her. The last remnants of security she had felt in Wang Yong vanished entirely. Unbeknownst to everyone, Wang Yong's gaze transformed from indifferent to venomous. All they knew of him was his moniker of Ghost Immortal. But they were oblivious to the fact that he also bore the title of King of Hell. With one hand, he saved lives. With the other, he extinguished them. His fingertips slowly revealed a silver needle, and he glared with malice at Qin Luo's retreating figure. He possessed a technique that could render a man impotent for life. This move was exceedingly sinister, and he would typically refrain from employing it unless against a mortal enemy. Yet, should this needle be deployed, even his master would be unable to counter it. Wang Yong's heart darkened as he thought, Qin Luo, you have repeatedly provoked me, so do not blame me for what follows. With that, he hurled the silver needle at Qin Luo. However, he did not anticipate the ensuing clang. Automatic rebound activated. Attack has been reflected back to the attacker. Qin Luo was taken aback by the system's notification. What is happening? After a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon him. It must be that Wang Yong employed some underhanded technique. However, he could never have guessed that I possess automatic rebound. While unaware of the nature of the poison he attempted to use against me, he reaped what he sowed. On Wang Yong's end, he watched Qin Luo depart. A look of elation crossing his face. Serves that wretched lackey right. Once you realize something is amiss, you'll be begging me on your knees. But alas, this needle, not even I, nor my master, will be able to remedy. Therefore, you shall forever live as a eunuch. At that moment, a strange sensation emerged from Wang Yong's lower back. Confused, he looked down to find a needle, as thin as a hair, embedded in his body. His pupils constricted. His lips turned pale, and his entire body trembled in terror. What is this? No, it cannot be. Why is this needle in me? Could it be that He trembled as he assessed his body, only to confront a brutal truth. Had he lost his virility? No. As this thought struck, Wang Yong's mind blanked. Thud. He collapsed, darkness enveloping his vision. With a visage of sheer terror, she fainted and collapsed onto the ground. Master, I want to return to the mountain. Congratulations, Master, on completing the daily task. Reward, God-tier driving skills, X1. Congratulations, Master. On completing Wang Yong's exclusive task, seize the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Reward, Poison Shadow Heart Sutra X1. Congratulations, Master, for having Jiang Sueki act as a lackey. Reward, 1 attribute point. Congratulations, Master, for shattering the Tao heart of the protagonist of Divine Doctor Descends Wang Yong. Reward, 12 ghost needles of the Ghost Gate. Can be fused with the 13 needles of Tai Xian, discarding the inferior versions. As Qin Luo made his way back, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. His expression was filled with delight. Excellent. This journey had proven to be remarkably rewarding. With a mere thought, he commanded in his mind, Little pup, fuse everything for me. Allocate all attribute points to defense. Understood, Master. As soon as he uttered those words, Qin Luo's defense value soared to 14 points. Additionally, the lackey Ghostly Palm has fused with the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. It has now upgraded to the lackey Ghostly Poison Palm. When Master strikes a person, he can choose whether to inflict poison damage, causing mild facial disfigurement or severe transformation into mere bones. The 13 needles of Tai Xian have fused with the 12 ghost needles. It has now upgraded to the 14 mystical ghost needles. The first 13 needle techniques can bring the dead back to life, while the 14th needle can be used in conjunction with poison techniques to kill invisibly. With the system notifications concluding, countless poison techniques flooded Qin Luo's mind. Combined with the 14 mystical ghost needles and a set of Xian Tai silver needles, they would yield extraordinary results. A faint smile graced Qin Luo's lips. At last, he had acquired some means of self-defense. By the way, the great antagonist should be waking up soon, right? It would be perfect. When she rises to behold the room filled with antiques, she will surely leap with joy and excitement. Qin Luo couldn't help but envision the scene. Truly, it is a stroke of fortune for you, young lady, to have me around. Just think. Who else would be preoccupied with dealing with the protagonist while also bringing you back gifts? With such a devoted lackey as I, you should be secretly delighted. An hour later, at the Su family's villa. Oh yes, just place that there. Hey, leave that one too. Perfect. And this one? Let us put it in the living room as a decorative piece. Wait, I have use for this painting later. The sound of footsteps echoed from downstairs. Su Mu Wan descended in casual attire, rubbing her eyes as she approached. Qin Luo, what on earth are you doing so early? Where did all these antiques come from? Su Mu Wan expressed her surprise, having finally managed to catch a rare good night's sleep after Qin Luo had administered a needle to dispel the cold air last night, resulting in an unexpectedly rejuvenating rest. At this moment, her spirits were exceedingly high. Today is going to be another invigorating day. Qin Luo was busy directing Zhu Lan and others in transporting a vast array of antiques that Long Dingtian had brought over. Upon seeing Su Mu Wan, he stepped forward with a bright smile, eager to take credit. Young lady, take a look. These antiques are all from my early morning endeavors. Do you like them? Hearing this, Su Mu Wan gazed at the antiques being moved in from outside, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, is that not the bronze statue from the antique market that was on display, but never for sale? How did you manage to acquire it? She then spotted another treasure, rushing over to cradle a yellowed fan in her hands. The nine-cold fan. It is said to be the exclusive fan of a master from 2,000 years ago, renowned for wielding it as a weapon. Wait, I remember that they even inscribed their martial arts techniques upon this fan. As Su Mu Wan unfolded the fan, intricate lines of martial arts techniques were indeed etched upon its surface. Gasp! She inhaled sharply, realizing the immeasurable collection value of this item. She gleefully examined it from every angle, exclaiming, Is this a dream? Diving into the heap of antiques, she began to rummage, her head still buried in her exploration as she asked, Qin Luo, how did you manage to get all this? What did you do so early in the morning? Qin Luo, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. Oh, it was nothing much. I visited the antique market and participated in an auction. Some rather foolish individuals decided to cause trouble, including Jiang Sueki, Situ Rufeng, and Wang Yong, her lackey. But don't worry, young lady, I didn't suffer any loss. I simply gave them a few slaps to silence them. Some others also desired these antiques, but I couldn't allow that. Knowing how much you adore these, I summoned Long Dingtian to announce a full takeover of the auction. These treasures are his gifts to you. Oh, and there's also the chairman of a racing group who brought along a share transfer agreement. I placed it in the pile of antiques as well. You can take a look at it. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall stilled. Su Mu Wan paused her exploration of the antiques, glancing at the room filled with treasures, then down at the share transfer agreement, which seemed peculiar. Finally, she stiffly turned to the grinning Qin Luo, her tone stiff and filled with trepidation. What did you just say? Setting aside the number of people the auction could accommodate, how on earth did you encounter Wang Yong and Jiang Sueki again? They are the notorious Poison King and Queen. You. Su Mu Wan felt as if the vibrant world around her had suddenly become malevolent. I merely indulged in a lazy sleep. Is it really necessary to attract so many people? Just one outing, and you had to provoke so many individuals. For reasons unknown. Su Mu Wan's mind suddenly flashed to a previous dream where Qin Luo had lined up a group of fated individuals before her, each receiving slaps across their faces. Gasp! The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she turned to gaze at the room filled with antiques once more. The more she looked, the more distressed and dazed she became. Tears threatened to spill. How many people had he angered to amass such treasures? Ah, Qin Luo, you. Fear not, young lady. Noticing Su Mu Wan's agitation rendering her speechless, Qin Luo assumed she wished to reward him again, so he waved his hand. With a face brimming with loyalty, he shook his head. This is merely my duty. If possible, could you lend me the black card for a couple of days? Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan's eyes widened. Witnessing Qin Luo's obliviousness to the gravity of the situation, she felt the world around her darken. She fainted again. My life is forfeit. It seems reconciliation with that Poison King couple is out of the question. No, the Dragon King hasn't been dealt with yet. And how did I end up completely entangled with two fated individuals again? Most importantly, they are skilled in poison. Miss, hurry. The young lady has fainted again. Qin Luo, could you step back a bit? Is the young lady allergic to you? Qin Luo replied with confusion. Chapter 55. In my dreams, you brought me Lin Jian's Lin Wanro? My head aches. I recall fainting again. What is happening now? Young lady. Upon hearing the voice, Su Mu Wan slowly opened her eyes, only to realize she was seated upon a throne. A wave of clarity washed over her. Oh, it turns out I was dreaming. She lifted her gaze and beheld Qin Luo, who was respectfully squatting before her with a cake atop his head. Young lady, please indulge in the world's most delectable cake I have prepared for you. Gazing at the obsequious Qin Luo, Su Mu Wan felt a surge of anger. How infuriating. That pest Qin Luo is causing me trouble everywhere. Just you wait. Dressed in a black gown, she resembled a nocturnal sprite as she nodded slightly. Leaning back against the throne, she mischievously regarded the cake atop Qin Luo's head. After a moment, she declared, provide me with a dream harmony patch. This is my dream. I couldn't punish you in reality, but here, I certainly can. The dream version of Qin Luo displayed an expression of disbelief. Lowering his head, he trembled with anxiety and said, how could the young lady's exquisite feet be touched by a mere Qin Luo? That would be utterly inappropriate. Seeing his reaction, a smile crept across Su Mu Wan's lips. She leaned forward, lifting his chin with her hand, her eyes glinting with mischief as she seductively commanded, Qin Luo, do as I say. Now, Clean it thoroughly for me. With that, she reclined back on her throne, arms crossed, gazing down at Qin Luo with an air of superiority. The cake had mysteriously vanished. After all, it was a dream. The latter, filled with trepidation and uncertainty, hesitantly extended his sinful hands. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu Wan's smile trembled slightly at the corners. Yes, it is precisely this pair of jade-like hands that I cherish. Hurry. After all, it's just a dream. No one will know how I indulge. Qin Luo, I hold you responsible for this. If you hadn't made me faint with rage, I wouldn't have to punish you in my dreams. As she contemplated this, the previously anxious Qin Luo suddenly looked up, earnestly addressing Su Mu Wan, young lady. Please wait a moment. I have some people I wish to show you. Su Mu Wan was taken aback, blinking in confusion. What people? Just do as I request. This is my dream. You should take a look first, Qin Luo insisted. As his words fell, Su Mu Wan felt the surroundings shift dramatically. Before she could comprehend the change, she found herself ensnared upon the throne. An inexplicable force compelled her eyelids open, forcing her to gaze straight ahead. Qin Luo stood before her, a smile adorning his face. Flanked by a row of individuals, Su Mu Wan's complexion paled as she recognized the familiar scene. There stood Qin Luo, and beside him were people she knew all too well. The first was Xiao Tian. What is happening? Before Su Mu Wan could recover, Qin Luo slapped Xiao Tian across the face. Xiao Tian fell to the ground, clutching his face. Shouting at Su Mu Wan, Su Mu Wan, you have humiliated me in every way. I shall ensure you and your Su family pay dearly for this. And it did not end there. Qin Luo swiftly struck the second person. Wait. Su Mu Wan's face turned ashen. The second individual was none other than the poison master. Gui Xian. Wang Yong lifted his head, roaring, Su Mu Wan, you will regret this. Still not finished, Qin Luo delivered a third slap, sending the war god sprawling on the ground. Glaring at Su Mu Wan with fury, you made my wife and daughter live in a doghouse. You vile woman. The fourth individual, a woman, fell to the ground, her voice laced with malice. Su Mu Wan, I shall repay this grievance. And then the fifth, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Wait, enough. Please don't hit anymore. Su Mu Wan desperately wished to close her eyes. Yet an unseen force kept her eyelids pried open, forcing her to witness the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, while delivering slaps, earnestly called out to Su Mu Wan, young lady. Look, these are a bunch of blind wretches who dared to provoke you. In this world, they shall find no reprieve. Vile woman, Su Mu Wan, I want you dead. Young lady. Young lady, help. In Su Mu Wan's bedroom, she cried, Qin Luo, do not provoke them. Do not anger the Dragon King, the war god, the divine doctor, the heiress who had her marrow extracted, or the jilted fiancé. Young lady, please. Suddenly, Su Mu Wan's eyes widened in panic. Drenched in sweat, hearing voices, she turned in a frenzy. There stood Qin Luo, gazing at her in bewilderment. Young lady, what has happened? Did you have a nightmare? What is going on with this villain? What kind of dream was she having, filled with pleas of don't. Did I bring her so many antiques that she fainted from excitement? Su Mu Wan looked at Qin Luo, swallowing hard. She grasped his wrist tightly, her voice laced with uncertainty. Qin Luo, what time is it now? Qin Luo replied, it's noon, young lady. Don't you remember fainting? Midday? Fainted? Oh right. Su Mu Wan's expression of terror gradually faded as she regained her composure. She gazed at Qin Luo, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. What on earth is happening? How can one have two nightmares in a single day, both identical? Qin Luo, why are you causing me trouble even in my dreams? All you had to do was follow my instructions obediently. With that thought, Su Mu Wan shot an annoyed glare at Qin Luo, her lips parting to scold. You scoundrel. Qin Luo. Trust level 5. Qin Luo. Oh, now I understand, Qin Luo mused. The young lady is too embarrassed to express her gratitude. So she resorts to calling me a scoundrel instead. How amusing. A smile graced his face as he nodded. Very well, young lady. I shall take my leave now. Why are you so cheerful? Su Mu Wan observed Qin Luo's departing figure with suspicion. Why does he seem so pleased? At that moment, it appeared Qin Luo had a revelation. He turned back and said, oh, by the way, the Lin family's Lin Wanrong has arrived with her husband. I let Lin Wanrong in while Xiao Tian is outside, kneeling. They say it's for the birthday celebration of old Master Lin. Chapter 56, Xiao Tian. No longer wishing to conceal his identity. With this revelation, the narrative unfolds further. Su Mu Wan's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, she screamed, what? The old master of the Lin family's birthday banquet. Isn't this the moment when the Dragon King revealed his identity in my past life? How could it possibly arrive a year earlier? Could this be the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Just as Su Mu Wan was about to ask Qin Luo to decline the invitation on her behalf, suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. The intelligence of the arch-villain reclaimed its territory. Su Mu Wan's countenance darkened. No, she had already entered a life-and-death struggle with the Dragon King. Retreating now would undoubtedly place her in a passive position. Once his identity was restored, he would surely come seeking trouble. Moreover, the trajectory of this life had become exceedingly peculiar. Rather than allowing this Dragon King to continue his antics, it would be wiser to strike while he was vulnerable. In her previous life, Su Mu Wan had been a ruthless and formidable antagonist, her actions characterized by arrogance and tyranny. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly provoked a dozen or so fated individuals whom she could never vanquish. Despite her immense strength, she could not comprehend why she was unable to defeat that group of destined ones. All she knew was that before her demise, they had shouted about bonds and friendship, unleashing an unprecedented power that had thoroughly terrified her. This was what led her to return in this life, determined to avoid conflict. Yet, avoiding trouble did not equate to fearing it. Since she was already embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Dragon King, there was no turning back. Su Mu Wan's demeanor gradually transformed into one of haughty indifference as she lifted her gaze to Qin Luo and said coolly, "Understood. Dragon King, it seems that in this life, you must be compelled to step down ahead of schedule." At that moment, outside Su Mu Wan's villa, the Dragon King, Xiaotian, bore an air of solitary pride. His expression was as tranquil as still water, suggesting that he had everything firmly within his grasp. Nearby, Shen Fei and the others stared at him in confusion, exchanging glances. What was the situation with this son-in-law? Hadn't he learned enough from past lessons? Why did he still wear that ignorant expression of arrogance? Should they slap him a couple of times to see how he reacts? Xiao Tian's calm demeanor was not due to any other reason. He was ready to cease concealing his identity. Once his cultivation was restored, everyone would kneel and submit to him. Moreover, this was sanctioned by his master, the former Dragon King. On the day of the old Master Lin's birthday banquet, he would reveal his identity as the Dragon King. By then, he believed that all forces aligned with the Dragon King would have already received the news. Everything was in place, awaiting only the right moment. Xiao Tian was prepared to seize his glory at the old Master Lin's banquet in 3 days. In fact, his prolonged presence as a son-in-law at the Lin family was motivated by a desire to obtain the Dragon King's exclusive cultivation technique, the Divine Dragon Technique. To fully cultivate the Divine Dragon Technique, one must completely experience the myriad emotions of the human condition: love, anger, sorrow, shame, and so forth. Conveniently, Xiao Tian had been by the old Dragon King's side since childhood, having caught a glimpse of Lin Wanrong from afar, which led him to fall in love. Thus, he had his master arrange a betrothal with the old Master Lin. It was only now that he had concealed his identity to enter the Lin family. According to the old Dragon King, he needed to endure for 6 full years to achieve mastery of his technique. Yet this was only the 5th year. However, Xiao Tian was no longer willing to wait. He would rather start anew than continue to endure. He had a premonition that if he persisted in his forbearance, Lin Wanrong might slip away from him forever. That was his greatest fear. He could forsake everything, but he could never let Lin Wanrong go. Hence, he implored his master to restore his identity. When that time came, his wife, Lin Wanrong, would undoubtedly fall in love with him anew. As for the Su family and that lackey, they would no longer hold any significance. Oh, wait, that lackey had saved his wife's grandfather, so out of gratitude, he would allow him to cripple his own cultivation and live a quiet life. As for the humiliation he suffered from Su Mu Wan, he would surely eradicate her at the first opportunity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a calm voice echoed from within the villa. "Where's that son-in-law of yours?" Reporting to Miss Su, that waste from the Lin family is right at the door." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian at the entrance scoffed, suddenly enlightened. So that was why Miss Su was inquiring. Did she think she was going to mock him again? Wrong. The truth was that the Su family's influence far surpassed that of the Lin family, and they had learned of his identity as the Dragon King in advance. Thus, this change in attitude was meant to curry favor, but alas, it was too late. He would annihilate the Su family. With this thought, Xiao Tian scoffed once more and stepped inside. In the living room on the first floor, Su Mu Wan sat calmly on the guest sofa. Just as Lin Wanrong finished answering her first question, the door swung open. Xiao Tian stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back. The blinding sunlight flooded in, and Lin Wanrong, who had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with Su Mu Wan, suddenly changed her expression. She immediately rose, her face contorted, and strode toward Xiao Tian. Scolding waste. "Did Miss Su invite you in?" Smack. With that, she raised her hand and struck Xiao Tian across the face. She shouted angrily, "Get out of here and kneel on the ground to apologize." Xiao Tian covered his stinging cheek, yet his demeanor remained one of unparalleled pride. "Wanrong, that is not smack. Don't call me Wanrong, because you are unworthy." Lin Wanrong's voice screeched as she delivered another slap. Xiao Tian tilted his head, his expression still filled with arrogance. Qin Luo looked on in astonishment at the scene of Xiao Tian, who had come in speaking confidently, receiving 2 slaps, yet maintaining his proud demeanor. What was up with this Dragon King? Why was he so aggressively barging in? As for Su Mu Wan, witnessing Xiao Tian's entrance and his inflated confidence, she thought to herself, this Xiao Tian truly intends to restore his identity. He cannot be allowed to remain a threat. On Xiao Tian's side, he first glanced at the silent Su Mu Wan before smiling at his wife, whose expression was still twisted in anger. He lowered his hand from his face and confidently chuckled, "Get out? Ha ha ha." Standing tall, he slightly raised his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mu Wan as he slowly proclaimed, "Do you think this Miss Su would dare to let me?" Before he could finish, the word "get out" barely escaped his lips when, smack, Qin Luo instantly appeared before Xiao Tian, raising his hand to deliver a slap that interrupted his speech. He scolded, "Waste! You, a mere son-in-law. How dare you stand here without my lady's permission? Get down on the ground. What do you think you are?" Chapter 57, The Fallen Xiao Tian. The latter immediately covered his face and collapsed to the ground. The once haughty expression on his face shattered in an instant. He cast a grim look at Qin Luo. The force of this slap was unlike the delicate strength of his wife. It was excruciatingly painful. Moreover, "I permit only my wife to strike me. When did you, a mere lackey, gain the right to do so?" He couldn't help but roar inwardly. This lackey, a dog relying on its master. Just wait until I regain my strength in 3 days. I shall utterly annihilate you. The initial thought of merely crippling his opponent's cultivation dissipated immediately. Lin Wanrong, witnessing Xiao Tian's sudden outburst, felt her face alternate between shades of green and white with anger. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed a layer of imposing dignity enveloping this usually inept son-in-law. Why? What has this son-in-law undergone? Of course, this aura of authority vanished as swiftly as it appeared when Xiao Tian was struck down by Qin Luo. Lin Wanrong snapped back to reality, immediately directing a slap at the fallen Xiao Tian. Smack. Useless. The so-called honor. Xiao Tian, what madness have you succumbed to this time? I summoned you here to kneel before Miss Su and apologize. Why, oh why, are you bringing ruin upon our Lin family? Lin Wanrong was utterly disillusioned with this worthless son-in-law. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had granted Xiao Tian countless opportunities, yet this fool failed to appreciate them. Despite the Lin family's kindness towards him, he repeatedly provoked Miss Su. Xiao Tian, humiliated and belittled, clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! Wanrong does not believe that I am the Dragon King. But this lackey, likely due to his low status, is unaware of my true identity. Yet Su Mu Wan, you ought to recognize who I am. Do you comprehend what your family will endure for provoking me? Lying on the ground, Xiao Tian bellowed at Su Mu Wan. The lackey does not know my identity. Lin Wanrong is oblivious to it as well. But you, Su Mu Wan, must surely be aware. After all, I had my master disseminate my identity as the Dragon King long ago. Logically, a prestigious family like the Su family should be well informed. Arrogance. This Dragon King must be a fool, failing to learn from past experiences. Qin Luo, with a cold chuckle, was about to step forward to deliver another slap when Su Mu Wan interrupted him. No need, Qin Luo, she said calmly, rising gracefully. Her indifferent gaze swept over Xiao Tian's furious face. She disdainfully revealed his identity. Your identity? The current Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's expression shifted dramatically. In a fluster, she turned to Su Mu Wan and exclaimed, Miss Su, this fool is not the Dragon King. He is merely a madman. Please do not be deceived by such a worthless creature. Hearing his wife insult him so brazenly, Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly but soon relaxed, taking a deep breath. His expression gradually softened. It's all right. In 3 days, when the truth is unveiled, Wanrong will understand the true pinnacle of existence I embody. He slowly propped himself up, looking proudly at Su Mu Wan, and said, since you know who I am, then, before he could finish, a surge of chilling, domineering true energy surged toward Xiao Tian's chest. Bang! The sudden assault left Xiao Tian's eyes wide with shock, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Crash! He only came to a halt when he collided with the wall beside the door, slowly sliding down to the ground. Buzz! His mind was blank from the impact, and a ringing filled his ears. I've been struck, my meridian shattered, my dantian damaged, am I crippled? One strike, and my entire cultivation is gone. Xiao Tian quickly assessed his condition, his face a mask of disbelief and shock. Why? Coughing up blood, he looked up at the cold-faced Su Mu Wan, who radiated an aura of icy true energy. He observed the disdain etched on her face, a sentiment that pierced deeply into his psyche. With a stiff expression and a slight tremor in his voice, he asked, You know I am the Dragon King? Given Su Mu Wan's demeanor, She must know of his identity. But why would she still strike? In response, Su Mu Wan, who had incapacitated him with a single palm, gradually withdrew her hand. The icy true energy swirling around her added to her already imposing and imperious presence. She gazed down at Xiao Tian with haughty disdain, her voice cool and dismissive. And so what? Even if you were the Dragon King, what does the Dragon King Hall amount to? Should you dare to come, I could extinguish it with but a snap of my fingers. This strike was merely to temper your arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression went blank. He was utterly dumbfounded. What? This young lady from the Su family not only possesses formidable strength, but also an attitude so disdainful. She actually believes she can contend with the Dragon King Hall? Qin Luo blinked in surprise. Huh, has Xiao Tian truly been rendered powerless? What is happening? According to the original plot, he should be alive and well until the very end. Could it be? Gasp. Qin Luo's expression shifted with alarm. Surely we haven't entered the trope where the villain severely injures the protagonist, who not only survives, but ultimately returns stronger to defeat the antagonist, right? At that moment, a notification sounded, detecting plot breakdown of urban son-in-law Dragon King. Commencing protagonist containment mission. Mission, contain Xiao Tian. Description, please assist the antagonist in undermining the Dragon King Hall at the Lin family's birthday banquet in 3 days. Reward, Destiny Psychiatric Hospital X1, can contain anyone defeated by the protagonist or antagonist. The knowledge of the contained individual will be reciprocated to the owner. Qin Luo blinked. Huh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I was in a bizarre world. The containment has emerged, along with a psychiatric hospital. He looked at Xiao Tian, whose expression was still dazed, and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. As he contemplated, he turned to Xiao Tian, and with a thought, activated the Xian Gui 14 needles. Meanwhile, Lin Wanrong was pale with fear. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, and martial arts competitions are held periodically, this was her first time witnessing someone like Su Mu Wan, who could strike someone down from a distance. She was simply unparalleled. Qin Luo immediately showered her with flattery. Indeed, how remarkable. Miss Su, this fool brought it upon himself by provoking you. Lin Wanrong, regaining her composure, replied, truly, Miss Su, it is only fitting that this worthless wretch be punished for angering you. Even now, he clings to the delusion of being the Dragon King. Well done, Miss Su. Su Mu Wan slightly lifted her chin, clearly pleased. Isn't it supposed to be this simple to deal with someone fated by destiny? Huh. The Dragon King appears to be nothing extraordinary. With a single strike, he falls, which is rather dull. I genuinely wish to witness his full potential. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to toy with him a bit more to rid myself of this lingering disdain. No, I've fallen into old habits again. Su Mu Wan took a deep breath and recited her mantra silently. This time, having been reborn, she would not tread the same path. She would neither seek trouble nor fear it. Since the confrontation was inevitable, she would take the initiative. However, this Xiao Tian truly lives up to his title as a child of destiny. Despite her intentions to eliminate him, he still manages to hang on to life? Reflecting on this, Su Mu Wan turned to Lin Wanrong and revealed a faint smile. Miss Lin, do relax. My friendship with you will not fracture over this waste. She continued, as for your invitation, I graciously accept, but regarding this waste. Su Mu Wan glanced at Xiao Tian, who was slowly collapsing to the ground, her brow furrowing. Why does the Dragon King seem a bit off? Lin Wanrong, fully aware of Su Mu Wan's insinuation, hastily nodded and replied, rest assured. Miss Su, I shall remove this waste at once. I am exceedingly grateful that you, Miss Su, are willing to attend our Lin family's birthday banquet. Su Mu Wan waved her hand dismissively. After expressing her gratitude once more, Lin Wanrong approached Xiao Tian, berating him as she walked. Waste. Get up this instant. It's time for you to return to your wretched den. Meanwhile, Qin Luo sauntered over to Su Mu Wan's side and leaned in to whisper, Miss. Leaving Xiao Tian alive is bound to become a calamity. I've taken the liberty to tamper with him a bit. Rest assured, even if discovered, they will attribute it to a damaged Dao heart. What? What did you do? Su Mu Wan paused in surprise, covering her ticklish ears as she glanced at Xiao Tian. There he was, foolishly waving his arms, muttering, I want to fly. In the Dragon King's chamber. None of you should provoke me. Lin Wanrong, furious, seized Xiao Tian and scolded, waste. What are you pretending to be now? Apologizing profusely to Su Mu Wan, she said, I'm sorry, Miss Su. I will take him away immediately. A moment later, the Dragon King and Lin Wanrong departed, leaving Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo alone in the room. Su Mu Wan, regaining her composure, looked incredulously at the smiling Qin Luo. How did you manage to do that? You made Xiao Tian go mad. In truth, Su Mu Wan had aimed to kill Xiao Tian with that strike. Yet, regrettably, as she had anticipated, he was still alive. having suffered many setbacks in her previous life. She understood that this was due to the unique protection afforded to the child of destiny. Thus, under normal circumstances, if she continued to harbor thoughts of killing Xiaotian, stronger and more peculiar individuals would inevitably appear to thwart her, such as a guardian from the Dragon King Palace or a reclusive expert once favored by the Dragon King. In her previous life, Su Mu Wan had experienced this countless times. Every time she sought to eliminate her adversary, some inexplicable righteous figure would emerge to resolve the situation. Conversely, she would unwittingly fall into various traps set by those favored by destiny, leading her family to be gradually consumed by them. It wasn't that Su Mu Wan was reluctant to act. Rather, the bizarre experiences she had undergone, which could not be explained by martial arts, science, or theology, had left her wary. For instance, one day, she casually kicked a dog on the street, only to have a destiny-bound individual come seeking revenge with the dog the following day. After repelling him, the next day, the dog's companion, also a child of destiny, appeared to assist in reclaiming justice. In summary, Su Mu Wan felt utterly numb. Those favored by destiny were terrifying. Avoiding them was wise. Even if she did provoke one, failing to kill them was the most frustrating outcome. These children of destiny were like cockroaches. They would shout for their family and friends, resurrecting fully during battle. Who could withstand that? Even someone as formidable as she, reducing a child of destiny's cultivation was her absolute limit. But Su Mu Wan's gaze flickered towards Qin Luo. Could it be that a mere attack from Qin Luo could render a child of destiny dazed? Why? Qin Luo shrugged and smiled at Su Mu Wan. Actually, I have a bit of knowledge regarding poisons. Poison? She blinked, intrigued. How much do you truly know? The most surprising part was that Qin Luo's methods were effective against a child of destiny. Could it be that? Su Mu Wan gazed at Qin Luo, whose head seemed to bear the shining words child of destiny. Wow, so dazzling. Was this the treatment afforded to those favored by destiny? With a single move, another child of destiny was rendered foolish. Yet, perhaps it was because I shattered the luck of this child of destiny with my strike that allowed Qin Luo to succeed. In any case, she, Su Mu Wan, was a prudent reborn individual. She would not tread the same path again. Satisfied, she patted Qin Luo's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Well done, Qin Luo. Come. Tonight I shall treat you to a fine meal." Qin Luo, hearing this, respectfully smiled. "Thank you, Mississippi." How quickly the saga of the Dragon King Xiaotian was drawing to a close. Yet, no, she needed to trigger some other protagonists, otherwise, how would she earn her rewards? He stealthily glanced at the content Su Mu Wan, noting her satisfaction. Loyalty value 5. Loyalty value 5. Loyalty value 5. Indeed, following her, he would undoubtedly attract the protagonists. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan remained oblivious to Qin Luo's inner thoughts. She felt a sense of relief having dealt with a pressing concern. Haha, splendid. Once she resolved the matter with the Dragon King Palace in 3 days, only the Poison King couple would remain. After dealing with these 3 children of destiny, she could finally rest easy. As for the other children of destiny, had she provoked them? If not, then there was nothing to worry about. Just 3, not 30. Did she think that in this life, she would go out of her way to provoke the protagonist? These 3 were merely accidents. Surely, there would be no more. Moreover, Su Mu Wan's lips curled into a slight smile. She hummed softly, "Ha, you old heavens. If you have the capability, let me attract 30 children of destiny this time around. Do you think protagonists are like cabbages, easily encountered everywhere? Isn't that absurd? Furthermore, if I don't provoke them, and they don't provoke me, who could cause me trouble?" Su Mu Wan furrowed her brow, glancing at the ever-loyal Qin Luo. "Miss." Qin Luo tilted his head. Cough. Su Mu Wan chided herself for overthinking. Qin Luo was unlikely to be so fortuitous as to lead her back to the protagonists. As long as she kept her gaze fixed on him, such a situation would not arise. So Su Mu Wan, rest assured, everything is fine, everything is fine. Chapter 59, The Wealthy Protagonist, the Landlady's Sister. At 6 o'clock in the evening, outside the most luxurious restaurant in Jiang City, Yundingxian, the restaurant manager and a host of employees had long been waiting at the entrance. They received word from their employer that tonight, this venue has been exclusively reserved by the most formidable young lady of Jiangqing, Su Mu Wan. She is currently en route. He wiped the sweat from his brow and, addressing a group of anxious employees in hushed tones, admonished, "When Miss Su arrives, you all must remain sharp and attentive, understood?" "Yes." Shortly thereafter, a taxi glided into view, coming to a halt before the grand entrance of Yundingxian. Moments later, 3 figures emerged. One of them stood out strikingly. Her complexion was as fair as snow, delicate enough to seem almost luminescent. In stark contrast to her enchanting appearance, her attire was rather unremarkable. As she lifted her gaze to the opulent restaurant before her, a flicker of trepidation crossed her eyes. The imposing entrance only heightened her feelings of insecurity and hesitation. She turned to the plainly dressed man beside her and hesitated. Qin Yu, why did you bring us to such an expensive place for dinner? I can't afford it. Her name was Qin Yu. She had a younger sister, and their mother had passed away from illness in their early years. Their father had suffered a tragic accident at a construction site, rendering him unable to walk. Since childhood, she had taken on odd jobs to support her sister and father, never having experienced a normal life. Due to their impoverished circumstances, combined with the availability of an attic in their home, she had decided to rent it out to supplement their income. The man beside her had been her tenant for 2 months. Initially, when she first encountered him, he appeared quite destitute, but she had no idea what had transpired recently, as Qin Yu had transformed into a figure exuding remarkable confidence. Just that morning, he had even chased away the scoundrels who had been harassing her and her sister. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yu flashed a charming smile at Qin Yu, exuding confidence as he replied, "Don't worry, dear landlord's sister, from now on. As long as you wish, you can come to Yundingxian as if it were your own home. Haha, my father has finally lifted the probationary period on me. Now, I, Qian, can live as freely as I used to. As for you, my gentle landlord's sister, you would be the perfect girlfriend." Qin Yu, however, was skeptical, dismissing Qin Yu's words as the ramblings of someone who had lost their mind. How could someone who once could scarcely afford a meal suddenly afford to dine at Jiangqing's most extravagant restaurant? Unable to refuse Qin Yu's good intentions, she was nonetheless apprehensive, suspecting he intended to treat her and her sister to a meal on the house. "Let us just find a street vendor to eat at. This place is far too expensive," she insisted, shaking her head. At that moment, a youthful and vibrant girl next to her cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yu and retorted, "Qin Yu, I know you have feelings for my sister, but there's no need to spin such tall tales. You really think you can afford to dine at Yundingxian? I genuinely thought you were taking us somewhere nice, but it appears you're just fooling us. You can't even afford a car and are taking a taxi to this extravagant place. Have you lost your mind?" Qin Yu quickly pulled her sister closer, saying, "Qin Yun, refrain from speaking so harshly. Qin Yu means well." Listening to Qin Yun's sarcastic remarks, a surge of indignation welled up within Qin Yu. How could such a kind landlord's sister have such a superficial sibling? Never mind, after tonight, I will show you, with your narrow-mindedness, what it truly means to be wealthy. With that thought, he cast a glance at Qin Yun and replied coolly, "If you think I'm insane, you'll understand when you follow me." With that, to the astonishment of Qin Yu and the bewilderment of Qin Yun, Qin Yu strode confidently toward the grand entrance of Yundingxian. The manager of Yundingxian was momentarily taken aback, internally questioning who this individual was, as he certainly did not resemble the formidable Miss Su. However, exhibiting exemplary professionalism, he refrained from summoning security to escort the man away and instead approached with a smile, asking, "Sir, may I assist you with something? I apologize, but Yundingxian has been reserved for a private event tonight." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu slightly raised his chin and replied, "Reserved? How much did they pay? I'll offer double." After a brief pause, he arrogantly added, "And do not address me as sir, refer to me as young Master Qian." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt as though Qin Yu had lost his senses. Qin Yun, being younger, felt an acute sense of embarrassment, whispering to her sister, "Sister, let us leave quickly. Qin Yu has truly gone mad." The manager of Yundingxian looked Qin Yu up and down with surprise. Who does he think he is? Can he even afford to pay the double price set by Miss Su? Even if he could, I wouldn't be able to let him in, otherwise. How would I run my business? Yet, curiously, despite his ordinary attire, there was an air about him that subtly hinted at a higher status. How peculiar. Just then, the thunderous roar of a convoy echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The trio turned to see a long procession of sleek black cars. Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock. So many cars, they all look incredibly expensive. Qin Yun, rifling through her mental database, exclaimed, "Sister, do you know whose convoy this is?" "This is the convoy of the young lady from the Su family. The Su family is one of the most prestigious families in Jiangqing. Sister, you mentioned wanting to join the Su group, and now it seems that the young lady has taken over. We've hit the jackpot. We might even get to see the ultimate wealthy second-generation heir in action. Even if we can't enter, witnessing their grandeur is still worth it." The mention of the Su family caused Qin Yu's eyes to glimmer with envy. Was this the life of a young lady? Meanwhile, Qin Yu wore a look of disdain. What was the Su family? Just a family supported by an extraordinary elder. Though my family may not have such an elder, we certainly have wealth. With money, what can't you obtain? He withdrew his gaze, chuckling softly. The landlord's sister and Qin Yun, with their narrow perspectives, had become rather short-sighted in this tiny corner of the world. Never mind. Soon, I will show them what a life of luxury truly entails. As for the Su family, how fortuitous. I shall demonstrate to my landlord's sister how this seemingly formidable family will ultimately bow before me. Chapter 60. I will pay 5 times the price. What are you even worth? Moments later, the convoy came to a halt at the entrance of Yundingshan. With a click, Zhu Lan was the first to exit, proceeding to the rear to open the door. Seems like we have some entourage now. Qin Luo, donning familiar sunglasses and clad in a black trench coat, stepped out first, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhu Lan was immediately incensed. You, what gives you the right to descend from this place? Qin Luo shrugged. Because you opened the door. I was opening it for the young lady. Thus, I praised you on behalf of the young lady. You. Soon after, Su Mu Wan alighted from the vehicle, clad in casual attire, as if she were merely visiting a local food stall rather than dining at the prestigious Yundingshan. Observing the bickering pair, Su Mu Wan smiled helplessly and said, Qin Luo, step aside for Zhu Lan. Zhu Lan has practiced martial arts since childhood and cannot match your eloquence. The young lady, Zhu Lan, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Of course, a mere Zhu Lan cannot compete with my verbal prowess. Verbal prowess? Su Mu Wan shot a glare at Qin Luo, sensing a hint of mischief in his words. However, she dismissed it. After dealing with the Dragon King today, her spirits were high. With her good mood came an urge to indulge, a desire to spend. Thus, she nodded and declared, let us go in and eat. Today, this young lady has reserved the whole place, so feel free to enjoy. As her words fell, the manager of Yundingshan approached, sidestepping Qian Yu, and with obsequiousness, he made his way towards Su Mu Wan. He reached Qin Luo and the others, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, welcome, young lady Su. Your presence at Yundingshan truly brings us great honor. Oh, it's not that grand. Su Mu Wan replied with a slight smile. I usually dislike noise, which is why I reserve the entire venue. Manager Zhuang, I hope my decision hasn't affected your establishment's reputation? Not at all. We were already aware of young lady Su's visit and had no intention of accommodating other guests. The manager of Yundingshan responded, fawningly. Su Mu Wan nodded, just as she was about to suggest entering when her pupils suddenly contracted. Not for any other reason, but because she spotted 3 faces that were all too familiar. Her heart raced. Qian Yu, Xin Yu, and Xin Yin? What were they doing here? In an instant, memories of her previous life flooded back. She recalled that Yundingshan was the very place where she had clashed with the wealthy Qian family's heir. Qian Yu? Gasp. Su Mu Wan's expression turned to one of astonishment. In her past life, she had also come to Yundingshan with a group of followers, only to discover that a mysterious tycoon had reserved the place. Could she have restrained her fiery temper at that time? In Jiang City, Su Mu Wan would not tolerate anyone who dared to show off more than she did. Thus, she had stormed in and beaten the plainly dressed, arrogant heir of the Qian family. To her surprise, he was indeed the heir of the Qian family. Why was it that she kept running into the main character wherever she went? Thinking this, Su Mu Wan opened her mouth to speak. Yet before she could utter a word, Qian Yu displayed a disdainful expression and mocked, hold on, when did I allow you to come in and dine? So, it's young lady Su who reserved this venue. My apologies, but I've brought my own people, thus claiming this place. As he spoke, Qian Yu pulled out a special black card, embossed with the character, Qian. He surveyed the crowd with arrogance, declaring, this young master will pay 5 times the price to reserve Yundingshan today. If young lady Su wishes to partake, she must make an offer. He then looked at Su Mu Wan with derision. Of course, you cannot possibly afford to outbid me. As his words echoed, the room fell silent. All eyes turned in shock towards Qian Yu, an ordinary-looking young man. Was he out of his mind? How dare he provoke young lady Su? With the appearance of this card, the manager of Yundingshan's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped, this is the exclusive black card of the Qian group? Could this person be the heir of the Qian group? Xin Yu and Shun Yun exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Was Qian Yu insane? Threatening and provoking young lady Su with a mere toy card? Xin Yun trembled as she clutched Xin Yu's arm, whispering, sister, we should leave quickly. If we don't, we might not be able to escape later. Xin Yu swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the arrogant Qian Yu, incredulous at his audacity. What had happened to him? Why was he behaving this way? The last time they met, he had been utterly destitute. Yet now, he was so brazen and lacking in humility. On Qin Luo's side, he heard a voice in his mind, detected the strongest tycoon in the city protagonist, Qian Yu. Please, master, take action against him. Reward, wealth elimination card X1, can eliminate wealth within the card. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Luo's corner of his eye lifted beneath his sunglasses. How delightful. A fortuitous opportunity had presented itself. The protagonist had arrived. He felt a rush of excitement. After all, it was no surprise that Su Mu Wan attracted the main character wherever she went. Even a simple meal could lead to such an encounter. Well then, he thought, I shall not hold back. Su Mu Wan's lips twitched. Wait, the tone in which you speak could lead to trouble. Just as she contemplated this, a more arrogant voice emerged from beside her. Qin Luo stepped forward, nostrils flaring, his voice dripping with contempt. What are you? How dare you try to emulate my young lady in reserving this venue? Brandishing a mere broken card here. Let me tell you, even if you had a black card, you'd still have to yield to my lady. Remember this. In Jiang City, only my lady is allowed to reserve places. Anyone else wishing to do so must kneel and bow 3 times to her. With this declaration, silence enveloped the room. Su Mu Wan turned her head stiffly to look at Qin Luo, her pupils contracting in shock. Oh no, I knew it. Chapter 61, The Stunned Tycoon. What a diminutive place. Qian Yu's expression darkened as he listened, his grip tightening around the black card, his gaze fixed intensely on Qin Luo. How dare a mere follower speak to him in such a manner? What audacity! Of course, Qian Yu was no fool. He quickly deduced that this must have been orchestrated by Su Mu Wan. Su Mu Wan, just an arrogant young lady. Compared to me, the heir of the Qian family, she is nothing but a country bumpkin. He coldly retorted, how foolish. You should know that even your lady wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. A mere follower should not be so arrogant. Shen Yu snapped back to reality, observing the group of black-clad followers surrounding Qin Luo, then glancing at Qian Yu's solitary yet prideful demeanor. In a panic, she called out, Qian Yu, what are you doing? I'm not eating anymore. We should leave. Hearing her words, Qian Yu looked at the flustered Shen Yu. Was the landlady genuinely worried for him? No matter. Soon she would understand what it meant to be the strongest tycoon in this world. Just a Su family. Nothing to fear. Who has more wealth? I, Qian Yu, have never feared anyone. With this thought, Qian Yu flashed what he considered his most charming smile, looking gently at Shen Yu and saying, don't worry, landlady, just watch closely. Today, I will show everyone how blissful you will be. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's expression froze. What on earth was happening with Qian Yu? Shen Yun was already engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, exacerbated by the tense atmosphere surrounding her. She anxiously surveyed the circle of black-clad henchmen and trembled in fear, clutching her sister's arm and whispering, Sister, Qian Yu has gone mad. We must leave at once. This is the eldest daughter of the Su family. If we provoke her, we could be tossed into the river to feed the sharks. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's face turned pale. Su Mu Wan questioned, where on earth did such rumors originate? Are there even sharks in the river? Moreover, why does this scene feel so eerily familiar? A sense of foreboding gripped Su Mu Wan as she pondered whether some unpleasant events were about to unfold. Qian Yu looked down upon Shen Yun's cowardly demeanor with palpable disdain. She often acted with a haughty air, yet in the face of real danger, she crumbled. Ah well, considering you are my landlord's sister, I shall grant you forgiveness for your previous insolence. The manager of Yunding Xian observed the unfolding drama with growing trepidation, glancing nervously between Qian Yu and Su Mu Wan, his back now drenched in cold sweat. What? One is a wealthy heir of the Qian family, and the other is the daughter of the Su family. I seem to have ruffled feathers I cannot afford to. As the manager quaked in fear, he thought to himself, though the Su heiress exudes arrogance, she pales in comparison to the wealth of the Qian family's young master. Surely, she must possess enough wit not to engage in a financial showdown here. Qian Yu indeed shared this sentiment, having been raised with every privilege. He had been indoctrinated to believe that money could procure anything. Thus, with a condescending gaze directed at Su Mu Wan, he slowly raised his black card, arrogantly declaring, Shen Yun, watch closely as this heiress reacts to the sight of my black card. Let us see if she still dares to show me disrespect. Su Mu Wan, if you recognize this card, you should understand my esteemed identity. Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Qin Luo appeared before Qian Yu in an instant, delivering a forceful strike to his face. Qian Yu fell to the ground, clutching his face in disbelief as his arrogant expression morphed into one of shock. What? Did I just get slapped? The black card slipped from his grasp, landing on the floor, only to be crushed beneath Qin Luo's shoe. Pointing an accusatory finger at the astonished Qian Yu, he scolded, You worthless fool. That slap was to remind you of your place. How dare you threaten my lady with a mere toy card? What are you, a nobody? Competing over trivial matters just to make a scene? Are you out of your mind? Congratulations, master, for successfully humiliating the wealthy heir Qian Yu. Reward, Wealth Elimination Card X1. As Qin Luo initiated the confrontation, the manager of Yunding Xian blinked in disbelief. Whispers effect activated. He watched as Qian Yu lay sprawled on the ground, his once glorious image now shattered, and couldn't help but question his own sanity for ever thinking this lunatic was the heir of the Qian family. Instantly, he shifted his tone, mocking. It seems anyone can dine at Yunding Xian these days. You're right, even with a black card, it's useless. You might as well have pulled a rainbow card from a vending machine. Nearby, the staff of Yunding Xian quickly echoed his derision. Huh? That card must have come from a 5-cent lottery ticket. How utterly ridiculous. A mere clown. Provoking the Su heiress will ensure you have no future in Jiang City. Xun Yu's complexion turned ashen as she surveyed the gathering of black-clad henchmen, fear rooting her to the spot. It was over. Xun Yun, trembling in terror, clutched her sister's arm tighter. Please, Miss Su, spare us. We will leave at once. I swear before heaven. Everything this fool has done is unrelated to my sister and me. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan stood frozen, her mind racing as she processed the scene. How had Qin Luo moved with such speed that she hadn't even registered his actions? She swore she had no intention of provoking Qianyu, nor did she wish for Qin Luo to intervene. After all, in her past life, the so-called chosen ones had relied on the Qin family's wealth to bolster their strength, enjoying the finest training and recuperation facilities, all aimed at targeting her. As Qianyu lay on the ground, his face buried in his hands, shock and humiliation coursed through him as he gazed at the black card now under Qin Luo's foot. A wave of shame washed over him. As the heir of the Qin family, he had never endured such humiliation, save for this recent family evaluation period. Enraged, he shouted at Su Mu Wan, Su Mu Wan, how dare you send someone to strike me? Before he could finish, Qin Luo delivered yet another slap. His gaze cold, he retorted, and what if I did? What right does a worthless fool have to bark here? You're merely a lunatic waving a toy card. Do you truly believe you are a wealthy heir? Su Mu Wan could only grimace at the absurdity of it all. Qianyu, still on the ground, stared in stunned disbelief, his heart racing. How could this be happening? Why was he being struck? Shouldn't he be the one putting these local ruffians in their place? Wasn't he supposed to impress the landlord's sister? Why was the Su heiress disregarding the unwritten codes of conduct among noble families? Shouldn't they be competing over wealth? Why had he been struck before he could say a word? What kind of place was this Jiang City? Qianyu felt he had underestimated the world outside the confines of Wang City. After all, there was a saying, in impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, the cunning thrive. It seemed the Su heiress and her entourage truly were a band of ruffians, completely ignorant of his black card's significance.